makings of an evenly matched 3-game series. Both teams lost to T1 earlier on in the tournament, 2-1. But both teams did also manage to knock out and beat the favourites coming into this competition in Fnatic. So that suggests that these two are pretty evenly matched. Don't hold me to it, but I'm hoping that is how we start the day very strongly here in Riyadh. That's my pick.
All right, Ian, with the Jamil Motorsport match of the day being Weibo going up against Zero Tenacity, a little bit of quick maths that he's carried out over there. And I know that you want to dig into that a little bit deeper.
Yeah, no, me and Ian share a brain because we had exactly the same point here. These two teams could not be better matched up against each other. Every single match they played so far, going to 3 games, playing against the same opponents, they got the same results. So I think the big question here is, what's the, where do we find the difference between these two?
Yeah, for sure. We have Chuso on the right, the only representative from Spain, versus the rest of the players that are Polish. So actually some barriers there, and Chuso has been the hero. So it's great to see. Alan is like the leader. He's been playing a lot of Syndra Clement, and that's the highlight that we've been seeing from Zero Tenacity. What about Weibo?
On the other hand, for Weibo, the star has to be Hongdian. He picked a golden quest yesterday and got stabilized with that 5-star unit in the Diana, was able to carry all the way back from 8th place to 1st place. So I think the trajectory for Weibo is going on the upside, while unfortunately for Z10, they were actually blown out both times against T1 in their losses.
Well, we are agreeing that they're probably very much evenly matched, but you know what I'm thinking? What are the casters thinking? Do they agree? Do they disagree? Guys, let me know. When you're looking at the maths, when you're looking at the history of both of these teams, do you have a favorite? Do you think they're equally matched as well?
I think they got to be pretty close, because looking at this group, as we just heard, every single match has gone the distance. And I think between these two teams, they've kind of had a similar style of having players take very risky lines to play for that 1st place. And I think no matter what, this is going to be an absolute banger.
A very even parity. I would say the group of death. And we're seeing here, to be the best, you have to beat the best. Both teams have beat Fnatic. They've lost to T1, incredibly strong team with Bintum at the helm. And if they win this match, it was already a huge challenge. They face Vitality, so this is really a tough road. If either team makes it far into this tournament, they will absolutely deserve all the success.
No second chances here for either one of these teams. What do you guys think will be the key element to set the winning team apart?
I think it's going to be who can be the hero, right? You hear Hupe talk about it a lot. Chuse was a hero a couple of times for Zero Tenacity, but really it comes down to, do we see, a golden quest? Do we see, some fortune favors the bold? And do we see the players be able to pull that off?
For me personally, for Z10, Lelouch, I think, has to step up a tiny bit. He's the only player on Z10 that has been an EMEA champion in the past. His results until now in the first 2 days, not stellar, but he has what it takes to really step up. I think he can be that hero that Z10 needs.
Well, thank you guys so much for that input. I'm going to have to head over back to my analysts and see what they think about this. I do appreciate it. Good luck in your cast later today. But guys, we heard it from our casters. We're looking at individual heroes to step up for both of these teams.
Yeah, for sure. For me, it's too close of a series, so I have to give it 2-1 for Zero Tenacity, only because... Clement, what?
I feel betrayed.
I'm not able to have an opinion here.
Okay,
give me your
go ahead.
All
right.
No, counter-argue it.
I'll have to be honest. I think Weibo Gaming is coming in as the heavy favorites right here, just based on the pedigree, based on their results. Yesterday, they weren't blown out. Their series was actually much more definitive of a win versus Fnatic coming in here. And they don't have any obvious weak spots. If you have a player that hasn't been averaging about 6.5 as Lelouch had, then all eyes are going to be on him. They're going to be targeting him, make sure he goes out, and make sure those points are very low at the start. So I agree with Panda. If Lelouch steps up, maybe there's a chance, but right now, 2-1.
You know what? You almost convinced me. Love your energy, man.
Yeah. I had to come in. I had to come in.
I'm going to try and say it in a lot less words than that, because that was a lot of cope, I think, coming from that side of things. Coming from Zero Tenacity, they came in, Alan said they were a team that was so coherent as a squad, they didn't need to scrim. They spent every moment practicing the set. As they were saying with the casters, it's all about getting those good early elements, having the good lines in. They've got the most practice directly on set knowledge, and they've already got the teamwork worked out.
I love how there's a little bit of disagreement between you three, because we're going to have to settle it eventually. Let's start off by looking particularly at Weibo's roster, because as we said, they have had a phenomenal couple of games. Their game against Fnatic was really what kind of pulled them apart. We're looking at Honglian particularly, that was a player that we highlighted a lot yesterday. Are we going to continue highlighting this player? Is this the one that we want to step up, or is it going to be a team effort?
I mean, day 2 was for Honglian, day 1 but was by Easy. Easy's talk about Fnatic recently in your interview, Clement, and they said they look up to them because of the way he wanted to play against Zizo and Milara, and they won against Fnatic. So actually, I think they have the possibilities to any of them be the hero in this case, and there's not actually a significant role or someone that always going to win. So it depends on the spot.
That's really good about Weibo Gaming. If you look at their AVPs, they are the most equal across the board. Every single one of them has a chance to carry. Easy, like you're talking about, they call him the coach of the team. He can coordinate everyone, and then you have the win-out aces in Honglian. The other two players usually on sort of Kog'Maw reroll, 2-cost reroll duty. We don't expect them to push it that far, but they still haven't gone to like 7th and 8th that much yet.
It seems like that is more the tactic that Weibo Gaming is approaching, where you have a couple of players that are pushing for the top spots, the others who are going for those rerolls continuously. When we're looking at Zero Tenacity, is that something we're expecting them to do as well? Or is this really a just go full steam ahead?
I'm really impressed with what we've seen from Juso so far. As I mentioned before, coming in as the only non-Polish player on the roster, you could imagine he could maybe find it a little bit difficult to integrate in here. But I think with Alan's EQ, providing a lot of the high-level direction for the squad, I think that's helping them a huge amount.
We have 2 win-out players on them as well, Shuso and also Travis. Travis going for a crazy fortune favors the ball. If he gets open 40, he just loses the game on the spot, but he's willing to go for those high-octane plays. On the other end, for Alan, we've seen him on Syndra duty the entire way.
And we have the Jamil Motorsport player arrivals as they're rolling up to the studio, rolling up to the arena. This could be, for one of these teams, the last time that they step foot in here. Yeah,
100%. There's Weibo coming in, Easy on the front, and the good attitude. On the great weather, we were just there.
A jacket in this weather?
Yeah,
I know, right?
Right?
They're not feeling the heat, apparently.
They're warming up. That's the warm-up for the upcoming tournament. And now,
that's the walk of a
Count the jackets! Count the jackets!
Scarf, and the scarf.
You see, it's training clothes for them. They take off these jackets, they take off the scarves, suddenly twice as effective.
That looks like a winning walk, Clement.
Yeah,
I would give
Do you want to revise your estimation now?
Style points,
okay, we can agree with that.
Okay, the fashion show is 1.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we can talk about the style points for the players, but I want to talk about the style points here on the analyst desk, okay? I'm going to remove myself from the equation because I'm a little bit out of commission right now, but you guys are looking great.
You're high order Jedi right now.
Absolutely.
Jedi Genie. From the Dark Force, I asked you before, is it dark? Is it light? Obviously Dark Force, so that's good to see and amazing. Clement, love your colors. And we're like monochromatic, right?
Right, I feel like everyone like coordinated to an
I'm splitting the difference between you two, which I think works out really well.
Right, but now you guys are going to have to split the difference when it comes to these teams, and who do you think will actually have that edge? We've kind of already had a little bit of a discussion, a little bit of conversation about it, but I want to look back at Weibo's performance here in the tournament. I feel like it's a team that when we're looking at the every day after the next, we are seeing those small incremental improvements. Zero Tenacity, I'm personally not convinced yet.
Yeah, for sure. I think the difference will be last night.
Yeah.
How did they prepare last night? Both reviewing, seeing weak spot, and recognizing that other players, other teams that are already on quarterfinals maybe played better. What did they do, and what can they adapt to improve and incorporate into their gameplay? Well,
exactly. Following up on what you're saying there, you were saying with Lelouch needing to be the one showing the most improvement. I think that's where the time comes in, and it is most important because you're saying across the other team, we've got a very good average. We're already there. I think that time may have been well spent bringing Lelouch into the fold.
All right. Well, for you at home as well, if you're wondering which team, or at least you have an opinion on what team will be coming out on top, Weibo Gaming going up against Zero Tenacity. Cast your vote at sccplay.gg and let us know. Vote for your favorite team. Vote for the team you think is coming out on top, because Clement, you think it's going to be Zero Tenacity, right?
No.
Only the one.
We're united.
Just recapping right here, Weibo Gaming has the most consistent roster across the board in the entire tournament, while on the end for Z10, they have the most up and down players. Lelouch not really performing, while Shuso and Travis, they need to get lucky on the die rolls with the augments.
Yeah, I want to see what's going to happen. The truth is, we don't know. We don't know. It will depend on adaptation, Genie. So this will be an amazing series, very close, and the audience will decide who will be the best. Let's see the game.
All right, let's head into the first game of today. Weibo Gaming going up against Zero Tenacity, the most equally matched team so far on paper. But the question remains, which one has put in the effort last night to come up with some of these incremental changes to be able to come out on top? Let's head over to the stage for Weibo against Zero Tenacity.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. It is the third day of the Esports World Cup presenting Teamfight Tactics. It is the last day of the group stage and it is the day of the quarterfinals. 4 keys got crushed, 4 more to go tonight. My name is Fancy and this is Veracity and I am so excited about tonight's matches.
Oh my goodness, Fancy. It's been a roller coaster journey thus far. 4 teams eliminated, as you mentioned. Carmine Core and Fnatic being 2 of those favorites heading into EWC.
Honestly, it was the day of the underdogs. Nobody thought that these teams will be eliminated on the second day before even getting to playoffs. And not to mention Team Falcons losing to Toronto Ultra that keep proving to everyone that they are the team to look for.
Well, you know what, Fancy? Enough chit-chat from us. I do believe we have some pretty eager gamers ready and waiting to hop into the server. So should we go ahead and do this?
Let's do it. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the first team on the stage. It is Weibo Gaming. This squad did not catch a break since day one, going up against T1, going up against Fnatic, and now they face their final challenge in the group, keeping the Chinese fans' hopes and dreams alive.
It is well and truly all to play for over here on the stage, and their opposition is going to be none other than Zero Tenacity. A squad who, despite their name, has grinded through 3 days of qualifiers to be here and being the first team to cause upset this tournament by taking down Fnatic. Oh, Fancy, it's going to be a spicy matchup. Who do you have as the winner for this?
Absolutely. I mean, it's really hard to tell, but both of these teams are geared up and ready to go, and one of them is going to face Team Fatality at the quarterfinals later tonight.
That's right, we certainly are expecting a banger matchup for this one. It's going to be the Chinese representatives taking on EMEA. Both teams having beaten Fnatic in their matches. Both teams managing to take a game off of T1. But the real question is, which one of these 2 teams will come out on top? Let's find out what my lovely casters have to say.
All right, we're here with Weibo versus Zero Tenacity. Weibo coming in being incredibly strong, as Clement said, statistically looking like one of the best teams overall, but also the confidence from Kazo we saw in the interview going up against Zero Tenacity. Maybe a bit of a misnomer as they've shown so much tenacity fighting tooth and nail for every single placement. But Panda, what are you looking for jumping into this game?
I think it's a huge matchup in terms of the underdog story that Z10 started off so strong, beating Fnatic, one of the tournament favorites, and being a part of their elimination in those 2 losses back-to-back on day 1 and 2 up against Weibo. And this is a huge, I think, David and Goliath story in this case because EMEA versus CN. CN has been the dominant region for a very long time. EMEA on the opposite end of the spectrum has historically disappointed in the last few champs ever since Double 61 became the first ever global champion for TFT all the way back in set 3. Looking at these rosters, Weibo has a lot of international experience at champs. Looking at the roster for Zero Tenacity, it's only Lelouch that has made champs, and that's only 1 time. Alan ZQ has not even made it to EMEA finals ever, having recently transitioned to TFT from Legends of Runeterra, for example. So experience-wise, big difference in terms of what these players have already accomplished individually. Truly a David versus Goliath story, but I think, as was mentioned on the analyst desk, there's so much set 12 experience for Z10. They've been grinding non-stop ever since the release of the set last week.
Yeah, at the very least, Alan may not have as much international experience in TFT, but he does playing many other games, and at least World Championship in Legends of Runeterra. He is a champion in that game, coming here to try and become a champion here at EWC with Z10.
One more story for Z10. A player like Chuso. Chuso is currently hard stuck Diamond 2. And there is the joke in TFT very often, the GM buff usually near the end of the set, where you are not doing so hot on ladder. You come into a tournament and you outperform everyone, so you have kind of that buff for being lower ranked. Maybe the similar case for Chuso, who is currently the highest AVP player for Zero Tenacity. This is the first time a Spanish player ever makes it to an international big stage. Not a single time has a Spanish player made it through EMEA finals and into global champs. So a lot of big narrative stories, I think a lot of underdog stories, but we'll see what Alan ZQ specifically can do as kind of the leader of this team. A very strong start for what could be Zoe reroll, a comp we haven't seen too much of yet. Clement interviewing Weibo, they did mention this is a comp that was rising in popularity, could be seen in this tournament.
Yeah, Easy said that he liked it. He thought it could be something that people should be looking out for. Alan certainly having the spot for it here already. Zoe 2, Poppy 2 has the Lilia, and also having a Zoe in shop to kind of add to it. Gonna at least pick it up, keep the option open, but we see the Akali and the Kassadin being held on the bench, so not closing off the potential of multi-strikers, as it will be a silver augment choice to kick things off, and it's keepers for Alan as a potential to lean even further into that comp.
Could be very strong. There's a Nashor that could be slammed into a Kassadin. If a Syndra pops up in this shop naturally at 2-1, maybe Alan says, you know what, don't try and bait me into playing Kassadin or Zoe. I'm going to down the Syndra route because he's been playing a lot of Syndra this tournament. He's been, I think, the dedicated Syndra player for the Z10 roster. He's played 4 games out of 6 into this Syndra line, usually around tempoing with Syndra to H instead of rerolling her.
Yeah, but this spot definitely feels like it's going to end up going towards the multi-strikers, takes the
there's a level up.
keepers, kind of committing to the line, staying out of the 1-cost reroll. As you said, with the level up, that's going to guarantee we head there. And Nashor's Tooth could be the potential slam. Keepers plus the level up. It looks like Alan would want to win, waiting to see who his opponent is. It's Hong Lian. There's the slam.
Gonna be a slam onto the Zoe for now. She is 2-star. Zoe, I think, one of the most, I'm not gonna say underrated because I think all kind of pro players do play her a lot on your board. Just the MR shred, the flat MR shred in stage 2, so relevant for dealing more damage. And again, single target damage, especially getting kills, making sure if you are losing, you're losing by 1 or 2 units. There's no blowout losses.
Yep, and exactly here. We're gonna have the 2-unit loss for Alan, not able to take out Hong Lian. As players start to build up those initial streaks, we really got to be watching out for the 5 losses, the 5 wins coming out of stage 2. Those gold advantages can make just such a massive difference in the game, especially if a single team is able to pull out more streaks than the opposition.
Chuso on mentorship for now, the best performing player for Z10. He's also been the most flexible player. He usually ends up on these kind of vertical Witchcraft, Fiora, Karma flex lines, not usually playing much reroll at all. He's been playing into 4 Chrono Karma as well, for example. So overall, he's a player that just tries and play high tempo, preserves HP, and stays strong in stage 4 especially.
Yeah, playing around the multi-strikers for the early game, but as we saw Alan's spot feels like it needs to play into the multi-strikers, taking the early keepers. Yes, it's a silver, you can kind of sack the augment, but it feels like that's the direction he wants to go. So Chuso just using this as an early board, and we'll see him kind of sell out of the Kassadins before Alan ever wants to actually start rolling down.
And the Crown Guard on Kassadin is a peculiar pickup there as an itemization option for Kassadin. It does allow for more of the Kassadin on the edge of the board positioning where you have the extra shielding in the early parts of the fight. And we saw it especially a lot in day 1 and 2 from the CN team. They seem to have that tech on lock. They like really itemizing Kassadin with anything they can because Kassadin is all about playing high tempo in stage 3, preserving HP for yourself, but also for your team in a team format.
Look here, we've got Lelouch's board starting off with a nice little win streak, having a pretty upgraded board so far. Zillion 2 already, gonna help make this board even more powerful, and the front line looks stable enough, right? At least 2 in the early game, very, very solid pick, and the next in can just be this Jace.
Considering his current amount of economy, I have to assume the Zillion 2 might have come off of a minor polymorph, one of the strongest charms in the early game. It upgrades a 1-cost unit you have into a 2-cost. If you have a 1-cost that's uprated, you can kind of sell off your units, make the odds, more in your favor, and get a big upgrade for a strong unit, but also just an economic upgrade as well.
We see this is very cool from Lelouch. He notices that Travis is in his pool and decides to, instead of trying to push the tempo, become even stronger, he's going to end up selling the Zillion for Econ and kind of allow for Travis to pick up the win, continue the streak, and Lelouch will sacrifice his stage 2 streak to give a better position to Travis.
And this is important as well in terms of, what gold you're holding on your board. Zillion, for what he does and what he costs, maybe not the best unit in the early game. The CC is not really as relevant compared to something like a Zoe that costs 3 gold when upgraded, and she does just so much work in terms of killing off units.
I go first Carousel.
Wow,
Easy
a bow
and
a tier taken in a Syndra meta. Who could have thought?
I never would have guessed that, actually. Yeah, complete surprise to me as we look at these streaks so far. Easy, Hanxing, going to be at the 3 loss. Might be contesting each other for that, so we'll have to keep an eye out if they end up facing each other. But on the top of the tables, Travis and Hong Lian on the 3 streaks have to see if they are able to stop each other if we get 2 full streaks into Krugs.
Very unfortunate for Allen. There was a Cassidy with a belt on the carousel. Unfortunately for Cassidy reroll, if he goes on that route with the keepers, belt is not really a premier component once you've built your first Nashor's Tooth, which is the case already for Allen. So despite it being on a Cassidy, he chose not to go for it. Could indicate he just doesn't want belts as a component or just doesn't want to play the Cassidy overall. He played a Syndra's Keeper game yesterday as well. Keepers, you can get value from it in other comps. It's just really ideal for multi-strikers reroll.
All right, we see Honglian slamming another item, or at least getting ready to. Runs into Hansing, doesn't actually have to slam it, but of course he's already crafted it, so see how this goes. Probably just not going to play it because he wants to allow Hansing to try and get a little bit of a better loss here. Find at least a kill somewhere, as Travis on the other side against Easy can be able to continue the streak as well.
And we're seeing kind of on both sides the premier single target carry in stage 2. Zoe on the AP side, Namzi on the AD side. AD, of course, not really as strong outside of Kog'Maw in the early game, so Namzi you see a little bit less, but he's very good at bursting down targets and making sure that if you are losing, you're losing by a few units.
Pretty interesting dynamic of the streaks for the early stages to me. It's not been common to see 3 players of a single team all loss streaking, and we are seeing that on the side of Weibo for this start, and I'm curious if that's going to end up hurting them, because it's hard to maintain those loss streaks, especially with your teammates, right? Because you're going to have to, one of you will have to break it, but at the very least, I guess you won't take too bad of a loss when it happens.
Because with Silver Ticket there, we see he's very much going in the direction of the Cassidy. Reroll will be the designated player playing Cassidy in this game. He did play 2 games of Cassidy already across the 6 games played in day 1 and 2, so he's familiar with the comp. And we heard in the interview with Clement, the roundtable with the Weibo Gaming team, they mentioned reroll is all about getting strong and finding your upgrades in stage 3. If you sack stage 2, if you maybe not open for but lose most of your fights, you'll have that much more gold to roll with.
And we're going to see Allen will lose his streak once again. He had the first round loss streak through the rest of stage 2, but has to give way for Travis to get the full streak going. Honglian,
exciting
like
battle. Shen versus Blitz. Shen wins it out in the end.
Yeah, and so that's going to be 1 loss streak shattered at the bottom. Kaza does end up losing his. Honglian keeps the win streak, and then at the bottom of the tables, Easy and Hongqing both able to keep a 5 loss all the way through stage 2.
This Krog round going to be so important for Hanshin. He needs to find a tier and a bow. If he does, all of a sudden, BIS Syndra has been found. His game plan will be, again, so much easier to go through. We're seeing here, what will the options be? Will the RNG gods favor the CN player?
Yeah, and with the Golden Remover, he's able to slam these as kind of just tank components. He can eventually start to play when he flips around. If he does not find those, it helps make it be less punishing if he can't find the exact components he wants, but that's the tier.
Immediately slams it. He has no, I think, confusion around what his game plan is going to be from now on. It will be the Syndra reroll. Does not find a bow, and the second BFer is actually very low value outside of finding a second tier in this Syndra comp.
No bow,
no Nashers for now, but still a fairly good spot.
There we go, Koza going to be putting together the multi-strikers.
Very strong set of components here as well. Has the QSS and the BT ready to go for Cassidy when he finds it still. No Cassidy on the board just yet.
Yeah, but he's going to be playing around that silver ticket, looking for those extra rerolls, I think, as you were saying earlier on. And we're going to see that first big reroll kind of at 3-2 for most of these players. See if anybody else goes a little bit early on 3-1, but it does feel like the econ was low enough in this game that players kind of need to wait. So the 3-1 reroll is actually going to put you a little too far behind. Get 1 more round of this economy. Travis going to be able to keep the win streak rolling as well here, playing around the Zoe for Temple, and we could see just the vertical portal come from there. We've seen a couple of players go in that direction. I don't know that Travis has played it yet as far as just playing around the 6 to 8 portal, but this is a great spot to play it from.
Portal overall just very strong in the early game. These extra effects just add so much to your board. Not adding a summon like an Eldritch, for example, but definitely adding a lot of value and a lot of chances to win all these fights in the early game. What I mentioned for Travis, he's played mostly Syndra and 4 games of just flexible play, looking into Fiora, looking into Karma. That might be the case once again here. Spin to win's an option. We've seen Wukong do a lot, especially that last game yesterday. But if you pick Spin to win, everyone knows you're playing for Wukong. Everyone will start holding the 3-cost monkey.
We just saw Zephyr was what was picked up by Travis on his Golem, so we'll have to be watching that throughout the rest of the game. They kind of removed Zephyr for a little while as a craftable item, made it a little bit crazy,
and rolls coming
now we've got him back.
Kassadin has been found, a colleague to the early Callista all the way down to 10. The CN play style here coming in strong, the high tempo, aggressive play at 3-2. for Hangqing, maybe not so much in the roles, but definitely in the augmentation, has the Chalice, has the chance to get so much extra AP on the Syndra for these first few rounds.
So many golems picked up, right? We're going to see for the Syndra board, we see the Chalice, which is exactly what he would want to see. And the Zeeks was found for the multi-striker, so kind of a lot of players finding exactly what they want. Travis, maybe not with the Zephyr, but you can still make big use out of that throughout this game.
And Hangqing does not roll deeper here because he knows he needs to have priority on the carousel. He needs to find a second tier to slam that second Shojin onto the Syndra. He'd rather take some HP losses now, have that first pick priority coming to the carousel to guarantee that if there is a tier, it's for him.
Yep, but I'm going to continue on this loss streak, as you said, for Hangqing. Not able to find the Sintru on the roll down, but not as aggressive as a roll down as we've seen previously from other players. Only down to 30 gold. Going to be able to make some of that back up, and there's the Sintru just immediately rewarded on this shop, finding that now this 7-loss streak likely to get snapped soon enough.
There's only one tier on the carousel, and Lelouch and Hangqing are going to be vying for it. Lelouch, in this case, maybe even just to deny it. Where it is on the carousel, where these players load up, could be incredibly impactful. The power of first pick priority on stage 2 and 3 carousels is so important in this Syndra meta, especially in a 4v4 format where you can deny other players.
Yeah, because also upgrading the Kassadin now. Let's take a look at Lelouch's board. He's got the Elders in the portal in, just kind of playing a normal tempo board for the early game. Not finding any Syndras, not finding a complete direction here yet, right? This kind of wants to go towards, I guess, something like the Karma later on, and just gonna need to be able to deny the tier. Could definitely deny tier here, find the second Shojin for himself.
This is one of the problems that I've had with the Z10 roster. I think they've played a bit too flex, leaning too much into the 4-cost flex, not leaning too much into the rerolls, outside of Alan ZQ especially, playing a lot of Syndra. There's been way more Karma and Fiora flex compared to the other competitors on the Z10 team, and no Kog'Maw whatsoever across the first 2 days. There is a single tier on the
right
carousel,
next to Hangqing.
And as the gates are open, Hangqing steps out and picks it up.
And Lelouch gonna have to find something else here, ends up getting a belt. Just looking for some frontline itemization, it seems, at this point.
Alan looks like he picked up Spellblade, so seems to be also on a path towards Karma. Do these players know they can't all play Karma? They'll be contesting each other. Someone has to contest the rerolls as well. It's going to be tough for Z10. It's a problem they've had in some of their matchups that they've lost in the past across these first 2 days. I wonder if the same will happen here, whereas the CN team Weibo, they have very clear understanding of where they're going. Kassadin for Kazi, Syndra for Hangqing.
See what Easy's going for as well over here.
Could be Portal.
Yeah, found Rise.
This is a player who didn't play Portal. Actually, he did play a Portal game himself across the first 2 days. We've seen a few of the CN teams, and Fnatic as well was leaning a bit into Portal. And overall, the AVP is very good for vertical Portal. They've had a lot of success.
Yeah, early enough on the Rise. The itemization is actually just fine.
Scary,
This is what you'd want. Being able to get the Morello spread on everything, get the Ginsu to help some mana generation. Giant Slayer, just an extra item, gives some extra damage. It's nothing to scoff at for sure. I think this is a decent spot for EZ, and I think with the rest of the team being in very solid positions, it's looking really good for this Weibo squad.
It's a good loss here, but all in all, it is a loss nonetheless for Lelouch, a player who needed to stabilize off of his carousel. He needs to maybe roll deeper or hope that the stage 4 roll down goes in his favor if he wants to stop the bleeding here, down to 47 HP.
All right, we're going to see Lelouch.
The stim pack. Could this be enough to stabilize him?
I mean, he gets an extra tier. He gets the sword here. I mean,
he's looking for Fiora items.
Awkward.
It looks like already has a Sterax built. Does he want a second one? He does, it looks like. And will spam the Hodge as well. So full-on melee bruiser items. If the stage 4 roll down is not good, if he doesn't find one of Fiora, Camille, or the Gwen, he might be in trouble.
And even we've seen Gwen struggle heavily, right? It really has to be the Fiora, the Camille. The Gwen, from this point when he's at 47 HP, I just don't see it really getting him back into this game. It's going to be a massive roll down for Z10. Lelouch needs to be the one to step up today. We saw his AVP definitely struggling throughout the event so far, something around a 6.5. Needs to be the player to step up, and we know Lelouch is good enough to do it. It's just a matter of finding his footing here in the EWC.
If Z10 manages to win this matchup off of this game plan, playing kind of a 4-cost flex game plan, hey, maybe there's still hope on this patch because they are really trying to push the limits of what can be done on 4-cost flex, especially considering that most of these players are going to look for the same units. Karma, Fiora especially are the cornerstone pieces of that 4-cost flex that seems to work for some players if you hit your 2 stars. We've seen so many boards, 1-star 4-cost, not cutting it against these Syndras that have been stacking the entire game.
Lelouch getting close to that level up. Could be, or should be a 4-1 roll down. See what other items are picked up off of Wolves. Very good item economy. Golden Orb, a spatula comes through. Can this make any changes here? I mean, it's only with a bow and a glove.
There's a pyro possibility, but there's especially, I think, going to be a witchcraft possibility if he finds the right components to slam that. Witchcraft vertical has been one of the strongest variations of 4-cost flex, featuring, of course, Karma with the emblem and Fiora online as well. The upgrade on Nyla, Nami is found, but all in all, not really the 4-cost he's been looking for. He needs to find the Karma, he needs to find the Fiora, and he hasn't found him just yet. He could be open to playing Pyro. He's holding on to the Nasus and the Akali for now. Item bench full, has to start slamming to pick up this next orb. There it is, going to be the Gargoyles throwing play onto the Nasus. Will this be enough to stop the bleeding? He's facing off against Chuso, his own teammate, who's going down into the Kassadin line.
Yeah, we see some stabilization potentially from Lelouch with these pickups. The Milio going to be able to help itemize the rest of the board, give some additional damage. The Nasus can hopefully be stable enough on that front line. Still missing out the main carries of the comp. We've seen the Milio fall flat time and time again when it is the only thing that is found. Great support unit, but does not do enough, and that's still a loss for Lelouch.
That being said, continue to lose streak as a little bit of extra gold, and it is his teammate. So if you want to lose to someone at this point in the game, it's still going to be Chuso instead of a Weibo player.
Maybe we'll see if an augment can start to bail him out even further. So we get duo Q as an option
another
for Easy.
support
Pass
golem.
it up. Support golem going to come in.
As we all know, Eternal Flame comes online. And a Rise pair as well, Kassa. Oh,
there it is. There's the Rise. Easy hitting everything that he needs.
Karma as well, making life harder for the 4-cost flex players from Z10. And the one benefit of playing Portal is that your 4-costs are not contested. Taric and Rise very much not premier units to play on your boards.
Travis finding a replacement for the Kassadin, it's Diana, and these items are phenomenal for Diana to anchor this front line alongside the Taric. Just being level 8 Diana 2 not going to be the easiest, but Travis is in a position to go 9 and actually make this Diana a massive carry for his team.
And Diana, I think even more so than Camille, I've mentioned the 1-star 4-cost not cutting it, similar for Diana, but if you 2-star Diana in stage 4, she is a tank, a carry, a support unit. She fills in all of the boxes, especially as you mentioned with that itemization. So strong with some extra AP and some Omniband.
All right, there we go. We see Easy stabilizing around that Rise. Should be able to find some wins, but going against Hanjing, and that's just going to be the Syndra just doing so much work. However, Easy, Rise 2, making it happen. Seeing the health bars actually starting to get kind of low here, right? Especially the Lelouch, but we did see him just roll down, right? 28 health remaining, Hanjing at 34, and Hong Lian on a 6 loss, 42 health remaining, no gold remaining, and this board doesn't look incredibly stable just yet, but it does have the 2-star Fiora.
It is a 4-cost flex, but a little bit on the, I would say, weird or weak side. Not sure which word would be more fitting. There's the Shen fit in, there's the Bastion with the Hecarim here as well. We're seeing the HP preservation is in favor for Z10 at the very least. The overall cap game plan might not be in their favor with the Syndra player really out-capping later in stage 5, but for now at the very least, they're doing a very good job preserving HP and really helping keep up the team HP to buffer in this 4v4 format.
And once again, it's Travis looking for that win out potentially, right? We see him kind of saving gold again on the win streak on 8. I know you were saying trying to hit the Diana on stage 4. However, Travis, I think, look to go to 9 on stage 4. Be the hero for your team, be the one who goes for the win.
And you want to get small losses versus your teammates, small wins if you're facing your own teammate. Not the case there, a massive loss. Travis also gets his win streak cut by Chuso here, so some team play or some team confrontations happening in the middle start of this stage 4.
Might be okay for Travis since he is just trying to bank gold.
Morgana for Lelouch,
needs
really big.
That win streak, but Lelouch finding the Morgana, massive, because as you were saying, the Witchcraft emblem, that's kind of the win con for Lelouch to come back and being able to find the 5 cost within that vertical, incredibly important here. There's another spatula available, Easy gonna grab that, as Lelouch had already slammed an emblem and so was not able to do that.
The Fairy emblem was the pickup in the end, so again, just trying to find some value from spatulas. In this set 12, a little bit awkward to play around spats. The verticals, unless you're already deep into them, like Pyro and Eldritch, hard to really make great value out of a more kind of generic spatula, for example, but Fairy does fit into so many different boards.
If he does want to change it to Witchcraft, he does have a charm that allows him to break into components, I believe.
Ooh.
Oh, did that not work on the Fairy emblem?
We haven't...
Didn't work.
It didn't work now, but we have a lot of itemization possibilities here, and this is really one of the more taxing charms to pick up, and we're seeing why. You really have to have a clear plan in your mind. What is the optimization to make when it comes to, again, now slamming all these items? You're playing against a competitor, against Kezi from Team Weibo. You want to make sure to
move
spam
faster,
your item
Lelouch.
and get the maximum value. You're on 14 HP, you're on a singular point of life potentially, and all of a sudden your backline has been wrapped. Nyla's left alone. If it's a big enough loss, you could be out in 8th place, and I think that will be the case. The Jax is not going to go down. It does in the end. It is still elimination. It isn't.
Wow.
Lelouch, off of the Jax kill, stays alive.
Needed that kill and just not fast enough on slamming the items. And now I don't know that it would have made a difference. Positioning was an issue
Big
there
win
as
for
well.
Travis. Diana, so strong as we mentioned.
And Hong Lian still on that free fall. Lelouch just needs to hold out a little bit longer, and he might be able to avoid the 8th place. Even a 7th here from Lelouch's spot, I think you will take that if you were Z10.
Yasa, I have 2 words for you. Desperate plea, baby. We saw it yesterday. We could see it again in this day. 3 was so relevant for Toronto's Ultra first win against Falcons in that game 1. We saw it from Carmine Core in their attempt to survive the onslaught against Twisted Minds. Didn't work out for them in the end.
Nasus 2, big pickup for Lelouch.
We
He has the remover.
You
Can swap him over.
Karma 1 though as your main damage dealer. The Milio trying to add some extra support.
It's Travis.
And the Zephyrs onto the Karma at the very least, so good communication from the Z10 team.
You're able to try and look for this win. Travis is pretty strong, but he's saving money to go to 9.
Oh my goodness, Diana is so strong.
The healing though stays alive. It looks like the Karma may have done enough, but Hong Lian on the other side looking to get team killed by Kezi. However, that is just going to be the Fiora holds on just long enough, kills enough units. Hong Lian stays alive. One more. Can Lelouch find a desperate plea in this next round? Same with Hong Lian. Both going to be looking for it.
And just such small little things affecting the outcome of these last few fights. Both players barely surviving. What I love from Lelouch is, hey, no Gwen, no Camille, no Fiora, a Nyla 2, and he's trying to make it work. I love this kind of adaptability from a player who, we talk about, has to rise up, has to really show up in this series.
We'll see if anything can be found here for Lelouch to help stabilize off of the Raptors.
Third tank item would be maybe the biggest thing here for the Nasus. So you have
Milio?
to wait for the Milio to pop off. Maybe some kind of, attack speed ramping item like a Rage Blade for the Milio to get him online faster.
Camille found on the side of Hong Lian to try and buff up the board a little bit more.
Fiora as well for Lelouch.
Fiora for Lelouch, gonna help out. Not having the Fiora 2, there's Camille. Does have to pass through there. Benches the Neela to try and get the items onto the Fiora. It's just a Fiora 1. Karma pair, doesn't find the Desperate Plea. No Desperate Plea on either side.
The last item, what will it be?
Lelouch versus Han Xing, that's gonna be the Syndra. Have to watch this Fiora if it can get some damage on the back line. It
did not
won't.
get the tank component in time. He picked it up before he loaded into the fight. It was stuck on his board. He slammed the Crown Guard late. The shielding did not come through before the fight started. Could that be the difference maker? I think it is. It's only Karma left alive. She's down.
What about for Hong Lian though? It looks like his Fiora might have gotten to the back line, might have gotten it done against Travis. And it does. Hong Lian gonna hold out a little bit longer. Lelouch gonna be the one taking the 8th place.
And we talked about Lelouch being the player that has to, I think, step up compared to his individual achievements in the past for TFT. His day 1 and 2 performance for Z10 were not ideal.
Level 9 for Travis, immediately finds a Gwen 2, slots that into the board, but not finding even the pair of Dianas, which is the biggest thing that he's looking for. At least he was able to find a Nora to help out on this board, but he's still carrying that Zoe right now. I have to see if he can find a good replacement for that, an upgraded backliner, because we've seen people stuck on the 1-star Nora at level 9 and it just not work out.
And Hong Lian we're seeing just barely surviving a very weak board for this point in stage 5. He just has to be so happy that Lelouch was taken down first, because this should be the last fight here for Hong Lian up against Han Xing, up against his teammate from Weibo Gaming. Will the Syndra have scaled fast enough, hard enough in the first few stages to win this fight and eliminate his teammate? This Rakan is lasting a very long time. Fiora has been taken down. Nami buying some time with the Leviathan. And Syndra will be able to clean up. The stacking Kalista is down. And Rakan follows suit.
Hong Lian did his job though. The spot ended up falling apart and he was able to outlive Lelouch. And that's going to cause that to be a 7th instead of an 8th, an extra point for his team. Putting the pressure on Z10 to try and play for this first place. And Travis is kind of the one we've got our eyes on as the player who could potentially do it.
And the scary thing here is if you look at the HP totals, if you look at the streaks especially, the projection for these players throughout the rest of this stage 5, Kezi and Hansheng both on win streaks.
Easy also finding the Nora as soon as he went to level 9, being able to get 8 Portal online, capping out the board even higher.
The problem here for Alan, we're seeing it. Still a lot of 1-star units on this board. Fiora 1. This is the problem with so many of the Z10 players going for these flexible 4-cost boards. There is Emilio on the right side of that screen feeding items to the rest of these units, but if they die too early, you won't get that maximum value from Emilio that has both the Shojin and the Nashers, and we're seeing here a massive loss. EZ, the Portal player, looking so strong.
It looks like Alan is going to be the next one to go out in this game. I think EZ has stabilized way too hard, and we see Hongxing and Kuze being able to be on full win streaks, right? Kuze just lost his, but still saving a lot of HP in this way.
Preserver
So
emblem.
also on a 4 loss.
Portal emblem on a Nora. 2 Portal emblems on a Callista as well, and absolutely
They're just giving it to
crazy.
EZ.
Stage 5 Carousel. Alan is thinking about his own skin. He has to stay alive. Picks up the Preserver Crown here, trying to do so. And all of a sudden, Casa, this is going to be a crazy Stage 5 and Stage 6 as these boards continue to cap out.
EZ also having an open spatula. If he can find a component at some point, find a rod in some way, being able to get a second Portal emblem, go for 10 Portal. So we see EZ just going to roll down a little bit more. Probably won't be able to make it to 10 Portal this game. Would have to go even further, level 10 to make it happen.
A random Portal champion. Could this be a Nora 2?
Oh, Nora 2 would be insane.
No,
it
finds
is.
the Nora 2 as well. Easy, making it look easy. And my goodness, all of a sudden this board is reaching that next cap. 8 Portal is online, 20 HP and a dream, and what a dream it is.
8 Portal and getting to bench the weaker Portal units, play a stronger board. Travis on the other side, still on the Melio with the items, no upgraded carry. Never found the upgrade for the Diana either, has been rolling on 9. His board is strong.
Dekali on the
It's
Karm
not
on the right.
pushing enough.
Alan's
We got
in trouble.
Alan in a lot of trouble. The front line trying
Nashus
to
is not
stand
cast.
tall, but it's not
Oh no,
enough.
it's game over for Alan, it looks like.
Alan gonna go down.
Travis also taking down a notch. Takes a loss here as well, and as we mentioned, Hanxing continues to rise off of that Syndra game plan. Look at the positioning as well to dodge his
Karma
Zephyr.
2.
Finds the Karma 2 now that Alan has been taken down and the Karmas are back in the pool. The Syndra 2 away. Again, this is not really a reroll comp, but of course you stay open to the possibility of finding Syndra naturally on your rolls on level 8 especially, and similar case here now for the potential upgrade on the Mordekaiser. Waiting to see who you load up against. If it's your teammate, hey, I have a lot of HP, I'll share with you guys. I won't slam these items just yet.
Chuso on a 5 loss. He has to find 3rd place or else this game is over. The elimination could come through and Weibo finds the win right now if Kuze is able to take down Chuso. Chuso, we're looking at that Callista, dealing plenty of damage. It looks like Kuze might be a little too
so
weak.
Good. Staying alive.
Multi-strikers, it's not going around the cast and
sun is so
reroll,
big
but
from
it's
the Shen.
just the Callista, and it's gonna be enough. Chuso gonna stay alive a little bit longer, but has to outlive multiple members of Weibo to find the win for Z10.
And now the actual weakest player from Weibo is in the weakest point on the HP stand. It is Kaza, who's played that tempo, multi-strikers game plan similar to Chuso. Both have hit their cap. They preserve their HP in stage 3 and 4. This is where they start free-falling in the HP totals. And really, as you mentioned, if Chuso goes down in this bottom 4 position, it's GG. 3 players from Z10 would be in that bottom 4.
We are. We've got at least another item coming through. Kuze could have the 3rd item for Akali, can make a massive difference here, or even just another item for this Callista. You see these drops come through.
Even the Xerath too could be big. I wonder if you would have waited rather to slam this or open this anvil until after you've seen if you hit the Xerath 2 or not.
Deathblade Akali.
But yeah, maybe just want to have an item for this Akali and Deathblade, the best item for burst damage especially.
There's the tower for Kuze to try and live a little bit longer.
There's a Camille for Chuso as well. How do you make this board work? You're on level 7 still. You can't fit in. You can't really fit in 7 multi-strikers just yet, and you're wondering, is the Camille 1 stronger than the Akali 2?
Desperate plea from Chuso.
The rolls come through just in time. The item anvil is popped. He's facing Hanxing. The desperate plea will come in so clutch. Kaze up against Easy, up against the Portal player. The Rise was found so early on. It's all about the Sakali. What can the Kassadin do? The Kassadin's almost down. The BT helping the Kassadin survive, but that's going to be it because it should be eliminated here.
A Kali show, but it's down to the Rise. One more cast. Here comes the Portals. Rise gonna take him down.
Oh my goodness. Chuso just barely survived with a desperate plea. Once again, taking a page out of Replay's book. And so impactful in this fight in the end. Chuso's alive, Travis is alive. If the match would end right now, Z10 would come out ahead. Travis has to win this match.
Chuso needs to make it to this third place in order to make this happen, right? Chuso has to beat out Easy.
We're going to see now the last few upgrades. Diana also on the board here for EZ. Portal Emblem, maybe a few too many. There's players that are not playing Portal even, like Chuso, that has a Portal Emblem here to deny.
Going into this fight, Chuso against Easy. This is to make the dreams alive for Z10. If Chuso can eliminate Easy right now, this is just down to Travis finding the win. It's such a close fight, but still, the Portals are too devastating. The Rise, too powerful. Chuso goes down. Weibo going to hold on, and they'll pick up this first game.
And this comes down to that carousel. Portal Emblem, 2 Portal Emblems rather as well, so even you can't deny it. We saw Chuso had one of those Portal Emblems himself. The Nora 2 upgrade as well. So many things came in favor for EZ to really stay alive in this game. Hanxing, of course, a Syndra player. No surprise when you have a Mordekaiser 3 and a Syndra 3 to be one of the stronger players in this lobby to make it to that top 3. Again, props to Travis and Chuso, the 2 best AVP players for Z10. They've done it again in this game 1. They've proven they have the individual skill, but as a team, I think overall just not enough reroll players. It's been too flexible, and even the only real flexible forecast option, they share so many units, it's hard for everyone to hit.
And somehow, you know, they're fighting for these forecasts, and yet Hanxing is getting Syndra 3, but also Karma 2, and also Mordekaiser 3, getting everything put together, and just allowing the Syndra to happen on level 8 here. Yes, it happens after they're no longer able to hold the Syndras, but it feels so much worse to be holding the Syndras and not having anyone play them. It's way better to deny the reroll by playing the Syndra 2 on your own board and fighting in that way.
It feels so bad as well because Travis has built a beautiful board using Diana as a stability point in stage 4, playing around not just the Preserver Karma line, but adding in Nora and Rise and adding in Portal in the late game as well. It's just fantastic to see. Overall, now looking at the final carousel, a few more emblems coming in, not as impactful considering players haven't already gone deep into the Pyro line.
Yeah, Travis versus Hanxing, just playing for pride for AVP at this point, for some MVP points here. As Travis, again, as you said, I think he put together such a phenomenal board. This Diana playing around it, we saw it happen with the Golden Quest, a Diana being played around by Hong Lien in their previous series, but not getting so many opportunities for players to actually push 9 and play around 5 costs in that way. Most of the time, players being stuck on 8. But Travis, preserving so much HP, seeing a spot where, hey, if I try and play around these 5 costs, I can open up for my teammates to still pick up those 4 costs, does so, puts himself in the best position to try and carry his team to a victory.
And the game plan really was, I think, sound in terms of the HP preservation for Z10 in the early game. I think that really did work out. The pitfall was, I think, Lelouch going 8th in this case, not spamming that Crown Guard in time, I think was really impactful in the outcome of that last fight. And Chuso not really finding the Kassadin 3 game plan at all. Just playing tempo multi-strikers on 2 stars. Obviously, that free falls off of the cliff in the later stages of the game. We're seeing now that Gwen trying her best, but the Karma does stay alive. The Syndra continues to scale with the double Shojin. And a big, big win coming through here.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the Mordekaiser 3 is just far too good, right? Syndra, obviously, we know that's good, but if you have a front line being anchored by the Mord 3, it's pretty hard to beat the cap of this board right now. We'll see if Travis can find any charms that can make a big difference, but realistically, it doesn't have much money remaining to do so. See if he can get some tricks with this Zephyr. But really, it's more about what can Z10 do in the next game to come back against Weibo. I mean, I think it has to start with the reroll.
The Milio 2 upgrade comes through. Milio, no item, could have a single tier once his fight begins. The Zephyr, we'll see if he's able to hit. The Milio is not going to be the purchase here. Travis down to 1 single life. The Zephyr does hit the Syndra this time around. Hanxing maybe a little bit doubtful about the outcome of this fight considering his main carry is up in the air.
Yeah, but the Mordekaiser is still such a strong anchor, very difficult for it to ever go down.
Diana, does
watch
she
the
get bursted down?
carries. Diana trying to deal with the back line, the Karma staying alive, the heal maybe just a little too much. Diana gets a second cast, but it doesn't do enough damage. It's just going to be the Syndra trying to clean up. However,
Brazilian?
the Zephyr was plenty to get it done. So now we got yet another fight to come through between these two.
Travis wants to play for his individual pride. He wants to prove, hey, I haven't made it to the global champs in TFT just yet. He's been so close, finishing 5th a few sets ago. But coming into this big stage, playing against some of the best players from CN, playing against Weibo Gaming, individually playing a great game of TFT.
Just one more chance to pick up some items here from the Rift Herald, stage 7. Either of them will just fall down in that final fight. Not a lot of room for more items for Hanxing, but he does have one slot open on the Nami. Can at least improve the board just a little bit. I'm not sure about on Travis's side if he's got any room for items at this stage of the game.
We have to remember back for Hanxing, the Krug round that helped him so much, finding the right components for that first Shojin, getting that tier on the Nasus in the stage 3 carousel by not rolling too deep on 3-2, instead trying to lose a little bit more HP, guarantee the first pick priority. So strategically, I think played a great individual game as well, with the help, of course, of something like a support golem, a very strong augments for all of Weibo Gaming across this game 1.
Yeah, I think a lot of the support golems coming in clutch, right? We see the Chalice. That's such a big pickup for the side of Hanxing, and then we even saw it on the multi-strikers board, right? We saw that Zeke's, and now we got a Zephyr here.
Oh.
Zephyr doesn't catches Karma. I don't know if Karma is enough to deal with it. Kind of need to find the Syndra that we saw in that last fight, but we'll watch this Diana. Does she get enough damage on the back line? She finds the Karma immediately. However, the Mordekaiser still holding strong.
Diana?
It's a lot of power from the Diana. One more cast, another big heal. Buys a lot of space. Might have bought even enough space for Travis to once again find a first place. And Travis, he's been putting up such fantastic performances for Z10 time and time again.
And I really love about this game, one, I think the overall game plan from Z10 with their HP totals, that was really big, but a stellar meta performance from Weibo. They know their lines, they know their augments, they know their carries. I love seeing Diana though from Travis. I think we haven't seen enough Diana. It's hard to really make her work. You need perfect items in my opinion, things like Crown Guard, the Spark, the B2 we saw there, and also a 2-star upgrade somewhere late stage 4, early stage 5. All in all, a great first game of TFT for this day number 3.
Yeah, and even though the game ended and we kind of had to sit there and wait for, you know, this to end and us to get out of the game with Weibo already being the victors early on, it was actually so much closer than it seems because it was just that final fight between Chuso, between Easy. Whoever wins that pretty much would have decided it, as we see Travis ended up finding that first place that would have been necessary for Z10 to win. So just kind of one placement away from getting it done.
And I think exactly what you're saying is reflected on the faces here of the Weibo Gaming players. They are not looking cocky. They are not looking jubilant, joyous, happy. They are looking stressed because they know Z10 is a very tough opponent. They proved it against Fnatic. They're proving against in this game 1. And I think it comes down to Alan DQ and Lelouch. On paper, maybe the stronger players on the Z10 team. In the stats, not so much so yet. In this TFT EWC tournament, they had to turn it around, they had to prove themselves individually and as a team to try and force that game 3.
We said it was the difference of 1 point. We talk about the value of going first in this format, but 8th, that is also just as big of a deal for Han Liang being able to avoid that.
That's going to be it for this game 1.
Yep, that's going to be it for this game 1, but we still have plenty more to go. Still looking to see if Z10 can come back.
And again, I think we have to change the strategy. More reroll overall for Z10. That might be the name of the game for the game 2.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can get it done. Every game in this group has gone the distance. We'll have to see if they can continue to make that happen. If Z10 can find another win, we're going to go to a break, but when we come back, we'll have game 2 of Z10 versus Weibo.
贵，独家辛德拉，还真是独家辛德拉，这把一个都没有。对啊，既然能玩到独家，所以他们天生就劣势了，他们是。
It's that time once again. The players making their walk, perhaps for the very final time here. Weibo Gaming, the first team to make their way up and past onto the main stage for what is a crucial series for them. I've got to ask. Hi, by the way. How are you feeling?
So good.
So good. You are an incredible team, and I think some players, some fans might be surprised to see you in a situation where you could exit the tournament here. You're both You and your opponents, similar form. Do you think it will be an evenly matched battle here? Do you think that they are good opposition for you?
Yes, but after yesterday we beat Fnatic, it gives us very confidence. It's so great. So we often we can go to the final, and win the champion.
So beating such a team like Fnatic fills you with hope that you can go all the way here and win the trophy.
Yes, yes, yes.
Best of luck. Tenacity.
Incredibly close game between Weibo and Zero Tenacity to kick things off in this series. Every single game in this group so far has gone the distance, so we'll see if Zero Tenacity can bring it back. Casanova and Panda on the cast for this game 2 coming up.
And I love to see the creativity showing up in small ways, but showing up in this game number 1. Portal coming in once again, a comp that was already played by Easy in the first 2 days of this tournament. We got to see, the Syndra game plan, yes, but also the very flexible late game comp from Travis, which is not your traditional early set kind of preserver karma board. It's that next level with Nora, with Rise, with Portal, with Diana added in.
Yeah, and we even see some of these spots here, right? We saw in these replays, you see that carousel, the Nora with the Portal emblem. You have to think, if Alan denies that, he went 6th anyway, is there a chance that Chuso can win? That's where the team play comes in, right? Alan playing to try and improve his spot, doing his best to find 5th for his team. He thought he could, but maybe in a different world, 1 point difference.
And Lelouch, this is a player that I think really has to step up. He's proven individually, he has what it takes. He's been EMEA champion. He's on the top 10 on the US server every single set. He knows what it is to play at a high level and again, dominate very, very talented players. In this tournament, in this team format especially, it's looking like it's been a tough road for him to adapt. We'll see if this game 2, under pressure, with your back against the wall, he can really rise up and become the hero that I think Z10 needs. We see the faces, consternation, focus. Overall, they know they're against the wall, and they know that this is their elimination, not just series, but match.
And we know that Z10 was a team coming in that we worried could have tilt issues. We worried that maybe if things started going wrong, they would stay going wrong. But so far in the event, I think they've shown otherwise. And I think leadership of veteran players like Alan, who have been in gaming, competitive gaming for so many years, hopefully he can rally his team. Hopefully he can help Lelouch continue to find the mental fortitude to push through and show what he is really made of, because this AVP in this event, that's not him.
If they win this game and they force the game 3 and they win the game 3, I will very confidently say I think Z10 might be a favorite to win the entire tournament. I think this is their hardest challenge right now. But as you mentioned, these three players have very strong personalities, Lelouch, Travis, and Alan. Lelouch especially off of a mistake, in my opinion, not picking up that item component in time where it loaded up to his bench, missing out on the Crown Guard shielding value. That is something that can really tilt you, frustrate you mentally, and obviously let down your team in some ways as well. If they come back from that as a unit, as you mentioned, if they, can pick up Lelouch in his spirit mentally, win this game and win the next one, the bonding they get from that moment, from having this hardship and getting through it, I think is invaluable. And this is one of the key things you need to have as a competitor. You need to be able to come back from a tough spot and come back mentally. And that's the name of the game in a tournament like this, in a series like this, against an opponent like this, Weibo Gaming.
And on the other side with Weibo, they've shown time and time again that everyone can be a hero for this team. Hong Lien, 7th place. In the previous series, he went 1-1 in their wins. This time around, Easy just having to hold on for that third. Ke as well, just holding out for as long as possible. And Han Xing, his turn to play Syndra this time around, and be able to make it as deep as he can.
And they know their game plans. We saw the confidence that they had, rating themselves the best CN team, saying that CN's the best region coming into this in the roundtable that we saw from Clement in the countdown before the show started today. Overall, I'm looking at Ke as a player who I think, seemed very confident in the interview. I think you need to have a player like this on your team, someone that can instill this confidence, can instill this spirit of, hey, we are the best. Let's prove it. Let's dominate. Let's have this fury as a team and showcase not just to our CN viewers, our CN audience, but to the rest of the world that we mean business.
And when they were ranking through the teams, they were saying that there's no other team that can contend with them, right? It is Weibo only, Weibo all the way. And they said for the regions, right, CN maybe competing with the Americas region, but they didn't have a ton of immediate respect for EMEA. And we saw it on their faces after that last game. It was too close. I think they're not happy without domination over Z10 here. And so they're coming in, chip on their shoulder. Game 2, they don't want this to go the distance. They want this to be the first 2-0 of this entire group stage for this particular group. And they're going to do their best to make it happen. Z10 going to have to hold tough. As you said, biggest challenge of the tournament so far. And
of course, you can't underestimate this Z10, not just because of the game mode, but because they beat Fnatic. And Fnatic's a very, very strong team coming into this. So already, I think showcasing from day one, this is the group of death, in my opinion. The group C, we load into game 2. Tacticians are here, the little legends are here, the portals are here, Anvil Buffet, Trainer Golems, and Overachievers. Do we see a last-minute switch to Trainer Golems from Z10? Do we see them risk their entire tournament run onto this portal? The answer is no. Overachievers. Who's going to be Z10 or Weibo Gaming taking the game 2?
I mean, this is one of the first times that we've seen the teams not aligned with each other. Most of the tournament, both teams have kind of agreed on the kind of least variance portal that can be stood on. But Weibo, I'm curious if they've got some tech where they feel like Overachievers felt like the way to go.
And I mentioned with Z10 speaking with Alan a lot behind the scenes. He mentioned to me they had not prepped maybe as much as a team. They played more individually. If they had a chance in the tournament for high variance portals like Trainer Golems, they might consider going for them just to take the teams that have prepped more as a team kind of off their balance, really. Not the case here in the end, going for the Overachievers. And Lelouch starting off with 2 Jaxes. Could be a Cassidy game here from the Polish player. He did play 2 games of Cassidy across the first 2 days. They didn't do so hot. As you mentioned, his stats individually not the best, but it's a comp he's comfortable with. He's played a lot on ladder. So he's big as well.
What they can find. Is there any immediate strategy you can think of for Overachievers that actually like changes anything at all? That would be a reason to go for it? Or, as you said, just comfort zone, immediately trying to knock people off?
I think maybe just they probably prepped it more. They probably thought about the more niche combinations. They've gone through all the possible things that can happen in stage 3 that can change the name of the game. And they think, hey, if we've prepped all these niche things that maybe other teams haven't had a chance to do, it's the first week of set 12. There is so much to think about. They think we might have a microscopic edge. And sometimes in TFT, a microscopic edge is all you need to win a game.
Absolutely, and we're seeing some of the starts for these players so far. Alan, going to be just holding as many one cost as he can pairs, looking for a potential win streak angle, not finding any upgrades yet. And it's going to be, once again, silver augments coming through.
Ooh, Lady Fortune would be very interesting artifacts do open up or improve or optimize a few different lines. That being said, much harder than finding an artifact early on, where if you have on 2-1 an artifact that opens up a line, you know to commit to it, you know what units to hold. For example, Corrupted Vampiric Scepter Warwick is something we haven't seen yet this tournament. In this case, it will be the silver ticket. Alan committing to reroll. He's only, I think, played Syndra as a reroll option this tournament just yet. We'll see if he's open to things like Kog'Maw as well, holding a Nunu on his bench on the side.
Yeah, immediately just going to see that silver ticket. Something that in this meta has found a lot more value. We've seen many sets where, you know, silver ticket, golden ticket, prismatic ticket get kind of thrown to the wayside, even when there are good reroll comps, just because it doesn't provide enough value. You lose out in the combat augments. You end up falling off too hard late game. But in this case, we see that reroll being kind of the strongest option with Syndra. It feels a lot more open to be able to go for these ticket augments and be confident in that, especially when you're racing a lot of the rest of the lobby to get there.
We have to wonder what are the silver augments for our competitors. There is, of course, a lot of variance in terms of the best performing augments and the worst. This is the first balance patch, the first kind of start to the set 12, so there are some lopsided results in terms of the stats for some augments. Some of the ones that come to mind to me, silver keepers, for example, is very, very strong with multi-strikers, with Cassidy, and gives a lot of direction especially. We've even seen it with Syndra. I think Alan himself played a Syndra game with his Vanguard, getting the value from the shielding on keepers as well.
Yeah, it is big to be able to find that extra front line. You just need time with Syndra, and the thing is if it's 2-1 keepers, it's even better for Syndra because you're just actually getting more stacks, even if you're not winning rounds. And then by the time it's late game, yeah, it's just some extra HP. It's a silver augment, not a big deal. So we'll see if that ends up making a big difference. Another one that can just be kind of lightly impactful and be quite nice in the current meta is the featherweights. It's quite good for Syndra because you want that attack speed, but also good for multi-strikers. Kind of same thing. It's not exactly super impactful, but it's still a very solid silver that people are looking for.
As we have this extra time to analyze these teams, I'm going to go a little bit deeper into Weibo and what they've been playing across the first 2 days. Overall, a lot of reliance on Syndra. Every player on their team has played Syndra at least once, with most players playing it up to 2 times. Hanxing with the last game, that game 1, playing it now 3 times in total. And they're very open to these gold augments that offer unique paths in the game. They had a golden quest player who finished with a first place. They've had 2 flexible games in day 1 that really worked out for them as well. And overall, they like Kalista as a 4-cost flex option or a way to tempo out of Kassadin in stage 4. We're back in the game. Silver Spoon is the option for Easy, trying to spoon some easy early wins on this stage 2 with the extra level.
Yeah, and we see kind of the start towards multi-strikers, but the Shojin slam, so we'll be seeing more likely going towards either Syndra if you can find it early enough, or we'll see that Karma later on. Everybody's still just going to be slamming the Syndra items early and then finding ways to pivot out of it if they're not the one to find it. So we do have a Young, Wild, and Free also picked up in this lobby, so we'll have to keep eyes there, especially with that priority on Carousel being so important. Young, Wild, and Free being able to deny that from your opponent can be so, so good.
And for Travis, I have to assume the Caretakers here is the Galio, considering he 1 has item as a Galio and 2 has a Galio 2 already.
And the fact that he's found the Syndra, this is phenomenal. One of the units that you reroll for the comp anyway, and now you're getting it for free. All right, here we go. Going into a fight, Travis having the Gargoyles, trying to keep the win streak here and also just buying enough time to get the early Syndra stacks. It's why it's so good to find it on stage 2, get the stacks rolling early, and then when you finally roll down an upgrader, you're just going to keep win streaking throughout stage 3.
And the great positioning here is Will Ziggs throwing his little bombs into that left top corner onto Lelouch. Lelouch hoping to get a few more kills here. Ideally, Zoe, the great single target damage, will kill off his Mordekaiser as well. That is the case. A great 2-unit loss for Lelouch here, and Travis ideally wants to lose to have item priority to try and build towards those Syndra items. No Syndra items right now. If he doesn't find a bow on this carousel, he could be in trouble and will be at the mercy of RNG coming into Krugs.
Look at Hanxing here, taking the risky moves, trying to make a lot of extra money. A lot of times players, when you take this, you want to try and win streak, right? You kind of play a little bit more aggressively with your gold, win streak, because you know it's going to all come back right afterwards, but loses the first round, even with these slams. And this does not look like that weak of a board overall. However, the backline, a little bit soft here. Just the Tristana, just a bow, plus the fairy item.
Travis once again becoming that superstar player for Z10. A 2-win streak for now. Can he go for a 5-win streak again in this stage 2? Risky moves in Augment we don't see much of, but as we mentioned, with Silver Augment, sometimes you have to go for the risky picks, or at least the pick you don't see as often because of the variance in the strength of the augments that you're offered. We're seeing already there a Nyla with a Shojin for easy, so really trying to make anything work until you get a Syndra.
Yeah. One thing that's nice about risky moves is that money comes in right about the time where you're trying to hit level 6 and roll down for Syndra and roll down for these 2 costs. So
what a coincidence.
Can work out quite well, I think, in this meta. I'm not sure how the stats are on it, but I can see it making a lot of sense as we've got our first carousel, Young, Wild, and Free. Where Chuso gonna go?
Only one bow, Travis's last pick, and Alan says, hey man, it's not going to reach you. I'm sorry. Find your Rage Blade somewhere else. I have to pick up a bow of my own if I want to slam the items that I need for my potential Syndra game plan. He is on silver ticket. He does have a Nashor's Tooth open. Nashor's Tooth can go into both Kassadin and Syndra, so I like the, I think, openness from Alan to say, hey, if I find more natural multi-striker units, I might go into this line instead.
Meanwhile, it looks like a Pandora's bench for Hong Lian, holding on to the early Zoe units and the Poppies. Potentially, we could see a Scholar reroll. We still haven't really seen that popping up too much. I think Pandora's bench could be a way that we end up seeing that happen. So we do have the Caretakers once again. Travis has found 5 Gallios on 2-5, looking to really turbo into this, and also getting the Mordekaiser online. A lot of gold on his board and bench. However, the power that can come up from this composition, incredibly, incredibly strong with that early Syndra.
Does Travis value the win streak? Does he want to slam an Ionic Spark and kind of lose one of those potential BIS components for the Syndra? Chuso seems to be locked into Syndra as well, so obviously not all players on DT can play for the Syndra. He does slam the Spark, the extra bit of damage, and the MR threat coming through for the Stage 3. Playing up against a CN player, playing up against a Weibo Gaming player, trying to defend his own win streak and have that HP lead that his team oh so desperately needs coming into the late game. As we saw in that game 1, it was so close to the end, but unfortunately the Kassadin reigned supreme. Yeah,
the shielding from the Kassadin, Ginsu plus the Quicksilver. Travis not able to hold the win streak this time around, and because he did not have much money, is definitely a huge loss for Travis. So look in this last round coming through, Alan and Hong Lian on the 4 losses. Kuzu, the only one to continue on a 4 win.
And 2 Kassadins already on the bench for Chuso. Chuso has very often been the designated Kassadin player for this team alongside Lelouch. In this case, I think just holding to try and make life a little bit harder for someone like Kuzu, who has not keepers but has featherweights, an augment that gives you extra attack speed and move speed. Very important for Akali and Kassadin to get from one target to the next.
Yeah, Hong Lian trying to grief Alan in this spot. It looks like Alan full sold as well, went full open fort, trying to grief Hong Lian. He would have won the grief war there, as Hong Lian's
ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
good afternoon, good evening, or good morning, wherever in the world you are tuning in from. My name is Quickshot, and you are watching the Esports World Cup Central broadcast. It is my pleasure to introduce you to Day 3 of Week 6, and it is time to catch you up on everything that's been happening in our EWC catch-up, powered by STC. Now, of course, in Week 6, we have 3 games inside of our arenas, Teamfight Tactics, Street Fighter 6, as well as Fortnite. Let's start by heading into the TFT arena and hearing from Ian Chambers exactly what happened on day number 2.
All kinds of emotions when it comes to TFT at the Esports World Cup. Day 2 is in the books, and we had highs and lows across the board. The big talking point, really, Fnatic, the team that came in looking like mega beasts, I'm going to call them, the absolute favorites here. They're not here anymore. They are gone. And booking flights home alongside them, we have Zeta Division, Carmine Corp, and Onse Pa, who are also no longer part of the process. Let's talk about some nice topics, shall we now? Some of the success stories. Vitality at the very end here, making a tremendous comeback to book their spot in the quarterfinals. Prior to them, T1, Toronto Ultras, and Wolves all locked in as well. It only gets more serious from here when it comes to TFT at EWC.
Thank you so much, Ian Chambers, but I will say that nice is relative. I think it is a nice story seeing who's been eliminated. And you can see that Fnatic lost close series 2-1 and 2-1, ultimately going home, also meaning no club championship points for them. T1 has advanced as the highest seed coming out of the group, and we'll find out later today if Zero Tenacity or Weibo Gaming will be the second team to advance. Of course, the question is going to be who will be able to catch up to T1 later on. They are looking like the only pre-tournament favorite team. Still looking good, still looking alive, and I'm loving all the juicy drama. We're going to turn our attention to Street Fighter 6, and one of the guys with the nicest voices in all of commentary. It's Rob TV to give us the update.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just finished day 2 of the Esports World Cup for Street Fighter 6, and oh my goodness, it has been so unpredictable. It's like somebody that cursed all of the players that we thought was gonna win it. Already down is Knuckle Dang. Already down is Min RD, and then as well today, we lost Big Bird. You can't believe it, but that's how it goes down right here at EWC. Group number 1, we saw Hikaru, the 19-year-old phenom, rocking the Aki, and he goes through, destroys the competition, and makes it out with absolute ease. And of course, in that same group, Chris Wong, who got 2nd place at Capcom Cup, he was able to go ahead and make it out of his group, rocking with that Akuma. Some people was doubting him. They thought that he was finished. They thought it was a thing of the past. No way, no how. Luke gets nerfed, but he still does the same thing with Akuma. Congrats to Hikaru and Chris Wong. And in our next group, we had good 8 squads Kawano all the way through the winner side of the bracket. Absolutely unstoppable. No one could touch his Akuma. We saw all kinds of new tech. EX tossed him into the EXDP in the corner. That's optimal. Who even knew that? And then on the loser side, I thought Nephew was going to be the one to do it. Big Hollywood might have been a little bit biased, but maybe that cursed him or something because Tachikawa was just too strong. And take a look at this. He actually stood up after he landed the CA. He thought the match was over, but it was not. He sits down anyway. What are you standing up for? And gets the W. Things that you only see here at Esports World Cup. Madness. And this next group, I would say, is the strongest group that we have in all of the Esports World Cup. Knuckle-Doo, Tokido, Bonchan, and Lashore all in one group, and only 2 can make it out. Absolute insanity ensued as Knuckle-Doo goes head-to-head with Tokido and actually had a situation where he hits the share button all of a sudden. You can't, you hate to see it. It breaks your hearts, but that's what happened. And then Tokido goes on to clutch it out over him. But even then, Tokido, arguably one of the GOATs of fighting games, was not able to make it out, as it ended up being Lashore with his Ed and Bonchan with the Akuma taking it all the way. Ridiculous group. And then the last group of EWC, it's so hard to say goodbye to Big Bird. It doesn't even feel right saying it after Punk gets eliminated. We just knew Big Bird was going to win the whole tournament, but that's just how stiff the competition is here, as it ended up being Higuchi, the Japanese Gao, and Moke as well, taking it as they move on into the top 16. ladies and gentlemen, that is it for day 2. That is it for the group stages. As now we are going to be getting into the top 16 in day 3. This is when it gets serious. Somebody's has to go home. Somebody's old has got to go. This has been Big Hollywood Rob TV in the recap for EWC. I'll see you on day 3.
Rob, bro, you start that segment off by going, oh my goodness, who cursed them? You did! And the entirety of the broadcast team. I asked you who the predictions were. You told me Mana RD. You told me Punk. You told me Big Bird. Bro, you're responsible for them being eliminated. Anyways, we can take a look at it really quickly. Chris Wong, surprising, taking out DCQ, taking out VX Bao, and advancing to the next group stage. Quick reminder, and I'll explain this later, but Hikaru and Chris Wong, seeding doesn't matter. It resets for the next stage of groups, and we'll dive into that a little deeper on later in our broadcast. There's a lot more to unpack for each of those games, but there's one last update that I want to check in with, and it's going to be Fortnite. We're going to head to Barney Banks and grab ourselves a Grimace Shake on the way.
Welcome to the Amazon Arena, where day 2 of the Esports World Cup featuring Fortnite has concluded. The day began with Power taking on Alaula with a convincing 3-0 win. We then went on to Fnatic taking to the stage, and they lost to a triumphant KS7. Falcons then went the distance against Dragons Esports in a very interesting and surprising matchup where Falcons ultimately took the victory 3-2. And finally, R8 closed out the day with a 3-2 of their own against KS7. And you know what that means? We have our playoff teams. They consist of Xset, Gaming Gladiators, Heroic, R8 Esports, Exceed, Falcons, Carmine Corp, and Dignitas. And so, the battle for that trophy truly begins.
Thank you so much, Barney. A fantastic introduction to our top 8, and the quarterfinals are all best of 7 that will be starting on later this evening. A significant number of these teams are going to be hoping to pick up the trophy, but Xset and Exceed, or EWC Central, will be focusing our eyesight. That does it for this episode of EWC Catch-Up, powered by STC. Welcome back to the main sofas. Just before I introduce my guests, a reminder of the 3 games and their start times. Teamfight Tactics is live right now. EWC_Gold. Weibo taking on Zero Tenacity at 5 p.m. local. Street Fighter 6 will kick off, and at 6 p.m. local, Fortnite quarterfinals will kick off as well. I've already introduced myself, but as a quick reminder, my nickname is Quickshot. I'm in this lovely hot seat for the remainder of the Esports World Cup, meaning the next 2.5 weeks. We are into week 6, halfway through it, and there are still 2 more full weeks to go ahead of us. Let's turn our attention to my experts, my returning lovely gang, trio, children, students, Padawans. Hi Sam, how are you?
I'm doing really well. I'm glad to be here. I love that I was getting all these titles and stuff, and then I was like, how are you doing? I'm doing really well.
Fantastic. Hi Blake, how are you?
I'm doing great. I'm looking forward to the matches we got lined up today. The playoffs are about to be crazy.
Do you know what I love so much? Every passing day, you get more laid back.
I know, it's like the angle is descending.
I'm relaxed. I'm relaxed.
It's going to be horizontal tomorrow.
Tomorrow, I'm kicking Steve off the couch. I'm going to be laying down.
You know what I prefer? Tomorrow, put your legs on Steve's lap. How you doing, Steve?
Doing all right, man. These guys got me really excited for their games. Hopefully, you guys know what's happening for Street Fighter, because we got some crazy matches coming. Can't wait to get to them.
I absolutely want to unpack all of the results that we missed off stream last night, because we finished our broadcast at 7 and gameplay was still running for all 3 of our games. But let's remind you what is happening today here at EWC. As I mentioned, TFT is already live and alive, flying on deciders as well as quarterfinals to follow up later today. Fortnite quarterfinals will be kicking off this evening, and Street Fighter 6 will be the second group phase. I will explain that to you in just a little bit, because at least for Street Fighter 6, and I think for most of the FGC, this is a pretty unique format. It's not something we see a lot. So Steve, I'm going to be relying on you to explain it to me a little later on. But because Teamfight Tactics is live and alive, Sam, who's playing? What's happening? What's at stake?
So we've currently got the last few decider matches to go through. It's Weibo versus Zero Tenacity right now. Big match. These will be deciding who's going home, who's going on to playoffs. Weibo got the first game. We're looking pretty good in game 2, but I've just started to see a few of those Zero Tenacity guns start to come together.
Do you want to see the gameplay?
I gotta do.
You really do?
Yeah, I really do.
Okay, what arena is that in?
It's gonna be the STC arena.
Oh,
Can we look in?
Oh,
yes.
All right, so give us those stakes really quickly there.
Yeah, so we're into the carousel here for stage 5. So we are starting to get towards the point where people are going to get knocked out.
Ooh, knocked out. Okay. It's still just Syndra all day long. We're going to have the pleasure to keep talking about this one. I'm reserving the right for casters later on when it gets a bit more hype.
Well, when we find out exactly that.
Our voices are nicer than theirs anyway.
That's true. Have you listened to this? Wow. Like, look, we got to look.
Stray shots.
You can't be in this business without a little bit of ego.
I will say this. I think I woke up on the grumpy side of the bed. So I'm going to ask you boys to keep me in line today.
Only today. Only today.
Pretty sure that's every day.
Okay, that's
fantastic.
Awesome. Right, let's take a quick look here. We are in stage 5, round 5. Once we get back to the single screen, we can look at the HP bars. I'm presuming that this is the first game because I think games just started at 2.
We're on game 2, so
game
Weibo
2?
got 1. Yeah,
you know what? You did say that, but I think I was talking to producer. So let's take a look at the status once we get to the HP bars.
Yeah, so as it stands right now, we've got a Weibo player in number 1. But I'll note that people like Alan ZG have started to put together a really good win streak. And what had been a really solid top 4 for Weibo Gaming, they had 3 members in those top slots, had started to fall away a little bit as the game went on, and we've seen how that gets tricky.
What I loved so much, while we were in that dual screen, my producer was feeding me all the info, but I'll give you the update now. Because Weibo won game 1, which Sam's also mentioned, and I missed it, more importantly, Zero Tenacity have lost another player. Is that a second player that just went down as well?
It did.
So I'm going to try to remember what Sam taught me yesterday. If you have 3 players out of your 4 in the bottom 4, meaning 5, 6, 7, 8, it means you've lost the round.
Indeed, yes.
And that means Z10 is flying home.
They are indeed, and that's a really scary point. They've still got 2 members alive, but I need to see Travis in particular turn it around a little
I'm going to test Blake now. How many hit points do the 2 Z10 members have left?
17 and 6.
Oh, look at this.
There we go. Hey, we're learning.
You're learning. I love that so much. And what's the win streak or loss streak? Come on, you can highlight one of them.
Yeah, so Alon's is on a 1 loss streak.
That's it.
Loud is on a 3 win streak.
Yes! Okay, this brings me joy.
And the key
he gave me a private lesson off the
That's all I'm about to say. Wait a minute.
Great call, especially because Alan just lost his win streak. So he's just inverted. It's a big deal.
See, this is what's great, right? He's like, throughout the course of the weekend, we've been trying to teach Steve and Blake how to play TFT, how to watch TFT, and it's been a lot of fun just to catch them up. So I like to throw these little tests out there. Blake, gold star. Really nicely done, my man. Really nicely done.
He's learned well.
Zero Tenacity, pretty much have to be gone, right?
It's very difficult from here. It's looking like a way back.
That's it.
Forwards. Yeah, it's
That's
over.
it. We literally cut away, I think, as that final player dropped, but I was too busy talking nonsense, and my producers were trying to tell me. So now it's just going to be the dance of joy. What I love, this is more for Steve. Sorry to cut you off, Sam, but when we do see those play cameras, you see them celebrating, there's still 4 players in the lobby. 3 of them on the winning team. The 4th guy just sits there and be like,
he just knows he's done.
I said this yesterday, and it's really true, because it is an extended eulogy. You have to sit there and just listen to the last words being read out by the other team.
You really have spent a lot of time with me. An extended eulogy.
It's rough.
Bro, he's still alive.
Right? I was about to say. I mean,
is he really at this point?
You're technically playing with a ghost, right? He literally just hands off like...
That's even worse.
It's in the room, you know?
Okay. Let's move on with the show. We're going to do some breakdowns and explain what we've missed. Before we do that, though, I think it's crucial to understand what's happening in the EWC Club Championship update, brought to you by SDC. Now, I'm going to start with a League of Legends club that I'm very familiar with, T1. They are in 5th place for our club championship and has officially become eligible for a piece of the prize money and a huge chunk of bragging rights because they secured a top 8 finish in team fight tactics. How high can they go on this table? How many additional points can they unlock? It is a guaranteed minimum of 60. If they make it to semis, if they make it to finals, the number will jump. If they make it to finals, they can place higher than Team Liquid if they are able to do that. Now, this has been a horrible week for Fnatic. They are outside of the top 10 with 660 points. They've been eliminated in Fortnite. They've been eliminated in Teamfight Tactics. They only have 1 player still alive in Street Fighter 6, and Chris Wong is holding on to Fnatic's chances of climbing up those tables and earning them more points. And finally, Falcons were eliminated in Street Fighter 6, but they are still alive in Fortnite and TFT. How many more points will they gain, and how close are they to mathematically securing the championship? It could happen very, very soon. That does it for our EWC Club Championship update, brought to you by SDC. Now, of course, as the host of the Central Broadcast, I bring you updates of the Club Championship. I do tend to embellish. I do tend to celebrate when but when I do talk about teams and players being eliminated, for Stephen Blake, you haven't seen this a lot. How does it sound to your ears that I'm, kind of trash talking these clubs?
Look, I'm gonna tell you right now. I was talking to Rob TV yesterday. He's like, yo, Trevor be going in. I was like, look, man, I don't even know what to say most of the time because he goes, but I'm gonna tell you right now, look, it's very in tune with like sports, 1, 2 with fighting games, the smack talk, and it brings a lot of flavor to it. But once again, you're still a hater, so that's all I'm gonna say.
But the haters are so much fun. I enjoy being mean. It's a great time.
Thank you.
Sounding like a Londoner, I want you to know that. You're sounding like a Londoner right now.
Yes.
So
like, are you used to this? Because there's a lot of positivity in Fortnite, isn't there?
There's a lot of toxicity.
Hey, what about?
I do gotta say, we gotta pray on the downfall of a couple clubs at some point. We want to see a close club championship leaderboard.
Yes, exactly. Thank you so much. That is what I want. That is also why I expect so much from all of the partner clubs participating here at EWC. Now, as I mentioned, we do have live teamfight tactics. So because of that fact, I think it is important to catch up on the results that happened yesterday, speak to some of the experts and casters on the show. So let's kick it off by speaking to the casters Casanova and Hubison in the ALJ interview.
Hello, Future Sam. It is Past Sam here, and I've managed to find the smallest round table of all time with two of the greatest minds in TFT after day 2 of the EWC TFT tournament. And I think it's fair to say our expectations have been somewhat undercut. Falcons down into the lower bracket, and Fnatic just out after 2 days of play. What is going on?
I mean, that's got to be the biggest surprise, right? Is Fnatic going down completely out of the tournament. Everyone would have expected them probably to make it to maybe top 4, bare minimum make it to the quarterfinals, but completely going out, just 2 losses, definitely not what was expected, but really cool to see the upset of Toronto Ultra over the Falcons, and Falcons, of course, I think will bounce back.
Yeah, Falcon for sure is the favorite of the tournament, or one of the favorites, and Toronto Ultra, even though it's an upset because of the power of Falcon, Toronto Ultra is playing amazing. They're playing the teamwork, and that's what you want to see here in the 4v4. It's so good to see both players getting augments, getting charms to actually help each other. Not only going for one person to win it all, but actually making sure the team has the win condition to do that. So that's so amazing and so good to see.
And I really want to touch on that, because I think that's something that most of us didn't quite weight properly when it came to setting up our expectations for this. Was like, look, how much is things like coaching and teamwork going to really impact this format? And I think now we've had a couple days of play, it's pretty clear the teams that are doing well have gotten themselves really on the ball, really on the board when it comes to setting up these team comps, setting up as a team to make it all work.
Yeah, we've definitely been seeing the more talkative teams having a lot of results. I mean, if you watch that entire series of Falcon versus Toronto Ultra, both teams are chatting back and forth throughout the entire game at every single stage. And I think that they probably have some of the cleanest comms between. We don't know, right? Because we don't get to hear all of them in every single team. But I don't see any kind of wasted time between them. Seems like they're talking pretty briefly between each other, making a decision and running with it. And that's what's been very impressive.
Yeah, and also recognizing the meta. Meta is very close right now, but normally that only takes you onto a certain place. There's a moment where the game doesn't want you to play the meta because someone else already had it. So the players that are actually recognizing this and maybe playing something off meta, but not for winning, maybe for only going top 6 and helping the rest of the team achieve their win com, making sure you have someone that doesn't go 8th, even in a bad spot, and making sure one player is the hero. Making sure someone is actually going for that win out spot is what's making the difference here.
I think with that in mind particularly, what you said earlier about the clean comms, I know for a fact that Toronto Ultra brought in an ex-Overwatch coach, Deepay, to come in, and he's there. And Overwatch, to those who don't know, is one of the most visually intense games in esports, and basically brought in, he's a high-ranked TFT player himself, yes, but he's there to create clean comms. And the thing with TFT is you've got very limited amount of time to give over quite a lot of information. So I guess in that case, from your perspective, what information do you need to give across, and what's kind of key in those moments?
So I mean, it's all about just the spot recognition, saying, hey, my spot for this is good because X, Y, and then someone else can say, oh, okay, but I also have, you know, Z, and I have this, and I need to actually be the one to take the spot because I can go first from here for sure. The other person has to be able to be okay with that and be able to step away. And I think that the fact that Toronto Ultra has some very humble players on it, and because they have Deepay as a coach, but not just Deepay with that experience in Overwatch, but Relic playing at the League of Legends World Championship, bringing that leadership to the team as well, I think it's making all the difference for a team like that.
Yeah, and you mentioned Deepay. the reason why he's there is because he coached Replay in the past and helped him get the championship when they play. And then Relic said, as you say, as the captain of the team, we need someone to coach us. This is a team sport. So who do we have? And Replay was what? I know the one. It's Dipe, and he's making the difference here. He's helping the team accomplish what they have been doing so far.
Okay, last question then, last bit of conversation for this round table. You mentioned that actually at some point, you're not gonna be able to play the meta. We all know the meta's Syndra. But what are the comps you've seen today where someone's found another line, another seam to unpick to try and win a lobby? Anything you've got your eyes on to maybe slightly counter the meta such as it is?
Yeah, maybe not a counter. The counter is to Griff, the other one, the meta. So that's the actual counter, but vertical comps. Maybe Portal 10, Portal 9, Fairy 9 has been performance, but the thing is, you cannot look for that comp. The comp looks for you. So you have to recognize that spot and be prepared to challenge it and use it.
We saw a couple players go into Frost. Wasn't the best.
No.
GK even saying on stage, I will never again play this comp. I think Weijin actually had a pretty good game in it when the Fnatic series off of that Wandering Trainer, just making the best out of a bad situation. But then even Michael having like a beautiful spot for it. Like if Frost was any good, Michael goes top 4 every single game. And he went 7. So I think it's like a little tough to find the off-meta comps. I think Coupe is right. It's really verticals, and they kind of have to find you. And outside of that, as he said, a lot of times if your spot's not good, you become the griefer. You are just griefing the other team.
That's the plan. How much can I make the other team suffer? Coupe and of course Cass, thank you so much guys for joining me. But enough from me. It's time to get 88 gigawatts on the board and we go back to the future.
And welcome back to the future.
I am indeed back to the future. Thank you very much. Sam, you were looking fabulous, by the way.
I agree. I will be honest. I think present Sam. I like the green.
I'm a big fan of it. Thank you, mate.
That's great. Well, would you like to react to the interview?
I would love to, because there was a couple of things in there really important to unpack. 'Cause again, we had a really great discussion there about things like coaching, how important it's been, how the teams have managed to clean up their comms and get things working together, and how sometimes, if the lobby just doesn't roll for you, you have to play the role of the griefer. You're there to make the enemy team suffer, not to make your team do well.
Now, importantly, I think as well, because we have TFT going on, let's catch everybody up on everything that we've missed for the last 2 days. So that means starting at the beginning, what were your power rankings? What were the expectations? The reason I want to bring those back up is then also to ask everybody to evaluate the results and see where we've landed. When we had the power rankings, what you can see on this graphic is that anybody that is in a gold frame or highlight has advanced as the #1 seed in the group. Anyone that's grayed out, well, much like many other games, you're seeing grayscale, you are eliminated from the tournament. Explain this, what's your take?
So I think a lot of it was, we came in with a lot of unknowns into this tournament. How was 4v4 going to work? How was a new set going to work? What kind of preparation did these players come in a game that is already incredibly high variance? You tend to look at a player's success by that average placement over a couple years, over an entire set. One tournament, one bad roll, it can go wrong for you.
I also think as well, because of the newness of the format, I am quite bullish on the fact that any pre-tournament expectations for this game, for this tournament, frankly, was guesswork at best. I think it's too new, it's too fresh. There hasn't been an event of this scale. I mean, look at Group C, right?
Yeah.
Fnatic, the out-and-out favorites. Every single professional TFT person told me they're going to smash, they're going to win. They've got multiple world champions. They've got some guy who washes dishes. They've got somebody named Malala. And unfortunately, they crash out.
They really do. And a lot of that is, as we said, great players don't always make a great team. And even then, that Dish Soap interview afterwards was pretty hard-hitting. He was very blunt. He was very forthright. And I really suggest go find that, because he was like, look, we just rolled poorly, and I need to take a bit of a break and look at how I want to play the set.
I mean, I do think as well, the variance of the game, I acknowledge, but also it is a game mode that's very new, right?
For sure.
Let's talk about the team that did not disappoint, though. Out of those power rankings, I think T1's probably the only squad that I'm smiling about when I think of them. And you can actually see them here having a bit of a fist bump after they picked up their win.
Exactly that. And this is a team who the reason they were rated highly was because we were expecting to come in with good coaching, with good teamwork. The players themselves aren't the highest rated, but they work so well together.
And of course, what you are seeing here as well, T1 were giving fist bumps to Zero Tenacity. They dropped them to the lower bracket. Zero Tenacity have now just been eliminated from the Esports World Cup at the hands of Weibo Gaming, who they themselves were dropped down. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to hear from the victorious Kezi of Weibo Gaming in the ALJ interview.
Thank you so much. Such a fun match to watch. Weibo goes 2-0 against Zero Tenacity. But before we start the interview, we have Alan from Zero Tenacity to hand over the key to Kezi to be crushed later on. There you go. Thank you so much for playing on this tournament. We've had so much fun watching Zero Tenacity. And now we're gonna have a conversation with Kizzy about the win. Honestly, it was very expected, but we have so much to talk about on their performance in the tournament. But first of all, I do want to ask you, honestly, you guys as an APAC region team, you've been very dominant in the tournament, and not just you guys, all the Chinese players and the Korean players as well. Do you think that you're just more dominant than EMEA and NA players?
目前来说，你们在这个比赛里面呢，有你们代表亚洲队，你们的还有其他的中国队玩得非常好，还有韩国队，你觉得你们未来有什么样的挑战吗？对他们来比赛的时候？
我觉得我们实验赛区能够夺得最后的冠军吧。
So he said the practice we have right now, I think we can have this championship, we can win it.
There you go. I mean, if they believe that they can win it, they absolutely can. But I do want to ask you about your next match. You're going against Team Fatality in the quarterfinals, but we've seen different styles that you've played in the previous matches in the group stage. Do you expect to do well against them? Is there anything up your sleeve that you haven't shown yet?
后面你们来的比赛可能会难一点。然后你们对那些团队要比赛的时候，你有没有什么自己的要新的一个模式或者新的一个方法？你们要跟他们比，如果输了就要淘汰。
因为我们觉得，就我们已经打过了最强的2支队了，所以我们后面无所畏惧。
So he said, as for long, we already played with some of the best teams already, and we win. So I think for the future, we don't have any problem, I believe. We're okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you guys heard that. They can do it if they believe so. Then they absolutely have a huge chance to win the whole tournament. But for now, let's head back to the studio to talk more about this match and how Weibo went 2-0 against Zero Tenacity.
Thank you very much. Yes, let's talk about that, guys. What do you think of the interview? What do you think of the performance thus far?
I think it's been really, really good stuff, and I think it's a very humble interview, but they're clearly coming in very confident in themselves, and because there is that double elimination format, any kind of slight mistakes you can look at to go again. They'll be going against Vitality later today because we've got quarterfinals in the second half of the day.
Okay.
It still keeps going.
That is exciting. That's also why we're trying to catch you up on all the games so you can appreciate the quarterfinals later today. Let's turn our attention to Group D. Toronto Ultra were able to beat the Chinese players from Team Falcons.
Yeah.
This is an upset, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Team Falcons came in incredibly hyped. If you remember back on day one, I said, look, they picked up the players who hadn't made it to give them more backroom staff, more backroom brains. And honestly, I got a little bit of a spoiler for what's going ahead to talk to Relic, one of the members of Toronto Ultra, and he's saying, look, I expect to fight Falcons in the finals. I want to beat these guys again. They're the best.
But in order for that to become true, Team Falcons have to beat Na'Vi later today. There's going to be that rematch for first because it was Falcons that beat Na'Vi 2-0. And if anything similar happens like we've been seeing over Street Fighter 6, well, that rematch might not go very well.
No.
I really do like that you mentioned that you spoke to Relic because we do actually have an interview with the Group D winner, Relic, from Toronto Ultra in the ALJ interview.
Hey, I have managed to find Relic from Toronto Ultra after an absolutely exceptional upper bracket run, including a huge victory against tournament favorites Team Falcons 2-1 today. What on earth happened in that game? You bringing down some big heads today.
Yeah, we really respect Falcon. We think they are a very, very good team. I think neither of us could have won. I think we performed it, especially game 1 and game 3. And yeah, it was a very fun series.
Of course, at this point we're coming on in, you've now qualified through to the last day. I think people in some ways perhaps hadn't rated your team quite so highly, but now we've seen a bit of it. We're kind of finding out that teams that have come in with good leadership, good comms, good coaching are doing a lot better at this tournament. So can you talk us through a bit of that from your side? Because it feels like from what we've been hearing from people that you guys are really on the ball when it comes to team comms, when it comes to coaching.
Yeah, to be honest, I have no idea why they don't think we are that good.
Maybe we're just wrong.
I have literally no idea, but well, it is what it is, and I actually prefer to be the underdog, so that's pretty good. We have been working really hard. We bootcamp almost 2 weeks, so yeah, we did a lot of work with our coach. We had esports psychologists, so yeah, we did all the homework, let's say, to be good, and in the end, it's working out.
Yeah, and I suppose the other side of this is you're coming into a set incredibly fresh. You'll have a little bit of time on the PBE tournament realm, but that's not the same as live practice, the data you get from that, all the rest of it. So how has it been preparing for a tournament where the set is less than a week old on live?
Yeah, actually, it's pretty annoying, but it's our duty, no? We have to do it. Like every team has to do it this way. We have like no time. The good thing for us is everything we expected in the PvE to be on live was like that. So we had a really good read on the meta early on, also thanks to our screen partners. And yeah, like we were so ready from day one on live to just keep playing and improving our lines that they are playing them today. So yeah, it's pretty good for us that we had the read very early on.
And obviously a lot of TFT players don't have that much LAN experience. Yeah. You, on the other hand, have a little bit, but from another game, at least tangentially, because you used to be a League of Legends pro. So what's it like being on a stage like this again and preparing your team for it?
Yeah, I mean, I play like 200 games on League of Legends, like with audience, so I am pretty confident, pretty comfortable. Like this audience, this stage is amazing. It's pretty chill. It's pretty nice. So yeah, for me, it's like very calm. But I think my teammates also are very calm. They are not getting nervous at all.
That's incredible.
And I think we have an advantage. Some teams were joking that we were too old to play. But on the other hand, we are so mature. Like we had zero problems during training, zero problems during the stage. We know when we have to, be the one that is going 7, is going 6.
Right.
The sacrifice. So I think actually being old is a strength for our team. And I don't know, I really love playing with these guys, and I think we can make it.
Okay, last question then before I let you go. Who else is joining you in the top 8? Any other teams you think you're going to make it?
I think Falcon for sure. I actually want to play Falcon again in the finals. I think they are very, very good, and I want to meet them again.
Are you beating them again?
Yeah,
fantastic.
for sure.
Thank you so much, mate. Relic, I'll let you get back to your day. Back to us at the Central broadcast.
I love how confident he was it's going to be Falcons again. He wants to beat them again. And I also want to call out, I know for a fact he was picked up for this roster because of his previous experience in League of Legends, a team-based game. Having that experience in comms, in working together, that
carries
such
over
a big
a lot.
deal.
It's almost like having different skills to single TFT is more important at this tournament.
Absolutely.
Let's continue. Let's take a look at Group B, of course. Huge names. Vitality in. They qualify 2-0, 2-0. And not only that, Common Core are out 0-2, 0-2.
I mean, Carmine Core, I don't think anybody expected them to play the worst of any team at the tournament. I think they are the only team who have not picked up a map. They have not won a game.
So not a single round. Wow. Okay, that's actually crazy. I mean, look, okay, Twisted Minds eliminate Carmine Core. They're going to be playing later against Miriam Sejong.
Yep, revenge match.
The revenge match.
Oh, yeah.
How are you expecting them to play out?
It should be Twisted Minds. I still favor them, but the first round went the way of Marion Sejong. Maybe they got something to them.
That's such a good name. We've got one last group to look in and give you an update on. This is Group A. And shockingly, if you believe the hype, Zeta were out already. I do think it is fair to say, shockingly, Wolves Esports popping off.
They played so well, and I think the other side of the Zeta division messed up a bit for me, because remember, on broadcast, we saw them team killing each other.
That was Zeta?
I'm pretty sure it was. We saw them some Zeta kills. And there's some more to that as well. Like, remember, they have one of the best players of all time in there. They've got title, a guy known as the Protagonist. One of these guys who's so good for so long.
Wait, Dalbeck. The player's nickname is?
The Protagonist.
And his actual name is? Title.
Title, yeah.
The Protect, that's even cooler than fighting game nicknames.
That's ridiculous.
I have also heard, just as an FYI, branching out there 1-2-0, we actually have the live game going on right now, because there's 2 streams as well, right? Side by side.
Getting 2 at once.
So, of course, you can keep an eye on that, youtube.com/@EWC. And, of course, if you're on Twitch, twitch.tv/EWC_gold. We are taking a look at GK on a match right now. Let's take a look at the hit points. 1, 2, 5, and 8. So what do you make of this? Still 2 players at 100 HP though.
So I will point out, we've literally just got our first augments. Don't worry about that one. We'll talk a little bit later on that one. But it means we're very early into the game. Comms are still being figured out. Everything's still to play for here, and it is a deciding map.
And of course, very quickly to note as well, you can see the plays. They are on the secondary stage. The SDC Arena is for the Weibo series that we did just take a look at a second ago. They'll be priming up for their next game. But I said, like you mentioned, stage 2 very early on. What I'm looking for is who's got Syndra. Is that one on this board here for GK?
It is indeed.
Yep, bottom right-hand corner. That lady with the long flowing blonde hair, or
next to the Archer.
Platinum
Silver
hair.
kind of. I know what you mean.
Actually, do you know what? That's worse because they both got platinum hair.
Yeah, I know, exactly.
It's the floating woman.
Yeah, the one not with a bow and arrow.
Exactly.
So part of the reason they look very similar is because they're actually from the same kind of skin universe in the main League of Legends game, so it's their Coven skin.
Oh my word, it is, yes!
Yes, you go. That's where the Eldritch, they share an Eldritch trait.
So this is where my old eyes, the screen's too far away.
I got you.
Can't see it.
So that's why they look very similar. It's a deliberate harmonization. Of course, they share some traits.
And again, big highlight here. 2 members of GK all just dropping down. So it is small advantages here against them, unfortunately.
Yeah, and obviously early on, sorry, you got something to say?
It might be a dumb question, but like,
That's
I'm
perfectly fine.
just confirming that HP doesn't reset each round, correct?
No, it does not.
Okay. No.
So basically, when you load into a new lobby, or rather into a new map, yes, your HP otherwise is consistent. There are some ways to get things back, but it's like an augment or something.
So how do you get HP back from an augment?
You get a rocky roll, is the honest answer, and then you play from that. So you can get some early on. So
wait, so what is the augment that gives you like little chibi health? Yeah.
I know the symbol, I can't remember the name, I'll look that up.
It's funny because the reason I'm asking, literally as you asked about HP regen, producer asked, can you get health back? I shook my head, and it turns out it's actually an augment.
Very occasionally, yeah.
Okay, so there's a random chance roll to get some HP back. I have not played this set just yet. I'm working. Right, now let's turn our attention, of course, Falcons versus Na'Vi. What are we making of this one? Give me some hype and expectations.
Falcons should wreck this 2-0. Should. But I've said that a lot this tournament, it's gone wrong. So we've seen one tournament favorite and Fnatic go out. Falcons could fumble here, but myself, Relic was pretty impressed too, so it should be.
Can I just jump in on this one? And I just want this on the record, right? I have been a naysayer on expectations from day one because I am very firmly of the opinion whatever past experiences these individual players have, frankly, are next to irrelevant in the big picture. And the fact that we've seen a lot of these S and A tier teams crash out, I think we're validating that. I will acknowledge, if Falcons are favored, I give you that. I think they may have this. But to say they're going to smash 2-0, I really hope you're wrong so I can be right.
Yeah, I completely get that. What I will say, though, is for those who didn't get to catch Falcons' match against Toronto Ultra yesterday, I really go and suggest you do watch it because it was a phenomenal match. That second round that Falcons won was one of the most dominant things I've seen in the set. They literally top-4'd the whole team.
So let's see if they can do it again, because if they don't do it again, it's variance, and then we can say it's random.
That's it. There you go.
I am very much looking forward to seeing that matchup. I'm going to be on hype Na'Vi just so I can even be wrong. Let's find out, though, as we move on. We've spent some time sitting down with the boys from Vitality to play a round of over or underrated. So let's check it out.
I'm here with Team Vitality to do the over-underrated minigame. I'll bring up some prompts, some topics. You guys will quickly let me know if it's over or underrated and hopefully have a little discussion if you guys disagree. Starting things off, what should be an easy one? Mortog?
It depends by who.
Well, by you, Mo. You're the one lifting the card.
But the thing is, like, it depends.
There's no depending. You have to lift the card.
I was told that you put on both of them.
Yes.
Okay, I think by some people, he's underrated, and some people, he's overrated.
Syndra reroll. Okay. Golden egg.
Okay. Oh, no, I just think people think it sucks because
it does suck,
it's like a meme. But like, I feel like,
bro,
like sometimes it's like actually good.
Yeah, but the thing is, I guess.
No, the thing is, like, it's rated
man.
so lowly, like it can't be overrated.
That's true.
That is
I think
true.
most people think it's like the worst, like quite literally the worst.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, it can't be underrated.
Kog'Maw reroll. Karma Flex. Okay. Believer. Kassadin reroll. Okay. NATFT.
I mean, okay.
No explanation needed. I know why on this one. EMEA TFT. Oh, okay, Milk.
Okay, the thing is, like, everyone knows they're really bad, right? But, like, they're not that, like, they're bad. They're out of the 4 major regions, they're the worst region. But, like,
you could just lift the card and not say anything else, and I think I would have liked the second a lot more.
Sorry. Sorry. I thought you asked me to explain.
No, I did. Don't worry.
Oh, my bad.
4v4 TFT compared to individual. Okay. Charms. Okay. That's good. TFT Esports as a whole, and where it's like moving, the direction it's moving in.
Oh, direction?
How happy you are with TFT Esports?
Oh, not very happy.
final one, Team Vitality.
Oh.
I actually genuinely think we're underrated.
It's actually,
Okay.
I think people don't know we're about to smash this tournament.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks so much, guys, for joining me here for the over-underrated minigame. Thanks so much for your answers on both these and the roundtable. And best of luck in the tournament. I hope you guys do well. Big fan of all of you as players, so hopefully it works out for you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
People buy.
I'm going to ask Stephen Blake a question. Is Teamfight Tactics as a game mode and tournament underrated or overrated? Ooh. Steve, what do you think?
Don't spare my feelings. Come on, Dillard, look me in the eyes when you do this. Come on.
No disrespect, a little overrated. I don't want to see the hype. If he's not gonna say it, I'll say it.
Production, can we get a new Fortnite guy in?
I love this. Also, to be fair, Fortnite's so overrated.
All right.
I will agree with Trevor on that. Fortnite's a little overrated.
He's been hyping up Fortnite the whole show.
But I am going to get into some Fortnite, so it's cool.
Gentlemen, I really love this. Obviously, we're having a lot of fun. We all love our respective games. We're going to teach one about the others. So right now, I'm going to be asking Sam to teach us a little bit more about one of the teams competing here in Teamfight Tactics. We're going to look at T1. So let's start off with the roster. Tell me about the players and why we're highlighting them.
So this is a roster that is full of good players, but not necessarily historically excellent ones, with the exception of Bintom, who is kind of their star player, but we'll touch on him a little later. What got us really excited was the backroom staff. T1 as an organization made sure the kind of infrastructure that was around them was top quality. They came in ready to play as a team, ready to play well. We'd heard from loads of other teams that T1 was scrimming like gods, and they have been converting that so well on stage. One of the big things we have seen about this format, now we've got some more gameplay, is that matters a whole lot.
I really want to focus in on that performance side of things, because remind me in your S and your A tier, you had Falcons and Fnatic in S.
Yep.
T1 was in A. Who else was in A?
Twisted Minds and Carmine Core.
So Carmine Core's out.
Yep.
Twisted Minds are fighting for their lives.
Yep.
So at the moment, T1's kind of the only squad, maybe along with Falcons, that have a chance to stay alive, push up, and actually kind of like live up to those expectations.
I think that's fair. And again, the reason T1 were in that bracket was for different reasons on the whole to other teams, where a lot of that was on star power. Yes, there was some good coaching staff, Fnatic in particular. I like what I saw in their back room, but by the looks of it, T1 have really put effort into playing as a team, working as a team, and of course, they have got some star power to the name too.
Oh my word, okay, exceptional work. Our producers just pulled this one up. We ran this a little earlier on. Again, I'm just highlighting this like kind of expectations versus performance. Twisted Minds and Falcons are both in do or die matches. T1's already qualified as the highest seed, and Weibo just pushed forward one more as well. I think they've got one more series to go before they qualify, for correctly.
They just won.
They just won.
They're in quarterfinals.
That's right.
Yeah, they're quarterfinals.
That's right. So Zero Tenacity down in D tier, that real squiggly thing. They're gone. Goodbye. Weibo is now locked in. So nicely done. Okay, let's pull it back to T1. Which is one of the players or one of the people that you're specifically highlighting for why this team's doing well?
I alluded to him a little earlier, but Bintom on that roster is by far their most experienced. He is Mr. Consistent. And now these numbers, to a lot of other esports, would look a little underwhelming. For TFT, they are exceptional, because what this means is he has been to 4 separate world championships.
Oh, wow.
And that is very difficult to do in TFT.
Okay. And then, if I understand correctly, 2 of those he's then placed in the finals lobby, because it's 8 places in the 4th. One of them, the 9th place, means it was 1 lobby before, so let's call it equivalent of a semi-finals
Exactly.
appearance. He was the best loser.
Exactly that. There's something to that. Legitimately, though, because again, you have to look at games where you're much more interested in average placement across a longer period of time, because it will help mitigate some of the ups and downs. That's why he's been so highly rated, because despite that variance that we've been talking about, he still does really, really well across multiple years. It's not just in a streak either.
And we're on set 12 now, aren't we?
We are, yeah.
Because that was 7, 8, 9, or 9, 8, 10, 11. I didn't see
7, 8, 9, and 11.
Thank you. There we go. 7, 8, 9, 11.
Possibly 10.
I mean, okay, so T1 then, obviously high expectations for them to do a deeper run later on in the tournament. Are we still doing the same? Does it go best of 5 once we get to those quarterfinals?
We've got best of 3 quarters. There we go. Not conflate the 2 numbers. And then best of 3 semis and a best of 5 finals. So we'll have the quarters tonight, we'll have semis tomorrow, into a finals tomorrow. So it is a very intense schedule.
Are you brave enough to predict which team's going to win? Seeing as we go forward?
Oh.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Pause on that. Pause on that. Think about it. I'll give you some time. Because I will make fun of you for that one. We are going to a break. When we come back, when we come back, we're playing Street Fighter 6.
What?
Let's go! Okay, quickly, go. We're going to play Street Fighter as soon as we come back.
what you're talking about before. So we've got a little bit more potential there to have a bit of a swing around the sun moment. I'll be curious to see where Ice goes longer term. Of course, we've got the Syndra in place, we've got the Cassiopeia as well, and a good front line with the Nico. So 2 cost reroll certainly seems to be on the cards.
That definitely seemed unjustifiable for Ice. He found all of the best items. Guinsu's Rage Blade into the Gambler's Blade, a very good start for him. The big question for him is, as a full loss streak player, when are you going to start those roll downs? We've seen yesterday in KC games where they wanted to roll early for those Syndra, stabilize on Syndra 2, but they just whiffed completely, and that could be a very detrimental part of the game plan. So I think a lot of players are going to be keeping their eyes on Ice. He has 55 gold now. It's probably going to be a 3-2 roll down, and a lot of times it's going to be about dexterity. Pick your augments as fast as you can. Make sure you grab those Syndras and not let Ice hit that Syndra 2. If he doesn't, that's a huge swing in momentum.
Well, I mean, let's, as we wait for these next augments to come in after this round, let's kind of zoom out a little bit to the overall meta. I know that you were kind of more keen on players and teams starting to look more towards the 4-cost side of things, rather than relying purely on these, trying to hit the 3-star 2-cost instead.
Yeah, we have been seeing a lot of teams being willing to push the cap down. So the best way to deny a runaway Syndra player on the opposing team is actually to play Syndra yourself. So we actually seen the Syndra play rate go up in day 2, but the win rate go down. Nobody's hitting Syndra 3s anymore. Everyone's making sure they're holding on to the Syndras. And what that does is that actually opens up other 4-cost compositions to compete in the meta. So I've been enjoying it a lot.
Yeah, well, of course, we'll have to see in the aftermath how it affected day number 3. Of course, one more day to go with our semi-finals and grand finals to see who will win it all. So we've gone from golden into golden again. And of course, we'll be looking to see if anyone does manage to pick up any interesting emblems if they're forthcoming.
I was talking about trying to deny the potential for a Syndra 2 coming out from Ice, but it just isn't possible. He gets the encounter crest, which gives him a free Syndra anyway, and now he's set up very well. He doesn't even need to roll that deep here, already sitting on the Syndra 2. Yeah, and I think this is the correct playstyle. We have been seeing a lot more players being willing to just sit there on the Syndra 2, wait for a while, and if you look at his build here into the Nico, he could go into the Wukong build that we've seen quite often as well, doing very well yesterday.
Yeah, of course, our players do need to find a little bit more leverage at the 3-cost side of things, but too healthy for crazy moving here. Make sure the board with the Vanguard fort in place. I mean, this has, of course, been the defining composition of the entire tournament so far. Up against Here We Go, bringing out the Cogmore Tristana variant, which, again, from day 1, we saw some pretty appalling stats for this composition, but still being picked up here this late into the competition itself.
The most important thing is if no one is contesting this comp, it can still do fairly well. This is why a lot of players said that we still believe in this composition.
Yo, 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 what is good, EWC viewers? It is your boy Punk, and I am joined by Zen, Mena RD, and Problem X. And today we are playing Backseat Fighter, and the rules of this challenge is pretty much we have the players, and then you have me and Problem X, the coaches, because our players today are about to be blindfolded, so we are going to guide them to victory.
Let's do it. All right, bro, stop moving, okay?
Okay, I'll try.
Don't do that to me.
Okay. Nah, why they gave my man a lazy eye?
Yeah, bro.
Ready? Oh, yeah, y'all can go. You can start.
I can go, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We're on blanket stage, if that helps.
Ball.
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh, he DP?
nice
How?
DP. And
Nice DP.
He reacted to the drive rush. Nice, heavy DP. Nice EX
Yo, one more hit.
fireball.
You're still burned out.
You still
right away. Yes, you got it. You got it.
Let's go, let's go, let's go,
Yes,
let's go, let's go.
Let's go.
Yeah,
that's it.
Oh, punish. No. Do it again. Do it again. No.
Full back. EX backable.
Oh, nice one.
Oh,
nice.
Hey, he's full screen.
Nice.
Oh,
Hey.
Okay. That's fine. He's still full screen. That was.
Oh, what?
That was crazy.
Your player on one side. He's level 2, but nice fireball. Keep shooting them.
He keeps throwing fireball.
Nice anti-air with the fireball.
It's best of 3, right? It's best of 3, right?
That's crazy. Yeah, I think best of 3.
Yeah, it's best of 3.
He dropped the combo.
That's fine. You hit him.
You're still player 2.
Yes. I drive rush again. Yeah. No more. Oh, he just dropped. Yeah, you hit him anyway.
With mansion.
On the left.
You're dead. You're
Yes,
dead.
yes.
What? You're dead.
Heavy ball down.
You're dead.
Yeah, perfect. It was actually perfect. It was a perfect.
Oh, shit, sorry. Wait. Oh, player 2 now. Nice.
Oh,
yeah, to the DI. Nah, Zen is ridiculous. Stop. Oh.
He did not hit. You're burned out.
Fireball. He's dead. Yeah. Nice. Only 2 seconds.
Hold down back.
No.
Yeah, just hold down back. Just stay still. You got that round. Yeah, that's it. All right, so one more round.
Oh, yeah. 6, 5, 4. No. 3, 2, 1. Oh, nice.
No.
Nice parry. Nice parry.
No.
Nice
bro.
parry.
If you did the level 1 in the combo, he was dead. That's level 1.
That's right.
That was sick, bro.
That parry was sick. All right, we end up getting the dub with Zen. Good job.
Thank you.
You know, Mena put up a good challenge. Problem X he is a pretty vocal coach over there trying to help Mena out, but you know, we had some luck on our side and some reaction DIs. I don't know how he did that one, but we got the W, and you know, we're going to see y'all next time.
Welcome back to EWC Central. For the first time in my professional career, I'm going to play a fighting game on broadcast. Next. What I'm going to do though first is I'm going to ask Sam and Blake to go head-to-head in Street Fighter 6. The rules are simple. It is a best of 3. The winner between Sam and Blake will face me. Then the winner will face Steve.
All right.
And Steve is hoping and praying
He's the pro. He's the pro.
Okay, so let's bring up Street Fighter 6 onto your screens. This is the first time that we are doing this, and we're in game.
Yes.
Okay, so very quickly, which character are you picking?
I'm going to go
Sam?
with Jury.
You're going with Jury. Okay, so Sam's going to be sitting on the left side of your screens. He's playing from left to right. And what I've asked him to show really quickly is, look at the control type. You can see the input commands. Square, triangle, X, light kick, heavy kick, you see R1, R2.
Yep.
If you go to modern, that's modern, so it simplifies it, okay?
Yeah, you can definitely tell the difference, right? Light attack is square, medium attack is X, heavy attack is circle. And if
But
we
it
go back
combos
to
them
classic,
together, right?
Yeah, so it basically, it singles out those buttons, but you can see down there, the drive impact, they're all set to 1. Triangle's your special button. And if you mash those buttons, let's just say you just keep tapping one button, I think you get a combo. I don't really play on modern that much, but that's typically how it works.
All right, well, decide on your control combat. Which controls are you going to go
I'm going to go for classic. I'm going hard character, hard mode. Let's go.
Okay, lock it in. And then who are you playing, Blake?
I'm playing as Luke. I don't really know who this guy is. I don't know what he does, but I'm excited.
Well then, gentlemen, how about we start our engines? 3, 2, 1, start. Okay, we're going to lock this one off.
Here we go.
We can change costumes and colors. I'm so nervous for you guys.
I'm going to suck ass. It's going to be awful.
Are we going to try commentate this, or what's the plan?
Let's go.
What's the plan here?
Let's go. All right, here we go.
I need Steve to coach me, bro.
Trevor, please help.
You know
I've not played this game.
You know what a quarter circle forward is?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I know exactly what a quarter circle forward is.
He does not know what that is.
He has no idea.
He has the...
Those are some cool trousers. Okay.
Oh,
let's go.
Good luck.
Okay, let's go. I believe you, Jury.
Oh, what a jump in.
Great kick to start.
Okay.
What is this?
Okay, wait.
Whoa.
That's not me.
Who's button mashing? Okay, that's
not
the
me.
first
It's
one.
me. It was you.
Oh my God.
Oh, Sam, seriously spamming
I like the
so
buttons,
much.
though. You got the right idea. Back is to block.
Bang!
Wait a minute. Yo, Blake.
Bang!
A counter hit throw.
Bang!
The DI. Yo, wait a minute. Blake pulling the wool over everyone's eyes. Oh, no!
Let's go!
Wow.
Oh, my
Wow.
God. Okay,
Okay, Blake, round
Blake picks
2.
up the first round. Blake picks up the first round. If he gets the next one, he's won the best of 3. We're going to have to check the producers. Are we going to do
What is that move?
sets?
No, what we can do is we can do 2 out of 3. So whoever wins the best of 2 games, that means you would have to win 4 rounds in 2 games.
Okay, so we're going to do that then, right? So it's first to winning 2 sets.
There
I think
you
I
go.
just got the thumbs up from producers. Okay. If we run out of time, it just means we get less games on broadcast.
Oh, hang on.
And Steve, it's nicer for the kids to play anyway.
Yeah, I
Come
know.
on!
Look at their
Get in
faces.
there, Sam.
Look at they're having so much
Huge
fun.
HP advantage.
Can we
You're
please?
burnt out.
Can we please?
Oh, no, it does. Oh, God.
Oh, Sam's face.
yes.
And look, and please, you guys got to see this.
Okay.
Round number 2
I don't even know what
goes to Sam.
Can I give the two of you advice? If you want your faces to be on camera, don't move out.
I'm very energetic. Sorry, production.
Please
So
show their
listen,
faces,
this is the
production.
first. This is the first set on the line.
Look at
DA into the grapple.
Please
come
show their
back.
faces.
You're missing the DUI. You're using a lot of your bar there, your drive gauge. There's a lot of specials as well. So guys, if you do quarter circle forward and punch, It'll
All
give you a level 1 super.
No. Double. See, they're
Double,
playing
double,
on
thank you.
classic, right? So you got to do double inputs. And if you do quarter circle forward and punch, with most characters, you're going to get a special move, right?
Yes.
Quarter circle back and kick. Quarter circle forward and kick gives you different special attacks. The DI, that was actually really good. That's a drive reversal. So you can still see he has some drive bar left up there. Both of them have back throws. Game number one goes to Blake. PS, let's go.
Now listen, you got to go through this. Come on, let's go.
No, it's 2 games. All right, let's go. It's the first of 2 games.
Oh,
round.
okay. Yes, you got to win 2 sets, right?
I thought I won.
So keep going, guys.
He says 1 win up
Oh,
there.
no.
Okay, 1 win.
Let's go with this, guys. Ooh.
The shoulder movement
Early traits
from
back.
Sam. This
That's
is
a
real
good
gaming.
combo. Good combo there from Sam.
I like the jabs.
Also,
how do I grab, by the way?
I think it's
I
like
can't tell you.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Try square next.
You got it.
Square next together.
Oh, God, I don't like that one.
Drive impact's good.
Oh, no.
You're missing it using the bar.
I like that Blake getting out of danger, just
Also,
jumping.
Sam's almost in burnout.
You gotta
Another
be
great
careful.
grapple. Another great grapple. If this goes to 3, we're going to run out of time.
Oh, no, I thought I far enough away. Oh, God, I spaced that one wrong.
And obviously, if you guys are watching at home and you haven't watched it, underneath the HP bars is those little colored squares. That's going to be your drive.
Oh, the clash on the DI. Sam gets it. Oh, but he drops the combo.
And what happened there, both players went for the drive impact together. The secondary input managed to connect it. First round of the set goes to Samuel. Nicely done on jury.
I'm glad you said that about drive impacts. Drive impacts, the second one will always win. So the goal is to react to that. So if you see the screen freeze, you want to do your drive impact. That way you get a big crumple, you get a big combo.
What is going on?
And the fun goes on. He hits you with the DI. That's what happens. That's it. You can. The only thing you can do is throw that or do your own DI in retaliation.
When you see that DI being charged up, if you go for the grapple, it's huge. We just saw there Blake trying to go for the drive parry.
Oh, what?
No attack coming in. Also, Luke, that is game. Blake, he is in burnout right now. Look at the damage. This could be set 2 going to Sam.
Oh, no, I missed it.
He needs to hit.
There we go.
Oh, wow.
Right, final set, guys. Let's go. Rematch. Final set.
Right, how do I super
No way, I
One
thought
set
this lead.
each.
It's double quarter, circle
Double
forward.
quarter.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Double quarter kick or double quarter punch, depending on who it is.
There you go.
Okay.
Right,
You need to get the meter first because it's a reset.
I'm with you. Yeah.
You got no meter.
Yeah, you start the rounds with 0 meter. That's why when you play these games, you're paying attention to where the 2 zeros are, right? You get meter, and once you get those built up, you're able to access bigger attacks. You got level 1, you got level 2s, and level 3s. And if you keep going for look at the intensity in Blake's face. This is crazy.
Focus on this one. By the way, Steve, just like professional players, when you get to that deciding set, the game slows down. They ain't spamming the buttons. They're taking the time. Their drive gauges are full on both sides.
Clash on the DI. The second one wins. There's Sam again and tries to just do it again.
No.
Old man Hands coming in for the win.
But you
Thank you for that.
You can still block those drive impacts.
Dude, look at those.
How do I stop the grapple? How do I get out of a grapple?
Counter
To
grapple.
break a grapple or a throw, you have to throw them instantly.
Okay, I'm with you.
You have to throw it.
Yeah.
You have to do it back.
When you see Blake coming in for that little love kiss, that's where you're going to hit square next together. Oh, one more round. If Blake picks us up,
Blake is
eliminates
picking
Sam.
up. You see the back and forth?
Yeah.
He's trying to control the neutral. I see what you're doing. He gets an OD fireball. Wait a minute.
Let's go, Steve. Let's go,
He's starting to evolve a special move from Sam. Wait a minute. Business is picking up.
Slam! Eat the ground. Come on.
Oh, nice.
Cement for dinner.
Another
Bam!
throw.
Another slam.
Come on.
And on top of that, the more damage you take, you do lose parts of your drive bar depending on what kind of moves you use. So that's another thing you got to think about when you're playing these games. You're getting more special moves in there, Blake. Hold on.
Blake is
the
looking for the
DI is once again. You won this time. Not dead. Not dead though. In burnout, so you can chip him out if you need to.
Young Blake just needs a couple more hits. Sam's running away HP bars.
look at-
Jury is down. And the verdict is you are out of here.
Wow, that was a good
All
game.
right, nicely done, nicely done. All right, let's head over here. I want the controller. I'm not shaking your hand.
Production,
Wait,
I'm
we
going to
need
need you guys to send me pictures of both of their faces. That was hilarious.
All right.
I was a lot.
I had that. I messed up 2 drive impacts.
Can you go to
Yeah.
select
Go to
character,
character select.
please?
Okay.
I'm just going to change.
So-
Now, I don't know what I'm doing, but I know that I have to play a classic character, which means we're going to go Ryu.
Okay, I like this.
One
and
of
also,
the longest standing characters in all of Street
Blake,
Fighter.
I'm going to let you know, you can go to... Oh, never mind, it's too late. I was going to tell you to go to modern mode if you really want to start doing
Is that easier?
It's a lot easier.
Well, then I'm definitely not letting you do that.
I wish I knew that.
Avenge me, Trevor.
you were
try.
starting to do special moves and stuff already.
I
so you're
will
getting
try.
it. Here we go. Game number 2.
There's going to be no speaking from me now. I'm going full try hard mode.
Quick shot.
All right, me and you,
Up
Steve. Let's go.
against Blake.
All right.
Yes, let's go.
Where am I playing? Left or right?
He's on a PlayStation. He's got the advantage. It's in his name.
Oh,
It says
actually,
he is.
that's facts. He's got home field advantage.
Look, I just say, I don't think Blake's that great. I think he got lucky. So this should be a real.
Wait, you can't be biased on commentary.
I
You know
can.
this.
I can't get revenge in game. I can do it out of game. Blake is getting the most biased cast of all time. Although he gets a decent grapple. He's been doing so many of those grapples. I personally think that's cheating and he shouldn't be allowed to use them.
Wow, see, that's what they used to say in the arcade days. You can't throw me, it's not fair. Wait a minute, yo, quick shot, wait a minute. He's got a little, he's got a 2-hit combo over there. Oh, you can always throw those
Dude, your
DIs.
grapple game is so good.
Best 2 grapples, you're not punished though, Trevor. What is going on, man?
Oh, nice. Oh, and the fireball? Wait a minute.
Come on. I thought you were washed, Blake. What is this?
no.
Come on. Blake, you can't just do this like this. You might be a pro.
Oh, wait a minute, the DI, that's to the Super Bowl. Trevor, quick shot, Harry. With the Super move, I see you.
I tried to do that so many times and failed.
Right, let's go. Come on. If I lose to this child, I might need to resign.
Wow. It's going to be worse than Fortnite. Look, if you beat him in this game, you know he ain't going to beat you in Fortnite. Come on, Blake.
Come on. Dude, your grapple game is sick.
Right? I know. It's very annoying. One goes for the
Super
Hadouken.
Bowl. He jumps over it. That was
Punish
great.
counter. But the drive gauge is super low for Trevor. Look at that. Quick shots in trouble.
The drive parry, Blake, you genius.
I did.
He said I did.
Good counter. Stuck in the corner. That's not great place to be. Drive impact.
DI.
I'm going to be burnt out.
Oh, wait a minute.
How do I use the level 3?
The hurricane kick, you only got 1 bar. Oh, you do have level 3. So double quarter circle forward. And quarter circle forward. Oh, wow, he jumps, he gets out of the way. Yo, Blake. That's going to be extra damage. The DI again, this could be the
Burnout's
round.
finally there for both players. Look at those gauges. Oh, my. Gets grapple again.
Wait, this is the first set, so we're going to big speed these ones up.
Wow.
Let me know if we're running out of time, production.
Our production just let me know, and I will tell them as well. But here we go. Still game 1, and you see I did the little quick.
Dude, your timing is good.
I'm just saying.
The young man reactions coming in handy
Yeah,
right
exactly.
now.
Those Fortnite kids, he's the half my age.
All I'm saying is, Trevor before this said, look, I'm going to go second because I've got fighting game experience. I'll beat whoever's coming up because they're going to get playing against Steve.
Putting up more of a fight here, my man.
Hang on,
right?
you win a set? I went 2-1. What did you get?
See, this is why you can't let them play fighting games. Once they have to prove they're better than the other, and then we're playing forever. I don't have a problem with it.
I tell you now, if we had golden keys, we'd all be putting them on each other's trophies and looking each other in the eye.
He lands on the...
Not bad. Ooh, nearly got the counter, but he gets the grapple again.
Nicely done.
So I'm going to tell you guys right now, if you try to throw somebody while they're drive parrying, it takes off more damage. So if you
I don't know how to drive parry.
You've actually done it a couple of times, actually, to a succession, by the way.
Accident.
Okay, here we go. You see how quiet the room got? Oh yeah. That's how you know it's getting real, guys. When it gets quiet in the room, wow, what a call out. He's using the lows. It breaks the armor, gets the throw.
Another grapple.
Look, it's simple but effective. Blake, I like the approach.
I mean, it's what's working, right? He's got to move this with.
Yo, I'm gonna tell you right now, this dude Quick Shot just accidentally did a meaty, and that was actually cool.
Oh, hang on. Oh, another grapple. Just look at the HP bar advantage right now. That's huge. Misses the hurricane kick. The punch coming through. And Hadouken.
I like the hurricane kick.
Dude, your grapples are making me so mad.
Oh, and another punish counter. Missed the jump. Kicks the low. Misses the punch. Oh, Trevor, that was close.
Yeah, it was. It really was.
And look how he's jumping back
right
now.
He messed it up! Come on! Into the grapple.
That's the grapple. Blake is behind on life. Oh my God, the DI. No.
Nicely done.
Okay, wait a minute. 47 seconds left on the clock. Life lead in favor of
Hadouken.
He almost parried. Tries to go for the throw. Blake going too hard for the throw.
Oh my God!
First one.
And this is exactly what I was saying. Blake going a little too hard for the throws. Now those normal attacks starting to ring through. Trevor, I see you. Oh, the parry. That was a perfect parry.
That was a parry?
That was a perfect parry. If you time your parry perfectly, you actually get an even better version of it, which gives you more frame advantage, and you get a better combo because of it. DI.
And I remember you saying frame advantage just means you've got more frames you can move in that someone else can't, right?
That means you can do more stuff, right?
Yeah,
Like, so all your moves have a certain... You did it again. You're actually parrying it, dude. What happens is...
Why have to be quiet, Trev, man?
Yeah, exactly.
This is what happens. Look, you can't do both at the same time. Your brain can't activate talking and playing the game.
This is just him finding excuses for Trevor getting kicked. Like, all I'm saying, here we go.
Oh my God.
Blake is dead silent right now.
He is. Look at his
focus.
face. Look at Blake's face, bro. It's one
we got one.
game apiece. Final game of the set
Travis
here
got his eye in.
between Blake and Quick Shot.
Hey, I've been here before.
Listen, you've been here before.
Wow.
Come on, let's go. You've been in finals twice
Wait,
now.
look at the build-up. Look at the build-up of Blake's face from fun to intensity. Just keep it right there. You're definitely gonna see it.
Oh, Trevor's hands are moving all over the place.
I'm trying to get these combos. It's actually so
I'll tell you what, I
hard.
messed up my quarter circle so many times. I tried to get my super move off and failed it. I'm not joking.
Yo, this dude tricks. You're doing like extra new moves and everything. I see you.
I'm getting a feel, but not.
Oh,
no
Blake!
idea what's going on.
Getting there. That's a special move you just did.
Is it?
Yeah. Is it?
The answer was yes. Good jump behind or the punish counter.
Blake is so far behind on life right now. Quickshot does have the advantage, and he can close out.
As well.
And the Hurricane Kick one round away from eliminating Blake.
By the way, if
don't let him do this.
If anyone's delayed fighting games, just learn one move and just spam it. Right now, I'm fireball into Hurricane Kick. That's all I got. See, fireball into Hurricane Kick.
See now you got to block. Hold back to blocking these.
Like I just got information as well from behind the scenes saying that Trevor, knowing this segment was coming up, had sat down and the rest was coming in fresh, and Trevor has been secretly making sure he doesn't lose.
Lies! Slander!
I mean, like, I've got tapes. I'm just saying.
Oh my gosh. Production, thank you for being honest about this. Trevor, how dare you? Here we go. Look, this is how you know it gets serious. It's so quiet in here. The smack talk is ended. It's all about the digital fisticuffs.
Oh, good.
Is it back? Double back.
Oh, the punish counter.
I don't know what level 3 is. I don't know what level
3 is double quarter circle forward and kicks.
Okay.
You use your bar. You got it too. Just if you do double quarter circle forward, you'll do a
double
super move.
quarter circle.
Quarter circle. The lower. And that's
I don't know what a double quarter, double triple, double.
It's like a burger, dude. It's a double.
Burger.
You do two.
What's a double?
Look, double. One.
Double.
Two.
Oh, you should have told me that.
I did say. That's what I said. That's verbatim what I said. All right.
Done. Congratulations, Blake. That was
good game. Good game.
So is it the same two buttons again? So 1, 2, 1, 2, or is it all around?
So let's just say, just before we get into this, I'll show you, right? So like if you do double quarter circle forward, I'll turn this around so you guys can see it. If you do double quarter circle forward and punch or kick with certain characters dependent, you will get a super move in a lot of instances.
I tried to use my analog sticks and that was a mistake. I should have been using D-pad.
See, I am definitely, make sure we're on classic here.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, Ryu versus Ken?
Yeah, we gotta make it classic.
For anybody that hasn't played Street Fighter, these are the quintessential characters that have been in every single title. Like they are just the faces of the game. Oh my god, this is also a dream come true, playing Street Fighter on broadcast against HD Steve.
I gotta make the face.
I don't even care if this is 4-0, seriously. Okay.
So Steve, bro, I got high expectations.
Oh yeah?
The thing is, he plays on stick, so this isn't exactly like the best.
He's gonna kick your ass.
Oh wow, you did that? Man, this is so slow, this is crazy.
It got quiet. They got real quiet here.
I know.
Intense matchup.
Why did I just go Super
Blake,
Saiyan?
reminder that you can actually get Steve's voice as commentary.
Oh, you actually
turn it off.
Oh, wow.
Like, I'm just saying, we've been getting it anyway because Steve's been here yelling about it.
Late. I should have seen that coming. It was so obvious. Come on.
Oh, the drive gauge is pretty low here, though, for Steve. I think he could be in trouble. Oh, he missed it.
Oh.
I cannot do this so bad.
Like, let's just sound like excuses.
It is an excuse because I can't do it on pad.
How many years have you been playing?
On a laggy TV?
None of that. None of that. I don't want excuses. I want victory, Steve.
You can't lose to Trevor.
Dude, I'm trying not to.
Dude, can you imagine how smug he will be if he beats all of his experts? Do not.
Oh, he's going to hold it against us the whole next 2 days.
Oh, no!
Controller, you're lucky this is slower. Let's go, baby.
Down to a pixel.
All right, here we go. I got you. We're gonna play.
All right, let's go. Right, Blake, can you try and commentate if you've got enough now?
Yeah, here we go.
Let's go. Look, I believe in
So
you.
we got Steve is Ken, right?
That's it.
Steve as Ken gets hit by the combo move. I'm not a caster. You got
Let's go. Look, all I'm saying is Barbie's not around in this one. It's just straight violence going on up, and Ken gets a jump on up. That's Steve trying to make it happen. He's playing this one well, but Trevor, that extra hour of game time is all it needs. Steve, the old man hands. He's washed, guys. He's getting replaced. Trevor's taking his job. Next voice in Street Fighter 7 is Trev's. That's the kind of violence we love to see. Hurricane Kick goes on through, and the moment I start that kind of thing, Steve gets a little bit nasty, gets some good combos off. The drive impact, though, in the way, but the counter is brutal.
That's a super
Straight to the air. That's a super move. You heard it there.
Wow.
Okay.
Dude, I can't get I've been trying to get
right.
I've had 3 meter.
It's a little tricky.
Oh,
it's
man.
A little tricky. It's all right.
That's the advantage.
I'm going to take it out. There's no doubt in my mind.
Do not lose this,
I'll
right?
try not
if
to.
you lose, this is.
It's really not that bad of a look.
Okay.
It's more embarrassing that you lost to a Fortnite kid.
Oh, damn. That's fair. I'm going to go cry in the corner after this, but for now I need to hold on. We've got a broadcast to go on. I've got to try and cast a little bit more of this. We're in the training room. Big miss, though. Ryu can't on that one. As he gets a big Duke can come on through.
You can tell at the minute that Steve has kind of got a feel for the controller now.
She's still got quiet. He's doing really well.
Yeah,
Oh, that big uppercut. Cuts him straight out of the air. Decent turnaround, but the blocks are in. Knock down the hard knockdown at that point. Remember the guy at the top of your screen. Ryu's definitely low. It's his first one. Gets the KO. A cackle.
Kind of like the villain.
Because I'm like, oh, I'm like, it's this slow. All right, I got it.
Round 2, fight. Let's go. On midi on the defensive. Comes in with the drive gauge, but it's well blocked. Trevor really struggling to find the
just trying to get my super. Just give me my super.
Quick shot, quick out. That's all we're saying. He's not going to be long here in the game time. Nothing super to be found here. It's looking bang average.
Really good at this.
Go, let's go.
Hadouken comes on through, but there's a kick and turn. The Hadouken in return.
Which is drive parry. It's this button? No, that's
drive impact. He's still learning, guys. He's going to take a little while. But there we go. The Hurricane Kick comes on through. But Ken just spamming his mid-range kick, but a kick to the gut. Make that a punch. I should be able to read what ability that is, but a hop over the back makes this one a bit interesting. Go for another jump. Big low kick. But the reversal comes on through. Steve's not happy about that one. Another big kick into the super move and knocked right into the air.
Oh my god.
His HP bar's looking low, but the turnaround is huge. Look at the drive gauge. Still pretty good. Still got that move. If only he could get a charge attack off. If only he could use a super move. He just doesn't know the commands, and it's showing.
It's so
HP bar's so low. He got it. And he whiffed.
It didn't do it.
I got the round. I whiffed the super, but I got the kick.
Oh my god.
I started looking for a reaction.
It was so slow.
I did not deserve that at all.
I genuinely thought it was over.
I know you did. You're not sure how to watch the game yet, my son.
That's so
Come
true.
on,
That's so
let's go.
true.
That's fine. I took 1 round. I'll take it. That's enough for me.
We're all getting exhausted here. I have not been this out of breath in a while.
Oh my god.
Reminder, my job is being a professional caster. Breath controls the whole deal of that, and I am exhausted. What is going on?
What's also like, it shows really when we watch the pro players and you see just how rhythmic they are with the game and how smooth they combine. All
it says a lot. It definitely says a lot.
I stood there just throwing fucking like low jabs out.
Yep.
Oh, nicely done.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. The parry, you could just hold the button, it does it by itself.
Clean. Oh, the Hurricane Kick misses the uppercut, though. The drive impact.
Oh, this is it. This is it.
Been around. Hadouken comes on through. Tries to get on through. Nice, DI.
You're just reading me now at the minute.
Oh, I'm just chilling now.
Look, okay, what's also important is Steve's not playing offensive at all.
I can't. I can't.
You are flexing.
I can't, bro.
You're full of nonsense.
I swear I cannot. I can't.
That's the game.
That's brutal. Drive impact is done. Hadouken to end. Hadouken to end. Really?
I can't play fully. I'm not a bad player. Good games. Good games. You got the round. You got the round.
I took one.
You got the round. Look, that's better than nothing. I like what happened there. I'm glad you guys had fun. It's a nice little sample to see just how much stress.
I'm genuinely tired after that.
I feel like just after those games, it gives me so much more of an understanding of the game Street
See what I'm saying? Yeah, there you go. You already got it. I mean, look, I like how Trevor's.
I took one.
Oh,
I beat Sam.
Can you read that?
I can, and the reason he's making me read that, guys, is we've got breaking news from TFT. Na'Vi just won game 1 against Falcons. Match point in an elimination, which
I didn't actually know that was what was said, but am I right?
Not yet. Not yet, but you could be. They need another win.
Okay, so obviously this is an elimination match. Winner advances as the 2nd seed. Loser.
I like how he's actually out of breath.
Bro, I couldn't get those quarter circles. I should have taken my rings off.
The excuses are coming out.
I'm not coping. My producer just yells in my ear, coping. Okay, I'm professional. I'm bringing this one back. One of my favorite things about this overlay If you look at the top left, look at the bottom right, you can see the Falcons member and the Na'Vi member. We are watching a last two players, 31 hit points for Na'Vi's Jipog, and it looks like Falcons Kid. Is that it?
It's gone. They've done it.
That's game. He only
so
had
Falcons
13.
won the round. Is that a Falcons round, I believe?
Oh, that's a big one.
Was that Falcons or Na'Vi? I didn't. Oh,
I think Na'Vi just won. Na'Vi won. That's it. Falcons gone.
No, that round is what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
But they were map up. They were map up. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, apologies. It is 1-0. That was a replay of that round. I obviously have just come off a Street Fighter match against one of my all-time favorite commentators. So I apologize for getting that confused. That's on me. 1-0. Let's see if Na'Vi can close the series out with. I need to take a breath. My producer's just calling me a copium master. That is enough games for now. Let's focus on the competition here in Riyadh. And Steve caught up with the fighting game legend himself, Justin Wong, in the ALJ interview.
Esports World Cup, more Street Fighter 6 action. I'm standing here with a legend of fighting games, a legend of Marvel, a legend of anything competitive, and the victim of moment number 37, Justin Wong. I'm sorry I had to do that to you, but you know you're my brother. How are you doing, man? I'm sorry I had to start it off like that.
Can I not do this interview anymore?
No, don't do that, don't do that. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing great. I mean, just doing the analyst stuff and just talking about the matches. We're all geeking out about some Street Fighter 6, and the matches have been insane. Some of the biggest upsets that we have seen in history. Menardi, Punk going, losing, and we even have some funny antic ones with like Nephew and Tachikawa. That one is a meme going down in history for EWC.
I'm gonna tell you right now, I was doing an interview with Chris Wong while it happened, so all I saw was the aftermath. Luckily, Jammers broke it down. Make sure you check out that interview. But yeah, I didn't even see it. But I wanted to ask you a few questions just about competition in the event overall. You are a longtime competitor, man. I know you're the casual tryhard now. You got a family. You're out here making some crazy content. But how is this different from tournaments of old, man? We've been around for a long time. You've participated in a lot of crazy tournaments. How is this different? How have the times changed for this?
It changed a lot because back in the day, we're playing in tournaments for like $250, $500, $700, stuff that's under $1,000.
Can't pay my rent with that.
Right, we can't pay bills. I can't quit my job for that, that's for sure. But EWC, $1 million prize pool, plus all the club championships money that's on the line as well too, right? So, and for this event, this whole series, so many players were picked up because the club championship is how important it is. So this is like literally a life-changing situation for many of the future like young players, the current players being sponsored, and it gives hope for a lot of those players. So to be honest, it's so nervous. You can even tell from just watching Street Fighter, everyone is so nervous. They're playing slower. They're playing more reserved, not playing confident. Only Noah is the one that's playing like, I don't care. Nothing on the line from the street, just from the trenches.
Well, look, I'm glad you said that, man, because it is a lot on the line. But even more so, talking to like some of the players that you're seeing here, how is this different from, say, a Capcom Cup event, a regular fighting game event? How does this equate to that? I mean, obviously there's more money on the line, but the competition is a lot more select.
Yeah, I will be honest with you. The difference between Capcom Cup versus EWC is that EWC is the best players in the world. Capcom Cup will have like more of like the regions, the representation of different countries. But in terms of just like all the players, like there's like 15 Japanese players in the 32, the Birds, Punk, Meta, like the top 3 players, so many of the best players in the world that everyone can just like name are fighting here. So I would say that's the really main difference. And I think winning here is like, it's a big bragging right because you're like, I literally beat the best players in the world.
And they got to hold it till the next one. You know how the fighting game community goes until the next event. Now I got one more question before I let you get back to work. The last thing I want to ask is how are your talent predictions holding up? What was your predictions, 1? And 2, are you still in the fight?
I chose Punk.
Oof, I did too. It's okay. It's all right. A lot of us chose Punk, except for James Chin.
I chose Mena.
Ooh, that's 2, bro. Oh my God. So you're in the hole right now. You're in the hole right now.
I chose Big Bird. He hasn't played yet.
Okay.
And I also chose Nephew.
Oh my God. Oh, so you only got 1 gamer left, didn't you?
So 1 gamer left.
Oh my gosh. You feeling confident about that choice or what?
So 1 year in Capcom Cup.
Okay.
The first year of Street Fighter 5, the top 3 placers of points, like first seed, second seed, third seed, they went 0-2. So I don't want to curse it to Big Bird, but I hope not. I hope Big Bird goes through, wins it, so I can sort of be right.
Well, look, man, you've been right a lot more times to win tournaments right. And once again, man, this is a legend of the community. Make sure you check out some of his content. Justin, you know it's always a pleasure,
You
man.
already know, man. Thank you.
Make sure you guys stay tuned to Esports World Cup for more Street Fighter 6 action.
Two of my favorite people in the world are having a conversation with one another. Justin Wong is somebody that is going to be on our show in the not too distant future. And there's a 20th anniversary of Evo Moment 37, which I will talk to him about personally. And I'm sure he's super excited to tell the story again.
Yes.
Now, after our little session on Street Fighter 6, the gameplay will be starting in just a little bit of time. So that means we want to recap yesterday's action. The thing that I want to call out is earlier in the day, Rob TV said, who cursed these players? We just saw there from Justin Wong. I want Big Bird to win. I wonder how they're doing. Let's remind everybody whose fault it is for the players that have been eliminated.
Wow.
Because when we look at the predictions,
Complete blame.
Look at Rob TV. Rob TV went Men-RD. I'm assuming it's meant to be Men-RD.
Yep.
Punk, Big Bird. Justin Wong, Punk, Men-RD, Big Bird. Steve, how are those three players doing?
Not good. They're all out of the tournament, as you can see here. Lots of bodies. I know, lots of bodies. We've already notified the families. They're aware that they're no longer here. But as you can see, that's how vital this tournament is.
A little bit more seriously, though, when you see how many of the predicted tournament favorites have been eliminated, is that unusual? Is that something that surprises you? How do we as non-Street Fighter viewers interpret that information?
So one of the things, I did interview James Chen, and James Chen actually pointed out something after he told me about his Punk choice. He was like, tournaments never go the way you would think they are. Once you win a big event, the target is on you. This is a 1v1 scenario, and if you run into them in tournament, one of their main goals is to prove their worth and take out the big guy on campus. So yeah, this is something that you see all the time. Upsets happen.
And multiple big guys on campus have been taken out. Let's take a look at Group H real quickly. We'll run through the results that have come in from yesterday. I want to talk about Big Bird last. So let's highlight the fact that Higuchi as well as Moke have made it through, and then Fugura. What do you make of the group and the results?
So the whole point of this is like a lot of people were looking at Big Bird to make it out, and it did not go well for that jump. As you can see, he went 3-1, immediately goes 3-0 to Moke. Moke, who's one of his main training partners, Gachikun, is also a Rashid player, so that puts him in a bad spot. Moke makes it out, Higuchi also making it out, and that just tells you exactly how strong of a player he is.
I mean, big sign. Obviously, we're going to see Big Bird's footage here. Part of the reason that I want to focus in on the players, he was kind enough and generous enough with his time to join us here in the studio. We talked about the tournament, and I do have some discomfort because he actually explicitly said, am I going to get knocked out because you all cast like predicted me because the broadcast team said I was going to do well? It came true.
He always has this thing where if you check out his Twitter, he always like, hey, don't root for me. Because like then you put the spotlight on me and he never does well. But Big Bird is one of the strongest competitors out there. Did not make it through here, but this is these are the best Street Fighter players in the world. Justin said it himself.
And you were saying that as well, right? Because with all you got favorites, the fact the field is so strong means that absolutely everybody can lose because there's just so much talent. And then you get moments like that.
Yep. See the key being crushed and, of course, just grimaces all around.
Ow.
Let's turn our attention to Group E. Did not qualify. Sorry, Dubs come quick. Last Falcons player.
You're welcome.
Was eliminated, right? Hikaru goes through in the top spot, then followed by Chris Wong. What do you make of the results here?
So if we go back and we look at Hikaru, I did not expect the Aki to be so strong out there.
It was beautiful
It
to watch.
was so strong. And once again, he's a very young kid. So the fact that he was able to take out VX Bao 3-1 and then Chris Wong out of there now lets you know just how strong of a threat he is. Chris Wong ends up making it out on the lower side, but takes out VX Bao on the way and DCQ on the way as well. Like you said, Dubs not coming so quick.
No. Yeah, I mean, like you were sort of saying as well, like that Aki gameplay was awesome because you helped break it down for us. I was saying, look, this is amazing to see how it's played into projectiles, that JP really struggling. And then like, I got so much info out of that, and seeing a new guy come in and pull out a character like that and play a bit different to what everyone else is playing.
Final thought before we move on there, Blake?
To me, it's just crazy to see all of the upsets we're seeing in this game and TFT. And in Fortnite, like, we haven't really seen any at all.
It's funny because I think in the games it's different because I think the lowest skilled, the most experienced players in Street Fighter, I think are significantly better. Whereas I think in TFT is new, it's variance, right?
Definitely.
We should unpack this later though, because it's really worth talking about.
For sure.
Right now, I want to bring us back to this group. I want to bring us to Chris Wong, a man known as the businessman. And here at EWC, all he's done is take care of business in the ALJ interview.
EWC 2024, day 2 of Street Fighter 6 action. We just saw one of our winners come out of Group E. I call him the businessman, but no longer a businessman. Chris Wong, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
And how are you?
Yeah, I'm good. And I'm so happy I qualified to top 16. But, and little bit sad is TCQ and Fix Bow will always practice with me. So a little bit sad for them, yeah.
I was going to say, these are some of your practice partners. How did it feel to have to take some of those guys out?
Before the EWC, I was in Japan and I practiced a lot. And Fix Bow invited me to play, and I lost too much. Yeah, I lost a lot. And then, yes, and then after the Japan trip, so I'm thinking how to beat Bison and Ching a lot. I find many Bison people, hot dog, together, Bison.
You really did a lot of homework for this to make sure you would do well here.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to ask you, on top of that, what made you think to go to the Akuma? The Luke is what got you very high placements in a lot of other tournaments. Why switch to Akuma?
Because some matchups are very bad for now. For Luke, so I switched to Akuma for some matchup.
I see. But versus VX Bao, that last game, 1-1, you switched back to Luke. Why was that?
I think 1-1 is a little bit random, and because I use Luke, Facebook maybe cannot change the mindset because of Luke. Yeah, so 1-1, I think okay.
Well, also you told me, I call you the businessman, but just recently you told me now you are a full-time Street Fighter player. How do you feel now that you've made that big jump to be a solo Street Fighter player and a sponsored Street Fighter player playing at the Esports World Cup?
I'm so happy I can be a programmer full-time. And then I have more time to accompany my family, my girlfriend, my friends. And yeah,
that's good.
Yeah,
take some time, spend it with the family. Look, first off, I'm always happy to see that video games, fighting games, are able to help people live. So I'm really happy to hear that. Now that you've made it out of your group, what players are you thinking going to stand in your way now? Who do you not want to run into here at Esports World Cup?
Big Bird.
No Big Bird?
Yeah, very hard. But she's too strong right now, and Big Bird is evil second place this year. So yeah, I don't want to play Big Bird.
Well, look, man, Big Bird is a threat, but you're a threat too. And I'm so happy to see your success, man. I can't wait to see how far you go. Chris Wong, no longer the businessman. He's trying to be the businessman. Esports World Cup, more Street Fighter 6 right after this.
Let's go, Steve. And what a phenomenal interview from Chris Wong. He obviously mentioned it. Losing a lot to VX Bao while training in Japan, he downloads his opponents, begins to understand him, and is able to turn his fortunes around. And also, Chris, on behalf of Fnatic fans all around the world, you're not going to have to face Big Bird. He's out. He's not in the tournament anymore. So let's find out how well you're going to do in that second group stage. I want to move us along. Hey, I'm just stating facts. I know it's in a happy way, but come on. Let's talk about Group G. I think the big one for me is just Tokido's out. And like my brain, again, can't comprehend. This is one of the all-time greats in fighting games.
Well, look, also he's in a group with another god of fighting games who would also be on that Mount Rushmore, but who also made it out at the end there. Bonchan, another god of fighting games, but you can see here, Knuckle versus Tokido. Tokido's starting off pretty well, 3-2, goes to fight Lashar, another big threat like I talked about yesterday. 3-0 for Lashar over Tokido. He makes it out clean. Knuckle goes down. 3-2, loses to Bonchan, and 3-0 for Bonchan over Tokido. That new Akuma. What's crazy is I'm going to give you a little input. A lot of the best players say Akuma's not that strong. We have 3 of them still left in the tournament. So it says so much about the mindset. Remember how you talked about those sets in TFT? That's why these updates kind of reminisce. They're kind of very reminiscent of that as well.
Yeah, big upsets coming in. But I also think, again, 32 of the biggest players. What I want to do later on is we should look at the nationalities and see whether or not there's been a resurgence in maybe, let's say, Japanese players versus North American players, because Team Liquid's hope in catching up to Falcons. Nephew has been eliminated.
Yes.
It was one of the players we watched on stream here here we got quite excited by. What do you make of the group, and because Kawano and Tachikawa advanced?
So first and foremost, like I said before, we had a lot of Rashids here.
Yes.
Oil King was looking like a very strong competitor to make it out. Tachikawa had one of the most amazing matches yesterday where it literally, he got up, celebrated too early, came back and won the entire set to stay alive in the tournament. It was actually ridiculous. Kawano, no stranger to the fame. An EVO winner, has a brand new character on his belt, makes it out on the top side. As you can see, Nephew doing pretty good up until he ran into Tachikawa, who got knocked down to that lower bracket by Kawano, eventually makes it out. But once again, that's why these brackets are so stacked. You got EVO champions, Capcom Cup champs, they're just floating around.
This is one of the things.
This is what I mean.
Do you know what I'm starting to think about as well? It's like, obviously, I think what's crucial also to address that maybe Fortnite, TFT, other games don't have, there are a lot of events spaced out over the course of a year in a lot of countries in games like Street Fighter, games like Tekken, things like that. So even though there are a lot of champions, not everybody travels to the same event together, right?
Exactly.
So I'm trying to like explain to myself, if I were to talk to a League of Legends viewer or somebody on control room and he doesn't know things, I'm going, these legends are locked out. They're like, eventually they're going to go, Steve, Trev, like seriously, everyone can't be a legend. No, but they can.
They can. They've been here a long time.
Final thought before we move on.
There's so many tournaments around the world, so many different countries, but these aren't as big as the Esports World Cup. So does winning this mean more than these other tournaments?
This is what I was talking about with Justin a little bit. We talked about how back in the day, I won tournaments back in the day, I got $100. We can't pay our bills with that. That's why Esports World Cup means a lot to these fighting game players who've been doing this for a long time. And that's why one of the reasons I'm happy to be here, and we get to see a champion be crowned here for the Esports World Cup in Street Fighter in fighting games. It's going to be amazing.
Yeah, unfortunately, Punk was eliminated early and not going to be able to.
Wow.
Straight
bullets for no reason.
The other thing is, Nephew was eliminated. It was unfortunate. Steve caught up with him. Obviously, we can't segue from celebrations things, so I just want to be frank about this. Steve had a really good conversation with Nephew after being eliminated in the ALG interview.
EWC 2024. We have more Street Fighter 6 coverage from one of the toughest Street Fighter 6 tournaments in the world, or ever, I should say. And I'm standing with Liquid's very own Nephew. How you doing, man?
I'm doing okay. I mean, I just lost, so that's unfortunate, but it's okay.
Well, look, I know you are out of the tournament, but I know you just recently quit your job. Congratulations, by the way. This puts you in the full-time gamer category, but I've seen you on SFL. I've seen you compete on CPT Online just to make it to Capcom Cup. How do you feel now going forward with this? Do you feel more confident being able to play more, practice more, and get into your own element?
Yeah, I mean, I think trying to juggle like traveling and practicing, also streaming and my job, it's kind of like impossible to do them all at once. And I just wanted to focus on Street Fighter because like this is what I love doing. So I didn't really have much time before. Like I quit my job, like my last day was like a week ago. Yeah. So it's not like I got extra benefit for this tournament, but maybe going forward it'll be a little bit helpful.
Well, look, I've seen you in all parts of the world at this point, and like, I'm happy to see it, man, because you're such a strong competitor. Do you feel like now that you're getting to travel a lot more, you're going to get stronger in the process? I mean, you're one of the best players on the West Coast, and by proxy, one of the best players in NA. Do you feel like now, are you going to travel more to practice more? Are you going to be out there more?
Yeah, I'm definitely going to travel more. I'm pretty much going to almost all the CPT events, I think. And yeah, like Liquid's been sending me to pretty much every EWC qualifier I wanted to go to, and I feel like every single event, like I feel more and more confident in like my skills and just being able to perform in tournament under the pressure. So yeah, I think it's hopefully I'll be able to keep improving.
Well, look, you're a pretty calm, cool, collected guy. How does this differ from those other events, from your Capcom Cup Pro Tour events and from these qualifying events? How is the Esports World Cup different to you?
To me, I mean, this is just like one of the basically two big events, at least that you have to qualify for. Obviously, EVO is one, but EVO is kind of different because it's basically just kind of an endurance test, going through all the players. But this one, and also Capcom Cup, like you go through qualifiers, and you just try and do your best at this event too. This one is cool too because you're part of a team. Yeah. You feel like you're helping your team a bit. So yeah, I feel like that's pretty cool.
Okay. Well, I got one more question for you. Like you said, you are eliminated and the match was kind of crazy. Tell me what happened in your words in that last exchange.
Yeah, so I guess like the second to last round was kind of the most pivotal moment. Like he did a level 3 and then I did a level 3 back, and normally like the second one's supposed to win, right?
I thought the same thing. I'm gonna be real.
Yeah, I knew that Ed's had like a lot of active frames, so I played Ed a bit before. So I was thinking about trying to delay my super, and I think if I delayed it, like maybe it would have won, but I didn't want to risk it, and I just thought it should work. I was like, no way it doesn't work, but it didn't work. So.
I'm gonna tell you what happened. We were standing in this exact spot, and I looked over and I just saw Tachikawa running across the stage. I was like, I don't even know what happened. So I just wanted to get your own words for it. But regardless, man, we in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Hopefully you get to have a good time, enjoy yourself, and it's always a pleasure talking to you, man.
Yeah, you too.
Well, look, guys, more Street Fighter 6 action will be coming from Esports World Cup. This has been Nephew. I've been Tasty Steve, and I'll see you guys soon.
Thank you so much, Steve. Phenomenal interview there from Nephew as well. Very frank answers, and I think our interviews have been absolutely fantastic this weekend, so thank you to the three of you. The Street Fighter 6 tournament will recommence in 25 minutes. They're currently doing the pre-match. They're building up towards the second group stage. So I'm going to take a breath and go. Street Fighter 6 has gone from 32 players down to 16, right? So now that means a second group stage will now be played out to go from 16 to 8. It is the same double elim sort of process. Win two and you're in, lose two and you're out. Sometimes it's called GSL. And crucially, each group will feature 2 first place seeds and 2 second place seeds from the first group stage of play. Let's bring up Group A from our second group stage. Look at the players that are in there. And of course, we have Gacha-kun, Angry Bird, Dual Kevin, and Kakaru. You can see the matches on your screen. What are the players we're looking out for? I think Dual Kevin's the guy that I've got my eyes on. He went through that LCQ. He's been one of the guys that has felt like he's on fire at the moment.
I'm glad you're joining us over here on the US side.
I'm
like it. It's about
right.
time. It's about time. But yeah, Dual Kevin, one of my favorites to make it through. Once again, I am a Midwest boy, so he's got my heart with him. But he's been putting in a lot of work. Like a lot of these people, they qualified solo. He traveled all over the world just to qualify for this. Gets in via the LCQ, knocks out Daigo, knocks out some of the heaviest games in the world to be here. But he's going up with a potential mirror match versus a Capcom Cup champion in Gacha-kun. They play the same character. They may be able to switch. Will we get that? Who knows?
Look, I'm not a fighting game guy. I've watched like casually, but even I know Daigo. That is a big name.
You know what his nickname is?
Isn't he like, was like the king or something? He's like
Daigo the Beast.
The Beast.
Daigo Umehara.
Daigo Umehara.
He's actually the guy that blocked the Justin Wong Chun-Li from years ago.
Amazing.
Let's move on. Let's talk about Angry Bird. Obviously, Big Bird's training partner. I think Angry Bird's one of the players that you have to now start maybe leveling up expectations, at least in terms of some of the big names that are left. What do you reckon?
I mean, well, look, this guy is also the very first Street Fighter 6 Evo champion. When the game was introduced, the first big tournament we had, which is the largest Street Fighter bracket ever, that's the guy who won it. Now, he also has his work cut out for him. Kekaru is definitely a big threat and some people's favorites to make it through. But this guy is one of the most intense players out there. Once again, his training partners is Big Bird, but he is so good. And once again, he has like the heart for battle.
They're going to find out how well he's going to perform later on today, as that group stage will start at 5 p.m. local. Let's turn our attention to Group B. We obviously have 4 more combatants taking to the arena. No Other Prodigy, Problem X, Xiaohai, and Ryukichi. Let's go from bottom series up. What do you reckon? Xiaohai versus Ryukichi.
So Ryukichi versus Xiaohai is going to be interesting. Ryukichi was probably slated last in a lot of people's list to even make it out of that group, but we saw how that played out because Punk got knocked out. He had to play early, and it really does put him in a good spot. However, Xiaohai, this guy is a top-tier enthusiast. That means he's going to go to the character that's going to get him the easiest win. He has a lot of discipline from other fighting games, particularly KOF, King of Fighters, where he is a world champion. So this is going to be a tough no matter who it is. These guys got a lot of history against each other.
And of course, we've been talking a lot about Problem X because he is one of the big shining lights for the European scene, but he's going up against No Other Prodigy. Noah went 3-2, 3-2. This boy, he's one of the last, 2-3 American players. He might have to be the one that builds the arc to keep North America's hopes and dreams alive.
Look, we only got one other person outside of Dual Kevin, and it's this guy. This young man right here has been making the strides, this tournament strides, online and offline. Traveled all the way out of the country to another tournament in the mix-up in France, and what happened there was amazing, where he took out even more big names and popped off every time. This guy has already upset his entire bracket by making it out of that group and beating some of the biggest names.
And look, we heard about Noah building an animal arc. I think he's on the villain arc. Let's be real. This guy has been ice cold. First thing we saw from him was an interview with Steve where he said there are no friends in fighting games.
That's what
Dead
he
ass
said.
into the camera.
Yes.
It was cold stuff.
And manages to take down Itabashi Zangief and then followed by Phenom. Will he continue winning these series? We'll find out. Let's turn our attention to Group C. Now, of course, when we do look at Group C, Hikaru, Moke, Kawano, and Bonchan. What do we think of this one? Obviously, in my eyes, are drawn to Hikaru versus Moke as the bigger matchup.
No, this is absolutely true, right? So you really have to look at the fact that Hikaru has been here and he is looking so strong, but Moke has been on this stage before. He's a long-time fighting game player, and on top of that, he's the guy that took out Big Bird. Now, obviously, he had a lot of experience in the matchup, but you see just how precise he is. My man didn't drop a beat the entire time. Every anti-air, he just destroyed him.
Now, explain to me a little bit about Kawano, because it's not a name that I'm hugely familiar with, but you wanted to highlight this guy, so why are we looking at him?
So Kawano is a Street Fighter V champion. A lot of people don't know that. I mean, obviously, if you're in the community, you know that, but this guy, he takes his characters to the maximum. He does the best setups. He does the most damage. His character's not even in from Street Fighter V, which he won with. He didn't even win. He's not even playing the same character because they're not there. He switched to Akuma, and now he is doing damage. Also one of the favorites to make it out. Obviously not on my list, but I'm looking at the field. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and what I love so much is every time Akuma's name comes up, every single broadcast in Street Fighter 6 gets a little uncomfortable. It's Akuma. How's it going to go? Because it's so, like, bang or bust, right? It's a volatile mix-up. Yeah. Let's look at the fourth and final group that we'll be taking to the stage this evening in Group D. Lashar, Tachikawa, Higuchi, and Chris Wong. I want to start with Chris Wong because he's the player that's won over my heart a little bit. He's looked uncomfortable when the keys are crushed. You can feel the love that he has, and I don't think he's got that bitterness that I have in myself.
Not yet.
And more importantly, what do you think of the matchup against Higuchi?
So I'm going to tell you right now, this is going to be a tough one. Chris Wong definitely has his alternative character now, but he does still have the Luke in the pocket.
You call him the underdog, right?
Yeah, I feel like he might be the underdog in this bracket considering everybody else's experience, but we just talked to him. Now he's out here in the world only playing Street Fighter. He's got enough time to practice, and you know he's got a family to take the money home to, so now he's got a lot more skin in the game.
And like we saw him having to pull out the Luke in that game 5, right? Because the Akuma, the volatility wasn't working for it, and he does have that extra string in the bow to make it come home when it matters.
Yeah, says a lot about everything here. And on top of that, Higuchi is the last remaining, he's the guile that's still alive.
Right, yeah.
So it's going to be tough no matter what.
What do you make of Lashar? Apologies if we just covered this, but in terms of expectations and how well he's going to perform.
Look, you see him rocking that mixed box. Not everybody can do that because he is way too good. The Ed is looking super strong. And on top of that, he's one of the Capcom Cup finalists out there who seemingly kind of came out of nowhere, but he is so strong to place among the best in the world. And in fact, even qualifying for this against some of the best players in the world. Daigo's not here. Tokido's out. Lashar is here.
Listen, I'm starting to not believe in whoever the favorites are and the most experienced because this feels like it's a day or a weekend of things changing. Also, if that controller and that input looks a little strange to you, it does look like keyboard keys.
Yeah.
Because they are. Yeah. We will actually explain the different types of input just a little bit later on in our broadcast, but I do want to round out our Street Fighter 6 introduction as the games are literally moments away. Let's talk about your top 4 players that are left in the competition and why you have picked them.
Look, this is already pointed out. Noah the Prodigy, I've been scoping him from day one to be sure he's going to be somebody to keep an eye on. Once again, some people thought he wouldn't make it past that group. He made it out on top of the group, so you can't say anything about him. Kawano, that's an Evo champion. You couldn't say anything about him even if you wanted to. On top of that, he's maximizing a character that a lot of other top players has given up on, even though we are pretty present with them in this top 16. Now you see the fact that Angry Bird, one of my favorites, honestly, to make it out. I feel like he might be one of the most consistent of this group because of that Evo championship on his side. Kawano didn't have as much success in 6, and then of course you have Lashar, who's just looking super strong, and I feel like a lot of people have to beat him, and he does not have the hardest time beating them.
Steve, I've put every other guest that has appeared on my sofa in the position I'm about to put you in. Of those 4 names that you just listed, which one of them wins Street Fighter 6 at the Esports World Cup 2024?
Why would you do this? This is crazy.
Pick one.
Curse them.
Can I do both with, can I do heart and head? Can I do that?
I'll allow it.
All right.
I'll allow it.
So my heart,
Noah.
Says Noah.
I felt that.
Yeah. Right.
Your head?
Angry Bird.
Okay, so that means Noah's going to win this. Let's see. To round out our Street Fighter segment, let's check in with Jammers in the ALJ interview.
Esports World Cup, Street Fighter 6 action continues, and a lot of video game action continue, but I'm here to talk to you about the digital fisticuffs. I am here with an established talent. I call him one of my commentary brethren. It's Jammers. How are you, sir?
What, are we doing 3 times? 1, and then the... All right, cool.
There you go. I'm going to let that rock. I'm going to let that. That's what I like to see. So first and foremost, you were here last year for Gamers 8, but this year, things are very interesting. We got a couple of Capcom Cup champions. We got a couple of Evo champions here. How have you looked at this competition differently from any other event?
The thing is, with invitationals, you will get the best of the best, but it's hard to kind of pick out or cherry pick the guys that will win the tournament, because on any given Sunday, that you'll just have someone not doing performing as well as they want to. I mean, the Falcon guys are all out. DCQ played today, and he's the last person out. NL was probably the best performing player. So that's kind of insane. Liquid's own nephew, he's out. He was the only Liquid player here. So it's very hard to call, and it's entertaining for viewers. Yeah. It's a luxury for the uninvolved. Yeah. I'm loving this. They're not. They're shaking their hands. They can't even cross the keys straight. Chris Wong looks like he's been held hostage when he's got across. Dude, it is absolutely hilarious, but I'm loving every moment.
Well, look, I know we just saw some crazy matches today, but tell me some of the matches that you've seen so far, not just today in general, that kind of like put you on tilt. I know we've got people already gone. What was one of the first things that kind of hit you over the head? Like, yo, this is a real tournament. Like, this is going to be sweaty.
Dude, Noah versus Itabashi. Yes. Shouts to IFC Yipes. Me and him have a discussion around the dinner table, and I said Itazan is going to beat him, and he said no, he isn't. So I'm going to do it now. I officially apologize for doubting IFC Yipes and his predictions. I will do it, right? Because I had to actually record some footage, so I missed the match, and I had to run back, turn on the stream, and watch it. I was like, damn, that was explosive as SF6 can get. I mean, looking at the match we just had, Tachikawa and Nephew as well, that was crazy. Watching Ryukichi go up against Punk, watching Zen go up against Mena. Dude, I can give you a laundry list.
Well, you know what?
Matches.
You know what? If that's the case, first off, that's big man things. Big man things. Big man things.
He's been around London too long.
Look, first off, you told me about these matches. Talk about that Tachikawa Nephew match, because I missed the tail end of it. So just give me a little quick synopsis of what happened. And why was everybody freaking out? Why was he running around the stage, bro?
So basically, Tachikawa had a very stern dominance in the match. He was taking the lead. Nephew was slowly coming back. But where me and Justin were talking about, shouts to Justin, Nephew was doing Wake Up Supers a lot, and not doing Wake Up Super Art 1, he was doing Super Art 3. So he was doubling down.
Yeah, he was super doubling down.
Now it was hit and miss, because one of them missed, but Nephew still kept doing it, and then 2 of them hit. And it was like, okay. Then we got to the last round, or the last game, and then Tachikawa won the first round. But because they were so engrossed in the match, Tachikawa got up and started celebrating. My guy Nephew's just sitting down.
Like, what are you standing up for?
Everybody in the room but him knew that he hasn't won. So he sat back down, and luckily there was a little bit of time, because Nephew let the victory animation rock. He didn't do what Ogawa did. He just said,
I would have killed that guy. If I would have hit him with the biggest combo in my library.
He comes back in, and then in that last round, they were going back and forth, toe and toe. And then Nephew did a Super Art 3. He tried to catch something. No. Right. Tachikawa did a drive rush.
Okay.
Into level 3.
Okay.
Nephew responded to his level 3, but Ed won. Because it has more, to be specific, it had a little bit more invincibility. I think that's how it went. I need to watch the clip back, because that made everyone, even the guys at home, jump out their seats. It was absolutely nuts.
Oh my gosh, I wish I could have seen that with my own eyes. Man, I bet the calls were crazy as well.
I forgot to speak English.
Right? Well, hopefully you've been enjoying the tournament, yeah?
Yeah, of course. And look, this was only day 2. We had a roller coaster of a ride yesterday. The guys have lived up to today, and there's still, would you believe there's still only 2 more days of this stuff?
Exactly. Only 2 more days? I don't know if we can handle 2 more days. But with that being said, Jammers, I know you got a lot of work to do. You've been holding it down on commentary. My man, it's always a pleasure. You know what it is. Make sure you follow Jammers, and make sure you follow the action here at Esports World Cup. More Street Fighter 6 action after this.
Absolutely fantastic interview. I think I've now a new favorite in the FGC. Jammers, my man. Yes, there's lots of energy. Can I just quickly ask, Tachikawa standing up, celebrating, almost as if he's won the whole series, manages to set and win the game. If, was it Nephew, had actually skipped the animation and carried on the fight, would that have been considered like bad manners?
No.
Because standing and celebrating when you haven't won.
No.
Yes.
I'm gonna tell you right now, if you got up on me with this much money on the line,
skip animation.
I'm gonna hit you with the coolest and the biggest combo I can do, and you're gonna think about it on that flight home.
If you're standing up dancing and you think something's gonna happen, TOD. End of story.
Instantly.
And can you tell them what TOD means?
Oh, touch of death.
Touch of death.
In a touch of death, it is a combo that if you can land one specific sequence, it goes you from 100 to 0 or whatever hit points.
Wow.
So So if you give up away from the keyboard, you get totted. Right, let's do a quick look. We've rounded out Street Fighter 6. We've introduced you TFT. Fortnite will come later in our show, but as we have live teamfight tactics going on right now, this is game number 2, which I believe Na'Vi is 100% losing. You can see 3 members in the lower 4.
They are indeed. It is another one of those extended duology, guys, so put your hands together and celebrate the life and death of Na'Vi.
One very quick thing, though. I'm going to come to Blake again. Give me the update on Sang Yop, the last remaining Na'Vi member.
Yeah, so he's on a 9-win streak right
Nice.
now. So he's kind of carrying his team.
While he's the last person alive, yes, that's 100% carrying the team, 100% true. The question is, can he still win? I can't see the board, obviously, and we're watching. My producer just goes, no.
But is that a possibility in this game to come back from a 1v3?
All he can do is go out in a blaze of glory, because what is remaining is 3 members in the top 4 from Team Falcon.
If we can
so
highlight
they
it
still
as
win
well,
the lobby.
because like you 8 points for first, 7 points for second, 6 for third, because the way down mathematically it's impossible for the team to win.
I feel like
But
they gotta add something where that's possible, because that'd be a crazy clutch.
The one thing I will say that is a small benefit is in a game mode like this, the amount of additional information, the fact that 3 of the 4 members can now be watching players of Falcons, there may be a possibility to unpack some of the data. So they have more time to prepare for the next game.
Okay.
I would not be surprised to see Na'Vi win the next game in the same way that we have seen teams come back from defeats like we saw in Rainbow Six, like we see in Street Fighter 6. The more time you get to understand your opponent's preferences and decision making, the more maybe you can put a plan together to combat that.
And it's also things like we heard in the interview earlier from Cass and Coupe, where they were sort of saying, look, eventually you become what they've got. We're still working on the terminology, by the way, still not figured out what the broadcasting term would be. What they were calling was the griefer, right? Eventually, you've rolled poorly, you don't have anything to build with the board. Your job now is to make yourself a menace for the enemy team. And if you can see how people are doing that, you can try and counter it.
All right, obviously Falcons have absolutely won the second round. That will push it to the decider. At a score of 1-1, Na'Vi or Falcons, one more round will advance them to the quarterfinals. We will keep you updated with those results. Before that, though, now let's turn our attention to the third and final game that we have not yet introduced for the weekend, for the playoffs, and it's for Fortnite. Let's talk about the top 8 teams that my young Blakey boy predicted. How did you do in your predictions? How many of them are in the quarterfinals?
First of all, I'd like to say I like you call me Blakey Boy better than Blake PlayStation.
Okay, good.
But
All right, Blake
look at these
PlayStation.
predictions. I went 7 for 8. Fnatic kind of sold me. They underperformed, but I mean, what can we say? We still got some crazy matchups to watch today.
I mean, very nicely done. 7 out of 8 teams, considering first time doing like real predictions on the side. The biggest one for me is just how strongly you believe in XSET and seeing everyone else coming to your analysis. As a broadcaster, you really learn to be like, good job. Let's look at what the actual bracket looks like, and then a little bit of expectations. Where do you think the biggest likelihood for an upset could come in here?
Ooh, an upset. I feel like Carmine Corp, Dignitas, if Dignitas wins, that would be considered an upset. Because Carmine Corp, that is a stacked roster. They have a Nas, who won 2022 Gamers 8. They have Malibuca Merstache, one of EU's best duos.
Okay, now let's talk about what are your predictions for the rest of the bracket. Luckily, my producers made him do this. This wasn't even on me. So let's see how you're predicting this entire bracket to play out. I obviously already know that our entire broadcast knows XSET's going to be your champion. There's no doubt about that.
100%.
But what is the rest of the journey? So we got XSET and Heroic in semis, Exceed and Carmine. So I understand now where you're coming from, that if Carmine go down, it's the upset. But let's talk about Heroic. Why did they beat R8? And what is it about them that makes them lose to XSET?
So Heroic, another stacked roster. Obviously, all 8 of these teams have a stacked roster, but they got Thomas HG. But R8, on the other hand, they qualified through DreamHack Dallas. They were probably the biggest underdog to qualify. They came here to Saudi Arabia for the Esports World Cup, and no one expected them to qualify. For them to be here and upset Fnatic, or I think they played Fnatic, but for them to upset and even make it to this point is just crazy. So, I mean,
it's a good performance then. Okay.
Yeah, it's great. They're playing exceptionally well.
One other question before we move on. I know that when we started this week, you gave me the top 3 teams of XSET, Exceed, and Falcons.
Yep.
Exceed and Falcons are matched. Why is Exceed over Falcons?
We are not watching the same Team Falcons we saw in DreamHack Dallas.
Okay.
It's just not the same team. They are underperforming hard. They barely even made it to this top 8.
Oof. Ow.
Okay, one last question before I move on. Will Falcons, or is Falcons ceiling, if they were to step up, is it better than what Exceed could be?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
Like I said, Exceed has Peterbot. They got Kwani, Okus, Milks. Like, that is a stacked team, and I think they're in contention to make it all the way to the finals to get upsetted by it.
I have covered Exceed, I have covered Falcons, and XSET. Give me the reasons why they are your champions.
XSET is my champions because, like I said, cold. That kid is crazy, man. He's a two-time FNCS Grand Finalist. We have Muzz, who's a multi-regional FNCS champion. He won his first FNCS on the Oceania region. He was like, man, this region is trash. I'm gonna go over to NA. He won his second FNCS on NA. So he's just a crazy player. He actually lives 10 minutes away from me, so I might be a little bit biased. He's just a GOAT.
I see how it is. And like, honestly as well, you had that interview with Ritual, right? And he was very calm and collected. Like, we think we're winning this. We're really, really good. Like, these boys are very calm. They are very ready for this.
And also, I will say this as well. When you sat down before any games are played, I wasn't 100% convinced that the substitution for a better player equaling win. I formally apologize, and I've seen what Golden's doing, and I think it's true. Sometimes it does work. It's just it's not always the case. You know,
no, I know.
Their player is.
But I do want to point out, I know we haven't been able to watch much of Xset's games on this show, but Cold has been holding his own. Like, he's been playing crazy.
I have seen his scoreline. It is
impressive.
Absolutely crazy stuff. I believe we are going to take another quick look into team fight tactics, looking into secondary stage number 2.
We are well deep.
Let's take a quick look. Twisted Minds taking on...
It's Myung Sejong. It's the other Korean team. And as it looks like, Twisted Minds are breaking this game.
Okay, so the reason that everyone is reacting the way they are, all 3 members of... Myung
Sejong, yeah, there you go. That's good.
MSJ have been eliminated. This is a 1, 2, 3, 4 for Twisted Minds.
They've just lost 1 member finally, but the problem is the damage is done. You've got 3 members in bottom 4. It's lights out. It is another one of those extended eulogies. It's just how much can you fight on the way out? There's pride on the line and not too much else.
Now, I mean, look, at the end of the day, this is a lobby that has been won for Twisted Minds. So, assuming that they need to pick up one more win, give me the stakes for this matchup. This is do or die.
This is another one of those do or die series. Winner will go on and play again today because they're going straight into those quarterfinals. You have to play 2 series in a day.
Where can you watch the rest of that game?
At twitch.tv/EWC_gold.
That is correct. Of course, youtube.com @EWC as well. Now, we are going to be going to a break. And when we return, myself and Blakey Boy will be sitting down with Fortnite content creator, gigantic personality, Cypher PK. We'll see you on the other side of this.
Ready, set, go.
doing, sir?
Man, it's a new dawn, it's a new day, and it's a new life for a lot of these players. Despite how they qualified from the early parts of group phase, it's all different now. And if you guys haven't checked it out, man, each and every one of these groups, instant death pools, no matter how you see it.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, I just gotta say, I appreciate Atik calling, Rob Rashid, because whenever Rashid activates Asar, he tends to rob rounds, right? So
no, I wouldn't be surprised you came up with that like 10 seconds ago, or if you wrote it down like last night. I believe you wrote that up like 10 seconds ago. Nice work. Nice work. I didn't see where you were going with it, but I do know what we're going with right now is a mirror match. Dual Kevin going up against Gachikun. It's going to be so significant because as the analysts have talked about, Dual Kevin does not enjoy the mirror matches. In fact, a lot of players themselves don't enjoy the mirror match, but this one in particular is a very unique one because Gachikun still has to get past the wall of Dual Kevin's neutral.
Right, yeah. And, it's going to be funny because Isar obviously is very strong, the level 2, but if they both activate it, they negate each other in a way as well. So, and you know what? It's interesting too because Dual Kevin actually told me that when he fights against Gachikun, his Luke tends not to do very well. And so he said that there was pretty much no chance of that Luke coming out, that he is going for the mirror match. Even though he tries to avoid them, he's like, you know what? Nope, we're doing it today.
And I don't, considering how he's been playing these last couple of days, or I guess yesterday, I don't really see the Luke coming out either way, no matter who he's facing off against, because he just looks so sharp with Rashid.
Yeah.
I mean, with that much practice and effort that you've put into going into your first part of groups, excuse me, what is it, Thursday for him? Yeah, with how much effort and how much success he's found from that group stage, I don't ever see him changing off of it.
Yeah. But it's definitely going to be an interesting match. Again, this is a character that, a lot of people, I know I've been saying this already, but a lot of people have been talking about, as analysts and commentators and everything, we're always like, who's the top 5 in this game? And it's really hard for us to say this season. It's like everybody's so good, but Rashid is like one of the most consistent characters to be put into that top 3. Correct. Like everybody says, yes, Rashid is top 3.
Correct.
So.
Even Rashid players are like, our character's pretty good. We don't have any ways of downplaying ourselves here. Yeah, you got us, hands up in the air, but for the most part, I think that statement's correct. I think it's a safe statement to make. Yeah. If not top 3, he's definitely top 5.
Right, absolutely. I mean, I think if anybody says, oh, I don't think Rashid's that good, I mean, they haven't fought Rashid enough then to be annoying.
Do they play Rashid?
Yeah, that is the other reason, right? Yeah.
That's the only way I could probably give them credit is if they play Rashid themselves and are not finding the exact success. But hey, man, save that level 2.
Good afternoon, good evening, or good morning, wherever in the world you are watching from. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup Central broadcast. We have caught you up on the action for Street Fighter 6, Teamfight Tactics, and Fortnite. And of course, Fortnite will be starting in just a little bit. So we are stopping our coverage to once again welcome a very special guest to the sofa. Just before I intro my guest, I would like to say that this introduction will be done by the newest member of our broadcast team. On his 3rd day of broadcast, young Blakey boy is going to be introducing Cypher PK. I hear you're a big deal. How big of a deal is Cypher?
Cypher, obviously one of the top Fortnite streamers, top Fortnite YouTubers, top UEFN creators. How are you doing?
Dude, I'm doing fantastic. I just got here today. I saw some of the venue and the arenas. Like, this is absolutely insane. Like, it's incredible to see how this all came together.
That is awesome. Talk to me a little bit about your travels. Blake, when we looked at like player names and people stuff, Blake was just like, you have to get Cypher on the show. He immediately was pushing to get you to come visit and whatnot. Have you been able to travel? Where in the world has Fortnite taken you?
I mean, I have traveled quite a bit. Just this journey right here to get here, I went from Austin, Texas to Jordan and now here in Riyadh. So I've done a little bit of traveling. Luckily, I am not jet lagged because I was on this time zone for about a week before getting here.
Stream of life, hey?
Absolutely. I mean, we're staying up late. We're waking up early, whatever it takes.
Yeah, and I wanted to point out, you were actually on vacation and you cut it short to come to the Esports World Cup, correct?
Are you serious?
I was on a vacation for about a week and I started tweeting like, Hey guys, there's something going on in Fortnite tomorrow. Can someone give me a streaming setup? Thankfully, people here at EWC hooked it up, so I will be live later today. But yeah, I cut my vacation short to be here, but I wouldn't want it any other way.
Can I tell you something? That speaks to my very soul. I completely relate to and understand that. What do you think of the format here? What do you think of the fact it's not Battle Royale? We've got this 4v4, we've got these game modes. I come from a Call of Duty background, Quake, Unreal Tournament, so these game modes are familiar to me, but what do you make of them?
So this is very interesting because like you said, this is our first time seeing these professional Fortnite players that are typically Battle Royale playing in a more traditional esport format, capture the flag, team deathmatch and whatnot. And we're seeing the meta for it develop in real time. I was there in Dallas when they were playing for the qualifiers, and it was extremely intense. Like, some people think because it's zero build and it's not Battle Royale that it's not as competitive or high skill.
Yeah.
But these players literally like push it to limits we haven't seen yet in the Fortnite space, and it's pretty exciting.
I mean, one of the things I've been asking Blake about is he came in strong from before the games began. He was the only member of the on-air team, including main broadcast announcers, that said XZ are going to win. XZ 3-0 Falcons, and they did. What was some of the plays? It was Trashy replaced by Cold, right?
Yeah, so XZ actually dropped Trashy after qualifying for the EWC for Cold, and I want to get your opinion on that, as Cold as a player is obviously really good. What are your thoughts on that decision?
So that was a big moment. Obviously, a lot of people were a little bit upset, but I understand, you got to do what it takes to win. And Cold is one of the best players and best fighters in Fortnite.
Okay.
Other pro players are afraid of going up against him, and we're already seeing that come into play with how well he's performing.
One of the things I'd love, I know you haven't been able to see many of the games, but one of the things I found fascinating is trying to decode Blake's Fortnite Battle Royale brain, relating it to my Call of Duty experience, like the communication, the play style, the fact that we've got Hardpoint, that we got Keeper in there. What it plays like, is Kanata the IGL for Dignitas Recalls with Acorn?
Acorn's the IGL, but Kanata's just very vocal. So that's why a lot of people think he might be the IGL.
Thank you. This is what I wanted to say. So between Kanata and Acorn, you've got these kind of personalities that are very strong. One who's the official IGL, one who maybe has the personality traits of IGL. How can it be different from a Battle Royale to these game modes?
Well, the thing is, Battle Royale is split-second decisions that, can end in a victory or a quick elimination, whereas this kind of game mode, there's constant respawns, so you have to control the flow from the beginning, middle, and end, or else you start losing your pace. And I know Kanata personally, I've had him even in my ear coaching me before in competitive scenarios, and he is very demanding of his players. He's very loud and very affirmative when he makes the calls, and that's what you kind of need, especially if you're not winning. You need someone on your side that's loud and can boost the confidence of the whole squad.
And it definitely seems to be the case. Now, what was the upset that we had? Was it R8 taking down Fnatic? I remember this.
I think that's what it was.
I think that was. I'm pretty sure it was as well.
I'll double check on that one.
We'll double check it a bit later, but I mean, when we do look at now, we get into eliminations, best of sevens.
It was KS7 took down Fnatic.
KS7 taking down Fnatic. When you see some of these bigger orgs, like in Fortnite, we've had less upsets than in Street Fighter 6 and TFT. In TFT, it's completely upside down. The lower ranked teams are smashing the uppers. Street Fighter 6, I think the pool's very competitive, so we've seen a lot. How do we determine what is an upset and what's not an upset for teams and clubs that haven't really done a lot of experience in these game modes?
It's a lot harder because this is a new format, but there are players that are they're natural winners. We talk about Peter Bot. He's going in on back-to-back FNCS wins, multiple Cash Cup wins, and he's trying to carry that momentum over into an EWC win. So there's some expectations on some of these players who are naturally winning in Battle Royale, and people expect them to come in here and win, even though the format is very different.
That's awesome. Okay, well, look, let's take a little step away. Do you have anything else to ask about the tournament? Because if not, I want to talk about Fortnite and talk about you as a content creator. How much esports do you cover? I imagine you do some co-streaming, but what's the bread and butter for Cypher's channel?
I mean, I am a content creator through and through, but when it comes to Fortnite, especially when they made the change to bring the servers over to Texas, that's where I'm from, I decided to take it a lot more seriously. I was like, now the servers are here. I don't have any more excuses. It's time to start grinding. So I started getting back,
Oh, what? Wow!
You got to get back into competitive a little bit, especially the last couple of seasons. So I am now, I'm watching the FNCS. I'm even playing in the qualifiers, trying to make it. And if I happen to qualify, I'd probably be the oldest person to qualify by like 5 years.
That's been a big thing on the show, is talking about how young the Fortnite audience is compared to the other.
It's also, I'll say this as well. I'm actually surprised. You've spent a lot of time with me. As the host of the show, I've been here for a while. I antagonize my guests to generate conversation. I just wasn't expecting him to antagonize you. That was a shock.
I mean, fair enough.
It's just a stereotype in the Fortnite scene.
But what I will say this, though, is the fact that Fortnite's here, it is a game mode. I don't want to use the word competitive. That's not fair. We have multiple battle royales here. It's a different look for Fortnite, right?
Oh, yeah.
So what is it like as a Fortnite core guy looking at the fact that you've got Call of Duty, you've got Apex, you've got Counter-Strike, we had League of Legends, we had Dota. I mean, to me, it's a big deal seeing all these games side by side. What's it like from your perspective?
I mean, it's incredible seeing like different BRs come in and then Fortnite come in a more flexible way. It kind of shows that Fortnite can be a lot of different things. And with the creative mode now, I'm expecting more diversity in the competitive scene. And with places like EWC giving like legitimacy to this new game mode, pro players will follow through and it will become an official thing where, yes, there's the Battle Royale competitive side of things, but then you have your traditional like 4v4 side of things, and the audience will follow as well.
Got it.
Yeah, and you make a lot of UEFN maps, and so seeing an event like this on creative maps, custom maps made by creators, does this like encourage you to want to make something competitive?
Oh, 100%. I mean, that's the fact that this map is made using the tools that were given to the players. It's like, it's not an official Epic made, like, people made it, and they made it extremely well to the point where people are competing for hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars on it. That just shows like the potential there for future UEFN maps being competitive.
I know you have been traveling and you literally just got here. Have you been able to see the Keeper game mode, the Keeper map in it? And if you say no, it's absolutely fine.
No, so it wasn't in the qualifier, so I haven't gotten a chance to see it yet.
Bro, it's gonna blow your mind. Okay, so look, Keeper game mode, right? All you have to do, pick the key up. But the thing that's amazing is that here at the tournament, we have this totem. The totem represents all 22 tournaments, 21 games for the 8 weeks. When a club or a team or individual player wins, their little triangle keyframe gets placed on the totem, lives there forever. But there's a little triangle key that represents your team or your play, your club. When you are eliminated from the tournament, those keys get crushed, okay? That exact key is what you're carrying in game. I'm actually gonna ask you to take a look at the screen right now. So this is the pneumatic press, Cypher, that when a player or a club is eliminated, the team that knocks them out gets to walk over to the pneumatic press and completely crush their literal like representation of their life at the tournament.
That is hardcore. That is great.
What would you think Fortnite teams will be doing as their decision making? Because if you win the tournament, you get the trophy, it's the round disc, you get to place your key in the middle of the trophy, it says your club's name, your player name, and then you get to emboss 3 of your opponents underneath it permanently forever.
So 3 individual opponents or teams?
It's going to be teams. So in the case of Fortnite, let's say hypothetically XSET win, they could pick Carmine Core, Falcons, Fnatic. They could pick anyone else. Do you think the clubs, that the teams will be picking for salty reasons or respectful reasons?
When it comes to Fortnite, it is a younger competitive scene.
So
there's a lot more trash talk.
Yes!
So much a lot more rivalries, and trust me, like, they will rub it in their face 100%. There's respect while competing.
Of course.
But when they win, no respect.
Listen, I completely agree. I completely agree with this. I want to ask you this, and I'm going to ask Blake the same question, right? Out of the top 8, I wonder if we can get that quarterfinal bracket. I haven't prepared this. If we are able to get the quarterfinal bracket up, what I will do actually, I'll quickly grab it over here for you. I'm going to ask you to think of a team and who you think their opponents, who they'd actually put into that trophy. Blake, I'll come to you first because you know XSET. You're going to believe in them. Oh, yes, we've got this. Amazing. So, Blake, if XSET win, which 3 opponents do they put in their trophy?
Exceed is 100% their first pick. With all the DreamHack Dallas beef, they're 100% putting Exceed. And for the other 2, I would
remember,
say
they can also do from group stage. Any team has been eliminated, right? Doesn't have to be eliminated by their hands.
That's true. I feel like XSET's the team that would pick a lot of the NA teams.
Okay.
So I feel like Dignitas would 100% go on there just because of like the talent of the team.
Cypher, can I ask you? Can I ask you? I don't want the XSET one. I want you to tell me what would be the spiciest selections. Like, let's say hypothetically, I don't know, Falcons win or Dignitas win. Who's got the biggest beef that would give me the biggest drama that I could talk about on my show?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I think the team with the biggest target on their back, the top 2 teams, is XSET and Exceed.
Okay.
They have the biggest trash talkers. Exceed has.
So
Peter
pretty much,
Bot.
if any other team wins, like you can expect their key. To be in the
yeah,
tournament.
Xed and Exceed are guaranteed to be crushed if they don't win. 100%.
Oh, I love that so much. I love that so much. Just a very quick update for you. You can see at the bottom of your screen, Street Fighter 6, EWC_Fighters is the stream. Gotcha-kun picked up a 3-1 scoreline. I want to just quickly show Cypher some more of those keys being crushed. The reason I want to do it is ask you about the tournament as a whole. I imagine you've actually seen a lot of them. You can see on your screen right now, Team BDS, this was the Rainbow Six Siege team. Their key frame is embossed on the totem behind them. And what they're showing to the camera is the 3 opponents that will be permanently embossed underneath their trophy. As somebody that's probably watched a lot of tournaments that can appreciate the competitive side of things, what is this unique system like as a viewer, as a streamer, as somebody to create content around it?
I mean, it adds a little bit more emotion. Like, obviously, you want to win, but then to also kind of like crush your opponent's trophy and then also trying to keep your token alive.
Yeah.
Like, it adds some layers to
Really
it. And
does.
I think it makes it a little bit more personal and it drives the players. And some of these players are probably playing even harder. Forget the prize pool.
Yeah.
They care about that pride a little bit more.
Oh, yes. Look, there's a lot of that on the line. We are going to be wrapping this interview. Blake, any other thoughts or anything to add on? If not, I'm going to do a test for you. Do you remember what Sam calls that totem thing?
I do not.
Boulevard of?
The Boulevard of Keys.
Broken Keys.
Broken
Come on,
Keys.
you're so young. I don't even think you know Panic at Disco. Anyways, the Boulevard of Broken Keys is what we're calling them. What's the band? Tell me the band. Green Day? Oh, they suck. Anyways, Cypher, I want to say thank you so much for your time. I'll ask you to give a shout out. I think you're going to be camera number 2. We'll double check in a second.
Number 1.
Number 1. Thank you. Blake knows this. Let us know where to find you, what's happening for the rest of the week, and any message you'd love to send to your fans of the Fortnite viewers.
Well, thank you, EWC, for having me. This has been amazing so far. I just got here, but I'm already having a blast. You guys can find me at CypherPK pretty much on every platform. I'm going to be here tonight. I'm going to be in the venue tomorrow all day, and I will be watching the Fortnite finals and semifinals play out, so I'm excited to see how that wraps up.
Will you be streaming those, or you just watching them as a fan?
I'm streaming today, but tomorrow I'm just watching.
Oh, watching as a fan. Okay, well, listen, if you want to gank him, that means you got to come to the venue. Come say hi, get an autograph. Cypher, sit there for me for just one moment. We will be heading off the Boulevard of Broken Keys. Apparently, it's Green Day. Apologies, Sam. We're going to take a very quick look into the Street Fighter 6 tournament. After that, I'll bring the boys back on the sofa and continue with the show.
I lost because Jury has purple.
Right, yeah.
So when Super came out, I thought his Super won, so I didn't look at the Super.
Right, yeah. I mean, because that's the thing, is like when he stood up, he looked kind of slightly like, oh well, kind of that look. And then when he won, he popped off like, I didn't lose, you know? Like, so
it was me.
Yeah.
I'm the winner.
But as you can see here, Angry Bird, actually, honestly, one of the last bastions of joystick users out there these days. I mean, especially Japan.
We still got Noah.
Oh, that's right.
We still got Noah. Hold up.
Okay. But Angry Bird, of course, was one of the favorites, and he ran through his opponents yesterday. So Angry Bird is looking really strong here. Let's see if he can keep that up. But again, this is he's going up against last year's Gamers 8 champion. So,
I mean, this is the run back everybody was looking forward to. It's just crazy that we're seeing it at this point of the game, right?
But can you imagine if Kakeru wins again? Man, this guy, I mean, he could pull an Uma for sure at that point, and I don't think anybody would blame him.
With the current conversion rate, I agree. I totally agree. But right now, what I don't agree with is the current state of Ken. Kakeru's going to agree with that all day, but the overhead comes out very sneaky and good presence of mind to check the air. But you got to remember about the ground, baby.
Dude, Angry Bird got hit out of the air, landed, and went straight into the Dragon Lash. No fear in this burnout mode. That is some Noah tactics right there. Burnout aggression.
I'm really digging the facial hair, by the way. Satsui no Kakeru. I'm digging that. Has he changed to like evil characters or like more evil characters?
Oh, right.
You know,
This is Kakeru's evil twin, basically, you know?
Yeah.
That's how it always works in all the shows, right? Got the mustache and the beard because you're the evil version.
Of course. That's how it usually works, right? So right now, Angry Bird gets to harass all he wants. He's applying it. That's the first set of layers. Is the throw. What do you do about this? Do you take it again?
Oh, he could have went for a fourth one. You know, Phenom probably would have. Nice!
Oh, that could have been uppercut.
A little bit of an execution error.
Uppercut into level 3, right? I think that would have killed.
and welcome back to EWC Central. I'm Quickshot, sitting on the sofa with Steve as well as Phenom, a Norwegian player for Ninjas in Pajamas. Let's talk a little bit about Street Fighter 6 before we look at some gameplay. I'd love for you to introduce yourself to our viewers and tell us how you felt the tournament has gone for you.
Well, I mean, I think you introduced yourself, introduced me to the audience pretty well. I think my name is Phenom. I'm a professional Street Fighter player representing Ninjas in Pajamas. And the tournament for me, it went okay in the beginning, but I couldn't really close it out to qualify for the next phase at the end. So it was a bit like not what I expected of myself, but next year is always another chance.
Well, obviously, we already know, man, you're a competitor. You travel around quite a bit. Yeah. I'm going to be real. A lot of people was expecting you to take Noah out. What were some of your thoughts going into that, man? How do you feel about his playstyle overall? I would love to hear your opinion on it.
Noah is like really aggressive, offensive player, and he sticks to his game plan.
No matter what.
No matter what. And I think there was a lot of like technical errors that I made in the end, which kind of like started down spiraling in his favor. So it was actually pretty small things, but it ended up costing me.
You were in the lead in that set, if I'm not mistaken, when I started watching. Like, what do you think? I know you said you had a lot of errors. Yeah. How do you feel about? We just recently had an update in like 6. Do you feel like Luke is a little lower down? Because this guy's known for kind of asking and kind of making sure the world knows that Ken's not that good, right?
Ken is. I always say Ken is good. I just say he's not top 5.
Hey, look, I'm not as a Ken player. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying comparatively. Do you think Luke now kind of is a little lower now because of this newest update?
I think Luke is still good. Like I think him and Ken are kind of similar in a way, in the sense that they're both still good, strong characters, but they're just not one of the best.
I absolutely love the breakdown, Steve. Fantastic questions. Phenom, really good answers. I appreciate your honesty as well with us. Yeah. Just before we look at some of the live games, what do you think of the group stage, the first stage, the number of knockouts?
Yeah.
Like, we ran this graphic earlier showing how the broadcast team, they'd predicted, Big Bird, Mena RD, Punk. Those are kind of the big names that the on-air talent were expecting. They all crashed and burned hard. What do you make of the groups and the results?
I think the world level, like at this game is much more tighter than people think, and anyone can lose to any of the other good players on any given day. So it's not. I wouldn't really actually call it an upset in that regard, because all the good players know how good everyone is.
Can I say thank you for that? The reason for that, on our show here, we have Street Fighter 6, we've obviously got Steve, we have Teamfight Tactics, we have Fortnite. We're explaining multiple games, we're doing this kind of interview podcast type of thing. So it's really important to get people who are competing in the tournament to help explain that as well. Just before we look at some of the gameplay from today, what have you thought of EWC? What do you think of the arenas and the fact that Street Fighter 6 is next to Fortnite? Like, that's a weird sentence.
That's kind of
crazy. What I mean?
That is kind of crazy.
Cool.
No, I think it's pretty cool. I mean, Fortnite is no stranger to Street Fighter. They love adding Street Fighter characters to their game.
No. They're adding Fortnite characters to Street Fighter. Get it right, bro.
Well, there's been a little bit of a relationship between Fortnite and Street Fighter.
To be fair, every single game has a relationship. Every single I mean, there are League of Legends characters in there.
Star Wars and everything.
Star Wars and Dragon Ball. I mean, Goku has a gun. Like, are you kidding me?
You're breaking a little kid's heart when you say that. Goku doesn't need a gun.
You don't need a gun.
Unbelievable. Okay, one of the things that we like to do is when we do get pro players with our gameplay experts, show some gameplay footage and talk about it. I've got a replay package of Gachu-kun taking down Dual Kevin earlier.
Oh, wow.
So that's 3-1 in favor of Gachu-kun.
Yeah.
So Steve, take the lead on this one and tell me what you think of the highlights.
So I was already kind of like trying to show them like mirror matches was going to be a thing, right? But we already know Gachu-kun, he's like the Rashid.
Yeah.
Going into this, we saw Dual Kevin has been playing crazy all year, traveling. What was your thoughts going into this matchup? Did you see Gachu-kun taking it clean, and just your thoughts on Dual Kevin?
I think during this match in the beginning, Dual Kevin couldn't really get anything started, so he was, just getting kind of beaten pretty bad by Gachu-kun. But towards the end of the set, like you can see, Dual Kevin won the game when he was down 2-0, and we've seen in this tournament a lot of people coming down when they're 0-2.
Yep.
But there were some really small mistakes he did at the end there. Like, this is a huge mistake, actually.
Oh, he did a throw. He could have killed him.
Yeah, he could have killed him.
And he ran it back. I didn't see this set. Oh,
And he-
nah. I didn't see this. That was my first time looking at that. That's crazy.
I mean, Steve, we were live on air. You couldn't watch
my
the game.
earpiece had popped out and everything. Hold on, let me fix myself.
He was coming back, playing really good, and then he made a huge mistake like that.
Oh my God.
I mean, crazy. Okay, explain to me, why is this such a big deal, Steve?
Because one, Gachikun's a Capcom Cup champion. One, once again, you're fighting the same character. And two, you went for a throw instead of just actually doing a combo.
Yeah.
I get it, because when you're in that situation, you're like, I'm going to take the simplest output. I don't even want a chance to drop the combo.
And he wanted the optimal meter build.
Yep.
Oh, by the way, I actually believe we're going to bring that up again, so you can actually give us a little bit more of a breakdown on why it's such a big deal. Phenom, the reason for that, we actually teach viewers as well. So, Steve, over to you.
So, like, as you can see right here, he actually got this big DI. He could have potentially stunned him on anything, but instead he goes for a throw to try to build meter for the next round because he knew he was down a round, and Gachikun completely capitalized, brings it all the way back, puts him in basically a checkmate situation where you would have to either use all your meter and something unfortunate would have to happen.
Out of interest, would you have said that that's a pixel of hit points, by the way? Because you don't.
That's less than a pixel. That's the beginning of life right there. That is the end.
I'll give you guys a quick update, Rael. We have just jumped into the live broadcast for Street Fighter 6. It's Angry Bird versus Kakeru. This is still upper bracket.
Oh, Angry Bird just won.
And it looks like he's just won. So that's 3-1. That's just smashed it.
Yeah.
Wow. How does that make you feel seeing Kakeru losing? That's got to make you feel a little happy.
No.
He's like, don't let him get to you. He does this. He likes to do this.
The reason I'm being mean to Phenom or implying things, it was Kakeru that eliminated Phenom, obviously, in the lower bracket from groups 1.
But I sent him to losers.
Yep. Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
But he sent you home.
Yes, but this is
Don't let you.
no. It's not the same because I was already got like I was so close to qualifying and I lose to Noah.
Yeah.
I was mentally in
checked out. You had already checked
disadvantaged stage compared to Kakeru, who just came from a win.
Yeah.
Wow.
But I played Kakeru, and after playing him, I told Angry Bird, you don't need to worry about Kakeru.
Clear. Okay, Steve, we've got the highlights of that matchup that just happened in the upper bracket. Take me through what you're seeing on screen, because it looks like Angry Bird just got a pretty strong advantage.
I mean, look, I was letting these guys know that a lot of the top players feel like Akuma really isn't that valuable when it comes to tournament. He's really strong, he dishes out damage, but he gets hurt a lot. A few people, including Tokido, said this character's not that strong. But we got a lot here.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that? As a top tier enthusiast of the tier list, what are your thoughts about Akuma and the fact that a lot of the other players that are in your same league as a top player feel like this character isn't as strong?
In the beginning, people thought he wasn't like they thought it was a bit underwhelming. But Akuma now, after a few months of a lot of people practicing him, has been shown to be, I think, one of the best characters in the game. It's just that his low health in tournament could be a factor in making him unstable, but all of his tools are one of the best in the game, I think. So I think he's one of the best characters still. Like.
And just to rehash what we saw there, Angry Bird, that was pretty clean by Angry Bird.
It was a 3-1 right at the end of the series.
3-1, yeah.
Yeah, it was 3-1 for him. So, I mean, once again, it's not like that's a big upset, but I mean, Kakeru is one of those people that everybody's talking about because he's such a strong player right now. But that sets up Angry Bird versus Gachikun. That's the Capcom Cup champion versus the Evo champion as our next part of this group match.
So who's winning it, Steve? You go first.
Yeah, who's winning it?
No,
Phenom?
hold on.
What?
Steve runs away. Phenom, Steve runs away from every time Oscar make a prediction.
Yeah.
He's such a chicken.
I'm not a chicken.
You've got to tell me who wins first.
Angry Bird.
You got Angry Bird?
Look, I think Gachikun's the coolest person in the world. I'm a big Gachikun fan. He knows this. But I'm going to give it to Angry Bird. And once again, a lot of times my first instances, because when people ask me, I got to think about it, I go with my heart. So my heart is going to be Angry Bird.
Phenom, what's your take? Who do you think's winning it?
I think if Angry Bird plays the way, because he's so good against Rashid, I think Angry Bird's going to beat him easily.
Yep.
Okay, got it. Listen, I've just got one last question, then I'll ask you to say goodbye to the fans. First of all, thank you for taking the time to join us.
Yeah, no worries.
It's really appreciated. I would love for you to just give me a little bit of a personal backstory. Norwegian, professional Street Fighter player, playing for Ninjas in Pajamas at predominantly FPS organization.
Yeah.
I come from a League of Legends background, which is dominated by a lot of Norwegian players. There's a number of them. What is the fighting game community like in Norway?
Oh, right now it's there. We have a small.
It's there. Okay, that tells me a lot.
We have a small fighting game community for Tekken. We have one for Street Fighter as well. There are like SF6 has made some players want to try to play the game and that sort of stuff. It was a bit smaller in SF5. And SF4 it was actually kind of big, but then it got small. So in terms of Street Fighter, the fighting game community in Norway has been kind of up and down, but it's coming along now.
So first off, I gotta say, man, shout outs to the boy Veggie. Him and Veggie are two other people. First off, these are two of my friends, one, and two, these are two guys that you guys really do a lot for y'all community, especially just being so vocal. They had some of the craziest content going for a while there, and just huge proponents of like the scene, man. So I just hope you know that like you guys do a lot for your scene, and like you guys are like front runners of people that I look at whenever I talk about players from the region. So think about that.
Yeah, thank you so much.
It's big praise coming from the old man on that side of the sofa.
Thank you.
Phenom, that's all we're going to ask of you. What I will be doing is just before you leave, I'm going to be asking Phenom to sign our very special shirt. You can only get this at the venue with us. It's our shirt. It's not available for purchase. You can see there's a number of signatures on there. Look at Tasty Steve's. It's so good, nice. He had to do it twice. He literally broke the paint. Anyways, I'll ask you to sign this on your way out. But what I would love for you to do, if you just speak to number camera 1, give a shout out to your fans, your viewers, the Street Fighter community, and just say goodbye to everybody.
All right, shout outs to my team, Ninjas in Pajamas. Shout outs to everyone who supported me. Shout outs to everyone who's watching the tournament. I hope you enjoyed the show, and yeah, take care.
One word answer: which player's winning Street Fighter 6?
Angry Bird.
Angry Bird, there we go.
Oh, that was quick.
Okay,
My man.
That was sick. You knew that already. Thank you so much, Phenom. We are going to quickly check in TFT. 2 players alive for both respective Na'Vi and Falcons teams. Let's jump into the game.
Bring to mind that we certainly heard from some of the
Thank you
teams
so much, man. I'm going to ask you to sign this over here, please. It takes too much time to sign on camera.
The thing that led to them being taken out here. I wonder if it's the case here with the Falcons. Ice, again, all eyes on his performance. Cheeto is still gamely managing to keep this going. As you said, not a composition that you would really be hoping for in these circumstances.
A key component missing from Falcons roster compared to teams like Twisted Mind is that 4-cost flex player this time around. They had Xiaoge on the 2-cost reroll, low rolled, and then didn't really have anyone to carry the mantle forward. So will it end here? Crazy moving, taking a look at his board. 6 shapeshifters coming in, going up against Ice.
That's a lot of beef there. So it's Syndra versus Syndra. Of course, we got the big volley bear coming in for a little bit more disruption, but Syndra being taken out of the picture a little bit. Again, the Shyvana doing incredible work just to buy a little bit more time to work with. Volibear is holding for the time being. Nico, it's getting low, and I think this is going to be another survivor round for Ice.
They need Crazy Moving to go fourth, to go out in 4th. That is the first move, and then they still need to take out Jitpak. So there's a lot of things that need to go right. Ice only on 1 HP. Even a team rotation could be devastating. T2 can't even play too strong of a board here.
No. Of course, at this point, at least, it's a little easier to predict what's going to be happening. But for Na'Vi fans, you can see both their players on the loss streak right now. Things starting to drop down.
The Morgana here makes the Rakan such a stronger tank, extra HP and mana regeneration, just as the Wukong is falling down. And this could be the round that seals the deal. This could be the knockout.
A little bit of extra preserving on the front line. You said the secondary tank needed to be absolutely there. We have got the preserver on the backside as well. And the Archangel is
spin to win, spin to win.
Spin to win. It's bringing
the front line's down.
You can see Na'Vi, they're fighting. It's happened. The dream is real. Ice has been melted. Na'Vi go to playoffs. The Falcons have been dropped. Na'Vi means born to win, and these 4 certainly were.
I am at a loss of words. Na'Vi was considered maybe the 3rd best Korean team at the tournament, and they still knock out the favorites here in Falcons. When it comes to team game...
Oh my word. Na'Vi turn it around on Falcons. Both of the respective S-rank teams have been eliminated. And just like we were saying earlier on in the broadcast, when you do lose to an opponent, it gives you more data to analyze, to interpret, and to turn the tables on your opponent.
Oh, and I can't believe the way it ended too. team kill. It was a team kill
It
to
is.
drop someone out.
The thing is,
madness.
it's so important to remember that in a game like TFT, when you lose a round, you lose hit points.
Yep.
Yeah.
It is guaranteed.
You can't not lose HP.
So you have to use your team's HP pool as a resource.
It's so interesting to me to see how these teams are kind of like adjusting their game plan to deal with the fact that they have to worry about offing their own teammates, as well as being like, I have to stay alive to like continue on to the
Exactly. And I think as well, crucially, I actually firmly believe that the teams that have prior tournament experience in singles may not have been able to adapt. We don't have the time to unpack that right now. We will later on in the show. I want to do a very live, quick check-in to the Kidia Arena, where Street Fighter 6 is continuing, and the matchup on screen is Jewel Kevin versus Cuck. Is Jewel Kevin about to get dropped?
Oh my God, he's getting smoked right now.
Is
It's
this-
2-0, and he literally just hit him with multiple throws in the corner. Another one.
No.
And the thing is that like, even though there's so many different moves, when you get into the corner, the smaller situations can just leave you to have throws, but catches him with the crouching medium punch. He dropped the combo. Wait a minute. And oh my God.
The HP difference is too high.
Yeah.
There is one potential round left. This is series point for Kakaru.
I just watched Jewel Kevin's head go down into his lap and he twisted neck. He is not pleased right now. He is struggling.
And then remind me, Jewel Kevin was one of the last 2 NA players remaining, right?
Yes,
So,
that's
I mean,
true.
and this is also a reminder, Jewel Kevin made it into the bracket from the last chance qualifier. He made it through group stage 1 and was sitting in here as a little bit of a surprise entry coming forward. Sick combo, turn that around. What's happening there? Was that the drive impact reversal?
He got a drive impact, but he dropped the combo on the follow-up. Nice call there, Trevor. But also, Kakaru kind of on the ropes right now. A little shimmy right there to get out of range. Misses the throw.
Jewel Kevin needs this. If he loses this round, he's eliminated from the tournament.
Oh my gosh.
The combo's huge. M. Bison coming in.
See, he got the bomb on him. He finds the hit. Perfect parry. He's not going to spin to level 3. But I'm going to tell you right now, Kakaru has level 3. He's going to get him his life low enough, and he's going to be looking for an opportunity to cash out because it might kill. Dual Kevin's in burnout.
Huge.
This is dangerous.
Huge.
Level
Jewel
2.
Kevin, he used the level 2. It's blocked.
Turn around.
Drive reversal. Both in burnout. He's looking for the level 3. He drops the combo again.
Can you look for it?
Oh my God.
No,
he's trying to chip him out. And you can see he's taking a lot of damage. Anti-air Psycho Crusher. Dual Kevin goes down. Kakaru goes on. And now, like I said, this has been one of the people. A lot of people have slated Kakaru as one of the people that could potentially make it very far in this tournament. You can see him going further right now.
That's one of those matches where you really get to see the impact of burnout. There's a few times, Steve, where players in burnout, and you still are like, yeah, but they're dangerous, this guy. And I'm like, right, they're in burnout. This time around, you really see the impact.
For sure. And the fact that the burnout came on through, you just said, look, I need to chip, then I've got enough to kill with that super. Like, you can't ask for more. Look, there are 2 Kevins inside you, and both of them are losing that match.
Yo, I am not being funny. I have influenced these young men.
I know you have, Trevor. This is why I've been trying to steer him. I've been trying to steer him back, and then you're getting me too.
It's literally like the dark side of the force. Like, I'm sitting here going, come to me, yes.
It's like, look, it has cookies and fun phrases. What can I say?
Oh, my word. Okay, I believe that we might be getting those highlights on the screen. If not, you can keep watching Street Fighter 6, twitch.tv/EWC_fighters. If you want to see those, that's where you can watch it. Right, we take a breath. We just saw Falcons get eliminated. We just saw Jewel Kevin getting eliminated. We've explained a little bit about Fortnite. We've interviewed one of the biggest.
I would say one of the biggest content
the
creators.
coolest?
Probably one of the coolest.
One of the commit.
I think Clips is better. That's all I'm saying.
So,
Alright, really, bro?
let us turn to teaching our community slang. The first word is going to come from Fortnite, and this is keying. Now, I have a really uncouth explanation.
Yes,
for
I
keying.
do too.
If your ex-girlfriend is really unhappy with you and you happen to own a car, she might key your car. That's my guess.
I've had
Sam,
one of those.
What do you think?
So I think I'm... Steve, you okay, buddy? We'll talk about that after the show. He needs a hug.
For broadcast, dude.
Not for broadcast. That's not a video
I
game.
feel like what keying is, if I remember correctly, it's when you're holding on to the key for a long time, because it's in the game mode where you're holding on to the key, right? So it's the person who's holding on to the key.
Steve?
I mean, keying, passing the key back and forth. I have no idea.
Oh, that's a good one. I like
actually,
your
I think you might be right.
Yeah,
What is it?
I think the game mode keeper threw you guys off here because that has nothing to do with what keying is. Keying is basically holding down W key. You're pushing somebody.
What the hell? That's not.
But with keeper, no, it's W keying. You just
Can I
say
get the
keying.
camera? Can I get the camera? Camera. Epic Games. A headshot is called a headshot, not a 200. Keying is pressing W.
Okay, let me correct you there. The headshot, it's only whenever you get the elimination, it's a 200.
Oh, okay.
Gotta get
It's not just a normal headshot.
Okay.
You can headshot someone, hit them for 17 damage. That's not a 200.
So you literally, that's not how headshots work. That's it. Okay,
But
let's
it's
go
Fortnite.
to team fight tactics. The terminology is hyper rolling. I'm actually expecting you guys to know this one. We've talked about it a lot. Steve is confused, and you've heard the most. Steve, what does hyper rolling mean in team fight tactics?
Hyper rolling?
Work together with you to figure it out a little bit.
Come on,
Can you figure out what rolling is? That's probably a good starting.
Yes.
I'm gonna say I know exactly what hyper rolling is.
I
know exactly what hyper rolling is.
What is it?
Take it.
Hyper rolling is whenever your Syndra rolls down and shoots bullets at your opponent.
Oh, you're halfway there.
So
You're halfway
close.
there.
I was close.
The first half of the sentence.
Roll
Okay.
down and
Shop. You buy.
Oh wait, wait.
You roll. You re-roll.
Keep
Yeah.
re-rolling.
There we go. Well, nice work,
That's
Trevor.
it.
Thanks, Lee.
There we go.
Alright,
Hey,
that was
the
good.
teamwork.
I will say this, Sam, you have taught them well.
There we go. So basically the key is this is hyper rolling is when you spend everything. You roll all of your gold hunting for really key units. So Syndra is a great example.
remember-
you want to get all that gold down and make it happen.
It's a little bit of a bad excuse. Don't tell me why I'm wrong.
Sure, that's fine. We'll do that
I saw
another
that
time.
player with 150 gold. They spent all of his money re-rolling, re-rolling.
re-rolling.
Like that.
That is an example of hyper roll.
But that makes sense because of Syndra. If you really want to get those proper
exactly.
units, I get it. I get it.
Okay, now Street Fighter 6. Blake, what is an anti-air?
An anti-air.
Wait, start again.
I know exactly what anti-air is. An anti-air is whenever your opponent you jump up in the air and then your opponent jumps up and counters your air punch.
Yeah, I think you don't have to jump, but I think it's just a move or a technique that prevents your opponent from doing something in the air.
Okay.
That's what I'm.
I was close.
Hold on.
Oh, wait, you don't know.
I don't know if I'm right.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I'll try and be a bit more specific. I think it's a move that has frame advantage against an air move, so you use it to counter an aerial move.
you look
Man, all of you guys were right there. So
Okay.
it's literally like if someone, jumping is the main way to get around in Street Fighter, right? But if someone jumps in, you want to consistently be able to stop them from doing it. Anti-airing. I know that you're going to jump, I'm a DP you. I know you will Dragon Punch, right? Uppercut.
Yeah.
I know you're going to jump, then I can jump up there and get you. And most times an anti-air involves not leaving the ground.
An attack that is optimal and effective against airborne opponents. This next one is from me personally to the StarCraft 2 community, and I hope none of you get it right. What is a proxy in StarCraft 2?
That's so one word proxy.
Actually, has any of you played a strategy game before?
I was a big Age of Mythology player and also
it's not
Supreme
gonna be
Commander,
bad
so
at
it's
all.
very different.
I don't think it counts. I played like Diablo 2 back in the day, but that
Okay, so let's go best guess. It's base building, it's resource management, you got to build an army, you have a set map, normally 1v1. So what would a proxy be with those concepts?
a proxy in that concept, maybe it is, so I'm just going off the word proxy, right? It can't be like the person close. I have no idea.
Okay.
I know exactly what a proxy is, man. These questions are just getting easier and easier. So a proxy is whenever you proxy your opponent.
Okay, you can't use the word. But not bad. Let's go to Sam.
Okay, so I think it's going to be more in the sense of like I'm thinking more from like card games. We have like like something that's in place of something else. So either it's a unit you would use instead of that, but I think it's going to be a fake base that's supposed to freak someone out in order to get someone to attack the wrong base.
I am blown away that you unpacked that. Yes, absolutely nailed it.
Ridiculous.
Placing a building somewhere on the map, generally inside of a base, instead of your main base, usually to disguise or to hide it. In a game like StarCraft, you have to build your barracks that build units,
I understand
your factory that build tanks, your energy that allows you to build more buildings. So you build a fake building, it entices your opponent to move there, and while their moves up, you get to flank them from behind.
Decoy.
I was pretty close.
I'm sincere, but listen, when you use the word in a sense, you are pretty close. Now, I am hearing that we are going to take a quick look at exactly how Dual Kevin's opponent felt crushing Dual Kevin's key. This is
face. He's so evil, bro.
Just
he looks cool.
No.
I mean, Kakuru rather. He's eliminated just a moment ago. We saw Phenom, so he's crushed Phenom's key. Now he's crushed Dual Kevin's key. Honestly, that's a smug look. I mean,
he looks happy.
He
doesn't want to express it, but you can tell inside he's so happy.
I'm gonna be honest. I think you're just not looking long enough. Watch the smile now. As soon as the camera cuts back, yeah.
Oh, that's smug.
That is smug.
Oh no.
Look at the smile.
Oh, he's satisfied.
He's like, oh, I can't believe it.
Yes, look, he's pushing the smile back. No, that's it.
It's a force power. No! Look at his face.
No.
Look at this guy, Kakuru.
Disrespect.
Oh my word.
We haven't seen anything like this.
Unleash the
They had to tell him to stop. They had to tell him to get his foot off the pedal.
I'm not being funny. We haven't. Now, we've not watched every key crush here at EWC Central. You can see that on the main broadcast. But I have not seen someone do Sith Lightning to crush the key and then have to get pulled back from security.
Like, that is literally, I don't think you understand my full power vibes going on legitimately.
They had to stop him from doing that.
I feel like look at that.
Oh,
Kevin. You see it so clearly.
You underestimate my power. Oh my god.
I feel like if I'm competing at a professional level, I get knocked out of a tournament as big as the Esports World Cup, and someone does that to me, I'm probably just going to retire.
Gachikun.
Kakeru is going to be playing against Gachikun or Angry Bird next. That's what's going to be coming up. Can I say thank you to the production team again? That was one of the sickest key crushes that we've seen. And kudos to Kakeru. He's leaning into it, right? That's like, I like to see that because it adds some of that spice.
He's a very, if you all of his pictures, he has a very smug look on his face. He's like, oh, I'm about to beat you up. You?
He just did.
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
let's be real, that is now the start of a new Darth Plagueis the Wise. You've ever heard the tale of Darth Gachikun, the evil, just coming on in? That is going straight in the history book.
Now, one of my favorite moments is about to take place. As Team Falcons, one of the pre-tournament favorites, has been eliminated, we get to look into the SDSC Arena where Navi's winners interview and see their jubilation at a gigantic surprise.
But before we start the interview with Crazy Moving, we have Xiaoga to hand over the key to Crazy Moving for it to be crushed later on. So please, if you can hand over the key. Thank you so much, Xiaoga. But now we have so many things to talk about with Crazy Moving, and we have an interpreter here to help us translate for the interview. But the first thing that I want to talk about is the changes that went through for this match specifically. You weren't doing much for the first match against Falcons, and then coming into this match, you won first place on the first game, and then top 3 on the last one. What did you do that was so different for this match?
일단 승리 축하드리고요. 일단은 첫 번째 질문은 아무래도 저번 경기에서는 크레이지 몬 선수가 좀 별로 좋지 못한 모습을 보여주셨는데 그래도 이번에는 그래도 되게 좋은 모습으로 이제 반등을 하셨어요. 이번에 또 마지막 판에는 또 3등까지 하시고 또 여러 개 또 좋은 활약을 보여주셨는데 좀 어떤 게 달라지셨나요?
일단 달라진 거는 저희 오더를 맡고 있는 쌍엽 선수가 아팠었는데 이제 컨디션이 돌아오면서 오더를 잘 내려주고 그렇게 명령을 잘 내려줘서 그 부분이 가장 크게 달라진 것 같고 이제 저 같은 경우에는 이제 좀 계속 양보를 자주 하다 보니까 이게 박는 모습이 많이 나왔는데 이제 팀원들이 이제 양보하지 말라고 그냥 형 하고 싶은 대로 하라고 해가지고 그때부터 좀 괜찮아진 것 같아요.
So team-wise, our RGL, Sangyup wasn't in a good shape because he was sick. So team-wise, I think we got better after he got better. And for my part, I think I sacrificed a lot for my teammates in the previous games, but the teammates told me, "Oh, don't do it anymore. Don't sacrifice for us. You do it your place." So I think that's kind of changed.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, your team letting you play how you want to play and giving you your full potential was definitely a key moment here. But at the same time, I want to talk to you guys as a team. Honestly, you guys have changed a lot compared to the previous matches, not just against Falcons. So how did you work on the communication to get to where you are now?
확실히 그런 부분이 많이 좀 달라지신 것 같은데 그래도 이제 팔콘스 이전과의 이제 그 경기에서도 확실히 좀 뭐라 해야 될까 좀 다 그렇게 좋지는 않았었는데 그래도 이전의 경기들 그 이전 이제 그룹 경기들과 지금을 또 비교해 보자면 또 어떤 게 좀 달라졌을까요?
일단 팔콘 선수들이 리롤 덱을 좀 빠꾸 없이 그냥 강하게 자기들 각이 아닌데도 좀 강하게 밀어붙일 때가 많아서 저희가 처음 만났을 때는 좀 도망갔어요. 아 그렇게까지 할 거야? 그럼 내가 뺄게 이거였는데 이제는 저희도 뒤가 없거든요. 그러니까 최종전이기 때문에 그래서 한번 해보자. 너네가 할 거면 우리도 할 거야. 안 빼 이거가 컸던 것 같아요.
Well, obviously, Falcons did do a really hard push on the reroll game, so we kind of backed out before. But now facing elimination, well, we do not have anything else to do. So like, if you're sticking with that game, okay, we're gonna do a game of chicken for ourselves, man. So like, we don't have anything to lose, so let's go.
I mean,
that's our mentality.
Yeah, that changed their mentality completely, and we can see the results here on this match. Again, congratulations on this upset. You guys are moving to the quarterfinals now, so it's going to be exciting matches. So thank you so much for joining me on this interview, Crazy Moving. But for now, let's head to the studio to talk about this crazy upset between Navi and Falcons.
I'm over the moon to see such a huge smile on the faces of the Navi players, and also personally very happy to see the upsets continue. I think again the TFT conversations post EWC are going to be very spicy and very intriguing to unpack.
Yeah, exactly that. And for me, this is a bigger upset than Fnatic, because my impression of Falcons was a team that had put everything in place to come in as a good team, not just individual players. They had phenomenal backroom staff. They've been putting so much work in, and it wasn't enough.
Very quickly.
So I want to get that right. Is that both of your S tier teams on your power rankings out?
I'm in trouble,
man. I will say this as well. I'm not going to bully him for it.
What?
I feel like it's justifiable because of the switch up in the game.
I think so too, and I want to unpack it, and I appreciate it because you looked at me and you're like, "Are we going in? Are we going?" And then I was like, "No," and then you're like, "Let's bet."
Bracing myself.
Okay. Look, one of the big things that I haven't yet been able to cover about Street Fighter 6 is how the players play the game. Now, you might be going, Quickshot, what on earth are you talking about? And I think crucially, there are 3 different controller types or 3 different inputs, which I think is normally how you'd say in FGC. The first is the most obvious. It's a gamepad, okay? Of the 32 players competing here at EWC, only 6 of them use a gamepad. When the next clip comes up on screen, you'll see it. This is a PlayStation controller, an Xbox controller, a Nintendo Switch controller. And Steve, I'm giving the most basic breakdown. Yeah. But you can see just how aggressively NuckleDu's actually using the gamepad, right?
No, you can definitely see, like, he moves around a lot. He's pretty animated with it, but also a very unique player. If you go and look at NuckleDu play, he has some of the swaggiest combos with Guile that you have ever seen. I remember I sang the entire Star Spangled Banner doing a Guile combo once, and it's all on pad.
Now, one of the things that we're seeing here from NuckleDu is he's going very aggressive. I'd love to have a slow-mo just specifically on his hands. We actually had a heated debate with our production team earlier, because one of the things you can do, PlayStation 5 controllers, these Pro ones, have a capacitive touch analog stick, meaning that it won't activate unless you touch it.
Yeah.
My instinct is he was going for something that's bound to the analog, but may have decided to change his move or something like that, because that is a hell of a big move if you're not going to hit a button.
So the thing is that, like, especially in Street Fighter, you can kind of like cover yourself, right? And he did a super move, so it was a lot of animation. It looks like he was actually already hit the charge just in case it didn't work out, because you can actually use a level 2 and hit him into the air and get a follow-up. NuckleDu is known for using the second analog stick. I didn't know it at the time, but I saw his hands back in, I think, Street Fighter 4 or 5, and he was like, yeah, I just used the second one to get the analog charge.
Okay, so look, I know we're going to speed through this. We'll have a little bit of time to talk at the end, but the next one's going to be the joystick, the arcade stick. Just your normal stick, basically. It's kind of how you call this. Of the 32 players, 12 here at EWC are using this. Now, anyone that's been to an arcade that has stood in front of a cabinet, you know, one of those TVs at head height, okay, and held a little stick and pushed buttons. Let's bring up the footage on screen. Steve, this is kind of the de facto standard, right?
Yeah, I can tell you right now, as the old man of fighting games, I can tell you right now, I was raised in the arcade. 16 years old, I went into an arcade. I know they're extinct. This is what I saw. I saw one of those cabinets you were talking about. TV, had a box in front of it, and on that box was 2 controllers. And this right here, it gave you some of the most in-depth feel. It made you feel like you're outside playing these fighting games. And it gives, personally, I feel like it's the most fun, the most control, and it's the classic way to play these fighting games.
And I think it's so great that this is looping. This black and gray unit comes from a supply called Hori. It's called the Kwamba. I actually have one at home.
Oh, that's the Obsidian.
That's the Obsidian, thank you. So I actually have both.
Cool guy over here. Wait a minute, cool guy, quick shot over here.
But what I particularly like is this custom one right at the end.
Oh, yeah.
Because you can see, like, the PCB, the clear plastic. It's like anybody who's ever built a custom keyboard.
Yeah.
Made it from scratch. You pick it all. It's the same type of approach you can do.
And I think it's really interesting as well, because you can see there's a huge discrepancy between what the casual player will play, as in if I've got my PlayStation at home, I'm playing on a controller, and then what the pro guys are doing, because they are using these bespoke, handcrafted, they've got their own decals on them, it's an arcade machine that's torn apart so you can play it on tournament.
Well, I'll say this right now. Oh, fantastic. Thank you for the pause. You can actually see the custom. As I was saying, you can see the controller, the board underneath, the clear perspex. It's beautiful. Man, we've even got the slow-mo.
Yeah.
What a flex. Now, crucially, of the 32 players, okay, 18 of them are split between stick and controller. I think it's fair to say a large majority, more than half, maybe less than 2/3, use stick. That's kind of the traditional way. It's kind of things. But about 2 or 3 years ago, a brand new input was introduced to the market. And this new input, it literally pissed off the community. I think there's no other way to say it, right? Depending on your perspective, depending on the game that you play, it also had a different impact.
Yeah.
Now that physical joystick that we saw moving like Casino Arcades, it gets replaced with buttons. 14 out of 32 players, 43%, the largest percentage of the Street Fighter players here at EWC now use this. It's called a leverless controller. Now, Steve, first of all, what do you think of the controller? And secondly, how fair was my comment about the community being a little angry?
It was pretty fair, like right down the middle. Look, I was one of those people who originally saw the leverless controller, and I'm like, no fair. Like, I was one of those. But I'm an old man. You got to get with the times. But it's a lot more effective. We had Big Bird in here talking about it, and it's not even just the fact of your preference, but it's actually better and quicker for you to be able to play the game. You have better reactions on this because there's no button, no lever.
And what's very important is when Steve says no lever, I just want to change it like a physics term, right? If you are holding a physical joystick and you have to move it to do a quarter circle, right? It takes travel time. You physically have to move it. Each of those inputs needs to physically be understood. However, if you have little round buttons that you can just boop, 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 all of a sudden you get your quarter circle much easier, and that's what we're seeing here.
And I think as well, because I heard about all of this drama outside of the FGC, that's how big it got.
Wow, I didn't even know that.
That's why I know.
Exactly, which is kind of wild in some ways because it is such a difference in playstyle. And again, compared to most of the games where, generally speaking, maybe it's your keyboard and mouse versus controller, this is an even bigger debate, an even wider range of inputs, and that kind of change on such a fundamental level, it's obviously going to generate a lot of discourse. I know you were telling us that you were very vocal about a lot.
I was like, one of the things is that like I was definitely one of the people. I was like, I don't know about that, but if you spread it across other games, it's even more difficult. It's a little tricky. So Tekken, those players have a harder time. Other games, they have a harder time.
I was going to say this as well. This is also very crucial as well. Unfortunately, we do have to move on, so I'll have to cut you off, Blake. But I think depending on the game that you play, you get larger or smaller benefit from levelers. And that also is part of the conversation. And like we have so many games at EWC, this is a topic I'm going to bring up with Justin Wong once we have Tekken in a couple of weeks' time. Steve, thank you for breaking that down. Thank you for showing the people. Thank you to the production crew for getting that footage. But I do need to move us on with the show. We have live games underway, and I believe Fortnite is starting in about 5 minutes.
Oh, wow.
So before we get to that, let's talk about TFT. The playoffs bracket update. Vitality versus Weibo, and T1 versus Branching Out, which, by the way, is one of the best club names ever. Those are live right now. What's your take on those matches?
I think it should be T1 and Weibo going forward. I've liked what they've seen from them, but I will say that Weibo Vitality match, for my money, is the one you should be watching if you can right now, because I think that one could be really close.
And of course, we just saw Na'Vi eliminating Falcons, and that is why they are in the quarterfinals, and those quarterfinals will be continuing. As we mentioned, 2 of those series live. Where can we watch them?
At twitch.tv/EWC_gold. It'll also be on the B stream because there's 2 matches happening at once.
And imagine if Vitality's on the B stream. Vitality's logo's a B. So,
Okay. I actually didn't get that until you mentioned it.
I didn't. The words left my mouth. Like, oh, there was a button.
Collective.
Right. Now, of course, because we have been talking a lot about TFT, and it is still one of arguably the most complex game that we have happening here at EWC in week 6. I think we want to take a look at the set. We want to talk about the different roster of champions. We want to talk about different things. So, Sam, you've kind of prepared a little bit of an additional explainer on top of everything else.
Yeah.
So we can try and get Blake to really understand.
Yesterday we
Why me?
Right. Yeah. Because obviously you're the one who needs it the most.
Exactly, man.
He didn't even know what the HP was.
Let's start with the question. What does a set actually mean?
That is exactly where I want to start, because yesterday we covered the general mechanics of TFT, but one of the big things to the game and what keeps it really fresh and scary is that every 6 months or so, the game is wiped and everything changes. And so what a set is a unique set of champions, a new set of traits, a new set of augments, and then a unique mechanic that comes along with it. So it's all those 4 things that will change every 6 months and change all of the balance for the game.
I think you've summarized that beautifully, and I think what we'll do is I can see what Sam's prepared. We're going to break down each of those words, right? I want to start with the champions, because I just want to kind of rush through them. In the game, there are 5 different cost champions.
Correct.
1 cost champions. You can see them on your screen. They're the cheapest. You spam them a lot. There tends to be a larger pool of 1 cost. 2 cost, this is where we find Syndra. That's the only one that matters. Ignore absolutely everything else. Let's move to 3 costs. Traditionally, as these costs of champions go up, they increase in power, increase in damage, increase in tankiness, whatever the specific thing is. If you've got a creature that looks like Zangief, he's going to be a tank. If you've got a creature that looks like Aki, she's going to deal poison damage. And finally, the 5-cost, the rarest, the smallest available possibilities, and tending to be the quote-unquote super units, right?
Yeah, exactly that. So, for example, 5-cost units only turn up and available at level 4, or sorry, level 5, but only 2% options. You're looking at
very low chance.
Exactly. There's only 9 of any copy of a 5-cost unit in the game. So those kind of percentages, those kind of numbers are very carefully balanced for every set.
Now, of course, traits, we talked about this earlier. Like, if you have a spellcaster trait, it's going to be give you mage buffs. If you have a punching trait, it'll allow you to hit multiple times. You can have a big boy trait that gives you percentage hit points. All your dad bods out there.
Oh, yeah.
You can have a vampiric trait that gives you lifesteal, right? So there's all these different traits. It's way too overwhelming to look at all of them. You saw those documents.
Yes.
Can you explain one trait to me?
I have. I've picked out one specifically, and this one's called multi-strikers. So yesterday we talked about verticals. This is a great trait to vertical. And as you see, for every unique champion that shares a trait, the number for any trait will go up. So if you have 3 unique champions with multi-strikers, you'll get multi-strikers 3. If you get 5 champions with multi-striker, you get multi-striker 5. The key one here is 7 on this one, because you see that one gets you additional max health damage on hit.
Oh,
so it's a big one to stack, because later on, it does a lot of damage.
So you have a 65% chance to heal, and you deal 3% max health with the multiple attacks.
And the core trait is you just attack a lot too, so you just attack even more. So what it means is some of these units, if you can get to those really key breakpoints, become very, very powerful. And that's why you'll see some players really stacking this trait.
I mean, you really get a lot of HP back then when you have that, and obviously you need that if you want to survive any of the reverse, right?
Am I tripping? It said 100% on 10, was that?
9.
On 9?
Now, what that means as well is you have to have, so you know we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5?
Yeah.
Across that spectrum, there'll be 9 unique units, and you need to have all 9 of them. You have to be level 9, pretty much, to place them on the board and have one of each different one. Or there's a couple other ways to get it. We don't go into them.
Yeah, and then the last bit that's core to every set is something called augments. And if we can bring that up, I'll go through this one too. Because what this basically is at key points in the game, you're going to get an augment. As you go through the game, you'll get a second, and later on, you'll get a third. So every game, you can get a max of 3, and they are random. There are 262 augments in the game.
260?
262 augments in this set.
Okay, well, you know what I will do? I'll ask the broadcast team to pause this really quickly, because these are going to be random buffs. So I'll read one of them. Sleight of hand. You gain an item called Thief's Gloves. The champion holding this item gains 200 health and 20% attack speed. So if you click that, you get that buff, right? You can see this little circle underneath it. You can re-roll it. If you go to Slam It, you gain 1 random component after each player combat if there are no items on your bench. So meaning that this is a way to potentially get tons of items.
Exactly, very strong.
Completely random, very, very powerful, right?
So
these are permanent buffs.
Exactly. And the thing with augments is what they will often do is they'll kind of determine which direction you're going in a game. So like, okay, I've got one that buffs how I want to play multi-strikers. Right, I'm building multi-strikers. Oh, I've got one that's going to give me extra HP, Tiny Titans. Ooh, maybe I can play to save my gold and just deal with losing more HP because I've got some more to work with. So it really, really determines, particularly at a pro level, how you build your comp, how you play the game.
I see. There's like 250 of these. Are these new every set?
A lot of them are, yeah.
You know what's just crucial? I want to check this up really quick because the things that we've just listed are kind of the foundational skills of TFT. So every set will have a trait, will have types of charms, will have those units, will have items.
But they create 250 new ones?
Basically, I'd say it's closer to a reskin. Let's say every season of Fortnite's completely different, right?
Nah, every chapter.
Now, so there we go. But even the chapter, if they change the map, it's still the same freaking game. You just learn this, but you get my point.
I get the point.
So this is a 2. The thing that does happen every single set is there is a brand new, completely unique aspect to it. What is it for this one?
So this one is called Charms, and the thing that ties set together is its theme. This one's called Magic and Mayhem, and that means for this set, the mechanic is called Charms, and Charms are a single-use spell available for purchase from the shop every
Where can I see that spell?
Now, if you look at the bottom of your screen, on the right-hand side of that shop, that little purple box will be a charm, and what that is a very kind of one-round buff that can give you an advantage.
Say the sentence. You had a great one-liner for it again.
A charm is a single-use spell available for purchase from the shop every other round.
Single-use spell. So this is gain 1 component wand, right? Gain an artifact anvil. I'm just reading what they are. Gain a temporary emblem of your most active trait for 1 round. Emblem of your most active trait, if you want to get to that 9 multi-striker, that gives it to you for
Just
1
for a round.
If you have 8, okay? So those are ideas of the charms. And again, completely random. So when we hear the team saying, there's variance, there's randomization, I'm very harsh and I don't let it slide, but it is very, very true.
Exactly.
And right? Do we feel like there's a little bit more of a deeper understanding?
Yes, I was actually going to say something about the traits, right? But you say it changes up every round or every other round.
So what it is you have the option to buy one, and what it is, it's like a temporary buff in power, but it's a random buff in power.
So what I was going to say was, we were talking about how you need level 9, right? And if you can only get it for 1 round, do you keep those units or no?
You do keep the units, but the spell will go away.
Yes.
All right.
So think of it as like you're like a drive gauge. As soon as your drive gauge goes out, you're in burnout.
Great call.
Okay.
I mean, what I'll
Look at that. Yeah.
Also, you know, we said we talked about hyper rolling earlier. Late game, maybe you've already got your units. You might hyper roll for a good charm. Just keep rolling until you find one.
Charms are
that might give you that advantage to win that game.
Think of charms like those sticky grenades in Fortnite.
Yes.
Once you chuck it, you ain't got one left.
So you respawn.
So you respawn, then you can do one. Anyway, we are going to a break. When we come back, it is time for a Fortnite co-stream with Looter and Volks from Power.
Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Board already.
Not just my favorite, his favorite as well, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case because the last game against Z10, I believe it was a 14-win streak before he ended up losing somewhere in stage 5. So just, I think, a player that understands to perfection what this comp is all about. Preserving HP in a team game mode is so important because if the other team reaches these incredible high caps, if they're too low HP, it does not matter.
You might want to call this guy your master because so far in the tournament, he's been averaging a 2.0 on multi-strikers, the Kassadin caller.
You were talking about multi-striker, David, and I saw you play multi-striker more than one time. So can you tell us, obviously, you already said you need tempo in the early game, you need that Kassadin 2 with perfect items, maybe on 3-2, but then what is the cap out? Do you need the Kalista, do you go level 9, or do you only want to preserve HP and go top 4?
That's the most important part. I think you're never really expecting to win a game with Kassadin. Okay. I think you use too much gold to obviously get the 3 stars, and by the time you get to the late game, Kassadin being kind of a single target 1-by-1 champion, he just has a hard time killing these crazy boards, especially when CC comes in after the QSS expires, if you've built it in the first place. One way to do it, which maybe is a bit memey, but it is building into the Smolder line with a Pyro and a Multi-Striker emblem, of course, very rare to set up.
I wouldn't mind seeing a Smolder. That seems like a very interesting line to look out. I'm looking at which players have the most potential for win outs on each side, and honestly, I feel like there's a lot of high-cost compositions coming out on the side of Vitality. You have the Clear Mind coming in. You have Flexible already. So this is going to be a very slow tempo composition, slow tempo game.
Yeah, we can even take what? This is a crazy spot. Clear Mind, 3 win streak with what looks like a pretty strong board here as well.
Yeah, I want to also take a time here to get some nomenclature together with the 3 of us. So we already know the one who goes for the win out is the hero. We're good with that, right? Okay. We agree. Okay. The ones who are in the middle pack are the rocks. They're not going 8. And who's the one that doesn't go 8 and goes 7?
They're called the Here We Goes.
Is there a name? Because we already have the name for the
support,
top 1,
the support
2, and 3.
player.
Okay.
The support, or
you like support?
Or Ratman mode, the griefer, the one that's holding 7 Kassadins despite not playing a single one on his bench, or Cog mods are interchangeable.
Ooh, Toronto loses his streak to teammate Soju, who's playing a very a knockman we don't see all that much. The extra steric Scage that gives you attack speed and immunity from crowd control.
Yeah, and that's all, he has so many games into it. Normally people, maybe in that, he was saying later, people in the chat maybe meme him a lot, but the amount of game that he has are capable of him of recognizing spots that are very specific. So even though this augment, we haven't seen it so far, as you mentioned, Clement, he has a spot to be played, and we will now see it on hands on Soju.
It's very strong, of course, on Fiora. If you make it to that point, the red buff could go on Karma later on as well. Could be another.
And good afternoon, good evening, or good morning, wherever in the world you are tuning into the Esports World Cup Central broadcast from. For the first time today, all 3 games are live. Teamfight Tactics over at EWC Gold. It's Vitality versus Weibo in the quarterfinals. In the group stage for EWC, Fighters is still ongoing, and the 3rd and final round is being competed. I don't know which players they are because I just see club logos. And finally, for the first time this evening, the quarterfinals have taken to the stage here for Fortnite. 4v4 Battle Royale is not happening, as you are well aware by now, and it is my absolute pleasure to introduce 2 players from Power. It's Luta and Vox. I hope I'm saying that right. Gentlemen, I'm going to ask you just to introduce yourselves, tell our viewers where you're from, and as I mentioned, we've got Street Fighter viewers, we've got TFT viewers, so we might have to explain to them a little bit about your orgs and who you are. Let's start with you.
I'm Power Luda. On Power, I'm a content creator and Fortnite professional player. I am also competing in the Fortnite ESL tournament here with Capture the Flag, Hardpoint, and Keeper. It's...
Yeah, that's good, that's good. Who's next? Vox.
Hi, I'm Vox. I'm from Power, and I'm a Fortnite player as well for Team Power. And yeah.
Can I ask really quickly, why is your Twitter handle fake Vox? who's the real Vox?
Okay, I am the real Vox, yes.
But then you're lying to me.
No, listen.
okay.
Listen, I made 2 accounts because my first one got sussed. That's not my issue, that's a Twitter problem.
Can I, because it got sussed?
Yes.
Suspended.
Suspended, yes.
He's a little old.
Sorry.
We're gonna have to bring this one down. Gentlemen, before we dive into the first game here for Fortnite quarterfinals, what do you guys think of the tournament? What do you think of the game mode? Are you guys BR players, or do you focus in 4v4? Give me the backstory.
Personally, I'm a BR player, but I used to love playing Call of Duty, so it takes me back a little bit.
Right. Which Call of Duty do you play? Or how long have you been playing?
Black Ops 2 and Ghost.
Black Ops 2 and Ghost.
Those were my 2 games. I was the GOAT.
I competed in Call of Duty for Modern Warfare. one on PC, so that's how old I am.
2008.
What's your background? Yeah, 2008 at tournament. What's your background? Fake Volks?
Chill, bro. Come on. No, I like Battle Royale more, but the 4v4 I like since I play a lot of CSGO and Valorant, all that type of games.
Awesome. Okay, we'll talk about your ranks in those games later. For now, we're going to head into the Amazon Arena, take a look at our first quarterfinal. And Blake, I'm going to put you on the spot. It's Heroic versus R8.
Yes.
I know we talked about R8 a little bit, but what are the expectations for these two teams?
I feel like the expectation is to see Heroic make it to the semifinals, taking down R8. Because like I said, R8 came into this tournament as a big underdog. So a lot of people are surprised to see them here. But, I mean, they've been playing crazy, so they deserve it.
What do you guys think of either Heroic or R8?
They're both great teams. We actually scrimmed against R8 a lot. Their capture the flag is very strong, and they'll definitely put up a good fight against Heroics, but I do think Heroic will probably take this one.
Pretty much favored as well. Same thoughts there, Volks?
I agree with that.
What about the individual players? You know, something that we've talked a lot about is how players have had to adapt from BR to these game modes. I mean, you guys have both said it. I mean, all three of you.
Yeah.
BR players at your core, right? That's what Fortnite is.
Yeah.
So how hard is it for you personally? And what do you think about the guys on the stage?
I don't think it was that hard for me since, like I said before, I played a lot of Call of Duty and CSGO, all type of games like that. But personally, I think Thomas HD probably like.
That's the standout player here, Thomas HD.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree with that one.
All right, so let's take a look. So what's happening in this game mode right now? Blake, explain this to me, because what are we looking at now? Is this Capture the Flag, right?
Yeah, so right now we're in map 1, round 2 of Capture the Flag. It's currently tied up 1-1 with only 3.5 minutes left, so it's a pretty close game.
And it looks like R8's going down. Heroic might have the no.
No, none of the flag. Something that I'd love to ask you guys, like, especially you guys that competed in this game mode, Blake was explaining to me just how important the pistols are and how you can customize the pistols and stuff.
Yep.
It blows my mind when I think about it from like a Call of Duty Valorant perspective. But I also understand that the assault rifles are designed for BR in much bigger space.
Yeah.
So was that something you also have to adapt to and get used to?
He actually doesn't run the pistol, he runs the burst SMG.
Yeah.
My man! Okay, engineer player, right?
Yeah.
So you got the engineer player.
Yeah.
What about you? You have to be a dirty pistol player or you got the sniper rifle?
I'm a dirty pistol player.
How different is it like using that in comparison to your BR like ARs?
It's honestly a really good gun.
Oh, really?
It's busted.
It is.
Tell me why it's busted. Come on.
It just shoots so fast, does so much damage, and you can just reload so quick. Because you can put those speed mags on there. You can put the laser sight, which just increases the hip fire accuracy. It's just a crazy gun.
Well, crazy gun.
Talking about laser sight, so when that burst SMG goes different, it's dead accurate.
Really,
Dead
Vox?
accurate. Dead
You
accurate.
get 3 bullets straight to where you're shooting with the laser.
And anytime you jump, you get the 0 accuracy.
Unbelievable. Right, just a very quick update for any of the Street Fighter viewers there. Ryukichi has pushed a Xiaohai down to the low bracket. That should be 3-1. Memory serves that is an upper. We'll keep you updated on those results. EWC fighters for that stream to continue. Now, remind me again, for Capture the Flag, do you just run the full 2 minutes, or is there a point score? Like, if you hit a certain amount, you can just win?
If you hit 5.
If you hit 5.
You have to win by 5.
How often does that happen?
Very rarely.
Yeah, I was going to say, I've seen most
against 2 good teams, it's very, very, very rare.
Well, okay.
Whenever one of these teams goes up, like in the online qualifiers in the early stages, like they're winning by 5. Like XSET, they're winning by 5.
Yeah.
So.
But the thing is, when you're going online qualifiers, you're talking about teams that are, I'm just going to be blunt. The teams that win by 5 are worthy of being in EWC, and the teams that are in the qualifiers, they do tend to get stomped. I asked the Street Fighter guy on our show a little bit earlier, how often do perfects happen? And he's like, well, last chance qualifiers and then open pools. And I was like, oh yeah, you have world champions against like open bracket, you know, moms and pops entries. So they happen a lot at that stage of the tournament. What's communication like for you guys? Like changing from BR to this game mode?
He is the loudest person I've ever heard in a tournament.
Tell me why.
I don't know. I just like loud coming just to get my point across to the team.
Give me an example. I'm not going to yell now.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to.
Explain to me what it means when you say you're loud.
Just like.
Are you constantly giving info?
Yes, constantly giving info.
It's good comms. Would you compare it to like Kanata? Like everyone knows Kanata's comms.
He's even louder.
Even louder than Kanata. That says a lot because Kanata is a very vocal player to get his point across.
So who's the IGL for power?
We don't really have a dedicated one, but I would say it's everyone gives in their input, but final decision would go to either Alex or me.
Oh, interesting. Interesting. Even though he's a fake? Okay, so Blake, 35 seconds on the clock here, still 1 point apiece. What do you make of this for this opening game?
It's looking like we're going to overtime.
Yeah,
That's
definitely
number 1. And the thing I want to point out about these quarterfinals, semifinals, and the finals, we're no longer in a best of 5. We're in a best of 7. So it's the first team to 4 maps instead of 3. But yeah, so we're definitely going to overtime here. There's nothing that can really be done.
I don't know if we've covered overtime rules.
I briefly mentioned it.
Okay, so explain it to me again. It was a few days ago, and I'm dealing with a lot here, bro. Be nice to me.
You're good. So basically, in capture the flag for overtime, so we don't really know because we weren't here, but whoever captured the first flag of this game, they have the first cap. So if we go to overtime and that 5 minutes runs out, they're going to automatically win the game if no one captures the flag. But if someone captures the flag, first capture wins. If no one captures the flag, the whole game, it's 0-0, end of overtime. The team with the most eliminations wins.
And then it means nothing. It means nothing if you're holding the flag. You actually have to get it back to your base, actually score the point.
Exactly.
Right? It's actually to get the cap. Right. Okay, nice. I'm going to say this, and I want to make it very clear. This is not a joke. This is not an insult. But I've been here for 6 weeks. That's the first time that I've actually seen very young players in the audience, very young members of the crowd. And it is something that I just found fascinating. It's why I stopped for a second. I'm like, wow, there's like 8-year-olds in the audience. How was the audience for you guys?
It was actually a loud crowd. It was a lot of young kids, but it was alive.
Are you surprised by it?
I was.
Yeah.
I was very surprised whenever I walked into the Amazon Arena after, I think, day 1 of our broadcast. And I was sitting down, and like an 8-year-old kid came down, sat next to me. He had so much Fortnite knowledge. Like, he was asking me who I think's going to win. He was giving me his input. He was asking me about so much stuff. Like, he just knew everything.
This is interesting because, like I said, so I come from Call of Duty background. I used to play Quake, used to play Unreal Tournament. And these game modes are more appealing to me than Battle Royale. I have not liked any BR. I don't have the patience for it. I don't like the randomness. I prefer the comms. I prefer the slightly more strategic approach to me that way, right? So this is awesome. Obviously, we get a small tech pause here. I want to zoom out from the game. Power, you boys are Aussie, right?
Yep, Aussie.
Right? Yeah, unfortunately for you, I'm South African, born and raised, defending rugby world champions. Let's talk. I've been flexing. Every Australian that I've got on here, I'm very rude to them. Obviously, there's a lot of culture crossover between South Africa and Australia. Talk to me about the esports scene, representing Oz, Fortnite players. It's definitely not something that I expect from like World Cup tier teams. So how has it been?
It's definitely not easy coming and versing players that are from Europe and America, as their competition and practice is a lot better. But we do the best we can.
Yeah, I mean, you're doing very well, right? you're talking top 16 team in the world here for Fortnite, right?
Yeah.
So how has it been for you growing up and whatnot? Has it always been Fortnite the competitive game?
No, Fortnite was my first competitive game, but like I said before, I did grow up on just PC games all around.
Yeah.
But coming into this tournament, it's definitely been a challenge, but I feel like I could go head on if I stayed here for a little bit longer.
I get what you mean, right?
Yeah.
Where do you guys scrim? So are you based in Australia? Do you get to have like a boot camp in Europe or anything like that?
Unfortunately not.
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it?
We do play on high ping.
Yeah.
Sometimes we try to even out the ping between teams. We'll verse a European team on NA West servers to try to get 160 even
on
ping.
NA West?
Yeah. Exactly.
Wild, actually. Anybody that understands geography from Australia, I'm assuming, are you guys East Coast or West Coast Oz? So Sydney,
East.
Melbourne,
Yeah.
So it's just explain.
Just wait a second.
Oh God, boys, come on! Never eat silk worms. Come on, yeah.
So after qualifying for the EWC, were there any OC teams that you were able to scrim against that were like to the top level?
Not one.
Really.
So you were just playing 160 ping every day.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I'm not gonna say it's the same, but I played Call of Duty 4 2008. I attended a tournament in Antwerp from South Africa, and I was part of a team that there was 3 other squads in South Africa that could play at our level. When we played anyone else, like we smashed. Call of Duty back in the day is like MR12, so 1st to 13. We go 13-3, 13-4. And then we play these other 2 teams. Then it's like 13-10s, 13-11s, like really close games. We got to Antwerp. I didn't take more than 4 rounds off any European team. Like
That's how, no disrespect.
Obliterated.
No disrespect to OC, but that's how it is whenever you go to these Fortnite international lands. Like these top OC players, they're winning everything on their region.
course.
Then they go international and don't perform to the top level.
When you're a big fish in a small pond, you don't get pressured. Your weaknesses don't get exposed. You don't get to learn. You know,
exactly
we've been watching a bunch of these other games, especially TFT and Street Fighter. If the upper bracket team wins, they often get eliminated if they drop to the lower bracket in a rematch. Because the team that they push to lowers learn from them, watches them, has time to adapt, and then in the rematch they turn it around. So it's something that we see a whole lot. Obviously, for all of our viewers at home, we do have a very brief pause here. As you can see, Heroic and R8, we might be going back into game actually.
Going into overtime.
Oh yes, okay.
So this should be good. So it's first capture wins.
Okay.
And if no one captured the flag, I don't know who captured
Whoever
it 'cause we weren't
captured
tuned
first.
in, but whoever capped it first will take the map.
Well, we'll be taking a closer look at that as soon as we get into the game mode. Yes, there we go. Look at the graphics coming up as well. That's awesome. While we wait for this to load out, by the way, Power, Looter, you've got the most epic like org and nickname combination. It's just so good, dude. Talk to me about like results. The fact you guys were eliminated was Gaming Gladiators, if I recall correctly. How did that series play out? What happened?
We played very well, but we weren't prepared. They're a world-class team. Honestly, I would say they're the best European team here, perhaps. But we tried our best. We learnt a lot from that match. Honestly, if we could verse them again, I think we'd do a lot better this time.
Yeah, it's always the case, right? You learn so much from the losses.
Exactly.
What do you think of like your official matches here?
I think they were all challenging, like I said before, but GG is definitely one of the best Europe teams. So it was hard, but I feel like if we go again, it'll be better.
You think if you were placed in any other group, it would have been easier path to the playoffs?
100%. I think there was 2 groups. If we got placed in, it would have been way easier.
Okay.
Yeah,
but we definitely had one of the hardest seeding. I think.
Exceed, Power, Al-Ula, and Gaming Gladiators. I mean, Gaming Gladiators as well as Exceed, 2 of the teams that we've been discussing as kind of like top 8 powerhouses. Exceed probably one of the teams that can potentially make a run to finals. Right, gentlemen, we're in overtime now. I'm going to put Looter on the spot here. And the reason I put him on the spot is just before we sat down, he said to me, I'm excited to shoutcast this game. So I'm going to give you the floor. You're the boss now.
Hey, Vox is going to help me out as well here, though.
So you bring him in, all right? So I'm going to give you a chance. Do you want to shoutcast this game for me?
I'll try my best. I'll try my best.
I'm your backup here, right?
Okay.
So go for it. Let's kick it off.
Heroic's king pull here. Vox is lurking mud. I don't think they know about it. Takes elimination, pushing out mud. R8 respawning, playing defense. Heroic Hellfire in the house.
This is a good start. Blake, help out. What's happening? That looks like a grenade. Going to be dodged away from.
One thing I do want to point out before I start, one of the first words he said was keying.
Keying. Oh.
The word we went over. And
yes!
he was flaming me because he was like, why do Fortnite people just rename words that are already...
To be fair, every game does it. I'm just picking on the games that do it.
Wait, they might have the flag here, do they?
Where's the flag?
No, they don't. No.
Can you see it on the minimap?
No, you'll see it on the back of the player.
Yeah, that's obvious. It looks like something out of...
I'm just making sure that you know, because I know like sometimes you can take a little bit to learn.
You literally learned all the worst things from me. That's being so mean.
I just kind of reciprocated a little bit.
So why is this backpack bug still in the game? No, let's not talk about it. Let's move on.
Sorry, Epic Games. We love you.
Okay, yes, we do love you, Epic, except when you teach your community the word keying. Where is the flag? Who actually has the
so
flag?
Blue actually has the flag right now, making a run to the rocks.
Heroic.
He's going back mud. Someone's
might have
behind
to
him,
push.
though.
For Doxy's trying to cut off protectors.
Okay, so where's the spawn, though? Is he going to cap this?
He's going to cap this. This is a cap.
He's capping this.
R8's
going to take map 1 against Heroic.
This is huge.
Surely
this is huge.
This is huge. R8 takes map 1 against Heroic.
They take it.
R8 up 1-0.
That is awesome. You see how much harder it is to shoutcast?
No, I'm not a caster.
Very difficult.
What we'll do, okay, so I'm going to try, I'll start the next game. I'll try shoutcast a little bit. Mostly just to flex, so.
That's a weird flex, but it's okay.
I'm seeing a lot of the mobility on this one, especially like the power sliding. Obviously, they're crouching behind vehicles, buildings covered. That I'm used to. I'm not used to seeing as much kind of like power dives. In other games, you call it dolphin diving.
Dolphin.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, thank you, Fam.
I got you. With
What's
that.
mobility like, and why is dolphin diving a thing in this mode? Is it as much of a thing in BR?
Not really. I mean, it's really good in this type of game mode since it cancels out the sprint timing. So and you get more of a chance to lurk up on players. But there's also a bug when you do it. You get kind of an audio glitch in your ear, and other people can hear you crouch behind the.
Interesting.
They just hear like an infinite slide.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it's the most annoying bug that you could possibly get because it doesn't go away until you leave that match.
Yeah.
You're not in the tournament anymore. Do you do this to piss other people off? Okay, yes, my man! The real Volks is on the sofa, everybody. That is awesome. Also, it's fascinating you actually explain that. I think we're obviously getting the replay here, or the highlights, my best guess. Let's look for this first cap, just because it would have been interesting the fact that it went to OT.
Heroic
got the first
It
cap.
looks like Thomas HT has the flag right now.
Wow.
He's going to win the gunfight against Vortexers.
There's a hard gunfight.
Oh, look at this.
Nope. Wow,
Oh.
Vortexers with the 1v2 to save the flag.
That's sick.
That is,
I mean, in the corner as well.
You can kind of see where the bubble comes in handy because he got to take both those 1v1s instead of just getting shot by both of them.
There's actually quite a few, like in MOBA titles. Like I spent a lot of time with League of Legends and also with Dota just recently. When you have that bubble, the fact that it kind of creates two 1v1s effectively. Even though it is 1v2, but it's effective.
You got to finish those quick, and then you get an opportunity to eliminate both of them.
Yeah.
With the addition of Siphon as well, it can make that second 1v1 a lot easier.
Getting that extra 50 HP after getting that elimination is just huge.
I really like that effect. I mean, like, that's great commentary. Also, you can see the time to kill is very quick. We had Rainbow Six, which is like a 1 or 2 bullet death last week. And then Apex Legends, which is like 12-second death. It takes a long time to kill in Apex. So this kind of feels a lot shorter. In this
gunfights are very quick, and that's why this game mode is so fast.
I mean, that's why engineers, everyone hates them, right?
I'm not gonna lie, if a team has a good engineer, like, you are kind of set up to do good.
I mean, obviously, right?
If only we did.
Well, come on. You made it here. Come on. You made it to the EWC. You got to give yourself some credit.
Luther, you've been here on my sofa for 5 minutes. I genuinely, I try to antagonize everybody. I think it's fun to watch. I hope it is. Thank you for playing. While we wait for the next game mode to get brought up on screen, talk to me about the classes. Like, you've got Juggernaut, Medic,
Marksman, Engineer.
What about the fill classes? How do you determine like what fill role you play and on watch game mode?
I'm actually the one that plays Phil.
Okay.
I used to play Medic on Capture the Flag, so once you have the flag, you can splash and run back faster, return the flag even sooner.
Right.
But we ended up changing that to Assault, I believe it's called, with the EMP, just because of the additional Siphon
boost. So you play EMP on Capture the Flag.
Exactly. Because if they use bubbles, it's obviously a great counter to that. But also, if someone's running at me, say, for example, 2 players, I can throw it on the ground before the gunfight and crack both of them.
Wow, okay.
Crack their shields.
And then, like, how much of a meta was established now coming into this? Because I know IEM Dallas is kind of only the real big tournament you can learn from this. It's very new. Has it adapted over scrims and actually playing here on stage?
If we played at Dallas how we did at this event, I think we probably would have won it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, Dallas was in the beginning of June, so all these teams have adapted so much. And like I was saying, Team Falcons, top team in Dallas. No one came close to beating them. Okay. But then they come here, and it looks like they're struggling a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll find out. Of course, we're going to be loading up to the second game. I just want to make it clear, you guys are absolutely killing it. Seriously, it's
Thank you.
appreciated.
Thank you so much.
It's a lot of pressure.
It is.
And the main thing is, our show is way more chill. We're trying to teach viewers, obviously have some fun as well. It'd be nice if you could be nicer to me, young man.
Hey, he started this beef. He started this beef.
Do you guys know what his nickname stands for?
What?
Blake PS?
No.
Wait, I have an idea in my mind, but no, I can't say it. I'm not saying it on the broadcast.
Okay,
oh, no.
I will dig myself out of it. Vox, talk to me about like the strategy, BO5 to BO7. From what I understand, you go through the game modes, right? Yep. After 3 games are played, how do you decide the 4th map in a BO5? Do you pick the game mode and the map, or is it just the same rotational?
I didn't get to decide on those.
Yes.
I think it's whoever loses picks the game mode, and then the other team picks the team.
Is there like a huge difference in your ability on, say, hardpoint versus keeper? Because I assume teams and play styles will have a big impact, right?
I think Jug and more engineer has a different like play style.
Okay.
But I think it's more aggressive other than like CTF is more defensive, you know what I mean?
Okay, got it. All right, look, we're jumping into Hardpoint. We're on Panther. You can see the map code in the top right. It is Heroic in the blue. It's R8 in the red. Right now, we're busy tracking Hellfire. He's got himself that AR out.
That is a beautiful aim.
Beautiful kill. After being tagged up first, he's got the Cypher.
Rogue's coming,
no
though.
more shield left.
See what I mean about the pistol?
Out. Hellfire gets the Siphon. Manages to get the shield back up, but he's holding the point. It is 25 to 29. He's
going crazy. Hellfire is popping off right now.
He is going crazy right now.
And that's exactly what I'm talking about, how overpowered that pistol is. All those eliminations are with that pistol.
I'm aware of that. Saw that happening. So the first hard point, 32 to 29. The new one's up in 46 seconds. But I love that it's close. And I would love if R8 win, just so I can laugh at the 3 of you telling me Heroic's going to win this. How do you feel, Blake?
I feel like Heroic's going to take this map. You know, Hellfire, he looks locked in right now.
Locked.
He's playing crazy. This is a great start. He already has 10 eliminations.
He has 11. Oh my god.
11
this early is insane.
He is feeling primed up right now.
Yeah, 110%.
Oh, man. Okay, look at the score. We're starting to run away a little bit here. 43 to 37. Is this still like, I mean, this to
Thomas
my
on
eyes,
0.
This is close, right?
Yes, 100%.
That surprises me. Thomas might be a little bit nervous here.
So why is he, what makes you say, obviously 0 elims, right, after 5 or so minutes of gameplay. Is this a player that you expect a lot more from?
I would honestly confidently say he's probably the best player on their team.
Wow.
Yeah.
Which is
He
why
was
I'm
my
so
pick
shocked.
as well, so.
Wow.
Hellfire on 13 now as well.
I don't know the exact stat, but I'm pretty sure Thomas HG has placed second place like 5 different times in FNCS, and he's yet to win one.
You are kidding me.
Yeah. So he's a very accomplished player in the Fortnite team.
Can I pitch a nickname for him that I would love if you guys could pop? Can we call him the bridesmaid? Never the bride. Now, young men, when you do get men and your friends married, whenever somebody's a bridesmaid, they get invited to other people's weddings.
Okay.
Forever the bridesmaid, never the bride. You never get to be center of attention. You never get to be the bride. It's a pretty disrespectful nickname, which is why I want to pitch it.
You might be the oldest person I've ever met.
That is crazy.
Production team, could we add that exact voice clip to the stinky plays of the week? That might be the most insulting thing I've heard. I commend you immensely. So I'm going to do my job. Problem X has now lost to Shanghai 2-3. I want to get that confirmed. Is that upper or lower bracket from production team? That's lower bracket. Europeans' potential best player in Problem X has been eliminated.
God.
All right, Blake, take it away.
Hellfire with 20 eliminations this early in the match is just insane.
While playing Phil.
He's putting up a masterclass performance right here.
Now, why is playing Phil? Why is that such a big deal?
It is a pretty solid class, but you'd normally expect Jug or Engineer.
To put up these numbers.
Yeah.
Vox, I think you're a liar, bro.
What?
You tell me you're the loudest in comms.
And I'm the quietest here.
Yeah,
okay, listen, I'm nervous. This is my first time doing something like
you were nailing it. Sincerely.
Thank you, I
You're
appreciate
absolutely
it.
nailing it. When we were actually preparing for this, we were talking about like potential players and stuff. I'm really not kidding when I say I just want the Aussies. Because the Aussies always can talk, always, sincerely. And as much as like Aussies, South Africans, Kiwis give each other drama, there's a shared love.
We always got some good banter as well.
Exactly. I don't know if you boys are old enough yet, but have you ever met a wizard staff?
What?
No.
No? Man,
How old are you talking? How old is old enough to you?
It's, legal drinking age in Australia is 21, right?
No, 18.
18, fantastic. Go ask anyone over the age of 18.
Okay.
You stack all the cans together, tape them up, and you make a
How old do you think we are?
12? Volks, I want you to tell me, why is Heroic absolutely smashing this hard point now?
They just have too much map control right now. Currently, Hellfire is, honestly, he's carrying. He's hard carrying right now.
How many elims does he have? So at the moment, we're looking through
I think he has 23?
12 for
He's up there in the
production,
20s, which is already crazy, especially not even halfway through the match.
Right, what would be like an average elim score for an engineer in like hardpoint and Panther?
I reckon 25 plus.
Okay,
easily.
25 plus if it goes to full-time distance or full score,
exactly.
Right, okay, so we're going to keep tracking this. And I guess then if he's on Phil and doing that, that's even more impressive.
Especially this early in the game with so much time left.
That's a good point. I mean, look, they're going to hit 250 before they hit the time limit. That's what it feels like.
Oh my god, RA is getting destroyed right now.
They actually are.
How does that feel, being like, if you put yourselves in R8 shoes, you already know you're the underdogs, you already know expectations are high, and then your top players like underperforming.
I mean, there's still 3.5 minutes to the end of the game. I mean, you have enough time to make big plays that impact the whole game and change it around differently.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's that much. It's not that much of a pressure.
But just the gunfights right now, it's going towards Heroic every time.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it looks like from my eyes as well. Every single time there's one of those red skin suits flying across, it's just blue blowing them out of the sky.
Yeah.
How annoying is it playing the skins, by the way? Be honest, you're like...
I don't really mind it. I don't really mind it.
It's very good for viewer perspective.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, it's
100%.
easier to understand, and I understand why they do it. I like seeing Goku's skin. Straight up, that's just all it is.
I'd be in there as John Wick, 100%.
Oh, John Wick. What is your primary skin, your favorite skin in BR?
Ooh.
Mine would be Pit Stop, motorbike skin.
Pit Stop?
I'd say LeBron.
Oh,
LeBron.
Did not see that coming.
Come on.
He's lying, bro. He's not using LeBron in that.
I definitely use LeBron in all the online qualifiers.
Yeah, I believe you. I think Blake's a liar. What's your favorite skin?
Probably the Laura Croft skin. It's just a clean, simple skin.
I agree with that.
Yep.
Yeah, that is nice.
Young man, so basic. I'm going Goku all the way. Goku all the way. I just think it's hilarious seeing him holding an assault rifle. Like, it just makes me laugh the whole time. By the way, we started giving a little bit of props to R8. I started having a little bit of optimism. The score was like 120 and 160, but as soon as this fourth hardpoint is popped, at 228, I mean, it really feels like they're going to hit the 250, right?
Yeah, Heroic's definitely going to take this one, but I do want to point out, like, it's only going to be 1-1. So it's anyone's game. It's first to 4 here. We're not going first to 3 anymore.
And we'll be going back to capture the flag soon, which is R8 strong.
So it goes back to capture the flag after this?
It depends if it makes it that far.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant after this map.
I would have assumed it was, wasn't it CTF, hardpoint, keeper, and then whoever loses that.
And then I believe it's hardpoint again. I could be wrong, and then capture the flag.
I'll double check this as well, because like in Overwatch 2, the way that it worked is you ran all the game modes once. Once you run them all once, then the losing team could then decide. So you kind of had to see the spectrum. But, oh yes, Blake's looking this one up. Look, this is starting to feel like Heroic are just running away with this. I'm going to ask Luton and Volks, if you can keep an eye on those elims for me. I want you to just give me a bit of an update on those numbers, because I want to pose you a question. Hellfire 26.
Wow.
Who do you think is going to end up winning this tournament, and who's kind of the strongest team in the quarterfinals?
I believe Xset will probably end up winning this tournament. One of my old, very, very good friends, even roommates, is playing on that team, and I believe him a lot. I think he's one of the best players in the world.
What somebody didn't see at home is as soon as the words Xset left Luda's mouth, Volks gave the most. Why do you agree with him?
Muzz is one of the best players like right now in the world, and they also have their backup, which is Cold, just the greatest player to ever touch the game. I'm like,
wow,
he's too good. You can't beat him. And he's also playing Jug, which is like he has 200 health. He doesn't lose a 1.
Yeah. So he's got the best aim. He's insane, and he's just got the stacks advantage. Right?
But notice how like Aussie Antics and Cypher PK are both backing up like everything I've been saying.
Listen,
like,
I believe
kind of backs up.
I'll say this as well. It's like from day one, Blake sat down on the show. We asked him to give power rankings, tell him who he thought was going to win. He was saying Xset before anybody else in the venue.
Where did he put us though? That's the real question.
You weren't in my top 8.
Yes. Unfortunately.
There's a lot of good teams competing, and you're obviously here, so you're very good at the game.
I will say this. He did respectfully say how hard it was to play from OS, but he kind of shit on you guys.
No, that's all good. I had a whole player team breakdown on Team Power. We didn't end up using it, but I was gassing you guys off.
He really did. Right, gentlemen, I've got one last thing to do. I just want to ask you guys to give a little bit of a shout out to fans, to viewers, EWC. I'll go one by one, and then I'm going to ask you guys to sign this t-shirt on your way out. We're not going to do it on camera. It's pretty uncomfortable and awkward. What I will do is, like, this is the t-shirt we've signed with every single guest. Everyone's been on the show. We're going to be giving this one away. It is exclusive for us and the brokers at EWC Central. Before I get you to say goodbyes, I just want to say thank you very much. I don't know if on the show.
Thank you for having us.
All jokes aside, you guys killed it.
I appreciate it so much.
I will forgive you for calling me. Luda, if you could just say goodbye to everybody on camera 1.
Goodbye, everyone. Thanks for having us. It's been a pleasure.
That's simple.
Thank you for having us, EWC. We are forever grateful for this opportunity that we got. Massive shout out to Power. Massive shout out to the whole community for being here.
I do got to point out, EWC did a great job with those varsity jackets right there.
Look at that drip.
Can you stop trying to get one? Unfortunately,
I want one so bad.
We are running out of trip time for this one. We're going to jump right back into the Amazon Arena, I believe. We'll see you just after this.
Yeah, one thing you might have heard is also one of the things I asked Thomas specifically on hard points on this map, kind of the ones that he thought, aside from the ones that are kind of given to each side in terms of spawn proximity, which one he thought was the most important. And the first thing he actually said was that first kill. He's like, if you get the elims correctly, you can absolutely rack up so much time. And I feel like they really took advantage of that.
Yeah, certainly did indeed. I mean, there was some really... I was going to say heroic plays coming in from the R8 side, but that would be extremely confusing for everybody to understand right in towards the final moments of that game, and they did a really good job of locking down that Lambo hill, and you thought that the comeback might have been on. There was maybe one chance on the rotate for them to win that team fight and really extend the game, but you got to give credit on the other side of things. Heroic, they had the ice, they kept it calm, they knew that they only had to break once and they get those elims that they needed to close the game out.
Yeah, how about Hellfire? Like I said, when you have a player on your team dropping 29 elims, it's pretty remarkable. We didn't get to see all the stats. They've got got flashed very quickly. But overall, as I mentioned, most players were in the high teens. So when you have a player who's instead on 29, I think it just paves the way for you to have much more space on the map. And I think Heroic also took advantage of that.
Yeah, it certainly did indeed. So now we turn our attention away from Hardpoint towards the newest game mode that we do have here at EWC featuring Fortnite. And it's time for a little bit of Keeper. And this is an interesting one, right? Because we always talk about the lack of preparation time in comparison to some of the other game modes of these teams. And it's showing in the statistics. I think it's a 1-on-1 result for Heroic. Again, a lot of their success has come from the CTFs, like we mentioned previously, although that's changed now. And on the other side of things, it's a 1-on-1, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, for the side of R8. So it's kind of a little bit of a coin toss, it feels. But we also seen strategies have developed over the last few days for Keeper.
Little place we like to call Taverna Zoning.
The 2-on-1, sorry, on the side of R8.
The reason we like to call this place Taverna Zoning is that's the name of the map, Mark, here on the Keeper map. And
Can't argue with that.
Cannot argue with that at all. And this is going to be the go-ahead game in the series, and you get the feeling that this one has a little bit more riding on it than your standard Game 3 Keeper for multiple reasons. One, of course, we're into the quarters, and just in case you're just joining us, first of all, welcome to the Esports World Cup featuring Fortnite. Hope you're enjoying the show so far. We certainly are. But in case you weren't aware, this match alone is a $40,000 match, guaranteed to be on $80,000 minimum prize earnings if you win this series. Pretty amazing stuff. Also worth mentioning, we're now in a best of 7. So even though we will see a little bit of a lead emerge here, there's a lot more games to play. We are underway in game number 3.
All right, yesterday used that bubble to try and steal that key away almost immediately, but even though Bloomy was the man to do it, just gets beaten to the punch a little bit, and he's going to finally collect his key, which he's probably thinking, hey, this is my strategy. I usually go for this and manage to get it away, but he had to do a little bit more work this time, as it's going to be R8 Esports, who are now looking to push out the final players here from Heroic.
Could be able to take down Fred. Yes, Vortextures does it. He's been the man for the job, but every time he's been up to a task, he's not only hit the 1v1s in certain times. You've already seen him in game number 1 hitting the 1v3s. Kiro, though, will pick up 1. Thomas also picks up 2. Beautiful plays from Thomas. That'll be a clean wipe. All 4 take it down. Vortexers will fall again as the 5th player. And now Control here. Vox needs to learn how to break. Double the score for R8 off the opening.
Such a clean push there from Heroic, and not only a clean push, they managed to pick up 3 elims. Vox is going to be last alive, and even though he finds one, you're absolutely happy to let him escape and get his health back because you still have that key in your possession. Heroic have completely turned this game on its head now. They will cross the 30-point mark, as after the opening run of 23, Heroic now just taking control all of a sudden and on the map. I mean, look at Hellfire. He's trying to rotate this one back towards that tree and keep the scoring going. Finally going to be cut down here by Vox and the rest of R8.
Vox does turn the hold. Not going to be easy. Gets pinched there as you see Kiro kind of flies up. Hellfire also tries to join the party. Not easy, though, when you have a really nice team shot coming in from Vortexers and Vox on the staircase. Kiro trying to stay alive desperately in the courtyard, but up against multiple players will mean that's a very difficult task. Going to now be rotated the key all the way to the courtyard here at the bottom of the observation tower. X-Squeeze with 2 in the feet.
Really important double for him as well, as Vox pick up yet another. That's going to be 3 eliminations now on the side of R8, but Heroics managed to sneak through here. But speaking of sneaking, we're seeing the rotate now come in from R8. Outside from that tower side, looking to move it now cliffside. Hellfire in the 1v1 becomes a 2v1. It should be cleaned up. However,
not cleaned up.
Not cleaned up. As you say quite rightly, Bloomy will fall as well, and a misplay, miscommunication, missed shots, whatever it was, it's going to be 4 elims in a row.
What on earth did that look like from Hellfire's POV? Unbelievable. We only saw that 3rd person, but you saw 2 names come in, and it was Hellfire on the left side of the feed, which is exactly where he wants to be throughout this game. As a result, Heroic will now go into the lead. More elims coming their way now, 66-61 off of unbelievable elims coming in from Hellfire. Beautiful stuff.
Vortex is on 9 eliminations, should find another one here as Hellfire will fly through, and that will be the break now coming in for R8. They have that key back in their hands, and even though
And welcome back to EWC Central. We are entering the closing minutes of our show. So what I am going to do is hand over the mic to Steve to run an interview with 2 of the coolest people here at the Esports World Cup. Lex from Cloud9 and Mena RD from Team Falcons, 2 professional Street Fighter 6 players who I have thoroughly enjoyed watching. I will say one thing to Mena RD explicitly. I have made some jokes on behalf of broadcast for the Falcons members, and I wish to apologize to you personally. but I'm sure you understand it's part of the job. I'm going to peace out now.
Look at his face.
I'm going to peace out now. And Steve, over to you.
First off, I gotta say hi to you guys, man. Both of these guys are like my brothers, man. I see them all the time. It's been a minute since I've seen you. You've been in London, but this is the strongest bull we got right here, man. This is a two-timer Capcom Cup champion. I held up his hand himself on the stage right here, and I'm happy to see he's still competing.
Now I'm even more scared.
Right?
I even more humbly.
And Lex right here just recently sponsored by Cloud9. It's been a long time coming. He's been grinding himself. It's been amazing. I'm telling you right now, it's been amazing to see you come up on this stage and do what you do, because I've been watching you for a long time. And this guy has put the entire Dominican Republic on his back and has now still been representing. And I want to say welcome to the show, guys. How y'all doing?
Good, you?
You know me, man. I'm doing all right.
Thank you so much for all the kind words.
So first and foremost, man, I know y'all run is over, man, but tell me what it's like so far that you guys have been here in Saudi Arabia. I'm gonna start with Minna, man. How is it like being here? Is it your first time here? Talk to me.
Actually, it's my third time here. I've been to 2 other tournaments, but the experience has been great. You know, the hospitality has been amazing, the food, everything, and the event itself, just so different. You know, the Esports World Cup is a whole different beast.
Talk to me.
This is my first time being a pro this year, and it's insane to like compete in this type of like Street Fighter tournament in Saudi Arabia. It's crazy.
It's kind of crazy, right?
Hospitality, everything.
Right? So look, we got life-changing money on the line here. We know how far the community has come before we've ever seen any kind of money like this. And I want to start with you because you're the most recently signed, getting to this kind of, these opportunities. What does it feel like to even be in the realm of this? Not saying you don't deserve it, not saying you're not good enough, but this your first time kind of being on this side of things without, spending your own money.
Also, to be fair, you're tasting a very sweet tournament, right?
Yeah.
Just to build it up.
Yeah, it feels crazy because I never thought I would be in this type of situation, and it happened so quick. Like right after Evo Japan, I qualified. Everything it changed my life. Just being here, just seeing like how they treat you, everything.
It's a lot of love out here, right?
Yeah.
It's a lot of love out here, I'm trying to tell you. So, Minna, I want to ask you, man, look, you've been on the campaign trail for a while. Street Fighter 6 is a crazy game. We know the ups and downs of it, but talk to me a little bit about your experience so far with the game. I know things have been different. They got the updates, the changes. Talk to me.
Nah, it's just, the game, it's very fun and it's new, so we're still adapting to the mechanics and everything, but I can't say I don't love the game. I love this game and I've done very well, and one result is not going to change that. I just have to be better next time.
You know what I love so much? I love that response is beautiful. I'm a viewer of the FGC. I'm a bit of a weird stalker of Steve, but I watch a lot of tournaments, and one of the things that I'm trying to impress upon the TFT viewers, the Fortnite viewers, the people working on production, this is a stacked roster of competitors EWC. But a lot of the predictions, all the expectations, yourself included, crashed out early. Is there any logic to it, or is it just that everyone's that good?
It's a mix of both. I feel like it's the first time the FGC has the GSL format, so it adds extra pressure. If you lose, you have to play right away. Yeah. And we saw the success the loser bracket player had.
Yes.
And then everybody's just that good, In my case, I wasn't one of the victims. It's just Dual Kevin and these new cats, they're going crazy, so I have to give them the respect,
I really, really love that answer. And thank you for the earnestness. Lex, what's your take? I mean, Steve is just picking you up. New to the pro scene.
Yeah.
You just got to Evo Japan, which is pretty hype, I can imagine.
Yeah.
So what do you make of the field of competitors around you that you are now a part of?
Yeah, so it feels kind of crazy. I was super nervous. I've never been in this situation in my life. And on top of that, the pool's coming out, the bracket's coming out like a day before. It was real hard to prepare for. And on top of that, just being there, I thought I wasn't gonna be nervous. I was shaking. So yeah, it's crazy.
Well, look, he's no stranger to the stage. You've seen all the lights. You got a lot of love around the world. Is this stage any different than any other stage you've been on, or is this business as usual?
A mix of both also, but definitely the love is different because I've never had the club love, Usually I'm repping DR, I'm repping people just rocking with Men RD, but here it was Falcons. I saw the cheerleading squad. I was like, oh my God.
Can I just jump on this, by the way? So I've been here for 6 weeks, and I have to commend Falcons. They have picked up some of the best players, individuals. They've picked up some of the best teams. They have been legitimate tournament favorites there's now 15 tournaments that will be completed by tomorrow. I would go as far as to say 11 or 12 of those tournaments, they were the pre-tournament favorites. So as a club, it's insane. So it brings me joy to hear the players reflecting that, right? Because as a viewer, as a broadcaster, I'm like, yo, stoked. More teams, more competition. I'm happy. So I'm really glad to hear you say that.
Yeah, I went really quickly and watched to support the Imperial Heart and all the Apex team, and I saw the cheerleading squad going crazy, and I saw the players interacting a little bit, locked in, and then just like smiling. So I feel like all of us feel that support, and they should definitely. That's something Falcons should definitely keep doing.
All right, well, look, I know we got to cut this short, but I want to ask one last question. We talked about cheerleaders. You know who the #1 cheerleader of yours is. Where is my boy Cabo? Just quick story.
Yeah.
Whenever we used to see him at any event, Cabo used to be in the crowd screaming at the top of his lungs. He's like a brother to me, you know what I'm saying? I know he's even more so like a brother to him. Have you missed him? Do you feel like you need him in your corner in some of these instances? Obviously, you don't need him play style-wise, but I'm going to tell you right now, I see you, and I just expect to see Cabo a lot of times, especially when you're playing.
I'm not gonna lie, Kaba is like the equivalent of like 20 Falcons cheerleader squads.
Wow.
So loud. So
let him lead it.
I really miss him, and I hope next year he joins me as a fellow player, and then he can stay here. We fight the finals. But at the end of the day, I do miss Kaba a lot, so I hope he qualifies next year.
Well, look, all right.
I'm going to do one last thing. I really wish we could talk longer. Unfortunately, our broadcast ends at 7. I'm just going to ask you guys to send a message to the fans, to the viewers. I'm going to ask you to go first. And if I could ask a favor, you give the biggest smile when Lex said, felt the pressure on the nerves. So could you give a message to the fans, the viewers, and maybe just one sentence to young Lex and his future competitive career?
One sentence?
Yeah. If not, I can do it. I got one for you if not.
No, I'll say it. I'll say, man.
Microphone, my man. Just.
Well, for Lex, the only thing I can say for Lex is because I met him before he started. For him, I'll just say, buckle up.
Yes.
Yeah, but for the fans, is, support the players in the highs and the lows. We really appreciate it. This is a low for me, but y'all have made a difference, and that's the biggest thing I wanted to say.
Thank you so much. Lex, can I ask you to give a shout out? Camera #1, say something to Clay9.
Shout out Saudi, man. I love it. It's crazy.
And Cloud9.
Yeah, shout out Cloud9. I'll definitely be back here next year.
There we go.
Hey, that's what I like to hear.
Gentlemen, thank you so much. All right, what I'm going to be doing is before you leave, I'm going to ask you guys if you can join this. Every guest we've had on the show, everyone that's here on the broadcast, if you can just sign this on your way out, that will be great. I'm going to leave it here. I'll bring the pen to you. Right now, we're going to quickly check in the Amazon Arena, and then I'll be closing out the broadcast. I want to say thank you so much to Mena RD.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Lex. Thank you so much, Steve. We'll see you in just a second.
I'll tell you that I'm done, and then I'm back. I am bolting the door shut, battening down the hatches. I'm taking that key and my extra $40,000, saying, we out big time. Speaking of, R8's going to rotate this key down towards the stairs. Here comes a heroic push from Courtyard.
Sweets has 32 eliminations in this game as well. A huge slaying performance from him. Making 33 is now he might be looking for even more. Bloomy trying to escape at the moment. Hellfire jumps over the fence but takes a huge amount of damage while he's doing so. Maybe he can become the flanker now, but he will be cut down, and it will be R8 who will continue to spawn. And if they thought they had a bad start, a dreadful start to the previous round, well, this is a completely different story now. 48 points on the board for them.
Sweez stays alive. Sweez stays alive, and not only picks up 1, he picks up 3, and he gets the help. It's a beautiful escape coming in from Sweez.
Noxy though, he manages to find 2, and Hellfire got away with that key on his back. However, there's Bloomy. He's going to keep it here and keep it away for the respawners coming in from Heroic. So a momentary gasp, you would say, on the side of R8 Esports after the big play coming in from Heroic. But they managed to keep their composure as now Thomas, he decides it's time to go.
And welcome back to EWC Central. We're on the final 5 minutes of the broadcast. We have had a ton of guests. We've looked into TFT, Street Fighter 6, and Fortnite. But as we are rounding out the day, there are a few pieces of business that I need to close up. So I've elected to give my children a little bit of time off, and I figured I'll close the show up myself. So let's turn our attention to the EWC Catch-Up, powered by SDC. Well, Teamfight Tactics is well underway. We closed out the group stage, the quarterfinals have already begun, and more upsets have continued to pour through. Before we take a look at that bracket, let's head down to Ian Chambers once more for the TFT update.
What's going on, Central Broadcast? Ian Chambers here, reporting for all things TFT. If you've not been watching, what you've been doing? Living under a rock? Let me fill you in on what's been going down. Wolves, Vitality, Toronto Ultra and T1 already secured their spots in the quarterfinals yesterday. So it was all to play for our remaining teams here today so far. Na'Vi are in after beating Falcons for a second time. Weebu Gaming cruised past Z10. Twisted Minds sent MSJ packing, and branching out continue to grow into this tournament. It is all cooking up here at the Esports World Cup for all things TFT, and there is even more on the line now. Quarterfinals still to come, with the semi-finals on the horizon.
Oh, thank you so much, Ian. I am loving the energy that you're bringing these updates to my EWC catch-ups. And as you can see behind me, this is your quarterfinals bracket. Literally an hour ago, we just saw Na'Vi eliminating Team Falcons from the TFT tournament. Now, right at this second, the two series that are currently live, it is Vitality taking on Weibo, and it is Vitality that's up 1-0, as well as T1 taking on Branching Out. They're down at the bottom, and it's T1 that is currently up 1-0. Those series will be continuing on throughout the evening if you would like to continue watching them. Let's turn our attention to Street Fighter 6. We just had Lex and Mena RD sitting on the sofa, which was a highlight, despite the fact that I insulted Mena RD yesterday. I'm very glad he was gracious with me. For now, though, let's head to Ryan Hart for the SF6 updates.
Hey everyone, it's Ryan Hart here with a brief recap of what's been happening here on day 3 at the Esports World Cup. Started off GSL Phase 2 with Gachikun taking on the LTQ champion Jewel Kevin in a Rashid duel that did not quite go the wire, but it was really, really intense. Gachikun able to come away with the W there. Jewel Kevin could have gone for the Luke, but previous results kind of meant he didn't really want to, so went the Rashid mirror and Gachikun took the W. Then the second match of the day was the return of the grand finals of last year here in Saudi Arabia, and it was indeed Angry Bird versus Kakeru. Of course, it's not Ken versus JP anymore, it's Ken versus Akuma. Kakeru does have the JP, but Angry Bird also has the Akuma. So, Ken Akuma was the set, and Angry Bird able to dissect Kakeru's Akuma with relative ease. Very, very dominant victory for him. And then, the next group, it was time for Noah the Prodigy to take on the UK's finest Problem X. And Noah, absolute volcano eruption, really, really dominant performance from him, got the 3-0 over the UK champion. And then the second match for that group was none other than Japan's Ryukichi taking on China's Xiao Hai. Very, very dominant performance from both players throughout the tournament so far. But in this occasion, Xiao Hai didn't opt for the Bison, who he's shown he's very proficient with so far since his release. He went for the Ken, and we saw a Ken mirror ensue here on day 3. But Ryukichi, very, very solid performance, able to dominate and get the win. So he goes through as well. So that's it. So far, so good from here. I'm Ryan Hart. We'll see you for more action later on.
I just have the biggest heart to send to Mr. Ryan Hart. Thank you so much for that update. Fantastic blow by blow. We actually have been very fortunate to keep up to date with so many of the results here on Street Fighter 6. What you can see behind me is Group A of the second phase of groups. Jewel Kevin was eliminated just a little bit ago by Kakeru, and Gachikun and Angry Bird are currently playing, with the loser going to face Kakeru, the winner advancing to the bracket stage. Let's turn our attention to Group B very quickly, where you can see Noah the Prodigy as well as Ryukichi already sitting in that qualifying match. And Problem X, the hope of Europe, has been eliminated. Smashed 3-0 by the last hope of America. And now it's going to be up to Xiao Hai to find out who will be taking that second spot. Street Fighter 6 will be continuing throughout the evening as well, EWC_fighters. And when we turn our attention to Fortnite, the quarterfinals started an hour ago. It literally started 1 hour ago. You can see the full matches that'll be coming up throughout the course of the evening. I think it's going to be a late one, folks, so strap in. We had the pleasure of watching the opening games of Heroic and R8 Esports with two fine young gentlemen from Power. We saw R8 picking up a surprise capture the flag win before Heroic bounced back with a dominant performance on Hardpoint. They are currently actively in the middle of Keeper in Map 3. Those are best of 7 rounds, so be able to keep tabs on that as well throughout the evening. That does it for EWC Catch-Up, powered by SDC. Now, this is going to be a fun one for me. After 6 weeks of doing this show, for the first time ever, I need to do the best plays of the day solo. And as we are closing it out, these are your 3 Kidia plays of the day. Now, coming in at number 3, it is from Fortnite. And this is Bloomy with the from R8 Esports capturing the flag in overtime to secure map number 1. I think what was huge about this, we sat with the boys from Power, and the fact that R8 were able to pick up that cap despite the fact that in regulation time, it was Heroic that had secured the first point, meaning if they did not do this, they would have lost the map. R8 are the heavy underdogs in that series. The score is currently 1-1, and the first of 4 will advance. Your number 2 Kidia play of the day comes from TFT, and this is a fun one for me. Natus Vincia eliminates China's first seed team, Falcons, from the TFT tournament. And the reason that I love this so much is because I was right. I predicted it from the beginning. More importantly, I think crucially, the fact that Falcons had that victory lap in the second round of the BO3, multiple members of Na'Vi were eliminated. I truly believe it gave them a lot of time to strategize, to watch Falcons, as they would say in many games, to download their opponents, and you can see them dancing. I think a double Guinzu Syndra probably helps quite a lot there as well, if I was looking at that correctly. Yes, it does. I'm getting nods there from Sam. Thank you for the confirmation. And now, one of my favorite moments ever. This is your Kidia play of the day. It's number 1, comes from Street Fighter 6. Gachikun surviving with 1 HP and taking down Dual Kevin. Steve was on the sofa watching. He's shaking his head right now. And this is just wicked. Please, please, please look at the HP bar at the top of the screen. Gachikun has what is called a pixel of HP. That's the term you use in FGC. And he's burning through Dual Kevin. A third of it done already. His Rashid play is fantastic. And in this mirror matchup, man, Steve could talk for hours about Rashid versus Rashid. Beautiful play. And unfortunately, as I'm standing looking in the eyes of my North American compatriot, Dual Kevin's gone. Goodbye, bro. That does it for your Kidia plays of the day. There's one last thing to do here. It's the EWC Club Championship update, brought to you by STC. Now, of course, Team Falcons have been eliminated from TFT. Reminder, they were eliminated from Street Fighter 6, and they can only score points in Fortnite this week, but they are not the favorites versus Exceed. Can you believe Team Falcons and Fnatic find themselves in the same story with 2 of their 3 respective competitors eliminated? It's unreal. Of course, Na'Vi and T1 are still alive in Teamfight Tactics, and they can score very strongly to contest second place from Team Liquid. We'll need to track how those results play out throughout the evening, and tomorrow, when we begin our show, I'll give you an update in the EWC Club Championship update, brought to you by STC. Okay, I'm going to do something that I hope my producers don't mind. We're going to show all 3 things that are happening live right now. Street Fighter 6, Teamfight Tactics, as well as Fortnite. And we're going one by one. So right now, I'm taking a look at Vitality versus Weibo. Would you like to see the gameplay? There's the gameplay. I'm back. You can continue watching this at twitch.tv/EWC_gold. Vitality and Weibo currently in the final lobby here. It could be, as it looks like Vitality's 1-0 up. Let's turn our attention to the Kidia Arena, where you can watch Street Fighter 6 live. It is Group C of the second group phase. Reminder that Group A was CC, now it is C. This is going on at twitch.tv/EWC_fighters, and we can currently see Bonchan and Kawano going head-to-head in an Akuma versus Akuma matchup. I love this elevator game. This is going to be phenomenal fun to watch. Reminder that for that format, it's the second group phase. Only the top 8 will be in that single elimination bracket. Now, as far as the Fortnite is concerned in the Amazon Arena, Heroic got down. It's 2-1 in favor of R8. Ding, ding. And we can see right now, R8 currently looking in a position to surprise Heroic. Ding! And we'll find out what's happening there. I was trying to do elevator noises. You can keep watching Fortnite at twitch.tv/EWC_white. I have got the quickest rapid from my producer. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you to my guests. Thank you on behalf of my production team. I'm going to take the escalators home. We'll see you back tomorrow at 3 p.m. EWC Central is out!
and finalize all his items as well before losing any more fights.
For Chrono and Preserver, this is one of the highest cap compositions that you can play in this game. Also great synergy with the extra Randuins, gifting 50 extra armor and resistances across the team. He just needs to find these legendary two stars.
Honglian is the player who maybe is going to have to take that role of a hero. Diana, pair has been found. Diana 2 would be big. Rakan 2 is big. Nasus 2, big frontline upgrades. One off of the Diana finds a Taric instead. If he can fit both the Diana and the Taric for the Bastion, that would be absolutely massive. He has for now. Morgana comes back in for the Preserver instead until the Diana 2 comes through. Only Morgana, no pair. And now all the items have to go down because he's facing off against Toronto Tokyo, and he has to beat Vitality. He has to chip away at their HP.
Milk has a dragon. Be careful. Milk has a dragon. That's your favorite of
one of the strongest combat charms in the game, and he's up against one of the strongest units in the game. Syndra with the Radiant Morello. Will it be enough? The Dragon's on the left, the Syndra's still untouched on the right-hand side, but they're all coming for her now. She can't cast in time. A massive loss for Kaze. Uh-oh, Weibo Gaming is in big trouble, and Milk stays alive.
I will say that was a really good win for Honglian. There they got the Karma skill onto the Syndra 3 in the backline, an instant snipe out with the Camille 2, so didn't take much damage, dealt a lot by himself.
Sure, and once again here on the right, we're seeing Setsuko with the Rise. Tempo Rise here also trying to preserve FP. The Nora habilitating the rest of the lobby, and then Diana 2 that will be will give him so much time and to win and waiting. Hansing, he's the one who has to win out for Weibo. His spot is not amazing, but he can still ramp up now on level 9.
Potentially 4 players on their last life from easy down, 16 HP. We're in stage 5, a big enough loss that could be it. Setsuko watching, posturing, Aura, looking at
Access
easy,
to the
thinking, do you have enough damage to chew through my board? The answer seems like it's no. The Randuins offering so much stability.
Easy South, easy South.
Big win. Honglian, the Archangels are still stacking on the Karma. We're looking at the right-hand side, the Syndra. She's not going to be able to do it by herself. The Karma is going to be enough, but that means there's going to be a team kill here on the right.
CC in the end there for the Nami, and Honglian takes it. So one more life, but Easy is the one who goes out. Kesi again, so the 8th and 7th. Now they need a 1-2. Clement, this is dire position for Weibo. Vitality in a perfect spot to take the series here in a 2-0.
Yeah, and they really have nothing to worry about. Hansing has no cap potential here. He can't hit his 3 stars because of how many copies are out of the pool with the Kassadin. We knew that at the start. Very sad to see that Katarina 3 not even scratch through the portal shields at all. Only one reset that fight.
And Milk, despite being low in the HP, the hero for Vitality, staying alive these last 2 fights, allowing the 7th and 8th positions to be filled up by Weibo Gaming players. And now it's Honglian, who is on 14 HP, yes, but is also incredibly strong thanks to that level 9 push, to all the upgrades he's picked up onto the Karma, the Diana as well. The Chrono comes through. The Kassadin is trying to push his way onto the Karma, but there's just too much to chew through, too much utility with Emilio as well.
Once again, there the Kalista alone here, so Soyu takes the loss. Honglian still keeping it alive for Weibo Gaming, but remember they need the 1-2, so they only need one more team member of Weibo to go either 3rd, 4th, or 5th, and that will be enough for Vitality.
If Setsi hangs on and makes the final rounds, then that's all they need. So Setsuko, he is the carry here, even if the fight rotation favors Weibo Gaming massively, letting Honglian knock out the other 2 players, Setsi is the one that has all the eyes on him.
There's maybe the chance for a warping emblem to add some variance, to add some extra amount of cap to some of the players, but that's not the case on the Stage 5 carousel. Overall, just finished regular items that will not impact these boards as much. Setsuko, we're seeing here, has a Taric main tank with only that singular gargle, so still has a chance to get a little bit stronger if he reaches that PvE round, but the Randuin's combination is adding so much survivability to this entire team, and to Rise as a carry. We talked about utilizing these underused forecasts.
Yeah, it works. It works for Tempo. It's exactly what they needed here, pressuring the lobby, and now he goes against Soyu. So they're both okay. They shouldn't lose, and now Honglian. And this is what we want to see. Honglian going up against, ramping up there for Hansi. This is not what they wanted to see. Hansi has the chance here to eliminate his own team partner. We don't see him more weak, so maybe the ramp of the Prefeso was the rest. Is this enough for them? Will they eliminate the self
Camille's online. She's on the backline. She's onto the Kalista. The Kalista can take on the Camille. That would be big, but I think it's not going to be enough. The Camille wins. Both Weibo Gaming players stay alive, which is the mission right now. They need to finish first and second to force a Game 3 to stay alive in this TFT EWC 4v4 tournament.
Anything can happen. We've seen this exact spot with Toronto Ultra desperately coming out, and I think Honglian does have a higher cap over Setsuko. Setsuko with this Rise line, doesn't really have the same combat power, but the issue is, can Hansing stay in the ring?
Exactly. Hongliang has the better position to go for 5. Hansing 3 lose streak, so he doesn't look to be stable right now. So there will be the important spot. Hansing on the right, going up against Setsuko. Setsuko also lost the previous round. Panda, is it enough to win against Hansing?
The battle of the multi-strikers, the battle of the Kassadins and the Kalistas in the back. The one Kassadin is already moving up. It could be a 1v1. Soju's Kassadin is going low. The Crown Guard shield has expired. And already Soju's Kassadin is down. The Xerath adding his own damage coming through. Massive win for Hansing. Soju has been taken down. It's just Toronto, Tokyo, and Setsuko left alive.
Honglian is in trouble.
He's out.
Honglian's
out.
They got it.
Vitality with the 2-0 win over Weibo Gaming. They continue the win streak, 6 games in a row in an incredibly tough tournament, facing off against incredibly tough competition. But the Grim Reaper from North America cannot be stopped.
First time we see Setsuko smiling here, Clement, once again for Vitality. So great to see. They have been so serious throughout the whole series, and now finally Sun Smile. They're performing amazing. This team can take it all on the 4v4 on EWC.
What an amazing journey. We've been scrimming this team since 2 months ago. They were keyed in. They knew that for set 11, a lot of them weren't going to make it to the Global Championship. So they dialed in, made sure that this was their tournament, and they're here to take it further.
And the relay race when it comes to who was the hero in this game. First, Soju, playing that tempo game plan with the Kassadin, using the duplicator early, analyzing his spot, seeing I have a great tempo slam, I have a great early start for Kassadin, I'm playing for the duplicator, a low cap augment. But then he passes on the baton to Setsuko. Now you're the strongest. Now you stay healthy. Preserve your HP. Get that 6 win streak in the late game that will knock out one of the key players, and that has been the case here. Setsuko, you mentioned he hasn't won a game yet. Maybe this is the one.
Finally, someone else to carry the burden here. And I just want to mention about this portal board that a lot of the North American teams have been playing. It is so efficient when you have other players rolling down for Warrior Preservers, contesting on the big 4 costs that we're talking about. Suddenly, the Rise, the Nora, the Taric, they all seem like free characters that you can throw into your mix. Very efficient game strategy and composition from the North American teams.
Yeah, several ways to win it here, and finally Toronto getting the Syndra, the rest of the lobby, or the friends, the partners of here for Vitality gaining additional tempo and finally closing out here the final comp, and amazing for them. We see the split here, and Panda, Vitality's happy, the Americas are happy.
And you know Setsuko has had a dominant game of TFT if he's level 10 in set 12. Usually this is an incorrect play. It's too important to roll for combat charms. It's too important to roll for all of your upgrades. But Setsuko has checked off all of those boxes. He's made it to 10. He's built an incredibly strong board with great synergies with that support item especially.
So much pressure coming out from Vitality. I just love their game plans. They had much more clarity in their early games where each person was going to go, and they also just beat out their oppositions in terms of the reroll. Syndra 3 getting online for Toronto. Soju also getting the Kassadin 3 as well. Just meant that the other team couldn't catch up.
Dominant last win here from Setsuko. And I do want to give major props to Weibo Gaming. I think they played a fantastic tournament. They had incredibly strong competition. T1 into Fnatic, into Z10, into Vitality. Some of the strongest teams in this tournament. And Hansing as well gave us, I think, a wonderful game where he played a very creative TFT, re-rolling Katarina to find any smidge of power to stay healthy and preserve HP in stage 4.
And it was working. Even though he didn't re-roll, there's something there. That's something we all need to try also on our ranks game to have the possibility. And once again, Hongling from Weibo, he played Golden Quest in previous round. Amazing gameplay. Couldn't go for the risky play in this place, trying to go for level 9 and getting the out there. And obviously Honglian, the hero for this team, couldn't perform. He didn't get the spot, Clement. It wasn't that he played bad by any means. Simply the spot wasn't there. They played as a team and they lose like a team.
Yeah, unfortunately, unable to keep a pace in the early game for Weibo Gaming, I think, was the big problem coming into both of these games. Very early blowout indications in both of these games that we've seen so far. I think the planning from Vitality, the general composition to go a little bit slower than these Chinese competitors, working out for them.
And all in all, a quiet game from Toronto Tokyo, but really the giant Mighty as his last combat strength augment put him right back into the game, especially alongside the first support item he picked up, the gem. Once you have the extra HP to scale your board into later stages of the fight, that Ascension effect comes through, and this Syndra really comes up and ramps up. And this is why we're seeing the 1-2, the Toronto-Tokyo Setsuko, trading blows now at the end, both incredibly strong boards. That will be the end of this match. It ended really a few minutes ago once that Weibo Gaming player was eliminated in 4th place. But all in all, a dominant win from Vitality. They continue their streak. That's the most important thing. They're not just barely making it to semifinals, they're dominating on their way. And they had, I think, one of the hardest paths to make it here as well.
Yeah, knowing exactly the meta, but playing around it. So ensuring the Syndra, ensuring that the rest of the team don't have a win position, and then going for the flex play. Milk, I think for me, even though he doesn't have the highest average placement, probably will go there. For me, he's my MVP. He played flexible 2 times, 1 time with very good emblems in the early game with the encounter, and then once again with tempo play to ensure he doesn't go, say, in a bad position, helping the rest of the team. So that's what you want to see here in the 4v4.
Just goes to show you the depth of North America as a region. I think that is what is so scary. We thought all the highlights were going to be on Fnatic with 2 global championships, but you look at this team from Vitality, a lot of players that have been there, not necessarily made their mark, now coming into the EWC. It's just such a scary region to look at.
And that was that first tragic round all the way back in early stage 5, where there was a double elimination in 1 single round on the Weibo Gaming competitors, on Keze and Easy, making it so that you had to have this crazy comeback. You needed 2 players to finish 1st and 2nd, not 1st and 3rd, not 1st and 4th, but 1st and 2nd, and that is incredibly hard in TFT when it's a 4v2 essentially for 1 or 2 stages, and the other competitors can grief anything you're trying to do in terms of items, in terms of units, in terms of rerolls.
Not enough presence in the early stages. I think that was the problem. We had a big level 9 game plan for Honglian, and then a complete reshuffle from Easy where he sold his entire board. So not a lot of control of those pool manipulations, not enough early game pressure. Vitality runs away with it.
Yeah, Vitality playing different. Playing actually different in day 1, in day 2, now in day 3. Their first team now to get to the semifinals. These are the contenders. These are actually the contender falls out. Obviously, Toronto is the next game, but we'll see. Obviously, also someone that haven't lost, but Vitality is looking amazing. The team is great. These are not content creators. They are, and they are content creators, and they're great at that. But they're also the best for now in the 4v4 and one of the best players in the world.
They're mainly competitors. Yeah. That's what they are.
And the sacrifices they've made to lock in at the start of this set, to not stream, to keep the tech to themselves, to not play ladder, instead just scrim teams 24/7 to come into this tournament as strong as possible, the respect they have for their competitors to lock in this way, and the fruits of their labor, I mean, they're here. A 6-0 win streak with the path they've had to make it to semifinals is absolutely astounding. I think even if you've watched these players play at their peak level, it's hard to expect this level of dominance when you're considering they're playing against T1, against players like Bintum, against this Weibo Gaming roster that is stacked full of very strong CN players. I mean, all in all, I think this could be the team that will be favored to win it all tomorrow.
They're keeping their eyes on the prize. Of course, $7 million in the first place for the club, $60 million overall in the prize pool, and $500,000 in just this title alone for TFT. So Vitality, great pickup, great from these players to make these sacrifices and go for the biggest move up in their careers in TFT.
Yeah, we have to remember it's 1,000 points for the team that wins the first place in this 4v4 of TFT. Falcons is up there with 4,000 points, something like that, but the 3rd place is up for grabs, so that podium could be for any of these teams. They might not have much other teams, but with this first place, 1,000 points, maybe something else, and you get that prize pool and great money.
Come on, that's just absolutely ridiculous. 3% odds, and he hits a 2-star Diana to stabilize.
That's all you, Clement. That's all you, buddy.
That's all on you, man.
That's on me for Weibo Gaming. And look at this, like the Katarina 3 doesn't even scratch the shields. What is that champion?
I love
Please,
that normally the debate is Rise is, do you want to give him Ginzo? Do you want to give him red buff? No. Blue buff, Morello, adapting help.
And one of the big things I want to mention is props to the flexibility in those 4 and 5 cost boards. Every single unit in the current meta found a spot in the Starlight, including Ryze, including Diana, including Taric, Tom Kent's outside of Syndra lines as well, Kalista being a big cornerstone unit for both the CN and the North American teams. We're going to hear from Vitality on the big stage, a big interview coming up.
What a series that was that we've just had, but another key must be crushed. Honglian, if you would do the honors, please, and hand over your key to Setsuko. Congratulations are in order. That now makes it a 6-game win streak. So tell me and the folks at home, what is it about Team Vitality that has allowed you guys to be so consistent on a brand new set?
I feel like 4v4, it's like a really different skill set from solos. Like we have a really good team synergy. I think it's really important that like none of us have like egos, that we all are willing to sack for the team, and I think that makes us really good.
And yesterday when I spoke to Soju, he mentioned that some of the strongest regions in this tournament are NA and also CN as well. Would you share that same sentiment, and if so, why?
I think NA or CN are probably the best. I mean, that's just because the other regions are kind of bad. Like EU, I mean, we like 2 of their 1 seed and they didn't look very good. So I think, yeah, I mean, I agree, NA and CN are probably the best, yeah.
And your next opposition is going to be either Wolves or Na'Vi in our semifinals. Who do you think you're going to end up facing?
Okay, so Na'Vi wasn't really doing too well in scrims, I think. But they looked pretty good versus Falcons, and I'm rooting for them. So Na'Vi, I guess, yeah.
All right, there we have it. Na'Vi might be your opposition for the semifinals. Congratulations again. I'm going to let you go ahead and join the rest of your team.
Vitality is going to be heading into those semifinals, spot secure, but unfortunately for Weibo Gaming, their journey ends here. I think for Weibo Gaming particularly, they should be very proud of themselves for how far they got, but Vitality was just a different beast.
Yeah, I think one step too far really for Weibo Gaming in the end. You know, winning earlier on today, we saw the potential of Weibo Gaming, but Vitality is just a different beast right now. Like, all of these players are just locked in and they're looking so incredibly powerful.
Yeah, I think we're finally getting, you know, like peak Soju. We saw the win streaks coming in both of these games. He's playing in his comfort zone. He's found a couple of first places throughout this big win streak that they've had, including a clutch one yesterday that his team needed to find the win. And this is exactly what we've wanted to see from a tournament Soju for so long.
Yeah, and we got to see it, right? So we should be happy with that, and hopefully we get to see more as they're going to be heading into the semifinals. But also something that we really need to highlight here is when you are in these quarterfinals, there is no lower bracket. You're out, you're out. You had that comfort coming into this, and Weibo have genuinely fought tooth and nail to be able to stay in this competition, but unfortunately, no lower bracket means your key gets crushed.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we're probably going to be seeing the key get crushed again as well
Yeah, we will.
very, very soon. Too many keys getting crushing in for my liking, to be fair. But yeah, I think overall, I think there are a few players that unfortunately just didn't really step up. I feel like for Weibo Gaming in the end, I think that Vitality came in with a game plan. They mentioned it on the caster desk as well, that these players have locked in as soon as the new set has come alive.
Yeah, 100%. I think their game plan looked phenomenal here. They had 2 players kind of playing for win out every time, and having 2 players playing this more tempo-oriented style, holding on to a lot more HP for the rest of the roster, so that when they get to those late games, they can kind of use that to sack a little bit for their lower health teammates. We saw Milk 2 times on Flexible, one of the best win out augments that we've seen.
Yeah, let's also talk about the MVP here being Toronto Tokyo, because he's had a great series, let's be completely honest here, and that MVP is very much well-deserved.
No, I think Toronto Tokyo in general, I love his emotions as well on the stage, right? I think he's one of the players that a lot of people coming in thought that maybe he didn't really fit in this roster, you know? But I feel like that's been this tournament in general.
My opinion is he's the perfect player for this roster, because you've got these big personalities, Setsuko, Milk, Soju, the big streamers, right? But Toronto Tokyo is just a veteran in esports. He was a former StarCraft pro. He's been in the spotlight for a very long time, and he has some of the best mental fortitude I've seen out of any TFT player ever. So that, plus his ability to, in his mindset towards coaching and learning the game, I think fits perfectly into this roster of just raw talent and letting Toronto Tokyo help hone that. And he's a great player in his own right, and the fact that he can keep up with them while helping helping them perform their best. I think he's just by far the best player Vitality could have added to this roster.
I mean, also an 8th win streak. That is pretty crazy to think about, right? When you're looking at one individual player and being able to carry this. Something that we heard from Fnatic, particularly when they were on the desk earlier today, was yes, Vitality, they were able to scrim T1. They had that opportunity to do so. They had the opportunity to copy that 4v4 team play style, and I feel like from day to day today, we're really seeing that come to fruition. And this time around, they had that strategy and they stuck to it.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like, I mean, we know that these players are normally the influencers. You know, they're normally streaming quite a lot when it comes to the new sets. But I feel like as soon as this set started, as I mentioned, you know, they've been scrimming so many teams. I know they've been scrimming throughout multiple weeks, you know, coming up to this tournament, and also being able to boot camp as well. Again, another really big reason why some of these teams like Team Vitality and even Toronto Ultra as well, you know, these teams that are boot camping, they're actually focused on this 4v4, are the teams that are performing so incredibly well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and being able to see even players like Setsuko, I was very curious how he would adapt to this format. One of the best players in the world at TFT. However, his style of play, playing around a lot of very efficient boards and pushing levels, finding level 9, level 10, does not work on set 12. And while Setsuko's been able to play any different format, any different time, any different set, that's where he's best. And finally, we get to see him go level 10. That's not something that anybody's really been doing in this tournament, because as Clement said on the cast, usually it's not so good. But this time around, he's able to go there, and the fact that he can still find those lines is really important for this team, as first place can be so impactful.
Absolutely, and they made it work, right? They get the level 10, they get to finish out the game. It's a clean 2-0. But we also asked you guys at home to head over to scplay.gg and let us know which team you think is going to be coming out on top. And it was 79% for Vitality. I see you guys both smiling, both nodding, so like, you're in heavy agreement.
So I think that's a little much, actually.
Okay.
I think Vitality is the favorite in that matchup. I would have predicted a Vitality 2-0 as well, but I think that realistically, Weibo had a chance at any moment. They're a good enough team where they could have won. They had some of the best individual performances throughout the weekend. And just like Vitality, any player on that Weibo roster had the potential to pop off and find a win.
And I feel like in general, Weibo Gaming took a lot of big risks in these games. You know, we saw things like late game specialists, didn't really work out for Hong Liang. We saw Easy also go for restart mission, which in terms of the stats is one of the worst silver augments in the game right now. Picking up the 2 Akali 2s, the Shen 2 as well, trying to play a Akali Katarina reroll, which we haven't seen before, but as we saw, didn't really perform too well. So I feel like if there was maybe a little bit less risk in terms of Weibo Gaming, maybe they could have stabilized their boards a little.
Well, does fortune favor the bold? I guess this time around the answer was no, because with that, Weibo Gaming will also have their key crushed from the side of Vitality, as they're able to put it in that hydraulic press and press the button, and you just see it curve out. And I think for Vitality here, they have had such a great tournament so far, yet to lose. And they're in it in the semifinals. They are genuinely one step away from finals, one step away from winners and putting their name down in history.
I mean, it's so big for this team as well, and I think we saw an interview with Mobo from the Arabic stream with Soju, and him talking about how, like, a lot of his fans even think, oh, he's not good enough to be on this team, and he's too washed up, and it meant a lot to him to be here with them and performing really well and being a carry for the team, as well as just, he's like, if I was that bad, they would not be playing with me. Milk and Setsuko would not keep wanting to play with me, and Soju, I think, has really shut up all the haters as far as this tournament is concerned. He's playing phenomenal, as well as the rest of the team.
And I think if anything from this tournament, particularly with the format that we're seeing, is it's further emphasizing and highlighting the fact that, yes, you can be an absolutely gifted player in your own right, but that will not translate necessarily into the team performing well. It is more about having those skills of being able to communicate, being able to play as a team, being able to come up with a strategy and say, this is how we're going to approach it, and most importantly, sticking to it.
Yeah, I feel like sometimes, you know, some of these, you know, TFT players can be a few yappers, you know, in terms of being able to, like, when they're actually playing.
Right now?
Yeah, pretty much what we're doing right now. But I feel like if you are concentrating, if you understand the 4v4 format, you know that every single word you say is so important, because you only have 30 seconds in between each round to understand, you know, the board positions in terms of who you're playing against, the charms, the units, everything needs to come through in terms of the communication, and you're seeing the synergy as well of Team Vitality, and one of the main reasons why they're going through to the semi-final.
Well, let's talk about the Dr. Suleiman Al Habib upcoming matchup, because we have Twisted Minds going up against Toronto Ultra. Again, both of these teams looking and gunning for that spot in the semifinals, but only one of them will be able to do so. I think when we're looking at Toronto Ultra particularly, and their game yesterday against Falcons, to me, they're sitting so comfortably and they feel so confident as well.
Yeah, they're such an impressive roster, and I think only concern for them with that Falcons game, because it looks so good, but they did get bailed out by a desperate plea, and that's the only question mark we have, is because Falcons lost, they got bailed out there. It might not be the biggest thing, but they've been so impressive in their strategy. Another team that's doing really well with kind of having a couple win-out players, a couple tempo players, but they also showed us that kind of full court press, 4 tempo players, hit the lobby as hard as you can, come running, and a lot of teams were not prepared for that. I've been very impressed with specifically Relic, consistently at the top of the tables for his team, playing Syndra, playing tempo with 4 costs, playing around pretty much anything, and I'm looking forward to seeing how this team continues to play around that. They've done the rerolls really well, playing against 2 costs altogether, but Twisted Minds has done the same.
No, I think Twisted Minds as well is definitely a team that is playing a lot for tempo, playing a lot for also the rerolls as well. Kind of that flexibility of being able to fit both in your comps is so important for these teams. Big win for them yesterday as well. We didn't see it on stream, but they were able to beat MSJ, which they actually lost to in day number 1 as well. That big, massive shock defeat in day number 1. So I feel like throughout this tournament, they have definitely been growing a lot, and I feel like they have a decent chance against Toronto Ultra, but I feel like at the moment, Toronto Ultra are looking incredibly strong and then have the momentum.
Let's talk about Toronto Ultra then in terms of the roster that they have. We already talked about a little bit about Relic. We saw Real play yesterday as well, having a great play coming out. But when we're looking at this roster particularly, I think we had questions coming into this tournament, potentially how it's going to play out. But if you have to pick the star-studded hero of this lineup, the person that could potentially be the difference maker between them going to semifinals and getting a key crush, who would you put on that pedestal?
For me, it actually has to be Michael. And so far in the tournament, we would actually say his results are a little disappointing for the skill level of this player. He's an all-star from Latin America South. He is the best player in the region. He is known for being so incredibly consistent, playing around, top 4 styles. And he's somebody that we haven't been able to see an explosive performance yet in the tournament. I'm hoping to see him come up big against Twisted Minds and be the carry for Toronto Ultra that we know he can be.
And on the flip side of things, we have Twisted Minds, right? And that's the roster that we say they have a really, really good talent on that lineup. But who will be the difference maker today is the real question here.
I think Hawame is going to be the big question mark, I think, for this team. If he performs well, the team performs well. I feel like him in general, he's considered one of the GOATs in Eastern TFT. Maybe
TFT?
Maybe TFT Worlds, to be fair. And I mean, he's been performing incredibly well for such a long amount of time. We can't talk about Twisted Minds without talking about 60-second as well. He's also another player. And I think these 2 players combined, if them 2 can do well, and if they can carry the team, then they have a really big shot against Toronto.
Let's do predictions. My favorite part of the show. Because so far, I was going to say, it is the worst part of the analyst desk so far, but also for you guys at home, sccplay.gg, and let us know which one of these 2 teams do you think will make it to the semifinals. So far, I would say, I feel like it's been 10% right. The stories of the underdogs continuously keeps coming up and up again. So are we going for the underdogs here? Will that be Twisted Mind realistically with the players that they have?
I think it's difficult to actually know who's going to be the underdog of this series, right? I think both these teams are pretty close. I'm going to go for Toronto Ultra 2-1.
2-1, okay.
I mean, I think that Toronto Ultra is the underdog when you look on paper, but when we look at the tournament performance so far, Toronto Ultra does look to be one of the best teams in the tournament as far as their performance. With that, I'm taking Toronto Ultra 2-0. I think that's the surprise. I think Twisted Minds is an insane team. They're very good, but I think Toronto Ultra has been playing even better in this event, and I have a lot of confidence in them.
Well, congratulations, guys. You just actually cursed Toronto Ultra. Surprise! I don't know if that was on purpose,
I've already done that already this tournament, so I'm happy with that.
For every single team, it's like, oh, who do you think's going to win? Yeah, no, that's not going to happen. But thank you both of you for your inputs today. And for you guys at home, make sure that you vote as well, because we're ready to head into our final game of today. Another quarterfinal that would solidify one team heading into the semifinals. Let's head over to the stage for Twisted Minds going up against Toronto Ultra.
Wowza, baby. We've just had Team Vitality walking away with a 6-game win streak. And Fancy, I think the key bit of information there is the fact that Setsuko mentioned that NA is definitely one of the strongest regions heading into EWC.
I mean, honestly, we've seen their performance up to this point in the tournament. They've been dominating from across all the orgs that we have. But one of those teams are ready to walk on stage as well. So how about we welcome them? It is Toronto Ultra. Even though this squad are well established individually, nobody thought that they could be this good as a team. Knocking down Falcons to lower bracket, going 2-0 versus Onsepa. They are a force to be reckoned with, and they are ready to take on their opponents.
But you know what, Fancy? We've just seen NA taking down CN. The real question is, though, can we have the reverse now? Please give it up for none other than Twisted Minds. With a week of boot camping before EWC and going 2-1 in their group, as the third CN team making it to the playoffs, can they be the first to make it into our semi-finals?
Honestly, both those teams they have a lot of pressure from their orgs because 275 points toward the Esports World Cup Club Championship are on the line. Whoever wins this match will head to the top 4 of the entire TFT tournament at the Esports World Cup. There's so much to talk about, Jasmine, so how about we leave it to the casters so we can get more insights on what happens during this match.
Thank you so much. Gosh, I mean, honestly, you know, this is set up to be, of course, our last on-stream match of the night, the last quarter-final on-stream. Weedham, you know, we saw Michael's smile there. Don't you want to see that smile come back again?
I want to, man. Michael, as Kat was talking about, and Clement as well, I believe, and one of the greatest, not like, well, Stuart and Casanova have spoken about on the desk just a second ago, right? I've been so focused on this match. Like, Michael, he is one of the highest cap players in the game. Like, his skill cap is like his individual level so incredibly high, and he is one of the best players coming out of that Latin American space here, and even proved his consistency after the regions merged going into this most recent season. Was the highest points earner in the American Tactician's Crown circuit as well, right? So a strong player overall to work with. And I will believe we're going to see something fun here. We're not quite going to see a crap rave. Are we actually going to see that? I'm going to believe it when I see it.
I'm here for it.
They're still standing on it now. They're going to move back over. We're going to get the artifact anvil, though. But this is going to be a combination here. This portal opens up interesting stuff. We saw yesterday out of the Falcons team, the reliance and the it's real strong stuff on the likes of that Mittens Kassadin.
All right, gentle friends, we are getting into our last quarterfinal. The winner of this goes on to play either T1 or branching out in the semi-finals. We'll be joined in a second by our third caster, Stuart, to come and join onto the field. As we've already established, Artifact Anvil will be online, so there will be a decent amount of variability coming out of our early game.
Just catching my breath a little bit.
Yeah, I'm sure moments ago you were on the analyst.
I know I'm dashing. I know I'm dashing, but now I really haven't have the breath taken away from me before.
These shoes running up the stairs, that is not good. That is not a good idea. But no, I'm really excited for this series. I mean, as I was saying on the analyst desk, I feel like this is actually going to be a pretty close series. I feel like, in general, Toronto Ultra have been performing pretty well in the 4v4 format.
Well, we do. Of course, we've heard from Stuart already on the desk. From your side of things, we've seen multiple predictions cursing the Toronto Ultra side. Are you going to be the third person to make that happen?
I mean, it's really tough. Look at who they're up against, right? You're looking at Juanma, you're looking at 60 Seconds, two of the most storied players in that Chinese space. Juanma, again, potentially the undisputed greatest player of all time across the entirety of the TFT sphere. But this Toronto Ultra team, Peter, they were put together because they're a good unit. Like, that was a big thing that they were looking for in the 12 was a sign. They were looking at players with good team experience. They brought in Relic, and then the rest of the team kind of came together around that.
Well, so just to expand a little bit on what we were saying there, because I think it's really important for this one, and reflects on our talk across the tournament overall, as we do see Gold Augments coming in, and maybe some Spice. You know, a team put together purely for their teamwork potential, and so far the teamwork seems to have been paying off.
Teamwork's paying off for both of these teams right now, I think, especially for Twisted Minds as well. I think the big thing was that comeback victory that they got yesterday against MSJ. They struggled in day number 1, but in day number 2, day number 2 yesterday, they actually performed really, really well. I should say previously today, day number 3, they performed really well. So getting that comeback victory, this is their second best of 3 of the day. We already saw the Weibo Gaming lost their second best of 3 of the day. So can Twisted Minds maybe pull up the curse? Who knows?
It's going to be definitely something that's going to be super important to keep an eye out for here, right? And again, also the first round of augments coming through. We saw the school matchup being brought out in that ever so insanely well-played game 1 from Nadis Vincer earlier on today. This time around we get to see it on the way from 2-1. One of the strongest augments in the game. Getting those items onto the Eldritch Summons is such a powerful thing for Tempo.
Yeah, Skull Mascot is fantastic. On the other side, though, from replay, we can see another very powerful choice. Going to be bringing out, of course, the early access to Syndra is obviously fantastic. We'll see where we go from here as we keep checking in. Of course, we've got the Spellblade coming through here as well. And Relic picking up the Spoils of War. Golem at 2 healthy on this side of things. 62nd with a potential very good game.
Spoils of War is definitely an augment we haven't seen too much for in this tournament. I think it is very, very risky because if you're not playing for tempo and if other players are also trying to play for a win streak early on, it could be really, really costly. But we saw in the previous series, Soju 2 win streaks in a row. So if you can do that, it could be pretty good.
Yes, worth noting again, just kind of sticking here, we can see the 2 support golems coming on here. Standard procedure, we know this is one of the most powerful augments in the game right now. But just to stick with that Spoils of War here, and normally you would think, okay, cool, like you get all the extra resources in the early game, but it's actually not necessarily an early game augment most of the time. It is very strong in the late stages of the game with so many accessory units on the board. There are a lot more changes to start farming, and if you stabilize, it's kind of like having Fortune Online.
Well, we've got the chance to double down for Relic here. The Mogul's Mail being picked up, of course, from the Artifact Anvil early on, and with the Spoils of War, well, if he can have a strong early game, and this looks like a strong early game, he could be rolling in money.
We know right now that Mogul's Mail is one of the strongest artifacts in the game, especially with Goggle's Stone Plate on top of that as well. You can get so much extra gold over time. You're getting gold from Spoils of War, gold from Morgan's Mail as well, so it could be extremely scary stuff at the moment.
But it's worth noting that he might be too strong to even get the stacks rolling here. This Shyvana 2 is an absolute menace, right? And sure enough, it's not necessarily a huge downside, right? But like it is still something where you might have to wait a little bit until other people kind of catch up in tempo and board strength for that to really come through here. Another thing we've seen kind of all throughout the weekend so far, Peter, have been these players that are going to go for the Syndra. Not necessarily open folding per se, but definitely playing for the Lost Week for those huge 3-2 roll downs to really like restabilize the tempo in the game.
Yeah, and of course, you know, we've got another artifact coming in the Manzane, meaning that even if this is on a board on the weaker side, we've got a decent enough front line to mean, especially with the Manzane coming in, we're looking at a decent amount of stacks coming in every round.
For the Manzane, you can actually make sure that you get the extra cast off on the Syndra as well, which is going to allow her to stack even more during the early stages of the game, so it means that you can keep on stacking. I think in general, though, the kind of comparison between day 1 and also day 2, day 3 as well is that we've seen, it seems like a lot less Syndra reroll and more Syndra playing for tempo as well. The roll downs at 3-2 can sometimes be a little bit difficult, as we see finally the first bit of gold there.
There we go.
It came out in the end, only took one more round. It took the extra gargoyle on the other side from Elise, but you're seeing that how much extra gold you can get on top of it, because I think a lot of people might not know that with Morgan's Mail, once you reach that maximum
with Morgan's Mail, I know he's
Morgan's here. He's always been here.
I've been talking to him way too much, to be fair.
To be fair, the guy who walks around, he just leaks money everywhere. That's entirely, I believe the actual thing was based on him originally, but just taking stock of where we are overall in the game. So Robin Song's up at the top, has got everything going on.
As we hear now, we have the listenings coming through here, just kind of like hearing how these teams communicate. Just like buying some time for that as well. I think it's super important to kind of get those live listens and to really hear that team dynamic working.
Especially during a carousel as well, right? I think that's such a big thing because communication is so important. Whether you want to deny away a component, actually grab away a component as well is so big to make sure that you can actually get the best items for yourself, but also deny the items as well, even units as well from carousel.
All right, so again, to take stock of where we are, Robin Song is keeping the win streak going. Michael looking pretty good as well. Down at the bottom of the table, I believe the Toronto in a pretty decent shape down there. Additionally, we can see, of course, we have noticed a couple of the golems coming in. Toronto, I think, have done very well out of this early part of the game, finding a lot of the augments they really wanted to get off to a flying start.
Yeah, again, when you get the full overview of the leaderboard, we can see when the lost streaks are coming in. So far, they haven't been griefed, right? We saw a very focused game plan on griefing the lost streaks earlier on from the likes of that Falcons roster. This time around, doesn't seem to be that heavily of an investment from the Chinese side of things just yet here. Because we can see at the bottom of the screen right now, it is in fact going to be double Twisted Minds right now at the bottom of the leaderboard trying to build up those lost streaks.
Yeah, lost streaks in general definitely is a lot more reliable than win streaking, because some of the win streaking can be a little bit difficult, but also because two Twisted Mind members are also on the loss streak as well, it can also be pretty difficult, because if they come up against each other, then it's a situation of who do we think is going to be more favorable with the amount of gold that you can get from lose streaking.
I suppose the only advantage here with having those two members be on the same team, you can kind of make that decision right now and say, okay, I'm just going to play a weak as board as possible, put my carry in an unfavorable position. Of course, CEO is wanting to keep the Syndra stacks coming in. We'll see if they go face to face. Certainly, we'd expect to see the school mascot get the job done, as it looks like they will not be facing each other.
But it's worth noting here as well, you kind of see the first overview of like multiple Syndra players in the lobby. We have the school matchup, school mascot cap out. We're gonna have the two healthy as well, and alongside that, you are gonna see that spell blaze on top of that on the other side of the field. So you have three vastly different Syndra compositions here that will cap out in very different ways here, which means that we have different avenues of approach.
It's worth noting as well, we did get a little glimpse of Michael there running the Cogmore composition. Of course, part of the equation is always going to be that possibility is open. I don't believe we've seen anyone contesting in the lobby so far.
I don't think we've actually seen any Khazadins as well, from what I remember. I don't think we've seen any multi-strikers in this lobby. We see about 3 or 4 players contesting Syndra, which is so important because they're going to go for different comps, as you were saying, Wheater, but Khazadin doesn't seem to be a priority.
I mean, again, it's going to come down to the fact how 3-2 is going to look like, right? Because again, you are going to see players that will have the rage plate slam, will have the ability to go down that route, and then look around and say, you know what, we're actually uncontested here. We can go down this route as well. Again, it's worth noting here that Toronto Ultra, pretty much every game they've played so far, have had someone on Cogmore duty, right? Robin went bottom with it quite a lot yesterday in the first 2 games, and then Relic kind of was done, finished third in that final game that they played yesterday, right? So it is worth noting that it is something that keep in mind that with them being on contested Cogmore and getting extra units for free, all the power for these Crocs here, that something definitely is cooking here.
And it's worth noting, with the Cogmore looking decent for Michael, though not dominant certainly by any means, that we have got Toronto Ultra and Twisted sharing the win and loss streaks unevenly. 62nd with the win streak. Ziwei and Hwame, as we mentioned before, managing to both maintain their loss streaks, come out the first round. So from stage 2, it certainly feels like Twisted Minds are in a good spot.
And there is a possibility as well that Twisted Minds with these 2 lost streak players can even keep on going all the way to potentially throughout until like 3-5 as well. There is a possibility they could skip each other, which means that you can see the gold at the moment, 62 and 56 gold.
But neither of them really want to do it, right? They are going to be on Syndra. They want to hit that Syndra 2, ever so important Syndra 2 here on this 3-2 roll down. Both of them sitting well over 50 gold for now. We'll get additional economy to work with here. This second round of Augment Peter will be super important here to really figure out like what the tempo of the game is going to be, how hard do you have to push. Something like head front up coming, maybe play that incredibly high cap. The Golden Quest as well, still an option for these 2 lost streaking players.
Oh yeah, of course, we want to see more Golden Quest. I can't believe it got passed on in the previous series. Just absolutely wild stuff, but it looks like our 2 lost streaking players, as predicted, will be able to keep their lost streaks up, I believe. Okay, actually, maybe I'll have to eat my words. We have got Shyvana multiplying and putting down CC everywhere. The Zhonya's is in place, so I think it should be okay. But I think we're starting to see a little bit of a turn.
Oh, it was just a loss in the end for Hwame, but I think the big thing is that even though these 2 players are both contesting Syndra, they're both playing for different styles, right? We got the Eldritch Augment on one side, we've got the reroll on the other side. So I think if you can just get the Syndra 2-star for Hwame, probably going to push levels and try and get that summon to get even bigger.
Yeah, now we do see the rolldowns coming through here alongside this round of augments, ever so critical here. We've seen teams go all the way down to even sub 10 gold on these rolldowns, trying to get those Khazadins. Try to get those Syndras and Cogmores out of the pool here. Syndra 2 found already. Very important.
I think it's really interesting. Actually, Zue actually using one of his lesser champion duplicators from the Augment to get that Syndra 2 online. I think prioritizing that, hey, I don't want to roll below 20 gold. I want to make sure I get that Syndra 2 and stabilize my board.
Yeah, it's worth noting as well, because we know for a fact that we're not going to see the Syndra 3 be a priority. It's been so unlikely, it's so unreasonable to kind of expect to find him with the way Syndra is being contested all throughout here.
Yeah.
Just taking the tempo from that duplicate from team play you're talking about, Stuart, is definitely one of the biggest things to keep in mind.
Well, I want to kind of get into a little bit from what we're seeing from Hwame, because Stuart, of course, you raised this was the Eldritch side of things. We're locked in there with the school mascot. It's not one we're seeing very much at all. But I'm liking, again, we're seeing that flexibility coming in from Hwame, and hopefully we'll have a chance to hit those higher levels, with the Syndra 2 online and get the Eldritch really running.
Seeing in the picture-in-picture as well, Robin keeping his win streak. We saw this in the previous series for Soju. We've seen it quite a lot more in these games as well. Players trying to play for tempo, trying to play for win streak, and trying to cap out a level later 4-2.
Something also keep in mind when it comes to Robin's songs, historically speaking, he has been a player that kind of made his name on those really strong forecast-centered compositions, playing really strong tempo styles. Known for some quite aggressive slamming of items that aren't necessarily seen as conventional. So him being in his comfort zone now as well, and also kind of a funny thing, as we have a complete split in the standings, as we have a 4-4 split going on at the moment.
That is pretty nuts. We don't see that nearly at all, apart from the very beginning of the game. I kind of want to bring into the conversation here. You know, Hwami, of course, the lost streaking player remaining in place for Twisted Minds, but of course, them being on the bottom 4 means that every single one of those players has taken the big hits early on.
It looks like Hwami may also use the duplicator as well to get that Syndra too, so I think realizing that he is pretty low on HP, he is on the 7 lost streak at the moment, 55 health. So again, players prioritizing that tempo for Syndra instead of trying to play for the Syndra 3 win out. I think it's going to be extremely difficult though, because with 2 Twisted Mind members contesting that Syndra, you don't want both of them to really play tempo and trying to contest the Nami later on. You kind of want to try and make at least one of them reroll and one of them tempo. So I think it's going to be interesting now how the game kind of wraps out for Twisted Minds.
Here's Michael, breaks Robin's win streak as well in a one-unit fight here. Not ideal, but not necessarily going to be the end of the world either. Robin sitting chill at about 50 gold. Michael now on his way to establish a stronger win streak. And if Michael's going to be the stronger of the 2 players overall throughout the back end of Stage 3 into Stage 4, that will be a big deal here onto this carousel.
I mean, if you're a Toronto Ultra, if have Ring Robin songs drop the win streak, but then having Michael pick it up straight away is certainly a good sign of things to come. But still, what have you seen?
Recombobulator is there?
Yep.
It is. Snowy. What are you up to?
Snowy go for Recombobulator, finding a Varus, a Fiora, and also a Tarek. So not that bad in the end actually for Snowy. Taking the leveling augment as well as his gold augment, making sure that he can try and push levels. I never thought I would see in a game a Recombobulator, but...
And it's turned into a Pyro board.
Yeah, I think it looks pretty decent to be fair. I mean, I think Pyro in general not really considered one of the best augments, best traits, sorry. But I think with what he's been given, it's pretty decent so far.
It's worth noting as well that Pyro really struggles with the fact that Varus' cast animation is in a bit of a weird spot right now. It's not just that the unit doesn't deal damage, but for this comp to really be a threat for a win out, to be the hero play here as well, you need, generally speaking, very strong augments around that. You don't have a lot of combat power here. A lot of it comes in towards the patient starter, in towards that Recombobulator. And you need an emblem of some kind to get that Smolder online, get him up in the air, firing away the fireballs.
Well, on the other side, I just want to bring to the center of the conversation, Relic has managed to find a Karma here in Stage 3 with a blue buff and the Morellos as well. So if we're talking about players who find their Syndra and build on top of them, Relic's looking real good.
Snowy here pretty much struggling to break through. You can see the struggle that Varus has in terms of damage as well. Extra component here as well for Relic is going to be pretty good. On the other side here we see 60-second with the Syndra 2 and also Mordekaiser 2 as well. Even though he is playing too healthy, Mordekaiser is still such an incredible tank to give Syndra more time to cast.
Yeah, absolutely right. I feel like that's been one of the most recent meta developments have been the fact that Mordekaiser has turned into one of the primary frontliners in the game. Not something that we expect a lot of going into the back half of the PPE cycle. I feel like most of the time people were selling him off in the early game from a box, but now he's really showcased himself alongside that Vanguard power trait in general.
All right, taking stock as we head to the end of Stage 3, we can see Toronto Ultra still maintain good control. 60-second has broken away from the pack, but CUA, Snowy, and Hwami, they're all three of them around 50 HP. This is already looking pretty shaky for them.
Michael actually doing really well to actually kind of win streak and keep this streak going with this Kog'Maw. Most of his units are upgraded at the moment. It's about trying to hit the extra rerolls, trying to hit these 3 stars later on as well. But as you can see, just winning round after round. It's maybe going to struggle a little bit against the Spirit Shogun Manazane on the Syndra. But the backline's actually doing quite a lot of damage here. Can the Kog'Maw do enough to actually take down the Syndra? It's going to be close. It is. And you can see the celebration for Michael. He knows it was a big round to keep his streak because he had such little gold in the bank.
And keep in mind as well, he took Robin's win streak here. So if he had lost this here, it would have been a very tough spot for this Toronto tempo game plan that had been going down at the moment.
I would really like to see, a 60-second as the only player from Twisted Mind in the top 4 at the moment. I would like to see him on a win streak as well, but that's not the case. As we do check out our picture-in-picture, we've got a couple of Karmas there on the bench. We're definitely moving into the later game.
Definitely are, right? Again, you kind of spoke about this already, right? The fact that the power of this Karma here now is both Relic and Replay. currently rocking Karma. I don't know if you need to have your name to start with an RE to get a Karma this early. She always comes back around.
Right, okay. Oh, jeez. Wow. Stuart, save us.
No, I mean, that was a good one, Wheater. I applaud that one. It's a good one. Wheater's full of puns today. I love it.
Okay, well, hopefully you won't be encountering too many of them if you don't have a replay emblem. 60-second again. The player who was really going to be the hope for Twisted Mind starting to slip down. Animo Visage at the front, looking to try and keep that Mordekaiser online. It does look a little bit like what would otherwise be Wukong items under other circumstances, but 60-second, he's stalled out, no streak.
Is that a Karma? Is that a legitimate Karma 2, by the way? I feel like it has to be, right? We're level 6 Karma 2 here for 60 seconds.
Wow.
That is most definitely an out to play for here as well, right? That's going to be a massive thing because he's also the player in the higher HP right now, being able to play spoilers towards the likes of Michael if he has an in his pool, right? But it also just means that we have so many players in this Twisted Mind teams all anchoring around this Syndra for now. It is such a rough spot to be in here. Meanwhile, Snowy right at the bottom here on a 5-loss streak. 0 gold. If he's not able to turn that around, that is going to be a clean race to the bottom for him. And that means that the rest of this Twisted Mind roster has to figure out a completely different game plan.
I think with 3 players near the bottom right now, Twisted Minds, I mean, they have to rely on 60-second, but also at the same time, we know with so many of their other members also playing Syndra as well, I don't think we're going to see any reroll Syndra this game. I think they're all just going to try and go for Temple, which could be troublesome for Twisted Minds because Toronto Ultra are definitely playing some different comps.
Taking a quick look at what Robin Songs is up to there. Board looking pretty solid. We are seeing the legacy of Fnatic coming back to haunt us once more. We've got Rise in the mix.
Yeah, we do see Rise here alongside the benefit. This is a board that I play a lot of here, right? I think this is something to keep in mind, that this is just a strong tempo thing here. Rise, again, not normally a comp that you play from behind, not something you play to win out necessarily. But when you are in the spot of Robin here, this is again something I was talking about as well, the fact he played these tempo compositions. Rise is a composition right down the alley of the old man, right? Sees a little bit of himself in Rise as well here, and I think that's something to keep in mind. I'm just saying,
how is he going to turn this into a shot?
I want to highlight the itemization here as well. Something I've seen people kind of avoid doing is putting the Morello on the Rise up and put it onto the Karma instead very often. And Rise is such an efficient user of the Morello Nomicon.
Now, you made your joke, Wea. You have to stick with it. You can't escape out into analysis. But let's get back into things once again. Replay. It's got the very good spot with the Zhonyas and the double Shojins here in the corner, which means Syndra is very hard to put down. The 3 itemized Karma, it's hitting too hard, though. A replay is going to take the big hit from Relic.
Yeah, you're seeing the AoE damage in the end as well as the Rise. Not going to be able to do too much damage this time, unfortunately, for Robin. But I think with that reinforcement, I think Robin's job this game is just to stay as high on HP as possible. Trying to make sure that he doesn't lose that much HP. But you're seeing kind of the struggle in terms of damage with the Rise as well. But Twisted Minds, I mean, we're seeing Robin playing a different comp. We're seeing Replay also playing a different composition.
Well, so let's talk a little bit about what we've seen from Twisted Minds in the tournament so far. We know that the style tends to be strong early mid-game. This game just doesn't feel like that at all.
It feels like there's been some kind of confusion, right? Like they've been discombobulated in their communication. Just had a complete different read on what this game is supposed to be played out like, right? A lot of players here angering around the Syndra. We've seen teams not doing that at all here. And again, if they're unable to find a way out of that Syndra, it is going to be a difficult spot to be in. Because look at Hwanmei right now. 17 HP. Replay also on a long loss streak here, has not been unable to turn that around, but he still has a good amount of life on Hwanmei, who is currently looking like he will be going out in 8th.
Yeah, I think the big thing now is because Twisted Minds have, like you said, been contesting so many different Syndras as well. It's so different. Hwanmei surviving on 1 HP, but it still doesn't look good, unfortunately, for Twisted Minds as well. And I think something happened during this early game for Twisted Minds that didn't work out because we saw both players for Twisted Minds actually going for the lesser champion duplicators on the Syndra early game.
It's worth knowing as well, we saw from Robin Songs here 2 good losses in a row right now. He's trying to bleed out, trying to just give us as much time to someone like Michael, with a much higher cap to play for. Michael chilling at the top of the standings right now, but again, 62nd here, 3 win streak. We're talking about Snowy as well, needing to kind of turn it around. Back on a loss streak here now on top of that, so a bit of a rough spot to be in.
Yeah, I mean, I do take what you were saying before about the slow decline from the top makes a lot of sense. The baton pass we talked about so many times. I do want to bring to the conversation over Replay and Hwanmei. Hwanmei on a single life, Replay on a couple, but with a massive streak behind him. Still has the potential to pull himself out of a 7th, but again, right now it's looking really good for Toronto Ultra.
I think the big thing now is just as long as replay doesn't go AVE, which it seems like it does, I think in this tournament, especially in this format, I think the big thing is not actually getting near the top, it's actually trying to avoid that 8th place, because that 8th place with only that 1 point means that you need to try and counter out that on the top side in terms of leaderboards.
And it's where a spot like Robin's becomes super important here, right? Because again, he's trying to bleed out into towards that top 5, top 3 area, right? So he's not the ace player here. The ace right now seems like to be Michael, who's putting up to success here. And then we have Relic also in a very good spot. He found that very early counter set up to play around.
60-second might end up knocking his teammate out here. We'd assume that his board has been made weaker, though we can see the Mordekaiser we were praising before staying up pretty well. Was kept on the extreme flank, so maybe intentionally 60-second opening up his back line, but it might not matter anyway. Surely not this way. Huamier is the first one out.
This is really bad, I think, for Twisted Minds. I think in general, they've completely lost it in this game, I feel like. I mean, we don't really see a situation like this, but I think in general, seeing 2 players contest Syndra, not just for the rerolls, but for the other units as well, is such a big thing. And knocking out your own teammate, not realizing that they're in your pool as well, and you have the opportunity, not making your board weaker. Such a big blow here for Twisted Minds.
It's worth, there are different ways of approaches, right? Because the thing is, he's in a spot where he can win streak out of the stage here. From 1 minute spot, no matter what here, would be very difficult for him to beat replay anyways here. So for 60 seconds, like, there's no reason for him to waste this HP in the overall HP game, because we have seen how important excess lives are when it comes down to those top 4 2v2 situations. And that is one of the reasons why we need to look at this here and say 60 seconds and Juan, they've probably spoken this out. They have a very strong team dynamic. They realized it didn't matter. If it happened the right way, sure, why not? But it's not the overarching game plan.
Well, we can see the Rise on the other side doing a pretty good job, I believe. That should be able to win out the round and hand replay one of his 2 remaining lives in the game. So we'll hopefully be looking to retire gracefully from this one in what's still looking like a very strong position. 60-second on the top side there. Might fall foul of his teammate, but no, barely holds on.
Okay, business. Good 1 unit loss. They're coming out here, buying time for the teammates to figure out a new game plan going in towards the wrapped around. The final influx of resources coming through here. Something major has to drop for the likes of the lower half of the Twisted Mind players. Both Snowy and Weird, they are looking to be in very rough positions here, and if replay can somehow manage to snatch out a win, Stuart, that could be absolutely insanely good for Toronto Ultra.
Yeah, they need to make sure Twisted Minds right now, Snowy or Zooey needs to go into this top 4 right now. They need to try and catch up in terms of HP, because right now, Relic, Michael, and Robin, even though Robin is on a loss, as you said, Wita, just trying to make sure that his losses are not as bad as the rest of his team as well. As we see the roll down happening here for Relic, incredibly strong board with that Karma, which we've been seeing, probably one of the strongest forecasts at the moment. Does also have the Kalista. It's probably scouting around to see if anyone else is playing Kalista, but as we mentioned at the start of this game, no one is playing multicasters this game. This might be the first game that I've seen in this tournament that no one's played Kalista at all.
It definitely does feel like we've kind of narrowed ourselves into several lines. And something I want to bring in from Relic as well, we're seeing the Fiora coming in as a secondary piece there, as a damage dealer, as we're rechecking with replay. You guys said before, if he can hold on for just a little bit longer, maybe he can sneak out a 6th place, which would be a huge advantage for the team overall.
Then we have that Kalista too, that Snowy has found his way into, so we did get to see a little bit of that action coming in, but we know from the data that if you don't like naturally fall into this, it can be difficult. But looking again, we see the Fiora, we see like how powerful is Xiao once you get into that back line, and even with that Sonya's Paradox, there is going to be no confusion today. Replay out in 7th.
And Snowy now needs to try and catch up on HP. We'll have to see if Robin has also lost his round as well. And Robin actually winning in the end, so it's Michael on a loose streak as well, but it's still about 10 HP difference at the moment. Snowy, noted, is on a 3-win streak now, so has stabilized his board a little bit to make sure that he is able to get it going. So right now, it's up to Snowy to try and go near the top, because 60-second right now, 73 HP. He looks like he's trying to guarantee that first place, but the Twisted Minds need another player up there.
And he needed the goal to be able to cap out. Right? One of the reasons why we talked about before, he couldn't sack to Juanme here. He was in such a good spot to take this game and run with it, right? The most important players right now on this Twisted Mind roster is going to be the 2 players at the bottom 5 at the moment. If it goes out here, it is going to be a tough road for 60 seconds.
Yeah, we're keeping an eye on the left-hand side to see if ZUA can hold up. It looks like the board, the Cogmore board isn't fully online as yet. We don't have a 3-star Cogmore, so we'll actually take a fairly substantial loss. Snowy on the other side. We see the Kalista's doing some real good work there. There is just a little bit left of the tank, and no, it's not good enough. We're starting to see Twisted Minds dropping that precious, precious HP.
We saw 60-second as well, getting a 3-star Syndra out of nowhere as well. We're not too sure how that's come around with so many contestations in the end as well. Pretty good loss though in the end, 60-second only winning by a few units. But again, as you mentioned, we are keeping that win streak is so important to keep that momentum rolling.
And I want to throw it back to what you were talking about, Peter, right? Because the thing you're looking at here, right, Michael, he was looking in such a good spot, but again, the lack of that Cogmore free for a long time has now meant he's been bleeding out to a point where he is no longer a guaranteed top 4 fit. And the second that he starts falling out of the way here, and we also know Robin is going to on a bleed out game plan, Relic can just step it up. And 60-second is just too strong right now as the hero player. It opens up a grand avenue for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, we're starting to move back into the territory where Twisted Minds could conceivably get back into this one. If they have 3 players drop in the bottom 4, it's over immediately. But you're right, the HP for Robin and Michael is not looking good. With Zero getting a solid win here. I didn't realize actually hitting their comrade. Yeah. That's not ideal.
I don't know if that's really the best outcome for Twisted Minds. I feel like maybe Snowy might be a little bit, well, in that instance, not stronger, but maybe in terms of the rest of the lobby. But Zooey on a 3 win streak right now. Robin Songs, though, is losing momentum in this game.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what we knew that would happen for sure, right? Again, we can hear the players talking about what's going on as well now, trying to figure out like how they're going to navigate this carousel the best way possible.
All right, General friends, what's your feeling in the moment? We were very much in the favor of Toronto Ultra before, but Twisted Minds do seem to be coming back. Are you starting to become a believer in the Chinese side?
I feel like I'm a believer in the old men, though. I'm a believer in the rise. I'm a believer in the rise.
Rub his head for good luck.
I believe the rise can still pop off here for Robin. I mean, he needs to just make sure that he can try escape a top 4 here. Just trying to roll down a couple of more of the upgrades. I think the big thing, he has the rise at the front line, but he doesn't have that 2-star front line to actually protect the rise for him to ramp up.
So the way though the rise comes normally cap bound is around having that Nora secondary carry with any of your excess AP items. You don't have the Kama alongside the Galio and Vex frontline. Such an efficient frontline here, and they are going to be going up against Michael and Robin here. Very important fight to kind of navigate. And meanwhile, on the other side of the field, Stuart as well, Snowy in dangerous territory.
Yeah, I think it's extremely difficult now for both sides, both coming up against each other as well. The Rise is just not going to do enough damage, I feel like, to take down the Cogmore. So this could be Robin going down, but Michael still has hit his spike now with the Cogmore 3-star, the Tristana 3-star as well. And I believe Robin's gone down. It doesn't look like his health's gone down yet, but on the other side, 1 unit loss is really, really good here, and it means that Snowy also stays alive. But Robin going down means that things have started to swap around.
Yeah, we can see a complete reset on the lobby, but we've got a huge amount of volatility. Snowy, TUA, they both got a single life each. 60-second is looking magnificent right now, but they're still not out of the danger zone.
So it doesn't see here as well, right? Again, matchup becoming super important here. At this point in time as well, anything like a desperate play here could change up everything here. It is so important that the Twisted Minds players try to make use of their numbers advantage to the best of their ability right now, trying to take out and deal as much damage to the Toronto Ultra.
Let's go around again. ZUA again, holding on by the edge of the night, going up against Relic. Relic did struggle in the previous round to get all of that damage through. The Ginsu is a blue buff, trying to cast as much as soon as possible on the backside. They just don't stay up. I don't think Relic can win this one. On the other side, Snowy up against the 3-star 2-cost and actually ripping through them as well.
Looks like the Snowy going to be able to win against the Ghost. Rui also winning against Relic. So Twisted Minds right now on a huge comeback here, and Relic on a 3-loss streak, which is pretty scary.
Yeah, again, like Relic unable to really fully be able to kind of cap out this board. Is stuck with blue buff, rage blade, common, not necessarily the ideal situation what you're looking for here. Even though the Fiora went into the backline, took out the Cinder very early on, the addition of that Seraph 2 just dishes out so much damage, even with just a Moonstone Renewal.
I do want to bring you to the conversation here. It's a little misleading because the HP is so close. If Relic gets taken out in the bottom 4, this will be over immediately with 3 players down there. It looked like it was Toronto's game for such a long time, but this next round is going to be everything.
Really depends on who's against who. The communication has to be so key here. You have to pick your items quickly and make sure you communicate to see who's going to come up against who's going to be able to get the extra charms in this later stages of the game that can make a huge difference as well. It's just target dummies for Snowy, but that's going to give a little bit of front line to allow Kalista to ramp up during this fight. Big thing right now is making sure that Snowy and Zui can stay alive, but Relic also on 1 HP. He hasn't really upgraded his board. He's got 50 gold in the bank as well.
All right, one more time, Relic. Trying to hold on. He goes up against his teammate. Michael can likely absorb at least a soft loss here. This will let them hold on for one more round, which might send Snowy and ZUA out. It's going to be right down to the wire. Kama caught right in the corner. Should be able to do a decent amount of damage, but no. It's looking like his teammate might have enough in the tank, and Relic is dropped. With that, it's likely over. We'll keep an eye on the other Twisted Mind members to see if they fall down. Snowy is down as well on -11 to Relic's -9.
And that means that is there still a way? No, that would be. That puts Relic in towards the top 4 here, so Michael, if he's able to win out this game, it's an unlikely, untreacherous road to travel up the mountain here. It's going to take a lot more than 60 seconds, but that is who he has to go through to get there.
Michael needs to win this lobby now. He needs to win this to get the win for Toronto Ultra. But he's so much HP behind, and I feel like 60 seconds is just on such a big streak. The only player to hit that 3-star 2-class on the Syndra, and it looks like he's going to win the lobby here for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, it seems like it's almost a done deal. We'll go up against his teammate there. So Michael might get a reprieve for this round playing off against the Ghost Ball, but 73 HP in a tank for 60 seconds. There seems no reasonable way. The Ghost Board, I don't think should give too much more trouble, but I still don't think there's any way through.
It's also worth noting, right, look at the amount of gold 60 Second has been able to hold on to now. And again, it all started when he decided to not give up his life for one match we were talking about earlier on, was able to maintain an 11-win streak, just maintain that economy for as long as possible. And now being able to give out that HP in that ever so important advantageous situation in the late game here in the 2v1 situation.
I feel like Michael as well is just a little bit behind in terms of leveling for the tempo. He's gone for so many of these 2-star 3 costs to make sure that, 3-star 2 costs to make sure that he can try and get his board capped, but he's just a level behind everyone else. 60 Second now, level 9.
It's worth knowing, it was because of the delay on the Cockmore hitting, right? Even with like another huge contest here, just being stuck so far down the road, trying to get towards that Cockmore free, finding it way too late, unable to find those last 2 damage that, for example, would need a right to eliminate Weiwei, right? So it's such a difficult spot to be in.
Toronto Ultra had the game in their hands, but it slipped away from them. Michael needs to somehow make these 2 costs. Take down a huge ball, but wait a second. We're starting to see the power ramp up. We've still got a Syndra in play. She's still going to hit like a truck. She blows up the Kog'Maw. Michael gets hit directly in the face. He's out of there, and this one is done.
Incredible comeback here from Twisted Minds. In the early stages of the game, we thought they might have blown it, you know, with so many of these players contesting the Syndra in the end, but they made it work out. 60 Second in the end with that huge, massive win streak. He was the big win condition here for Twisted Minds, and Zui on that 4 win streak as well, being able to creep up into that top 2. So, Twisted Minds, incredible game for them.
And it looked like for a while you're talking about, they were down and out, but they found the way out of there. The Toronto Ultra's tempo game plan slowly but surely falling apart at the seams, being unable to find those last ever so important unit wins in those fights when they had the momentum, when they had the tempo pushed, and just being able to uncap out.
Well, gentlemen, of course, with this one being more a formality for these last couple of rounds for MVP points, talk to me a little bit about what you want to see coming out from Game 2, particularly from the Toronto Ultra side.
I don't feel like they did anything too bad, to be fair. I think they all went for different compositions. They all had different game plans. The communication was great. I honestly thought it was Twisted Minds, the ones that kind of the communication wasn't really there because there were so many of them contesting Syndra. But I think just being able to understand and realize how strong your board is, and that realization of how much damage you can deal as well, is the big difference here to make sure they can creep into that top 2.
And especially also the fact that we didn't see a single Kassadin in this game, right? That's a very big deal as well, because there's 1 more 2 cost in the pool not removed, making it a lot more difficult to find that Kog'Maw free that you were looking for so desperately. Because if that Kog'Maw free is found 1 or 2 fights earlier on, all of a sudden Michael is much stronger. So like how much he was able to dish out damage-wise, it would have been much more difficult to the Minds to put together that game plan to win the game.
And unfortunately for Robin Songs as well, he wasn't able to secure that top 4, right? He tried to play the reinforcement, he tried to play the rise with the full win streak, wasn't able to secure that top 4. If he secures that top 4, that's maybe a completely different story here for Toronto Ultra. So unfortunately the game plan hasn't worked out for them this time, but they still have 2 more games potentially to go.
All right, do remember, of course, general friends, that is the first game of this quarter-final. Still at least 1 more to go to see Toronto Ultra try and come back and face this one, but let's start breaking this down a little bit more. She said there was a lot to like here from Toronto Ultra, but the finishing was where it was lacking.
Yeah, the finishing play here, unfortunately, with just Toronto Ultra not being able to hit the insane spikes in the end.
All right, general friends, we'll be headed to break. The Dr. Suleiman Al Habib Showdown will continue after the break.
Ready, set, go.
Welcome back, one and all. We're coming into what could easily be the last game of the night. We're in the quarterfinals here at the Esports World Cup presents Team Fight Tactics. And gentlemen, what seems to be a sure thing for Toronto Ultra slipped out of the hands and into the hands of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I feel like in the end, I feel the early game was really, really good for Toronto Ultra. Unfortunately, not being able to hit the cap soon enough really meant that the right members of Twisted Mind were able to come out on top. I feel like Twisted Minds really have the momentum in this tournament now. I mentioned on the analyst desk before about how they lost that first game, that big massive shot against MSJ, but being able to get that comeback win this morning and now being able to get 1-0 ahead, it feels like they have the momentum now going in this series.
Yeah, it was very difficult as well. Like the fact that all those tempo game, it kind of just fell apart a little bit, right? The strong team play not being fully rewarded in the way that they have been practicing leading into this event.
And certainly, of course, you did bring up the contestation on the same lines, but towards the tail end, you could really feel the momentum shifting. But with all that said and done, I do believe Ian has got a special favor he's done for us to give us a little bit of extra insight into the series. So let's see what he's got for us.
TFT is going down right now in the arena over there, just a stone's throw away on the boulevard. But I've come out to take on a challenge that everyone keeps telling me is impossible. Knock down 3 bottles with 1 beanbag. It can't be that hard. See? Simple. What's everybody going on about? I don't get it. Look! 2 out of 2. Mum, I hope you're watching. I mean, that's not too bad, right? 2 out of 3. One more. Surely I get a prize for that. Surely I get a prize for that. I'm going to come back every day. Was that the prize? All right.
I think, honestly, Ian is a prize in of himself. What a fantastic showing, but for our teams here, the main prize they're looking for is a berth in the semi-final stage. Right now, it's got to be reset time for Toronto Ultra. I think, if anything, it's going to be even more frustrating to get so close to the win and then have it all fall away.
I think Ian definitely needs to maybe have a little bit of a team talk with Toronto Ultra. It seems like Ian's hitting the bullseye at the moment. That's exactly what Toronto Ultra need to do in this second game as well to make sure that they can bounce back. But I feel like they have the right plans. They have the right players. We talked about them before, having a boot camp. So they've been together for so long now, even if they are from different regions, with NA and also LATAM.
Yeah, well, talk to me a little bit about the boot camp, because, of course, it's been a big part of the team's preparation. The variance between the teams, how they brought themselves to the tournament, and then what they've done along the way.
I mean, again, you look at Toronto Ultra, they went over to Madrid, to the facility they have over there, spent a solid chunk of time really just honing in on this 4v4 format, really just being able to say, this is how we want to approach the game, set out that philosophy from day number one. And that was one of the biggest question marks we had about this team, because individually, they've kind of been a little bit far from their peaks for a while. I think that's safe to say. Yeah. But as a unit, as a cohesive unit that they've been brought together as, they have performed in such an immense fashion since the start of this tournament.
And I feel like in this tournament in general, it hasn't really been about the star-studded players, right? As you mentioned, Wheater, it's really been about the teamwork. It's been about the communication. We see in general the underdogs really performing incredibly well in this tournament. The favorites already being knocked out as well. So it's really about making sure that you can communicate, see which compositions you're playing, and make sure you can adapt throughout the game.
We are heading into what could be the final game of the night, the final game in this tournament for the Toronto Ultras, who came in as the top seed for this quarterfinal. Twisted Minds played their lower bracket final earlier on today, and now it is going to be a split decision on the carousel.
All right, which one are we going to be getting? It's split between Prismatic, Prelude. Okay, I don't hate this at all. We're going to go in high variance from the very beginning.
And yesterday, we saw them with a Prismatic opener absolutely run with a multitude of game plans, going for that upgraded adventure, right? Getting that cash out through there for Michael on the Surrey reroll, bringing that to life. They are very aware, they're very familiar and very at home what they had to do with the Lions in a Prismatic opener.
And I think there's a few other augments to definitely keep our eyes on in terms of Prismatics as well. Things like Build-A-Bud as well could be really, really huge. We know it can work well with some charms in terms of this little cheese strategy, but also the vertical compositions as well, right? The extra crowns that you can get, the extra emblems you can get for these vertical compositions can be a way in which Twisted Minds can win out lobbies, which has been something that they've been doing so well this entire tournament.
Yeah, I'd like to see them move maybe a little bit away from what we saw last time around, where they just didn't have quite enough gas to get across the finish line. I'd love to see at least one person coming in with something that's got the potential to really shoot through the top of the lobby and guarantee that first.
Yeah, looking at Robin here, was one of the people that got dropped an early lesser champion duplicator, really opening up some reroll lines, but will complicate some issues in terms of making those early economic breakpoints.
Yeah, we're 62nd at the moment as well. We also got the double Tristana on the bench already, kind of adapting and seeing maybe what can be a possibility. These two costs that are in the shop in the early stages are really, really important to kind of look around the boards, see which two costs are in the shop. Plenty of Cassidins and also the Carly on the bench as well. As I mentioned, if you get dropped these two costs, even if it is a Cassidin as well, which we didn't see in the previous game, it can definitely be a really big eye-opener as well. A bow being dropped as well can mean it's a great component for Cassidin.
But it's worth noting here as well, right, with the early Hecarim being the stronger unit of the two here, holds on to that instead of the Akali and the Asher. Will not have multi-strikers online immediately. Pandora's items as well here would give us a very clear indication of what Snowy believes to be best in slot on the Cassidin.
All right, I'm absolutely here for it. I mean, this is an incredible start. Do remember again, friends, that Twisted Minds have got the one game advantage. If they can make it stick here in game number 2, they are through to the semis.
Oh, chose to go with the Reforger here actually from the Charm. Gets a Spear of Piranha, but not the line we're going down here, not a Cinder line. And also look at the strength of these Prismatic augments coming out on the side of 60 seconds. We're looking at Giant and Mighty. sorry, from the Twisted Minds. We're looking at Giant and Mighty. We're looking at Support Golem. We're looking at Prismatic Ticket and Pandora's items. Very clear direction, very clear lines to play for. This is a fantastic start for Twisted Mind.
What if you're on the side of Snowy here and you actually think to yourself, with that a Radiant Spirit Shogun now, it being such a strong item for Syndra, do you go down that line? I don't think you do with 2 Kassadins, but I feel like it's definitely playing on the back of his mind because there's such a big possibility. But like you said, that Reforger coming through, trying to get a better item here for Kassadin. Not working yet, but with the Pandora's items, it's going to roll every single turn.
And so worth noting as well with the Reforger here, given an extra early spin of the Pandora's items here, if it had gotten one of the best slot items on Kassadin, it would have given you even more direction in terms of like which component you would like to keep open.
Oh, for sure. We'll be looking forward to that as well. Of course, we've got the prismatic version of the All That Shimmers line, so we're going to be seeing the Gambler's Blade coming through as well. But Mogul's Mail on the line for replay early on. Replay, of course, a global champion in of himself, set champion. You know, he hasn't really had the major time to shine so far in the competition. Maybe this start is what he needs.
Morgan's back again. He's back.
What's he doing? Oh, what scallywag.
He's back again. I mean, Replay, interesting enough here, hasn't slammed the Spirit Shogun yet. Maybe trying to look for a lose streak, even though he's winning the first round. And maybe realizing that he needs to kind of keep this lose streak going, but maybe kind of keep leaving his options open.
As I was talking about in the previous game yesterday, Robin Songs was very often the dedicated Cogmore player for the Toronto Ultra. This time around with the Giant and Mighty and the early Tristana pair fully open footing here, because he is going to go back on that straightforward line, being able to kind of just start talking with his teammate about like how they're going to approach the game. He's back on Cogmore duty. Whether that's for better or worse, time will tell.
I'm kind of surprised to see the Prismatic Support Golem board not winning out there for Pyamier, but we'll see how things develop as time goes on. Of course, do remember, we are only on a Prismatic Prelude, so we're not guaranteed to see it Prismatic across the board, but always excited to see one, as well as we check in on Relic, who, of course, has sought early strength as well.
Yeah, looking at a very strong support in the I'm the Carry now. One of the strongest augments in the game, as the items on the Golem also scale with the stages as the Golem itself levels up. And again, these extra free bodies from the augments that we've been seeing all throughout the set here have been so powerful in this tournament. And again, a very aggressive level 5 here as well on the left side of our screen.
Yeah, super aggressive leveling. I think trying to play for tempo here for Zui. Already has the 2-star Seraphine, Poppy, and also the Lilia. But it's really about, if you are playing tempo, it's how you cap out your board. We've seen 2 different sides of that. You know, Soju in our previous series knew how to cap out his board with playing for tempo. Unfortunately for Robin, wasn't able to carry on the tempo and get that streak keep going, and unfortunately finished in 5th place now. So we have to keep an eye on Zui's board throughout the game to see how he's going to cap his boards.
Yeah, but I think that's a nice gamut, a nice small gamut for ZUA to get himself on top. You can see on the scoreboard right now, Relic is in the same position. So across the field, this is looking into a pretty even game start. Both teams, they've got the win streaker. Both teams have got the loss streaker.
And keep in mind here, Michael picking up that Kassadin here, trying to block that Kassadin 2, or the extra copy of the Kassadin from coming in towards the mix here. Just like fun to keep in mind here, again, like the carousel antics is such an important element of the 4v4 format.
Oh, for sure. Be able to block, be able to make, you know, just working as a team. It's just adds this extra layer in play. So again, ZUA, Relic, and then at the top, 62nd, and Robin Song down towards the bottom. 62nd, of course, we saw sort of amazing stuff from in the previous game. We see with the rerolls chance here now, and the Syndra in early. Of course, sure, you're praising, you know, getting the Spirit Shogun in. We should be able to find our way towards a lot of Syndras, hopefully fairly soon.
Yeah, and Prismatic Ticket as well can go in definitely one of 2 ways. It's going to obviously give you a lot more extra rerolls, but sometimes we saw in the previous series as well that sometimes the Prismatic Ticket is not going to give you them extra Syndras. So sometimes, maybe for 60-second, it's actually going to be denying the other units on the other boards as well as trying hitting that Syndra 3.
See here, the Nash's Gift has been found here off that Pandora's item with the Radiant item, right? So Snowy really going down here, really showcasing that you want to prioritize that Nash's here. A more recent development over the course of this tournament. People that kind of like vying away from that race going in towards the National Stefan now gets that Radiant boost on top of that.
Yeah, I don't hate it at all to be a little bit more front-loaded when you're still scaling with your ability as well. It's being a little bit less greedy, as we do see ZUA actually falling foul of Relic there. That's our two win streakers against each other. So at least from the early going, especially if Relic can win this round, Toronto Ultra at least maintain the win streak advantage.
I think the big thing now is going to be near the bottom of the standings with 60second and Robin both on a loss streak at the moment they come up against each other. Thank you very much. A good time in there from our observers. But knowing that Robin is playing a much weaker board right now, we know that his position is going towards that Kovmore reroll. If he can keep that loose streak, then it can be great. But is there a situation here where 60second maybe sells his entire board and actually tries to... actually try and grease the lose streak, but no, both players come up against each other. I thought that would have been a possibility there for 60second, and it was.
But again, it's worth noting here, does not want to give up those Syndra stacks again. The open forward strategy into Syndra, 3-2 roll down. We've seen it so many times already before, but again, Robin Songs on a much more expensive board here, so much invested in towards his Tristana, unable to meet that economic breakpoint here. So the better economy right now lies with 60second, whereas a stronger unit upgrade itself lies with Robin. But that doesn't mean these 3-2 roll downs won't be important. They will be the most critical part about deciding how these teams will have to kind of tempo out the game from the bottom of the standings.
And we know with 60second as well, he does have the prismatic tickets, so he has more gold. He has prismatic tickets, so he does have a huge opportunity here at stage 3-2 to try and roll down to try and hit some of his units.
All right, we make it to Krugs. Relic keeps his streak intact, and both of our lost streakers do indeed. So you can see, for all three of our streakers, they've used that streak, particularly towards the bottom, to build up that bank count. Certainly, you need the money to get in those mass of rerolls to make that prismatic ticket really worthwhile.
Just looking at what's going to be going on here, it's going to be a super important thing to note here. Robin Songs picking up that Kassadin right again. One of the benefits he's going to have here is that even if his game plan goes awry, he can pivot in towards that griefing line of play. Instead here, a bunch of bows getting dropped here as well. So he's going to have a lot of flexibility of going in towards his final game plan.
The tier and the bow being dropped as well means you can build the likes of the Spear of Shojin, the Rage Blade as well. We've seen a few times on
Red
the
buff on top of that as well. Could be a much better option as well,
Yep.
I think. Like killing both of the bows at the same time.
Ooh, double Jinx drop though. I think there could be a little bit of temptation to stray from the path of righteousness. There we've also got access to our early monkey friends. So I think for Robin Songs, it feels like there are some interesting windows opening up for him.
60second pre-leveling here in towards that level 6. Wants to save as much time as possible as well.
Yeah, big thing is as well that 60second has been actually stacking up his rerolls as well. So he does have 4 extra rerolls, which is a really cool strategy that you can actually do right now. Is you can use a prismatic ticket to kind of save the free rerolls throughout the game, and this is going to be such an important roll down for him when this next stage comes around.
Yeah, really one of the most important system changes coming into Magic and Mayhem has been the ability to bank those rerolls, because there are so many augments now where you can pick them up and you just keep those free rerolls whenever you need them here. And again, one of the things here as well, keeping in mind that you're talking about now, this reroll here will be much more explosive, Peter, and that's something we got to keep in mind, that this 3-2 here now on the overcharge could flip the entire game around.
All right, yeah, absolutely. It's a very shopping spree of 60second. We'll see what he does with all these replays. Now he will tick over to level 6. We have Prismatic. We now go into gold.
Too healthy as well, hit for 60second on the right-hand side. This roll down is going to be so huge.
And the same thing happens here as well. We're seeing double right now as we've seen 2 almost identical rerolls coming through. It is going to be super exciting here. But keep in mind that 60second is trying to figure out his board while still sitting on a fantastic amount of gold. Like still sitting above 50 here, because as you're talking about, those bank rerolls coming through.
Robin Songs holding the Syndra on his bench, knowing this is the time to make sure your opponent is going to be that little bit slower out the gate. But you're right, Stuart, not able to deny the 2-star at least.
The 2-star Syndra is going to mean that 60second is going to stabilize as well. But Robin knows that maybe he's not in a very good position right now, denying away the Kassadin, 2-star Kassadin on the bench, denying away the Syndra as well. And it does mean it's going to be a little bit more of a struggle as well, as you can see on the top of your screen right now. As replay on the other side has rolled down but hasn't hit his Syndra 2, or has hit his Syndra 2, sorry, and does have the Gambler's Blade giving him more gold at the time.
Yeah, that double econ situation coming through now for replay here will be a God-given fact for him as well. Will be fantastic here, will be something that he can really live towards, and will be absolutely amazing to watch unfold.
We did get a little glimpse there, of course, the Kassadin board from afar with the Radiant Zephyrs is going to be an absolute menace heading through this lobby. If you can't take him down, he's going to absolutely mess you up coming out of the round. Going to check in on, so Snowy with the win streak staying intact. This Cassidy's time is pretty much now.
62nd and Robin both losing their loss streaks as well, so it does mean they're not going to get the extra economy in their banks if they want to as well. So it has to be a big thing now is, do you want to roll down a lot of gold or do you want to actually make sure you stay above 50? Snowy as well, also denying the Cogmores. So we're seeing so much denial this game, a lot more than what I've seen in any other game in this format so far.
So we're talk to us about this then. With this game being heavy on the denial, how does it affect the overall balance of the game?
It just kind of means that the people that have been able to maintain their HP, like Snowy here, like for him, sure, it might hurt his economy a little bit, but it's not going to impact his boards. It's not going to really do anything for him. Like, he can just hold these for a long time, whereas someone like Robin Song's all the way down to 2 gold right now. He is kind of going to be designated going down towards the bottom of the stands because he's not going to be as strong, but Michael on that free loss streak also kind of falling towards the bottom here is probably the bigger issue for Toronto Ultra. Robin's spot kind of a given that it's not going to be necessarily fantastic, but Michael has to find a way out of this.
Not looking fantastic. We do see managing to replay managing to sneak out a win there, I believe. Michael on the 4 loss streak, Robin Songs on just the minimum 1. We'll head on to Carousel again and check on our overall game.
2 important things picked up here at the start of these comps right now, right? Again, they're talking about the Kalista, very aware of that, and then replay calling out for the tier being super important for him as well.
It got taken no by Juan May, so the tier not going to be picked up here for replay. You're seeing how important the communication is during these carousels, denying away units, denying away the components as well. Replay not getting what he wants, but they're able to get the Kalista away.
I think this is a great way to show where the teamwork really is coming for the team, because there's a lot of data to pass in a very short amount of time. You don't know exactly what's going to be on the carousel. You have to account for your team, for the opponent team, and the order you're coming out as well.
But Michael has now gone level 7, has that Rage Blade, red buff, Spear of Shodian, Syndra 2 online, is rocking a bit of a sketchy frontline right now with a Warwick 2, a Galio 1, but he has the outlines of a tempo game plan set up to work.
And I feel like with so much denial happening in this game as well, it's actually going to benefit a lot of the tempo players, right? Because these 2 costs that are trying to go into 3-star are not going to be hit as much and as early as possible. So it means that these tempo players can try and push levels, try and actually win a lot against these reroll compositions. So we could be seeing a completely different game than what we saw in game number 1.
Funny enough here as well, Peter, right? Like, Relic also anchoring around this Syndra for now here, could be going in toward yet another play of that Portal Rise line.
I mean, we would love to see it, but we have Relic getting the win there. But no, just to come back to Stuart's point, which I think is very relevant, the window of opportunity for these 2 cost boards to be strong, I think has been really delayed, particularly the 3 costs as well. Maybe even removed from the game entirely when you say, we're not going to hit in time, we just need to push levels instead.
Right, coin flip here for Robin. Does get 2 gold from that, one of the best coins here as well. Now holding on to 4 copies of that Kassadin. But again, we know there's a lot of Cogmores on the bench of Snowy. Right now, Robin Song here, the biggest stabilization point for him right now will be potentially that 3-star Tristana alongside the 3-star Nuno.
Itemizing the Tristana over the Cogmore, realizing that he doesn't have any other Cogmores in his bench, which I think is a really nice adaptation. He knows that the Cogmore is being the big denial as well, but Nunu 1 away from 3-star.
There's also where like how the early game panned out for Robin really came out to play here, right? With the early duplicator drop from the first creep round, alongside the fact that he had that Tristana 2 ready to go on 2-1, but still got the loss streak out of the way here. Very clear priorities of where his game plan was going to go, even if it is the worst of the 2 lines to play for.
We do see, actually, as much as Robin Song has been kind of dipped out of the conversation for a little while, perhaps just about strong enough here against Z-Wave, who's currently in the middle of the table. We're seeing that Tristana is actually punching above her weight and cuts through the board. That will be a 2nd win in a row for Robin to maybe get his head above water.
So worth noting, he's on Giant and Mighty as well, one of the best combat augments in the Prismatic tier, so we'll have a ton of HP to work with alongside the 2 healthy. Just so much extra resources coming through for him.
I think the big thing now is going to be this roll down here from Z-Way when he goes to level 8. He has been playing tempo this entire game as well. You want to try and hit the likes of the Karma potentially later on as well. Doesn't really have too much in terms of the backline items. Has a lot in terms of the Bloodthirster and the Titans, which could be towards this warrior composition that we've been seeing with Fiora and Gwen.
We're going into stage 4 here, one of the most important stages in the game in general right now. So many things deciding. Do you hit your 3-stars? Do you find those ever so important Karma units? And looking at the HP totals as well here, Michael all the way down at 37. It is a tough hold to dig his way out of here. And now is the question, is this now just becoming on full-on sack mode, roll down, hold all the units for the enemy team?
Yeah, I think Robin's definitely going to be struggling here as well. You can see Nidhi has two 2-star Castins on the bench as well, really trying to deny the Castin away from Snowy. But we saw Snowy is in such a great position, and I think this is really cool in terms of just a whole general tournament. Being able to save HP when you are playing this reroll composition is so important because, hey, when Robin dies, then he can just save and reroll after that.
So if not right, again, we hear the pings coming out, so teams are painfully aware of what's going on around them as well. That is such an important thing to keep in mind, Peter.
All right, we'll see. Z-Way on a loss streak right now up against Relic, who has not been able to get too much ground himself. As I think we mentioned before, Wida, things are not looking amazing for Toronto right now with 2 members towards the bottom and Michael in a lot of trouble HP-wise. This particular round, I think, just going to keep Twisted in a pretty solid shot. Hwamei starting to climb the standings, though.
I think Zero is in a really, really interesting position, right? He doesn't really have any backline items as well. He has more of these bruiser items as we go into our gold for the 3rd augment. So when that roll down does happen for him, be interesting to see where he kind of adapts and where he tries to put this board. But Michael as well, also with the caretakers, making sure that he can get that Radiant item. Few decent options here. Be interesting to see what he picks up.
Well, I mean, you were calling out before that the front line wasn't so strong, so maybe... No, it will not be a frontline item. It's going to be the Radiant blue buff.
The blue blessing coming through here. The karma all the way to the left side of the screen that Michael's kind of covering up with his little legend right now is going to be the main holder of that. And look at how he's starting to cap out the sport here as well. Has the great disruption from the Nami. Will be able to play around the Nora on top of that as well. So full-on precision in the works here from the Toronto Ultra player. If he's able to figure this out and continue this win streak, it's a huge charge up the table coming in.
I feel like for Michael at the moment, though, again, his front line is just not good enough at the moment. He has the back line, he has the potential, he has the damage as well from his board. But can his front line actually tank through all this damage and allow this Karma and allow this Syndra to stack on up?
Yeah, well, I mean, certainly we've gone for the Mordekaiser itemization for the time being. Of course, we've got our school friend coming in as well from the Eldritch side of things. So I think there's a few bodies in place, and also, as you guys mentioned, the extra crowd control buying time. Michael gets a 2nd win in a row in, and maybe can, again, start that climb.
Keep in mind as well, he's double combat augments on top of that as well here. So a lot of extra HP, a lot of extra resources and combat power in general coming on towards that board here. And when you have a board that's relatively stable, buys time, that is going to be an absolutely amazing situation going on.
Oh my, you got the grab bag as well as the Pandora's box there, being able to make sure you get the perfect items on the Callista. We're seeing pretty much BIS items on the Kassadin, the Rage Blade and the Red buff on the Callista as well. Take a look at this board as well. We're seeing a bit more of a roll down come in, but we're seeing a few players kind of waiting in terms of their roll downs, especially from the likes of Snowy.
Yeah, when speaking of being able to hit your units, I do want to point out here, Snowy, as has been mentioned before, being heavily denied on the Casting, very heavily denied, but still in 2nd place, even without his 3-star.
And with the Moonstar Vanilla as well coming through from Hwamei here, right on towards the Smolder. That's a high cap coming through for this player right now. The question is whether that's going to be high enough here. It's going to be taking a bit of a loss here potentially against Snowy. Very important fight because right now, Snowy and Hwamei have a lot of shared HP to work with, and if they're able to get a good loss rolling here, that would be absolutely critical for the shared HP pool of Twisted Minds and give them so much more freedom to kind of figure out a game plan going forward.
Then the big thing is here for Hwamei, he's holding so much gold on his bench, more than double the gold that he actually has at the moment, so he really needs to try and stabilize his board, because at the moment for stage 4, his board is not looking good enough. There is a Smolder, and there is a Morgana, I was going to say Mordekaiser, a Morgana on the carousel.
Something that is jumping out at me to the side of the carousel is just looking at the gold we've got coming to the end of stage 4. Snowy, of course, we know has been denied for a very long time, but he's kept a ton of gold in pocket for when the opportunity arises to either push levels or try and find that castle in 3.
Yeah, worth noting as well that we do have a strong situation going on here with the fact that like we have this dramatic take as well. Like you saw the fact that Sticky Second did push towards that level 7, so like he's kind of paying the price right now, trying to not fade out entirely. Meanwhile, Robin Song's now on that Tristana free here. Did lose his first fight after picking that one up, but who knows, might be able to deal some damage. If he's able to avoid that 8th place, 60 Second might be headed for right now, then that could make all the difference here and force a game for number 3.
And as I've been mentioning throughout this 4v4 format, it really is who goes out in 8th place first. If Robin goes out in 8th place, this gives Snowy the opportunity to roll down for the casting. You're seeing he's staying above the 60-50 gold at the moment, and he's making sure that he can stay in range to try and hit that casting 3.
All right, Hwamei doing a little bit of board reorganization here. Going to be using the Callista as the carry for the time being, bring the Witchcraft in and having the Nasus as the frontline unit up against Michael on the other side. Of course, that Radiant Blue buff, the Blue Blessing, as you mentioned before, hopefully soon we'll be joined by some further itemization to give this backline some real punch. But even now, in its current form, it's looking pretty damn good.
I mean, as I mentioned, though, that 4-2 roll down is so important for Hwanmei. Hasn't hit really a single upgrade. He had one upgraded unit on his board, and that was it. Nasus one, Kalista one, and Hwanmei is going to start falling down this scoreboard very rapidly, and it's going to look really awkward for him coming into this next few rounds.
And that's kind of the risk that you take when you are going to go center around these 4 units. We've been speaking about it all weekend so far. The common one is so good because she's so stable, and that really helps out the line. But most of the time, you do need to find those other 2-star upgrades for that frontline at the bottom side. Like Nasus, to be speaking about how strong he is as a frontline as well here. And again, you're pointing this out now. Even with that prismatic ticket, Peter, 60-second might have to make use of the lesser champion dupe just to get a frontline going.
Yeah, I mean, it's not ideal at all. Still, though, I mean, I think we're going to be throwing in a few of those items just to get online for the time being. 60-second has got nothing left in the bank. I mean, Stuart, we were talking before about having this huge reserve to make sure you can just use the interest to keep rolling. In this case, 60-second will just have to hope he can get the prismatic hits off of just natural rerolls.
Just hoping and praying right now that he can hit some of these 3-stars, because as you're seeing on the other side, replay, this Mordekaiser on the front line is tanking up quite a lot of damage so far, but not too sure if it's going to be enough. The crowd control does come in, but maybe that Karma 2 can be a huge difference for 60-second. With this reroll coming through, that Karma 2 is holding a lot of gold for 60-second, but allows him to win the round.
It is the best way for him to cap out the board as well, by getting that Karma 2 and being a secondary holder of any secondary AP items coming through. As you're talking about, the utility brings to the table is absolutely incredible as well.
Do want to bring into the conversation something which happened at the tail of that round. Robinsong took a heavy loss. He's down to 12 HP with almost no gold in the bank at all. Stuart, you're talking about trying to stay out of 8th place. Robinsong seems to be destined for it.
It's so difficult. I mean, do you ever get into a situation where you maybe sell the castings to try and hit a couple of your 3-stars? It really depends, but you can see right now, he's still only level 6. He hasn't been leveling at all. He's been rolling and rolling, trying to deny units, kind of playing that sacking role that we've kind of been talking about in this 4v4 format. But unfortunately, if Robin loses the next round, he could be out, because it is stage 5. You are going to be taking a lot of stage damage right now, and if he's out, it allows Snowy to keep going. But on the right-hand side, 60-second does hit that frontline Galio, so it does give him a little bit more time for his Karma and his Syndra to scale up.
As we've known here, Michael on a 5-win streak as well right now. 1 off of that Syndra, but as you're talking about, double the frontline upgrades coming through now. Lesser Champion Duplicate committed now to get that Rumble ready to go.
All right, Michael, let's see what you've got for us. Currently win streaking, but of course, Robinsong has much more immediate concerns. Especially to be the one, we can now see the castings have been sold. Snowy's got to be smiling because his potential in this game has just been fully unlocked. Robinsong, I think at this point, might well be able to take down the Castle and stay alive, but now the pool is open and Snowy is just waiting to hit.
There is so much to actually break down this fight that actually didn't happen in this fight, right? Snowy rolling down all the way to 10 gold, didn't hit any castings. Robin saw that as an advantage. He was like, okay, you're not hitting any castings, you don't have enough gold, I'm going to sell the castings, level up, and he wins the fight. That's such a huge win here for Toronto Ultra and for Robin as well, to try and make sure he can stay out of 8th place.
And look at just in general, like how much damage the Toronto Ultra right now currently has, right? You're looking at Michael, 37-6, but he's been able to continue to just pull that off. Relic has been coasting on top of the standings for quite a while with a ton of HP to work with. And again, even if Robin does go out in 8, I'm going to hammer this point home yet again. The more damage, the more disruption you can do, the less HP will the Twisted Minds team have to work with. It'll be much more difficult for them to kind of balance things out.
Well, I think it's absolutely true. You've got players who put out player damage, you've got players who put out comp damage. And I think that's what Robinsong has done here. He's been fighting valiantly, being so selfless to give up so much for himself. Goes up against Relic now, who's towards the top end. I think maybe Robinsong can hold on here for another round, but 60-second Hwanmei, they're in the 20s. It's going to take a while for Robinsong to have the possibility of breaking out. Does manage to cut through the backline, and Robin, it's tight, but he holds on.
Very good loss here as well, but a nice handshake between the 2 Toronto Ultra players here. And again, you're kind of highlighting this as well here now, looking at Hwanmei taking a huge amount of damage as well, Stuart.
Yeah,
Oh,
Huanmei now the same HP as Robin now near the bottom. This is such a huge fight now as well to see if Huanmei can actually stabilize his board. He's the player that we saw in stage 4 go for that huge roll down, play for tempo, couldn't find the upgrades that he wanted. And maybe Robin, with that level up to level 7 now, is actually going to be able to stabilize with his boards.
I mean, looking at the two of them, Wheater, between these two, which do you have more faith in making out of 8th?
I think that when we're looking at this side by side here, I think that the big kicker here right now for Huanmei is the lack of that Kalista too. It is the free itemized carry here in the backline, but now we're looking at this a very important fight here, the head-to-head for the 8th spot and potential of opening up this entire game, Peter.
This is absolutely massive. Robin Songs has hold out so much longer than we expected. And Nasus taking the brunt of the damage in the early going. The front line is starting to fall. And onto the back line, Robin Songs in major trouble. The Kalista may not be at full power, but Robin Songs gets absolutely swept out of the way.
Just dying in the end as well, unfortunately. The upgrades coming in for the front line was a huge difference there for Huanmei. Nasus tanking up so much damage in the end from the Tristana, from the Kog'Maw, and gives them a huge advantage.
You see here right now, again, just trying to get a full scope of the game here in the downtime of the carousel here. Replay has been holding on to some units, but now has sold those units, so no longer a part of the game plan for the Ultra.
All right, so looking forward to the rest of the game. As you pointed out before, the good news for Toronto, they've still got Relic and Michael in good position at the top. It feels like a lot of emphasis now on replay to try and not at least go out in 7th.
Big thing here, you do have that huge massive Mordekaiser as that 3-star tank. We do know it is a kind of an alternative now for this Syndra board. Not going for the Syndra 3-star, more going for frontline so the Syndra can keep on scaling as well. Does also have the Vanguard almost to get more shield in.
Maybe we misheard here. Maybe he said he hadn't sold yet. Right? Because like looking at the bench here now, still 5 copies of Kassadin being held away from Snowy right now as a part of the game plan here for replay.
Yeah, just passing the buck and absolutely getting through there. We'll see how replay does against 60 who barely has more HP. So you're calling out the Mordekaiser actually going to be there just specifically protecting the Syndra. The Syndra's both on the right-hand side. Whichever tank falls first is going to be huge.
Very important thing to note here as well. Right now there's a Seraph 2 on the bench for 60 here. We saw like how much work that was able to do in the previous game, and it's going to be no difference right now.
Oh, very close to the tail end, but it's not quite enough damage. Replay is going to be able to hold on here thanks to some well-played CC.
One more Zeref cast.
And a barely live karma. Those Zeref casts again, we've got the heal. It's to a photo finish.
Very, very close here. And sometimes you might wonder, did that singular chain vest on the bench, would that make the difference here? Right, there was a very fine margins working out here. And replay holding on to 6 copies of Kassadin on the bench here, sacrificing 12 gold and even much more accumulatively over the course of the entire game. And that's just the point of the 4v4 format.
We just saw the HP as well. There's 12 HP difference right now between the 1st and 7th place. It all comes down to matchmaking. It all comes down to positioning and making sure that you can put your strongest boards out there, because every single placement is going to matter.
It couldn't be more volatile. Michael going up against replay on the right-hand side, 60 against Relic on the left. Going to focus the left-hand side for just a little bit because we've got ourselves some very action down there. We've got a breakthrough though. Relic's in major trouble. On the right-hand side, Michael is cutting through the front line as well. Good CC will bring down some of that damage. Edge of Night on the Karma, not ideal, but the casts are almost good enough. Michael takes the hit.
2 players from the Toronto Ultra going out here the bottom 3, meaning that Twisted Minds have done it. They have won 2 games today, coming out of the lower bracket, and now found their way in towards the semi-finals here. Replay, it's lonely at the top, especially when it doesn't give you or your team anything here. Great play from Twisted Minds.
Stuart, I think it was absolutely right to point out how volatile the last round was. And just like that, it's been an incredible journey for Toronto Ultra to get to this point, driven by the need to prove themselves. Just in this case, Twisted Minds, but the difference of a single round, we could be looking at a 3rd game.
The step up here from these players from Twisted Minds, that big difference between day number one, that disappointment that they had to go through in day number one, to come back, to go through that lower bracket in their group, to now make it all the way into the semi-finals. You can see the heartbreak at the moment on Toronto Ultra's faces. They were this close. One round difference, that's all it took. They just lost a few more rounds with too many units, and it means that 3 of the players go in the bottom 4.
And they came in, right? They looked like the team yesterday that had it all figured out, all the game plans down here, but Twisted Minds, they have just been scaling all throughout the tournament, have been doing absolutely amazing. Massive congratulations to them here. It's just like strong showcasing here. Even with all the denying going on here, Snowy finally gets to make use of that Kassadin free that he's been playing for since 2-1.
Oh boy, a game spent trying to deny Snowy, and it just didn't seem like it did anything at all. Surely it would have been a much harder game to win with a Kassadin 3, but multiple players from Toronto trying to make it work, trying to keep Snowy at bay. He will actually go out in this round, but it doesn't matter anymore. For Twisted Minds, you guys were talking about this before, they lost their first series, they came back, took their revenge on MSJ, and now they're moving forwards to the semis.
Big thing, I feel like the difference with Snowy being able to stabilize his board with the 2 costs is that Pandora's. That first augment right at the start of the game, giving Kassadin the perfect best in slot items. You also have the best in slot items for the Kalista. It's going to go out in 4th place, but the job is done. Everyone on Toronto Ultra was holding these units. Replay, Relic, Robin as well. There were so many castings outside the board, but because of itemization, because of that radiant item for Snowy, it meant that he can stabilize with this 2-star casting.
So we knew we had the other quarterfinal going on while this was happening to look for the opponent of this series. We know the first part will be Twisted Mind. What will be the second?
Tomorrow they'll be facing off against the Korean powerhouse in T1, a team that a lot of people said they have adapted their own style after playing them in scrims now, and they're just showcasing that you can't do much better than the original T1. Going all the way to the semis as well here should be one fantastic matchup tomorrow.
I can't wait to look forward to it. For now, of course, we just got the victory lap replay. It's a cruel irony indeed. We wanted to see Replay get his time in the sun and the ton, but Stuart, it's only at the point where it makes no difference at all.
It's not going to make any difference, but I feel like Toronto Ultra should definitely leave with their heads held high, right? You know, coming into this tournament, no one really believed in them. You know, not everyone was thinking like, oh, can these players step up to the plate? Being able to beat the likes of Falcons 2-0, no one saw that coming. No one saw them coming in as the first seed as well. But I think it's just Twisted Minds just adapting their play day by day, analyzing the data, making sure that they can play the right compositions at the right times as well. And it's been a big difference for them as well. And I feel like they are actually on the momentum going into the semi-finals and could be one of the favorites coming into this tournament.
You can see right now just what they were playing for a second ago, that trophy at the front of the stage here now. You see still focusing, you're just trying to close out the game to the best of their ability, but they can already now start thinking about what they're going to have to figure out for a game plan tomorrow, because again, it's worth noting they played one more game. T1 will have a much easier time trying to figure out what is the specific roles, who do they have to target on the likes of this Twisted Minds team to get the upper edge.
Well, I mean, gentlemen, based on what you've seen in the tournament so far, I'm going to kind of jump ahead of analyst sets in the future. Between T1 and Twisted Minds, from the games we've seen up at the tournament at this point, who are you favoring tomorrow?
It has to be T1, right? I think like even if Twisted Minds have looked in amazing form today here, I think that just this T1 team have just played out of their mind this entire tournament, right? And with the fact that you have the likes of Dooney, Suni, SCSC, Binsum and Bobe just firing on all cylinders, a very scary team in their own right. Very much like we saw with Vitality in the other side of the bracket, right? A team where if all of the pieces came together, it would be absolutely scary.
Yeah, the only 2 unbeaten teams really left in the tournament now with T1 and Vitality we saw in the previous series as well. So both of them definitely have the momentum. But honestly, I feel like if 60-Second and Huame can step up tomorrow as well, they've been 2 really, really huge players for this team. And they've been the main reason why they're able to get this victory.
Oh my gosh, sorry, that camera really caught my eye there, just looking at the heartbreak on Rowan's face there. Just being forced to wait out these last few moments knowing that everything has slipped away from you. It's been an incredibly hard-fought series, but of course the best is yet to come tomorrow. Both semi-finals and the best of 5 grand finals. We really feel like, honestly, we've ended up with an incredible caliber of teams heading into the final stretch.
Oh, and this is going to end with a silly. It is indeed going to end with a silly here. Now look at the celebration in cross of your screen here. Again, very muted celebrations for now. They know the job is not finished. They have another game tomorrow and then potentially that best of 5 grand finals as well.
Well, General friends, we will have to say goodbye to Toronto Ultra. Their keys will be crushed as much as they looked like they just could not believe how it all ended right there. An incredible run from 2-0 versus OSP, 2-1 versus the Falcons themselves. An incredible run to even get to this point.
I feel like Twisted Minds as well. We talk about the bootcamp from Toronto Ultra, but we know that Twisted Minds have also had the same bootcamp themselves, right? They've been able to come to Saudi Arabia a little bit earlier to make sure they can adjust to the times. They can adjust to playing in this kind of LAN environment as well. And, you know, seeing the likes of 60second and Juan, they step up as well. We know both of these players throughout years and years of playing TFT. These are two considered the GOATs in TFT as well, right?
Yeah, and that's the exact thing to keep in mind here as well. If one man, this Twisted Mind roster, is able to take it all the way to a victory, there will no longer be any discussion about who the undisputed greatest player of all time will be. It has to be Juanme if they're able to go all the way.
It's quite a challenge that lies before them, but what we saw in this game is promising indeed. A respectful display on both sides, but let's just run it through briefly again. This last section of the game where it could have swung either way.
It all came down to one round, that 12 HP difference in the end as well. You're seeing that fight, the team kill in the end by Replay. Just one extra unit could have made a huge difference there for Replay. But I feel like in terms of being able to hold the units, Snowy being able to stabilize his board, it's crazy how Snowy outplays most of the players on Toronto Ultra, right? Only playing the 2-star casting, going all the way to level 8, but with that Pandora's box, making sure that he gets the best in slot items, allowed him to keep on winning.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah, I think it's a testament, again, exactly to the whole team, but to Snowy in particular, to still make that work. You know, of course, we're talking a little bit about the itemization of the casting and still that flexibility there. The Raiden Nash is doing incredible work.
Yeah, the National Skiff are just such a powerful item. We really got to see one of the big adaptations over the course of the tournament, right? Again, we saw so many different casting builds on day one. They all had great success, but it does seem like everyone has kind of landed on that Nash as being that best in slot for the unit. And again, it will stabilize on that 2-star casting that you were talking about.
All right, general friends, we're heading down to the stage because we've got some words from our host. So we'll see you again soon. That's the end of the cast for now.
Thank you so much, guys. I have Snowy from Team Twisted Minds after that amazing 2-0 against Toronto Ultra. Who would have thought that they could do it? But before we start this interview, I have Replay here to hand over the key for it to be crushed later on to Snowy. So please, if you can, hand over your key. Thank you so much. And thank you for playing on this tournament and congratulations on getting that top 8. But now we have so many things to talk about for this tournament and this match specifically. You guys started the whole tournament on a rocky foot. You have lost against MSJ, but then you won against them. You knocked out Carmen Corp. You were able to go on a 6-win streak. Nothing was stopping you. So what changed from that first day?
他问你的一个问题就是你们一开始比赛的时候，就正标比赛的时候，你们没有很困难的时候，你们输了第一个、第二个游戏，然后后面你们连续赢了6个游戏、6个比赛，然后你们有什么样的改变？
我觉得可能我们一直都是这样的打法，我没有改变过，只是在刚开始上来的2场比赛里边有一些小小的失误，但是我们很快就调整好了，然后就像我们平时做的那样，所以我们可以一直赢下来。
We didn't change a lot actually. We played as we played before, but the first 2 games the problem was we had some errors that we were facing, and we fixed them, and now we play good.
I mean, it seems like you guys are geared up and ready to face any of the teams that we have. But at the same time, tomorrow you guys are facing T1, the powerhouse, the Korean powerhouse that has been unstoppable in the tournament so far. Is there any preparations that you guys have special for them, or how do you think you will do in this match?
OK， 就明天你们要跟 T1、T1 比赛，然后 T1 目前来说是一个很厉害的一个团队，然后你们有什么样的准备呢？
我们有在训练赛经常去跟 T1 进行对战，所以我觉得我们并不害怕 T1。我也相信我跟我的队友是最好的队友，我们一定可以击败他们。
We used to play with T1 before we play with them, and I think there's no big issue with us that we play against them. We're confident, and I believe in my team. Actually, we will play and we will win.
I mean, I love the confidence, and you guys are 2 steps away from heading to the grand final. So again, congratulations on locking top 4 so far in the tournament, and good luck for your match tomorrow. But for now, let's send it back to the studio to talk more about the match.
Twisted Minds are the ones to be putting themselves in that semi-final, and unfortunately, Toronto Ultra, this is the end of the road for them this time around. Coming into this matchup, we had a little bit of a prediction on the desk here, and the analysts that I had on at the time, guess what? They were wrong.
Yeah, the Toronto Ultra was performing well, but actually here, Twisted Mind did amazing. This is a masterclass of 4v4 for them, and the meta has matured so much, very heavily on the reroll, Panda.
We thought Toronto Ultra would replicate what we saw from Vitality across those 6 games that they played. They were flawless. Toronto Ultra could not do the same. A very tough opponent, and overall, I think a very close game. We saw at the end there, 20 HP and below for every single player in that game too.
Twisted Mind just came back with a vengeance right here. 3 blowouts in 4 games played today. They got their vengeance on MSJ and closed out the quarterfinals against Toronto.
River Plate was actually performing amazing also, and we have to recognize this. Both teams playing amazing, both individually and as a teamwork, Jeannie.
Yeah, and the teamwork has been the thing that's been coming up time and time again in terms of that term that seems to be carrying the teams over the finish line. Like, yes, you can be great individually. Teamwork is still really important, and I feel like the more we're seeing teams in this tournament, the more time they're given to compete here, the more that is something that they're refining.
Yeah, the more we've been in days, the less Syndra 3 that we've been watching. That's
right?
good to see.
I wonder why.
But, yeah, but the adaptation have to wait. Even the heroes of the teams are not the one who play Syndra. They're the ones that are finding an out to go to level 8, playing tempo, and finding maybe some possibility that was hidden before, but now it's being recognized. So good to see.
I will say, though, Twisted Mind still sticking very heavily low to the ground. A lot of Syndra players, they're happy to run 3 Syndra players in the early game and just do a full bench court press. Very high pressure throughout all the games. I think the CN style is going to go up against a T1 style, and we're going to see which one best.
And the contrast with Vitality as well. Vitality games so much tempo flex, moving to level 8, playing around every single forecast in the game, really, which was a surprise in day 3. We see the meta's not solved yet. In this series, complete opposite. Everyone playing reroll, griefing each other. There was like, I think every single Syndra was out of the pool by the end of the game. The Cassians were being held, the Coggons were being held.
Something as well that we were hearing from Fnatic earlier today was the fact that because Vitality had the chance to scrim with T1, they had an opportunity to copy their playstyle. And I feel like as we're moving on in this tournament, even though it's only been 3 days at this point, we're seeing a lot of changes. We're seeing adaptations to the meta, we're seeing teams come up with new things. So if anything, moving forward, I feel like T1 could still have an ace up their sleeves that we haven't seen yet, which is pretty exciting too.
Yeah, 100%. Is the refine of the tactics here in the 4v4. They already have communication. They already know how to play tempo, as you were saying, Clement. They already know how to play the reroll meta. But now is who gets the chance, who does that additional detail that will make the difference. So the small details so far it will be the difference tomorrow. Tomorrow we have semifinals, finals,
and the finals.
And the finals. It will be so hyped.
I know. Really exciting to see what's going to be happening tomorrow. But we also have the MVP for this series particularly, and it will be 60-second from the side of Twisted Minds. A phenomenal performance, and I think 17 round wins, hey, not too shabby. He should be very happy with that.
This is the player with the most points during the open qualifier. They rely on him as the ace of the team, and this is what he's known for. Everyone copies him at the start of the split to see how you outcap your boards. Another strong performance from him, and 1 minute in game 2.
And he's also a mechanical APM god. I think in a 4v4 format where you're overloaded with so much information, so much communication, we've seen so many teams have a hard time slamming items in time, picking the right components to slam. Being mechanically sound is so relevant in terms of making sure you're not making any small mistakes, especially when everyone is under 20 HP and every single fight might matter to make it to the semis.
And also I want to recognize that both Juanmi and 60-second, they're streamers also, and they're big streamers on the Chinese
the influencer
server.
showdown in the final.
That's the possibility, and that's one of the possibilities we'll have for the finals. They will not face off before, but that could be the end game for this 4v4.
And we get to see the Key Crush live as well as it happens and it takes place, because again, another key added to the tally for Twisted Mind particularly. They've had a phenomenal run so far. They're doing really well, and they just keep adding them on, you know, like just another one. I mean, maybe in the trophy, who knows, right?
Yeah, for sure. Clement, we're seeing it now. There's a trophy being broken down. This is your favorite part, maybe?
I was just looking at one minute, trying to figure out how to
you
crush
can't
it
be
out.
good at everything in life, Clement, okay? He's so good at TFT, there has to be a lack of skill somewhere, and maybe it is in crushing other players' dreams.
I just want to say this is a huge moment for Wanmei. He has been in conversation in the GOAT for a long time, but this split, especially since he hasn't been to Worlds, hasn't been to the TLC Regionals, he's been asking himself, am I a thing of the past? This is a statement match for him. He's going into the quarterfinals. If he takes T1, if he takes the crown finally, there can be no doubts that Wanmei is back.
But are there any doubts in our minds that they'll be able to do this? Because this, for me, was a very convincing and dominant win from the side of Twisted Mind. So going up for them tomorrow against T1, how do you think that's going to be going? What can Twisted Mind bring from today into tomorrow to keep it going?
We mentioned T1, they've been copied, but I think that's more in terms of the framework for 4v4, it being such a new format, it not really being developed at a high level. I think across these 3 days, teams have started with a base framework, but they've gone in very different directions. They've hit their own optimizations, their own modifications in communication, in the skill sets they thrive in. And right now, there's some teams like Vitality and Twisted Minds who I think have hit that next gear, and they might be the favorites coming to tomorrow.
For T1, they're a team that has a very clear cap-out player. CSCS, the MVP today, doing really well. And then they have Binta, who's the scrapper. He plays a lot of different lines and can make do with any type of board. I think the problem with Twisted Mind is, can they actually find the cap-out player? Because they're always playing low to the ground, especially against Toronto. That is almost famous for that. So it's a switch up in contrast of styles. Can they actually match up?
And now we have a new role, that are the rocks. We were hearing that from Milala earlier today. And those are so important because now the stacker of the one who's trying not to go 7s doesn't exist really. They're all trying to go 6th, 5th, 4th, and have one hero. So that placement always has to be there.
I have a question, Hupe. Yeah. Are the rocks the players or the support golems? Because I think there's some two very distinct but equally important rocks at play in most of these games.
Well, that's something that we're going to have to keep in mind for tomorrow particularly, but I think Toronto Ultra also we kind of need to an extent sing their praises because they came into this tournament and we had questions about them. We were wondering how it's going to be playing out. They took down Falcons. They made it all the way to the quarterfinals. So if I was a Toronto Ultra fan, I would be very proud.
Yeah, for sure. Toronto and Oncepao were the only ones that meet a little. Also, Sira 10, having Polish, having people from Spain. In case of Toronto Ultra, people from NA, people from LATAM. So actually, the merge of cultures has been amazing because they have performed. And seeing that major regions are not only now by country, but actually wholly represented is amazing to see. For me, this is actually a dream.
Sounds so wholesome. But with that as well, we are done for today. So let's have a look at how exactly we got here and which teams we have ready for the semifinals tomorrow. Starting off with this tournament bracket where we can see Twisted Mind and T1 sitting pretty comfortably here in that semifinal. There is no lower bracket. I feel like this is something that we really have to hammer home. But Vitality, is it going to be Wolves? Is it going to be Na'Vi? Who are we slotting in there?
I think Na'Vi has good momentum. I think Wolves started off on the wrong foot, but equally so, they've regained that footing yesterday especially, and then coming into today as well. I really, whoever wins that match, I think will deserve it. It's going to be a close one. But all in all, I think the bottom side of the bracket might be the harder one in terms of that finalist.
And I think it's going to come down to whoever like Jipak or Lisao, the two big aces of their respective teams. Lisao playing a lot of flexible games, and Jipak, like we saw in the Falcon series, being able to perform. It's going to come down to those two and to see who's going to face Vitality.
I mean, we have Twisted Mind against T1 as well as our second matchup today, and the winner of that will be heading into the final. The loser will have their key crush, and this is very much a testament of, I mean, we've seen it in other games, we've seen it in other titles where you have China going up against Korea, and it's always a neck-on-neck race. So I'm excited to see how that one plays out here in TFT.
Yeah, that's the hype matches for tomorrow. Obviously, Vitality is the hype players or the hype.
They haven't lost yet. They have to be.
Yeah, they haven't lost. So it's amazing. And of course, tomorrow it will be best of 3, 2 games, and then in the final it will be best of 5. Will it change in the best of 5? Do we actually accumulate all the knowledge that we have been so far and seen the greatest gameplay of 4v4? That's actually what we all want to see.
Or maybe they have something up their sleeves that we're going to be seeing tomorrow. I think a lot of new things that we can be expecting, but either way, let's have a look at the Kiria plays of the day, because today is indeed done and dusted. Let's start off with the first one coming through from Na'Vi. I mean, I want to talk us through every single one of these plays because so far the day has been exciting and has been full of upsets too.
Yeah, Navi getting perfect here with the Kalista, having the chance to do it. They already have someone in the bottom for Falcons, and they already needed this win. Falcon with an 8 and a 7, they're only needed at 1 and a 2. That was the only possibility. So now Navi taking this win, the huge upset for the Falcons, and as you said, this gave them so much tempo, and even though they're losing now against Wolf 1-0, they could bring it back for sure.
And the meta relevance of Kalista on this day 3, I think she's really started to rise up in the kind of roll down order for most players. It used to be only Fiora, used to be only Karma. Now players who have built Rage Blade in the early game are saying Kalista on their stage 4 roll down and saying, you know what, I'm going to go for this Kalista too. I'm going to look for that stability point
kind
in
of
stage 4.
New tech coming out from China as well. As we see the stack lineup of the Nasus, the Fiora, and of course the Kalista in the very end, kind of focusing all the damage and really opening a new page for the 4-cost flexible lines.
Well, I'm going to see whether or not tomorrow we're going to be seeing more Kalista. I feel like today's particularly, Syndra has still been there, but it hasn't been as much as the forefront as we were seeing it as in day 1 and day 2. What are we putting that down to? Is it time the team has to like go through the set and figure out how they want to approach it? Is it just creativity that we're seeing from other players? What's been the core here?
I mean, they know there are possibilities, but it's like you have TRS and there's no tier A, and you go directly to tier B. So those tier B are actually popping up today here. We haven't talked about Warrior Preservers, for example, has been working, has good APP, but as the player was saying, you need a good early game that gives you the pass, that gives you maybe the win streak or the perfect lose streak and then cap out. That's not easy to do because they're pressuring in the rest of the lobby. So that's why it's not an easy opportunity. Syndra, you need one Syndra, one Red Field, and you're good to go.
I think a lot of teams like Vitality especially have been saving their gold to level up, but they're not leveling immediately. They're just using that gold to hold all of the Syndra copies. It's not about denying you completely, it's just about delaying when you hit. So you build up a huge tempo advantage and then crush you with the HP.
And I think the real accurate saying for this day and the evolution of the meta is beggars cannot be choosers. Because when all the key units are out of the pool, you have to find anything to stay relevant and healthy and stable in stage 4. We've seen a Bard 3 from Volta from branching out today. We've seen a Katarina 3 from Hansing as well. We've seen obviously Kalista and the most, I think, more underused 4-cost come to the forefront as well, where you are rolling down, you have to find any option possible to preserve HP in this 4v4 format.
Yeah, they just played Blaster Transition.
There we go. There we go.
That's true. It's down to that, but we still have the B stream going on, so let's head over to Ian really quickly to see what happened over there and what exactly is still going on ahead of tomorrow.
We're back over on the B stream as we continue to look to fill in our final boxes in the semi-final bracket. Who will be the last to make it to the big dance? Time will tell. As we can see behind me right now, Wolves and Na'Vi still in action. This one is pretty even on game 2. Wolves did take game 1, but this could potentially go all the way. Looking back though, T1 destroying EMEA's hopes and dreams, killing off branching out 2-0, and that is the first time they've had such a dominant 2-0 victory. So it seems like the sky is the limit for T1. They're showing very solid fundamentals meta-wise as well. So they might be the team to beat.
Thank you so much, Ian. And a really quick look at the bracket once again. Wolves going up against Vitality. Twisted Minds again, T1. The game literally just finished. In between, like Ian giving us the update. Oh my God. Well, honestly, I mean, to an extent, this was kind of what we expected. We're now finishing both on the same time, and the schedule for tomorrow is fully and utterly complete. Starting off with Wolves against Vitality, second game of the day, Twisted Mind against T1, and finishing off with a best of 5 that will be the grand final. Thank you guys for joining. I mean, you said takeaway for today was beggars can't be choosers. I like that. Do we want to throw in something else here, Clement?
2 CN teams there. CN still the best region confirmed. No EMEA.
Well, thank you guys so much for joining me. I do appreciate it. We are ready to head off, so we're going to be back again tomorrow. Same time, same place. Make sure that you tune in because you do not want to miss the semifinals, but also the finals of TFT here at EWC. Take care of yourself, guys. Bye!
Wow.
Every door I walk through, every building I enter here at the Esports World Cup blows my mind. I've been seeing adverts for the Aramco Sim Racing Centre all day, all week, so I had to come and see it for myself. Look at it, it's crazy. Is there anybody I can talk to who's playing? Hey, Mama! Mama's getting thrown around, how are you feeling?
Really good, but I guess I suck at driving.
Yeah, you crashing? Are you any good at this?
No.
Is that the end of the race?
Yeah, I lost. Ooh, another race.
Are you back in? You're back in? Do you think it's wild that everywhere you go, every turn here on the boulevard, there's something crazy to do like this?
You know, I'm not very surprised. It's the EWC, so everything here is amazing, truly. Let's go! Okay. Go.
What, go? All right, you do your thing, Momo. Let's see if you can. Okay. Momo doesn't need me. I'm going to leave her to it, but this place is crazy.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
something in his eyes. There's a storm thing, but it's written in the sky. Let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Won't let it make me go under. Won't let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's